Chapter 1. The Unremarkable Security Guard. Mr. Hunter, what you believe sets you apart from the other candidates? The beautiful interviewer, Pepper Potts, inquired of the handsome man before her. Just call me Sean. Well, I would describe my advantage as having great capabilities and excellent performance. Sean responded with a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Pepper was taken aback, pondering the peculiarity of his answer. Aha! Don't misunderstand me. I mean my extensive experience, robust physique, and a diligent sense of responsibility, Sean clarified with a grin. Pepper felt a bit flabbergasted, finding this man utterly perplexing. I noticed on your resume that you were previously a level 3 bodyguard, specifically tasked with protecting high-profile individuals. Pepper continued her inquiry. Yes, Sean nodded affirmatively. The Stark Group collaborates with various security firms. So, given your credentials, why opt for a security guard position instead of applying for a bodyguard role? Pepper asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. As you can see, due to my strikingly handsome visage, I have endured quite enough of employer harassment in my past, roles both male and female, Sean said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Pepper Potts gazed at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. It was her first encounter with such an unconventional rationale. She hadn't anticipated that her spuro-fement decision to descend from the executive office to partake in the recruitment process would lead her to this extraordinary character. While he was undeniably attractive, such self-absorption was unwarranted. Nonetheless, his resume bore merit as a former level 3 bodyguard. He had a flawless completion rate for any task, with a perfect employer satisfaction score. The Human Resources Department had already verified the authenticity of his credentials. Thus, after some contemplation, Pepper concluded that since they were merely seeking a security guard, it would be advantageous to hire someone with such extensive experience. Just as she was about to formally extend an offer to the impeccably dressed, upright Sean, her phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Of course, go ahead, Sean replied with a professional smile, gesturing that it was of no concern to him. As Pepper stepped out of the conference room to answer the call, Sean listened intently to the conversation outside, furrowing his brow at the unexpected turn of events. Could it be mere coincidence that this was happening at such a critical moment? In the hallway, after answering the phone, Pepper learned of the attack on Tony's convoy. Initially, disbelief washed over her, but after glancing around, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand to stifle her rising panic. The caller was her boss friend, Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force. Pepper? Pepper? Hearing Rhodes' urgent voice, Pepper snapped back to reality. Oh my God, how could this happen? Rhodes, weren't you with him? What's happened to Tony? What's his condition? In response to her barrage of questions, Rhodes could only say, I can't provide specific details right now, but there's no sign of Tony at the scene of the firefight. The military is actively searching for him. You need to maintain order within Stark Industries and prevent any rumors from spreading. Even if the news leaks, ensure it doesn't escalate into public hysteria. Understood? All right, Pepper's voice trembled with emotion, betraying her distress at Tony's uncertain fate. Hey, Pepper, stay calm. I promise I will bring Tony back safely, Rhodes assured her before ending the call. Pepper stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, grappling with her emotions before hastily regaining her composure. She summoned the head of Human Resources, intending to brief him about the recent interview before addressing more pressing matters for the company. Yet, she suddenly remembered Sean's resume, which clearly stated, Sean Hunter not only possessed extensive experience in security and escort services, but was also adept at infiltrating and rescuing targets without a single failure, consistently receiving 5-star ratings from employers. The Human Resources head approached, visibly anxious as he awaited Pepper's directive. He was bewildered by the fact that today, the renowned Pepper Potts, personal secretary to the CEO, had descended to the HR department to participate in recruitment matters. Though Pepper held the position of secretary, her influence was substantial. She had unrestricted access to the CEO's mansion and managed all aspects of his life and work. While perhaps his superior could afford to disregard Pepper's authority, he certainly could not. After all, if Pepper decided to voice her concerns to the boss, who would support his family of 8? As the Human Resources head battled his inner turmoil, Pepper resolved to take action. A strong-willed woman by nature, she pursued her convictions with determination. Dismissing the subservient HR head, she steadied her emotions and re-entered the conference room. Mr. Hunter, we are well aware of your qualifications and your capabilities far exceed the requirements for the security position," Pepper calmly stated as she approached the interviewer's seat. But Sean interjected, anticipating the impending twist in her narrative. Unfazed, Pepper took her seat and continued, "However, I have a personal request that I would like to discuss with you." Upon hearing this familiar preamble, Sean recalled his past employers and couldn't help but roll his eyes, though he recognized that Pepper was not referring to those matters. "Just to clarify, I do not engage in any illicit activities." WTF? Pepper looked at Sean with a puzzled expression, wondering what was going through his mind. Nevertheless, she composed her thoughts and sought final confirmation from him. "Mr. Hunter, if someone were kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan, would you be able to rescue him?" Upon hearing Pepper's inquiry, Sean remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table. The room was quiet as Pepper gazed earnestly at him, awaiting his response. "Are there specific details about the mission?" Sean finally asked. "I can arrange for someone to provide you with that information," Pepper replied promptly. "What is the compensation for the task?" "Negotiable. Then I have one additional request." "What is it?" Pepper instinctively clasped her collar. "You must hire me as a security guard." "What is your fixation with being a security guard?" Pepper widened her eyes in astonishment at Sean, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. "So, when does the mission commence?" Sean asked, relieved that his employment was secured. "Immediately." Chapter 2. All are masters of their craft. After Sean reached an agreement with Pepper, he anticipated proceeding to Tony's office for further discussions under her guidance. However, as they ascended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Obadiah Stane, a senior figure within the corporation. "Pepper, I'm deeply sorry. I should have accompanied Tony on this transaction. Perhaps then this incident could have been averted." Upon seeing Pepper, Obadiah approached with a look of guilt, pulling her aside to speak in hushed tones. Even Sean, standing 2 meters away, couldn't help but commend Obadiah's acting as he observed the guilt-ridden expression on his face. The knave Pepper mistakenly believed that Obadiah had received the information from the military, and seeing his remorseful demeanor, she did not give it much thought. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Pepper's emotions surged, which she had just managed to suppress. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes began to redden, and she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Obadiah. The moment Obadiah noticed her state, he instantly understood that she had received the news. While the two whispered to each other, Sean, who was watching, could no longer refrain from interjecting. "Miss Potts, can we finish our business first?" At Sean's remark, Obadiah's expression of sorrow faltered, and his hand, which was poised to embrace the youthful figure before him, hesitated. "What business? And who are you?" Obadiah inquired, furrowing his brow in discontent at the interruption from this unfamiliar man who had disrupted the emotions he had painstakingly cultivated. With Tony Stark missing, Obadiah Stane was now the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Moreover, the disappearance of Tony was a scheme he had orchestrated, intending to make Tony Stark vanish forever so that Stark Industries would become his possession. In this moment, he felt like the undisputed ruler within Stark Industries, only to be confronted by a brash newcomer. It's... Pepper finally registered what was happening. She had intended to disclose to Obadiah that she had enlisted Sean's help in rescuing Tony, but Sean's voice cut her off. "I'm a friend of Miss Potts. She borrowed something from me, and it is time for its return." Pepper turned to Sean, bewildered, as he spoke with an air of urgency, as if fearing she might flee. "Is that true, Pepper? Do you need my assistance?" Obadiah asked, turning to Pepper with a look of concern. Yes, it's just a trivial matter. There's no need to trouble you, I can handle it myself." Although Pepper did not understand Sean's reasoning, she was no fool. Rescuing Tony was her top priority. With a brief moment of contemplation, she chose to trust Sean's experience, deciding that she would apologize to Obadiah later once Tony was safe. She believed he would understand. "Very well, but do not worry too much. I trust the military will succeed in finding Tony," Obadiah reassured her, feeling relieved that it was not a significant issue. He had no desire to concern himself with trivial matters, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of Tony. He then turned away from Sean without a glance and headed toward Tony's office, eager to execute his next plan, to seize power. With Stark Industries no longer a safe haven, Sean and Pepper had no choice but to leave temporarily. They exited the Stark Tower and sought refuge in a nearby CF, where Pepper adeptly requested a quiet private room. On the way, Pepper had already contacted Colonel Rhodes, asking him to relay all relevant information. Although Rhodes was puzzled by her urgency, he agreed to compile the details and send them to her promptly. Thus, Sean and Pepper sat quietly in the private room, awaiting Rhodes' updates. Afghanistan, near the airbase. Sean read through the mission briefing that Rhodes had sent. What's the situation? Pepper, sitting across from him, anxiously watched Sean until he spoke, prompting her to ask, her coffee untouched on the table. Well, I cannot be certain just yet. I need to get there first. You should reach out to Colonel Rhodes again. I must inspect the site of the ambush on the convoy. All right, you'll arrange your itinerary and contact Rhodes to assist you. Pepper's instinctive professionalism emerged immediately. No need to arrange my itinerary. I will manage that myself. And you must keep my information confidential, apart from Colonel Rhodes, if you wish to successfully locate Tony. Sean urged, looking intently at the diligent Pepper. Why? I wanted to ask why you spoke to Obadiah that way in the office. Pepper was perplexed, believing that leveraging the corporation's resources would expedite Tony's rescue. Take a good look at the entire attack scenario. The assailants easily decimated the fully armed military convoy and withdrew with Tony. Based on the field reports, only one possibility exists. What is it? They must have had prior knowledge of the convoy's route and laid an ambush. Thus, either the military has a mole or your corporation does. Upon hearing Sean's words, Pepper's mouth fell open in disbelief. She was not naive, merely flustered by concern. With Sean's reminder, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What about me? And Tony? Do not worry. The fact that they chose not to kill him outright and instead took him indicates they have a purpose. At least until their objective is achieved. Tony's life is secure. We just do not know how much time we have left for the rescue. You must save Tony. I implore you. I will agree to anything if you can bring him back, Pepper pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Sean. I will, rest assured. Did we not agree that you would hire me as the corporation's security once this is over? Now, compose yourself. Once we step outside, act as if there is no rescue mission underway. Do not reveal any signs of distress. I will update you on my progress in due time, Sean instructed Pepper. By the time they emerged from the CEF, Pepper had regained her composure, embodying the image of a professional secretary, betraying no signs of her earlier tears. Upon returning to the office, she encountered Obadiah, whose eyes reflected sadness and concern, which in turn eased his own worries. As for Sean, after parting ways with Pepper, he formally commenced planning his journey to Afghanistan. Chapter 3. Bald individuals seem to be quite strong. Are you the one Pepper sent for me? Colonel Rhodes, with his dark complexion and dressed in military fatigues, glared at the man before him, who appeared to be on vacation in Afghanistan. You must be Colonel Rhodes. Greetings, I'm Sean Hunter. Observing the colonel's displeasure, Sean offered a professional smile and extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Rhodes, however, did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he squinted at Sean, who seemed harmless, and bluntly remarked, I don't know how you managed to deceive Pepper, nor do I comprehend your intentions, but I must remind you that this is Afghanistan. Seeing that Rhodes had no intention of shaking hands, Sean withdrew his outstretched hand and coldly replied, Please take me to the location of Tony Stark's incident. As for what follows, you need not concern yourself. Sean harbored a growing disdain for Rhodes' natural dark skin, and the colonel's arrogant demeanor left Sean disinclined to engage in further conversation. Rhodes, feeling his warning was disregarded, contemplated sending Sean back. But due to Pepper's persistent requests over the phone, he begrudgingly stated, I will take you there, but I hope you will take responsibility for your own safety. The military does not have the luxury of time to babysit you. Sean paid no heed to his words. Once in the vehicle, he remained silent, awaiting Rhodes to drive to Tony's incident site. Upon disembarking, he cast not a single glance at Rhodes. Rhodes, observing Sean's unmoving figure after he exited the vehicle, felt certain that Sean was a fraud, and he questioned how this man had earned Pepper's trust. Rhodes thought it was quite benevolent of him to wait for Sean, hoping that the latter would soon tire of his charade and request to return. As Rhodes was lost in thought, Sean, having pieced together the scene of the attack using the photographs Rhodes had sent, approached a rock and examined the explosive shrapnel marks and dragging traces on the ground. Hey, the military has already searched this area. You won't find anything here. Let me take you back. Go home and find someone else to deceive, Rhodes shouted from the vehicle. his patience wearing thin, but no response came. Minutes passed, and after Sean had wandered off, Rhodes could no longer see him. Soon, his patience evaporated, and he flung open the car door, angrily striding toward the rock, determined to drag Sean back and unwilling to waste more time. He needed to monitor the search efforts for Tony. However, as he approached the rock, ready to vent his frustrations, he found the sandy area behind it completely empty. Hey, this is not a playground. Do you hear me? Get out here, you rascal. Rhodes felt that Sean was intentionally hiding to waste time. After searching the vicinity and finding no trace of Sean, he stood there bewildered, exclaiming, "What the?" Meanwhile, Sean, who had vanished from the attack site, found himself at the peak of a mountain, eyes closed, soaking in the sunlight and warmth, while various sounds filled his ears. Calmly, Sean's mind raced, filtering through the extraneous noise until he discerned what he sought. Just as he prepared to act, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he spotted sparks appearing 3 meters behind him. The sparks spiraled and expanded until a circular area revealed itself. A bald woman donned in a yellow robe emerged slowly, her feet illuminated by yellow runes, allowing her to hover in midair, while the fierce winds at the mountain's summit caused her robe to flutter dramatically. Sean gazed at the woman before him. He had encountered many bald men, but this was his first encounter with a bald woman. He pondered her reasons for shaving her head, wondering if it truly was to gain strength through baldness. "You must be Mr. Sean Hunter?" Her gentle voice was like a spring breeze, seemingly unaffected by the mountain's strong winds. "You may speak in your native tongue. I understand." Sean recognized her identity and, in fluent ancient dialect, responded. If there had been other foreigners present, they would have found this scene quite unfathomable. "Very well." The corners of the Ancient One's mouth curved slightly, betraying no hint of surprise. She gracefully approached Sean, standing together with him atop the mountain, and continued, "Have you considered the consequences of saving the person you intend to rescue?" Sean furrowed his brows, uncertain of the Ancient One's meaning. "I know that, given your abilities, saving him is a trivial matter. However, your decision to do so now will provoke future changes, much like the scenery before us. It was meant to exist in a particular way, but suddenly, a yellow rune manifested in the Ancient One's hand, and a fierce wind swept through, transforming the clouds and valleys into something entirely different. The strong wind posed no threat to Sean. He glanced at the dramatically altered landscape and remarked, "I grasp your meaning. But what if it changes? It holds little consequence for me." Upon hearing Sean's irresponsible words, the Ancient One did not express anger, but continued, "Indeed, for someone like you, future alterations may bear little significance. However, for the clouds and everything within this valley, the impact is quite profound." As Sean prepared to retort, the Ancient One interrupted, fixing her gaze on him. "You are quite unique. If you were meant to exist in this universe, I should have witnessed our encounter the moment you were born. Yet, until today, until you just now acted upon your thoughts, I had no inkling of the forthcoming changes. Thus, I traversed the river of time, seeking you out." After speaking, the Ancient One turned back to Sean, her expression warm, as if regarding a mischievous child. "So, you foresaw my future?" Sean inquired, his brow furrowed. The Ancient One refrained from providing a concrete answer, instead stating, "What the future holds is of little importance. What truly matters is." Noticing that the Ancient One had chosen not to elaborate, Sean couldn't help but furrow his brow. Those who wield magic often speak in half-truths, and once they choose not to divulge something, no amount of questioning will yield answers. "Aren't you the guardian of all this? Even if I alter things and create issues, won't you simply step in to resolve them? Don't tell me you are incapable of doing so." Sean noted the Ancient One's peculiar demeanor towards him, which did not resemble that of someone eager to eliminate a perceived threat, prompting him to speak more casually. Upon hearing Sean suggest she should cover for him, the Ancient One smiled wryly. "I am not as formidable as you imagine. Then what is your purpose in seeking me out?" Chapter 4. Kamar Taj, I have merely come to see you and to remind you. If you wish to avoid premature exposure, perhaps you should consider the timing of your heroics, spoke the Ancient One. Her words resonated deeply with Sean. Ever since he traversed into this world, he had always known he was unique. Initially, he believed himself to be a mutant, but he later discovered otherwise. The myriad of abilities awakening within him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain Superman from the neighboring DC universe, leading him to experience moments of hubris, almost wanting to shout "Moonlight Sky." However, upon reflection, he recognized the profound complexities of the Marvel Universe. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to conceal his identity until he could ascertain the true nature of this realm. Moreover, being a hero was exhausting, was it not? Hadn't he witnessed how absurdly powerful some had become? If Sean were to reveal himself, he would inevitably find himself rescuing one person after another. And should he encounter a certain purple-skinned figure with a penchant for population control, he might even find himself in dire straits. Thus, for the past 2 decades, Sean had adeptly concealed his extraordinary abilities, only employing them during his tenure as a bodyguard to ensure a flawless performance and impeccable reviews. His application for a security position at Stark Industries was simply a means to find comfort beneath a grand tree. After contemplating the Ancient One's advice, Sean acknowledged its validity. It was essential for Iron Man to come into existence. Otherwise, he would be left to shoulder the burdens alone. The prospect of being a mere security guard was hardly appealing if it entailed constant rescues and possibly saving the world. No, that simply would not do. Perhaps it was best to allow Tony Stark to remain undisturbed for a while longer. Yet, having come this far, it would be illogical to return empty-handed. With hands clasped behind his back and a tilted head, Sean sheepishly addressed the Ancient One. As if anticipating his response, she shot him a disapproving glance before raising her hand adorned with a floating ring, summoning the portal through which she had just exited. How convenient, Sean murmured to himself, curious about the other side of the shimmering gateway, which led to the Ancient One's sanctuary. Kamar Taj, would you like to learn? I can teach you. The Ancient One suddenly turned, her gaze fixed on Sean, who looked at her with awe and longing for the arcane arts, as though a mere nod from him would prompt her to impart her wisdom. Perhaps not. You know I prefer to avoid complications, Sean replied, wary that acquiescing might lead the Ancient One to bestow upon him the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme, only to vanish thereafter. The Ancient One, having failed to shift her responsibilities, shook her head in resignation and stepped into the portal, with Sean following closely behind. Upon passing through, Sean scrutinized the chamber before him, rather austere, with little more than a bed and a table. Is this place impoverished? Am I still able to leave? He expressed his disdain. Rest assured, everything essential is here, and you need not endure the rigorous training like the others. I understand your reluctance to assume the role of Sorcerer Supreme, yet I can still teach you magic, the Ancient One reassured him, igniting a stick of sandalwood incense. Such a generous offer? Sean appeared skeptical. The Ancient One smiled gently, instructing him to rest, assuring him they would commence the following day before departing the small room. As Sean observed her retreating figure, he pondered the significance of his future role. Otherwise, the Ancient One would not have been so amiable. Thus, Sean settled into Kamar Taj, where the Ancient One indeed began to teach him magic. We draw potent energy from the diverse dimensions of the multiverse. As he watched the Ancient One manipulate spells like delicate flowers, he found himself instinctively mimicking her movements. The Ancient One regarded his efforts with a hint of admiration, continuing her demonstration and explanation. With the mightiest sorceress guiding him, Sean's magical progress was nothing short of extraordinary. It seemed the online assertions that Superman was a magic-resistant entity were misguided. Rather, in comparison to his physical attributes, Superman's affinity for magic was simply lower, or perhaps Sean's own magical affinity was notably high. Is the Sorcerer Supreme in? Inquired Mordo coldly as he approached. Yes, she is within. Have you come to seek her counsel again? Sean inquired, having just completed a training session with the Ancient One. Upon receiving Sean's response, Mordo disregarded him and strode inside. Since arriving at Kamar Taj, Mordo's envy had only festered, knowing that Sean had been granted private instruction from the Sorcerer Supreme. Since his first encounter with Kamar Taj, he had harbored deep admiration for the Ancient One, believing himself to be her most devoted follower, thus resenting Sean's carefree demeanor. Sean stared at the impolite Mordo, questioning if he had inadvertently offended him. Wasn't this individual destined to be a villain? Perhaps he should eliminate him now to spare the Ancient One from future troubles. As a form of gratitude for her teachings. Just as Sean contemplated this, the Ancient One emerged, cloaked in her black robe, accompanied by Mordo. Observing Sean's peculiar expression, she glanced at the deferential Mordo and stated, "Did you not say you were heading to the library? Should you not hurry along?" She added a playful wink, conveying, "He still holds some value." Receiving the Ancient One's signal, Sean deemed it unwise to interfere further, casting a sidelong glance at Mordo. "Consider yourself fortunate." Once Sean departed, the Ancient One shared a subtle smile before turning to Mordo. "What were you just asking me?" Life at Camartage was not particularly arduous, though somewhat monotonous. Its inhabitants were singularly devoted to the study of magic. Their seriousness was almost oppressive. The only individual who piqued Sean's interest was Wang, who, despite his seemingly earnest exterior, harbored a rather tumultuous inner life, as evidenced by his taste in music. "Hello, Wang. Have you once again been conscripted into service? I had previously warned you of the perils of this work. It could cost you dearly," Sean remarked as he entered the library, noting the absence of the usual caretaker. Finding Wang seated at a desk, engrossed in music on his phone, Wang looked up, expressionless, and discreetly silenced his device. As Sean recalled the song that had just played, he pointed at Wang, complimenting, "Excellent taste, my friend." He then scrutinized Wang's imposing figure, jesting, though, "Can you truly take flight?" Wang remained silent, regarding Sean with a look that seemed to say, "Do you require something? Given our familiarity, can't you spare a few words? Let's strengthen our camaraderie." Sean leaned against the table, gazing at Wang's unamused countenance. Wang took a deep breath, and Sean thought he had finally made an impression, only to hear him ask, "Have you finished all your books?" Chapter 5. The curved bullet Sean had resided in Camartage for over 2 months, until that day when the Ancient One sought him out. "I have imparted nearly all that I can teach you. The remainder relies on your own comprehension of magic and diligent practice," she remarked, pouring tea for him. "Yet I cannot shake the feeling that you are withholding something from me," Sean retorted, raising an eyebrow at her. The Ancient One had instructed him in the ways of white magic, but he was acutely aware of her enduring presence in the world, drawing strength from the dark dimensions. "Have you not already perused the library?" she countered without hesitation. "Peeking into others' affairs is hardly a commendable habit. You haven't been spying on me while I bathe, have you?" Sean exclaimed. "I am far too occupied for such trivialities, and I fear the consequence of prying eyes, as Wang warned me," she replied, her voice calm as she held the teacup. "That rotund fool actually reported you," Sean exclaimed incredulously, astonished that the thick-browed Wang had assumed the role of a spy. The Ancient One placed her teacup upon the table, producing a crisp sound. "Wang is merely fulfilling his duties. While the knowledge of magic is not forbidden to view, it is fraught with peril. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to inform me. I must also caution you. Do not become lost in the allure of power. It is imperative to master your abilities rather than allow them to master you." After imparting her solemn advice, she observed Sean, who had regained his composure, and retrieved a suspended ring from her belt, handing it to him. "This is a gift for you. It is time. Go forth." Sean accepted the ring with both hands and bowed deeply to her. "I shall bid farewell to Wang." The Ancient One nodded softly, closing her eyes to commence her meditation. Observing this, Sean rose and exited the room, gazing down at the suspended ring in his hand, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart from her teachings and gifts. "Is the Supreme Sorcerer present?" Moda's abrupt voice interrupted Sean's thoughts. Sean shot him an exasperated glance. "Are you a broken record? Is that all you can say?" "Your intellect is evidently limited," he retorted, realizing the Ancient One was meditating and had no time for Moda's antics. With that, he turned and walked away. Modu, seething with resentment as he watched Sean's departing figure, could barely contain his fury. Yet, contemplating the Supreme Sorcerer's formidable power and his own aspirations in magic, he suppressed his emotions and left in silence. "What did you just say?" Wang asked, disbelief evident in his gaze as Sean rushed into his room. "I said I am leaving, and I came specifically to bid you farewell," Sean responded, pouring himself a glass of water as he sat down. "Oh," Wang exclaimed, covering his mouth with his right hand. "Are you laughing? You seem rather pleased that I am departing." Sean observed as he caught a glimpse of Wong's suppressed smile. Not at all. I just recalled something joyous, Wong replied. And what might that joyous occasion be? Sean inquired. My brother's wife has given birth, Wong revealed. Ultimately, Sean issued a warning to Wong, urging him never to substitute for the librarian again before stepping into the mirror dimension. Upon entering the mirror dimension, Sean soared towards the cave where Tony was held captive. In this realm, he could act freely, unburdened by the risk of being detected as he would in the real world. Upon reaching the cave, he found it surrounded by armed terrorists, oblivious to Sean's presence in the mirror. Confidently, he strolled into the cave, passing through an iron door just as he spotted Tony Stark, the master blacksmith, hammering away. Still alive and looking well, Sean mused, assessing Tony's condition before noticing Ethan, the skilled welder, who seemed to be in dire straits. Perhaps he should lend a hand. Suddenly, Tony paused mid-swing. Something feels off. Do you sense it, Ethan? He furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. What feels off? Ethan remained focused on his task, having lost everything, now solely wishing to aid Tony in his escape. It feels as if something is watching us, Tony said, raising his hammer and waving it about, yet encountering nothing but air. Are you referring to the surveillance above? Also, your helmet needs to be quenched, Ethan pointed out, having sensed nothing amiss. Oh, for heaven's sake, Tony exclaimed, hastily plunging his helmet into water, nearly ruining his blacksmith sign. The two prepared for their escape, with Ethan assisting Tony in donning his armor. Meanwhile, Sean, aware of the terrorists outside who had begun to notice their unusual activity, realized they were closing in armed and ready. As the terrorists spoke in a foreign tongue, Ethan could not buy Tony time through communication. Unbeknownst to the terrorists, their curiosity about the goings-on inside the cave led them to approach the door, only to be met with an explosive surprise that sent them to their demise. After the explosion, Ethan followed Tony's instructions to load the operational program on the computer. Watching the sluggish progress bar, Ethan exchanged a meaningful glance with Tony as he picked up a fallen terrorist's weapon and sprinted into the corridor amidst Tony's urgent calls. Ethan fired at the cave walls, causing the approaching terrorists to retreat in fear. However, upon reaching a junction, he found himself face-to-face with a line of armed terrorists. Frozen in place, Ethan realized he was outnumbered. As the terrorists opened fire, he felt a sense of liberation. Wife, child, I'm coming for you. As he braced for the impact, Ethan did not register the pain of the bullets striking him. Instead, he felt warmth enveloping him, as if a gentle breeze was caressing his face. He thought he had ascended to paradise. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in the desert outside the cave, confusion swirling in his mind. Just then, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed onto the sand, retching violently. Inside the cave, the bald leader, witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of Ethan, questioned whether his deity had intervened. Just as he prepared to kneel in fervent prayer, Tony emerged clad in his armor. Has anyone seen Ethan? The bald fellow who works with me daily, he asked. Open fire, the bald leader roared, feeling insulted as he commanded his bewildered subordinates. Bullets rained down upon Tony's Mark-I armor as he shielded the holes in his visor while advancing through the hail of gunfire, charging into the crowd. Sensing the imminent threat, the bald leader quickly sought refuge, observing the chaos unfold. Tony fought valiantly, delivering punches left and right, but in his fervor, he accidentally lodged his left arm into a wall. Witnessing this, a small-time thug drew his gun, aiming for a fatal shot at Tony, only to be met with a shocking twist. His own bullet ricocheted back, resulting in his demise. Just as Tony had eliminated a portion of the terrorists and frightened off a few minor thugs, the bald leader, concealed nearby, realized that Tony's armor was impervious to bullets. He loaded a grenade into his weapon and, with a reckless stride, emerged, intent on making Tony experience the force of an explosion. Bang! Following the detonation, Tony and the bald leader exchanged glances, staring at the gaping hole blasted into the adjacent wall. It turned out that the grenade had initially locked onto Tony, and he had resigned himself to his fate. However, to everyone's astonishment, the projectile miraculously veered off course and detonated against the wall instead. Chapter 6, In this day and age, speaking the truth goes unbelieved. It was inconceivable. The bald chief witnessed the gaping hole created by the explosive shell. And within that brief moment, he had beheld two miracles. He could only surmise that the Almighty was playing a jest upon him. Meanwhile, the awakened Tony seized the opportunity to hastily remove the armor from his arm and launched a missile from his mechanical appendage towards the bald man. Unfortunately, lacking a guidance system, his aim faltered, and the missile struck the cavern wall adjacent to the bald chief, causing debris to cascade down and bury him. Subsequently, Tony emerged from a cave, transforming into a fiery warrior, unleashing a torrent of destruction upon the terrorists and the weaponry from his Stark Industries. Observing that the situation outside the cave had stabilized, Sean activated a portal and stepped inside. Not far away in the desert, Ethan lay prostrate on the sand, nearly retching from nausea when he beheld the sudden appearance of a fiery halo and a figure emerging from within. He thought to himself that he must still be dead in the cave. Otherwise, how could he be having such a vivid dream in broad daylight? However, before Ethan could voice his inquiries, he witnessed the location of the cave erupt into a sea of flames, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions that culminated in a colossal mushroom cloud. From this cloud, a missile-like silhouette ascended vigorously into the sky before arcing down towards the desert. "Tony?" Ethan murmured uncertainly as he observed the falling figure. "Yes, it is he. Come, Dr. Ethan, let us seek him out." "Wait, who are you? How did I get here? Did you bring me?" Ethan pressed, but Sean remained silent, merely snapping his fingers, causing both of them to vanish from their location and reappear at Tony's landing site. "Stop! Please don't do that again. I beg you, sir," Ethan exclaimed as he collapsed onto the sand, retching once more. "My apologies. I forgot you might struggle with the pressure of instantaneous travel," Sean remarked apologetically, observing Ethan on the ground. Despite the protection of the armor and the cushioning effect of the sand, Tony felt as though his arm had betrayed him upon impact. Just as he prepared to rise from the sand, he overheard Sean and Ethan conversing behind him. "Ethan? And who are you?" Tony regarded Sean warily. "Greetings, Mr. Stark. I'm Sean Hunter. 2 months ago, I was hired by Ms. Pepper Potts to execute a rescue plan for you, and now the mission is nearly complete." Sean introduced himself. "Is that so? I must thank you for constructing my armor and detonating the cave," Tony replied sarcastically, feeling that if Sean truly came to rescue him, he had offered little assistance, relying solely on his own ingenuity. Sean, unfazed by Tony's sarcasm, understood the frustrations of being imprisoned for so long. He produced a satellite phone and dialed Pepper, who was in New York. "Hello, who is this?" "Hi, Miss Potts, it's Sean." Upon hearing Pepper's name, Tony's eyes widened, and he leapt from the sand, addressing Sean. "Hand me the phone now, and I shall believe you." Sean smiled and shook his head, gesturing for him to remain calm. "Oh my goodness, Sean, you finally reached me. Previously, Rhodey told me you vanished without a trace, and I feared the worst. Are you all right? What is the situation?" Pepper spoke rapidly over the phone. "Calm down, Pepper. I am fine, and I bring good news." "What is it?" Sean finally handed the phone to the eagerly awaiting Tony Stark. Just place it on the ground. I can take it myself," Tony haughtily replied, disliking when others handed him things, except for Pepper. Sean raised an eyebrow at Tony, holding the satellite phone. "It appears you are not particularly eager to speak with her. Shall I relay the message directly?" Contemplating Pepper's concern for him, Tony suppressed his discomfort and approached to take the phone from Sean's hand, shooting him an irritable glare. As Tony and Pepper exchanged reassurances and mutual concern, Ethan finally rose from the ground. "Who exactly are you?" "I am currently a security guard, yet to be employed by Stark Industries." Ethan had expected Sean to claim to be a wizard or sorcerer, yet he was taken aback by Sean's declaration of being merely a security guard, one who had yet to be employed. He stared in confusion at Sean, whose gentle smile seemed to mock him for being gullible. "Mr. Stark, please inform Ms. Potts to have your good friend, Colonel Rhodes, track the location of a satellite phone you possess. That way, we can be located," Sean called out to the engrossed Tony. "I know," Tony retorted in frustration. After hanging up, Tony cast a deep gaze at Sean for several seconds before posing the question, "Who are you really?" Sean couldn't help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, "In this day and age, speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Over 2 months ago, I applied for a security position at Stark Industries and happened upon Ms. Pepper Potts, who hired me and tasked me with your rescue. Have I made myself clear? So you're a security guard for Stark Industries, which makes me your boss. Tony seized upon Sean's words, gazing at him with self-satisfaction. Sean's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Are you certain you can assume command of Stark Industries at this moment? Tony furrowed his brow at Sean's remark. What do you mean? You'll understand once you return. Tony exclaimed, overexerting himself and pulling at his injured arm. Ethan approached to inspect the injury, while Sean quickly assessed, your left shoulder is dislocated and there are minor fractures in your arm. You must seek treatment promptly. After observing for a moment, Ethan concurred. I shall take care of this. Sean moved closer to grasp Tony's arm. Hey, Pepper, how are you here? Sean suddenly exclaimed, feigning surprise as he glanced behind Tony. Upon hearing Pepper's name, Tony instinctively turned, and Sean seized the opportunity to push upward on his arm. Ouch. Very well. You assist him further, Sean instructed. Damn it. Could you not have warned me beforehand? Tony grumbled through clenched teeth, sensing he might have glimpsed his grandmother. Ethan had anticipated some magical remedy from Sean, but was surprised by the physical treatment instead. He hurried to examine Tony's arm, confirming that the dislocation had indeed been addressed, and now it simply needed rest. Sean glanced at the two, inquiring, does anyone fancy a chilled beer? Suddenly, 2 frosty mugs appeared in his hands, and he handed one to Ethan, declaring to Tony, as you are the patient, it is best if you abstain from alcohol. Tony was prepared to retort, but upon witnessing Sean conjure 2 chilled beers from thin air, he swallowed hard and stammered, I could be unwell. Chapter 7. A sip of beer and an urge to relieve oneself? Ah, splendid. Tony reclined on the sandy shore, basking in the sun's warm embrace. A frosty mug of beer held aloft in one hand, the liquid swirling within as if magically replenished. Regardless of whether the claims about my security personnel were true, I have decided to formally offer you the position of my personal bodyguard. What do you say? My other bodyguard, Happy, will surely appreciate your presence. Initially, Tony had intended to hastily depart, wary of any lingering terrorists. However, upon Ethan's revelation of Sean's enigmatic abilities, a sense of relaxation enveloped him. If I were to accept your offer, I would be usurping Happy's role. Do you think he would still harbor any fondness for me? Tony pondered Happy's dutiful nature. By the way, would you care for cheeseburger? Noticing Tony's awkward demeanor, Sean sought to divert the conversation. Upon hearing the mention of cheeseburgers, Tony's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, yes. Ethan, who had been lying beside Tony for a considerable duration, sprang up at the mere mention of cheeseburgers, expressing his desire for one as well. As the 3 of them reveled in the desert oasis, 2 armed helicopters raced towards them at full speed. Rod, aboard one of the helicopters, was increasingly concerned about Tony's condition. After enduring nearly 3 months of torment, he could scarcely fathom what Tony might have become. He continuously urged the pilot to accelerate. Upon reaching the satellite phone's designated location, all the soldiers were taken aback. Are you certain they aren't here for a vacation, sir? A fully armed soldier queried Rod, who shared a similarly bewildered expression. As they observed Sean and the others below, relishing their time in the sun and waving enthusiastically. Have you all lost your minds? Remaining stationary here, are you not concerned that those terrorists might come back? And where did all this beer and hamburgers come from? Rod, having disembarked from the helicopter, approached them with a frown, his concern palpable. Do not fret over trivialities. Rod, care for a drink? Tony, now 3/4 inebriated, waved his beer about. Rod cast him a disdainful glance before hurriedly beckoning everyone to board the helicopter and leave. Wait. Suddenly, Tony, pulled up by Rod, exclaimed and pushed Rod aside, making his way to a corner. What are you waiting for? Rod, puzzled, scanned their surroundings warily. He must need to relieve himself, Sean explained, observing Tony's incessant fidgeting. Drinking so little and needing to urinate? That's a sign of weak kidneys. Seeing Tony indeed begin to sketch a map in the sand, Rod rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ethan, initially intending to join Tony, halted at Sean's remark, crossing his legs tightly. After transferring to an Air Force base from the armed helicopter, they finally returned to America, where Pepper and Happy awaited eagerly at the airport. Dressed in fresh attire, Sean, Tony, and Ethan disembarked from the plane, and upon spotting the stretcher being wheeled in by medical personnel, Tony waved dismissively. Nonsense. I feel absolutely splendid. Tony strode directly towards Pepper, who had previously exchanged tender words with him over the phone. Yet upon meeting, they both assumed a facade of seriousness, which drew a bemused reaction from Sean. After teasing Pepper, Tony turned to Ethan, inquiring whether he would consider joining Stark Industries, promising generous compensation. Not for me, Tony. I have lost my family, and I once thought I would perish in that wretched place. Yet, being able to save the illustrious Tony Stark before my demise feels like a noble act. However, Ethan cast a subtle glance at Sean and continued. Since fate has granted me another chance at life, I have resolved to spend my remaining time saving others. You should too, Tony. I hope you do not squander this hard-won rebirth. After speaking earnestly, Ethan embraced Tony and then whispered a quiet thank you as he bid farewell to Sean before departing with the base personnel. Tony watched Ethan's retreating figure, recalling the moment he had gallantly charged forth in the cave to buy him time, then glanced at Sean. If it weren't for him, Ethan might have truly succumbed. This time, I owe my gratitude to the bodyguard you found, Tony remarked to Pepper. Of course, my judgment has always been impeccable. Pepper replied confidently before turning to Sean. Sean, I cannot thank you enough for rescuing Tony. Hey, I merely saved myself. Thank you very much, Tony retorted, though he averted his gaze, conceding to Pepper's presence. No need for such formality. Just remember to pay up. Sean waved dismissively. Let's be off. I have already scheduled your medical examination. Pepper informed Tony. Examination? What sort of examination? I feel absolutely fine. After 3 months in that gloomy place, all I wish to do is engage in one thing. Pepper recalled Tony's past escapades and assumed he sought 2 young models again. Rolling her eyes in exasperation. You are incorrigible. What are you thinking? I meant to hold a press conference. Your thoughts are rather impure, young lady. Tony jested, smirking at Pepper. Pepper, uninterested in his banter, opened the back door of the car, urging him to get in promptly. You're coming with us. Tony pointed to Sean. As the company's bodyguard, you must ensure the safety and order of the press conference. Sean looked to Pepper, seeking her approval, as she typically managed all of Tony's affairs. However, knowing Tony was the de facto boss, she nodded at Sean after receiving a signal from Tony. Resigned, Sean entered the passenger seat. What else could he do? Under Happy's adept driving, they swiftly arrived at the bustling press conference venue. Upon receiving news of Tony's rescue, Obadiah rushed over, cursing internally as he awaited with the reporters outside the venue. Upon witnessing Tony emerge from the car, revitalized and vibrant, Obadiah struggled to suppress his emotions, donning a fatherly smile as he approached Tony. When he noticed Sean exiting the passenger seat and flashing a knowing smile, Obadiah felt a jolt of apprehension. This man, is he not Pepper's acquaintance? What could that smile imply? Has he uncovered my nefarious deeds? In an instant, several questions raced through Obadiah's mind. But as the reporters erupted in excitement at Tony's arrival, he had no time to ponder and could only usher Tony and his party into the venue. Once inside, Tony prepared to take the stage to speak, while Sean stood at the periphery of the reporters, his instincts as a former bodyguard urging him to scan for threats. Satisfied, he began to appreciate the various triangular shapes before him. This pink one, this white one, this sky blue one, oh. This one's a bit risque, with black lines. What's this quadrilateral doing here? Sean looked up at the man before him, whose face radiated warmth with a spring-like smile, along with a shining bald head, prompting an instant recollection of who he was. Hello, Mr. Hunter. I am Agent Phil Coulson. Chapter 8, The Egg-Laying Rooster. Tony Stark, I am affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Pardon me, the Department of Homeland what? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. What logistics department? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. What Homeland Strategic what? The ever-amiable Coulson cast a melancholic glance at Sean, recognizing that Sean was deliberately mocking the name of their unit. Just a jest, don't take offense. The name is indeed rather cumbersome and odious, Sean chuckled. Indeed, we are attempting to simplify it. Coulson, upon hearing Sean's jest, felt no ire. After all, He himself stumbled over the lengthy title each time he introduced it. "May I inquire why you sought me? We understand it was Mr. Hunter who rescued Mr. Stark, and we wish to pose a few questions to you. I was privately commissioned by Miss Potts, and, through various leads, discovered the location where Mr. Stark was likely abducted. However, I was not the one who rescued him. By the time I found Mr. Stark, he had already managed to save himself. We then contacted Miss Potts via satellite phone and ultimately received assistance from the military." Sean spoke nothing but the truth, albeit omitting certain segments. "Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter." Coulson noted that Sean's account aligned closely with the information he had gathered. What remained elusive was the precise manner in which Tony Stark had liberated himself. At that moment, Pepper approached, and after acknowledging Sean, Coulson hurried over to converse with her. Sean observed Tony, who urged everyone to sit on the ground, and after his startling announcement to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, the atmosphere escalated dramatically. Reporters rose in unison, eager to extract more astonishing revelations from Tony. Seeing this, Obadiah quickly stepped forward, ushering Tony away from the podium. Sean had contemplated slipping away unnoticed. Yet Pepper sought him out instead. "Sean, I would like to request another favor from you," Pepper implored, her expression pleading. "Very well, let us hear it, if it is within my capabilities." Following Sean's successful rescue of Tony, Pepper's trust in him had soared, with Tony South's unexpected proclamation to close the weapons division. Though she could not yet grasp its implications, she anticipated numerous forthcoming inquiries. Thus she wished for Sean to safeguard Tony for a while. WTF? How did I end up as a bodyguard again? Will I even be able to take on my security role? Sean regarded the pitiable Pepper with a bemused expression. "All right, fine. In light of our previous encounter during the Triangle incident, consider this a paid engagement. Just remember to compensate me. You still owe me from last time. Also, I must clarify that I will not heed Happy's orders," Sean said, holding his hands up in resignation. "All right, I will make arrangements, and I assure you the compensation will be satisfactory. As for Happy, you need not concern yourself with him," Pepper replied, her tone brightening as Sean acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Sean promptly caught up with Tony, while Happy watched him warily. "So, are you here to be my bodyguard? Is that what Pepper arranged?" Tony remarked with a sardonic grin. "You two truly share a telepathic connection," Sean retorted, rolling his eyes at Tony. Happy, upon hearing the term bodyguard, immediately regarded Sean with suspicion, fearing for his own job security. He turned to his boss with a look of betrayal, as if questioning why Tony had shifted his affections. Tony, feeling somewhat less chaotic after the press conference, patted Happy on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, buddy. You will always be my bodyguard." With Tony's promise in mind, Happy hurried off to fetch the car, initially intending to exert his seniority to boss Sean around, only to find that Sean disregarded him entirely. Noticing the reporters lingering in pursuit, he quickly started the vehicle to whisk Tony and Sean away from the press conference. Happy drove them to Stark Industries' factory, where Tony Stark, who had just made grand proclamations at the press conference, felt anything but tranquil. Although he declared his intention to shut down the weapons division, he remained uncertain about his future endeavors, leading him to the factory where he stood, entranced by the colossal arc reactor. "Hey, new guy." Outside the factory, Sean leaned against the car, bored, when he heard a voice and turned to see his smug Happy. "Did you call for me? Being Tony Stark's bodyguard is not as simple as it seems, you know? Is that so?" Sean smirked, intrigued. "Let me teach you a few moves. I used to be a professional boxer," Happy declared, intending to impart a small lesson to Sean, ensuring the new recruit understood who the true authority was. I don't think that's wise. What if something goes awry?" Sean glanced at Happy's ample physique, wary of the potential consequences of an overly vigorous encounter. Don't worry. I'll be careful not to hurt you. Come on, hit me," Happy urged, grinning. It was indeed the first time Sean had encountered such a brazen demand. Observing Happy's overconfidence, he was reluctant to admit he feared that one punch could send him sprawling to the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing Sean's reluctance, Happy continued, "Then I'll attack, and you can defend. As a proper bodyguard, defense is crucial." With that, regardless of Sean's consent, Happy lunged forward, delivering a jab aimed at Sean's face. Grinning at the thought of Sean's impending embarrassment when Tony would witness the aftermath, Why isn't this guy crumpled to the ground, clutching his nose? Happy pondered. Perplexed, his fist lacked the usual impact. It dawned on him that Sean had seized his wrist, and despite Happy's vigorous attempts to free himself, Sean's grip was unyielding as iron. With his face flushed from effort, Happy failed to extricate his hand, only to find himself unexpectedly seated on the ground when Sean finally relented. Just as Happy attempted to regain his composure and salvage his dignity, Obadiah hurried over after concluding his business at the press conference. He glanced at Sean, took a puff of his cigar, and inquired of Happy whether Tony was inside before striding into the factory. Tony and Obadiah engaged in a discussion regarding the arc reactor, with Tony assuming Obadiah had learned of his success in miniaturizing it from Rhodey or Pepper. Obadiah, eyeing the arc reactor on Tony's chest, felt a rush of relief that the bumbling terrorists had failed to eliminate him. After all, their home had just laid another golden egg. Obadiah then donned a paternal facade, comforting Tony while feigning support for his decision, advising him to maintain a low profile to manage the board members effectively. With heartfelt sincerity, Obadiah assisted Tony into the vehicle. Once inside, Tony pondered briefly before addressing Sean. Congratulations. This should be the easiest assignment of your career. Obadiah will handle everything on my behalf while I strive to remain inconspicuous. That is splendid. I certainly do not wish to share a room with a grown man daily. Sean replied from the passenger seat, noting Tony's relaxed demeanor. Do you have any idea who used to spend the night with me? Tony retorted angrily in response to Sean's words. Chapter 9. Should one indulge in meat served on a platter? The name of the national strategy is indeed quite lengthy. Phil Coulson arrived at their agency's branch in New York, poised to report the latest developments regarding Tony Stark's attack and subsequent escape to his superior, Nick Fury. Nick Fury stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, surveying the bustling activities of the branch members below. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with Coulson's report, particularly concerning the seemingly ordinary individual, Sean Hunter. According to the information they had gathered, Sean Hunter appeared unremarkable and possessed no extraordinary traits. Yet, he had achieved remarkable success in his career as a bodyguard. What perplexed him further was his decision to quietly withdraw from his flourishing career and accept a security position at Stark Industries. Subsequently, he accepted a private contract from Pepper Potts and ventured alone to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. Despite various pieces of evidence suggesting Sean did not actively participate in Tony Stark's escape, Nick had learned through certain special channels that Sean had not been in Afghanistan for the past 2 months. This revelation led him into deep contemplation. Where had Sean Hunter been during those 2 months? How had he come to know Tony Stark's whereabouts? It was clear that this individual harbored some secrets. Call Agent Romanoff back, Nick Fury commanded, observing the crowd below. The shiny dome of his head reflected the overhead lights, and he sensed the undercurrents swirling beneath New York's placid surface. Understood, sir, Phil Coulson replied, mistakenly believing Nick was summoning Natasha for Tony Stark's sake, unaware that it was in fact for the most inconspicuous figure in his report. Since Tony had expressed that he did not require Sean's close protection, Pepper had merely exchanged contact details with Sean, ensuring he could be promptly notified when needed. Upon returning to his home in New York, Sean was greeted by an unexpected voice as he opened the door. Hey, Sean. Long time no see. Turning toward the voice, Sean recognized its owner, May. Today, she donned an orange tank top layered with a slightly lighter long-sleeve shirt, complemented by blue jeans and black high heels. A necklace cascaded down her collarbone, while her long brown hair exuded a subtle fragrance. After the initial surprise, May quickly realized her attire was rather casual for an encounter with Sean, wishing she had made more effort to present herself. Hey May, it has indeed been a while. 3 months, I believe. How have you been? Sean inquired, his spirits lifting at the sight of her. Oh, the usual, taking care of Peter and work. May hesitated before continuing. What about you? Why had you been away for so long? I almost thought you had moved. Her tone hinted at a touch of melancholy. If I were to move, I would certainly let you know. I was away due to work obligations, and the location was rather distant, which extended my absence, Sean explained softly. Was everything all right? May's heart raced a bit at his words. It went smoothly enough, Sean replied. That is good to hear. May said with a sweet smile. As silence enveloped them, they exchanged glances, an awkward tension lingering in the air. I, air, you. Both attempted to break the uncomfortable silence simultaneously, then paused, cautiously regarding one another. Please, you go first, Sean said, gesturing for May to continue. I need to pick up Peter, you know. He's about to get out of school. May pointed toward the hallway, though her gaze remained fixed on Sean. All right, you should hurry. Don't keep Peter waiting, Sean remarked, glancing at his watch and realizing it was indeed time for school dismissal. I'll take my leave then. Goodbye. May stepped away, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she waved farewell to Sean. Goodbye, Sean echoed, turning to open his door. Yet, he could hear May turning back repeatedly, sensing her lingering gaze until he finally entered his apartment. Sigh. Being excessively handsome can be quite a burden, he mused. Meanwhile, in his luxurious mansion in California, Tony Stark had replaced his arc reactor with a new one. The recent kidnapping incident had made him acutely aware of his vulnerability in the face of real danger. The wealth and status he possessed seemed utterly futile. Had it not been for the terrorist demands, he might have already reunited with his parents. This realization solidified his resolve to enhance and perfect the armor project he had begun in the cave. Mecca is the romance of men. Thus, he promptly sought out his good friend Rhodes, eager to invite him to join the endeavor. To his dismay, however, Rhodes left him feeling rejected even before Tony could elaborate on the project. As a military man, Rhodes found it difficult to comprehend Tony as a sudden transformation into a humanitarian. Upon hearing that the new project was not intended for military development, he interrupted Tony, leaving with a look of disappointment. Little did he know, Tony felt equally disheartened by the lack of understanding from his friend. After the kidnapping, he was unsure whom to trust. While Tony diligently engaged in research upon returning to his mansion, a new tenant moved into Sean's apartment building. Hello. Sean had recently commenced his employment at Stark Industries, diligently clocking in each day, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. On this particular day, as he prepared to step out, he noticed several burly movers hauling furniture in and out down the hallway. Hearing the commotion behind him, a woman standing in the hallway turned to greet Sean as he exited. Sean looked at the newcomer, who wore black skinny jeans, a brown fitted leather jacket, and sported loose curls tied back, her face aglow with a welcoming smile. He responded, while internally questioning how he might have encountered her. Could he have been discovered? Hello. I just moved in. My name is Natalie Northman. Upon seeing her face, Sean's suspicions were confirmed, and upon hearing her name, he instinctively glanced down. Indeed, it is her. I am Sean Hunter. You may call me Sean. I reside over there. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Sean gestured toward his apartment door. They conversed amiably like true neighbors for a while, until Sean mentioned he had to head to work, at which point he took his leave. The target has been contacted. After bidding farewell with a smile, Natalie retrieved her phone from her pocket, dialed a number, and uttered a single phrase before hanging up. As Sean stepped out of the apartment building, he smirked at the realization that she was indeed there for him. Chapter 10. Xiao Xiao's mother gives birth to Xiao Xiao. When he first moved into this apartment building, he met May and her nephew Peter. Upon hearing their names, Sean guessed their identities. However, the Peter of now was not yet the loquacious neighbor he would later become, though even at his young age, he was quite talkative, a fact Sean had discerned from their brief encounters. Standing at the entrance of Stark Industries in his uniform, Sean was not reminiscing about his charming and graceful old neighbor, but was instead contemplating the new neighbor he had encountered a few days prior. The Black Widow, though not as tall as May, she possessed an undeniably exquisite figure. Indeed, she was reminiscent of the enchanting beauty before him now. Her curves were striking, and she walked with an alluring sway. Goodness, is that really you? Hey, Sean, I can hardly believe it's you. I only recognized you when I got closer. The stunning woman with flowing auburn curls and wearing a revealing black dress and high-heeled shoes exclaimed, covering her mouth as she approached him, her face alight with surprise. Yes, Natalie, what a coincidence. Sean replied, feigning surprise. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times, for Natalie was simply too captivating, especially to the men entering and exiting Stark Industries, who wonder how such a stunning woman could be associated with a mere security guard instead of handsome elite like themselves. Their jealousy was palpable. "Your uniform looks rather sharp," Natalie complimented, engaging him in conversation. The security guard beside Sean, mesmerized by Natalie's figure, nearly drooled on his uniform, seemingly eager to pounce on her. "Indeed, I just started working at Stark Industries a few days ago. How about you? Are you here on business?" Sean inquired, fully aware of Natalie's intentions but willing to play along as he had no pressing commitments. "What a coincidence. I just joined Stark Industries as well." In the legal department, Natalie responded, her eyes sparkling. As they noticed the curious glances from those around them, Natalie feigned shyness and bade Sean farewell, glancing back 3 times as she entered, her reluctance apparent. "Bro, is that girl your friend?" She asked, quite a stunner. Sean's colleague remarked, once Natalie had departed. "Honestly, I wouldn't have known you had teeth if you hadn't spoken. I thought you were just a shadow beside me," Sean replied, smirking at his new acquaintance. Having only recently met the new neighbor, it was indeed a twist of fate that they both worked at the same place. Sean smiled as he spoke, his words laced with subtlety. Upon hearing that their acquaintance was so recent, the guard immediately suggested treating Sean to dinner after work, his lecherous gaze revealing his intentions. Sean pondered briefly but agreed, thinking, who would refuse a free meal? However, just as the workday was ending, Natalie appeared once more. "Sean, are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner?" she asked, her bright smile directed at him. This was a rather transparent ploy, was it not? It appeared the Black Widow did not value Sean as highly as he initially thought, going straight for the kill without any preamble. Sean discreetly glanced at the increasingly anxious guard beside him. "I just made plans with a colleague," Sean replied. Natalie's brow arched in surprise, seemingly unprepared for his rejection. "That's fine. How about we all go together?" she suggested, as the guard, eager to eavesdrop, moved closer, causing Natalie to instinctively shift away from him. Initially, Natalie had intended to use her looks to ensnare a young man easily, believing that Sean, despite being a top-notch bodyguard, was merely a guard. Their previous interactions had gone well, but now Sean had declined her dinner invitation, leaving her questioning her own allure. However, upon noticing the guard's lecherous gaze, her confidence returned. "Of course I'm the most beautiful," she thought. Yet, what was the deal with Sean? Could he possibly be uninterested in women? "That doesn't bother me. It's not my money," Sean remarked, indifferent. "Then let us go together." Natalie continued to beam at him. Her exquisite features, flawless skin, captivating curves, and alluring legs, all of which made the guard feel feverish, while Sean sensed something stirring within him. "Let us agree on that. I'll find you after work," Natalie concluded before returning to the building. As Sean watched Natalie's figure disappear, the guard beside him was nearly transformed into a wolf, his yearning palpable. After work, whether by design or coincidence, Natalie chose a restaurant that appeared quite upscale, delighting in treating the guard to a lavish meal. Watching the guard's pained expression as he handed over the bill amused Sean greatly. Perhaps being taken advantage of only fueled the guard's determination to win over Natalie, as he suggested they all head to a bar to enjoy the nightlife. Natalie considered that if she could get Sean intoxicated, it would be advantageous, though she did not express her thoughts directly, merely glancing at him. At the bar, pulsating music and dim lighting surrounded them. Sean had already turned down the advances of the fourth woman who approached him. Being handsome has its drawbacks, he mused, taking a sip of what felt like water to him. Given his constitution, he could handle alcohol with ease. Don't ask, he had tested out of boredom. After a few drinks, Natalie descended to the dance floor, followed eagerly by the guard. In the dance pit, whenever the guard or other men attempted to approach her, Natalie skillfully deflected their advances, while her gaze kept darting toward Sean. "Why don't you come dance for a bit?" A sudden voice interrupted Sean's thoughts. "Huh? Didn't you just go dancing with him?" Sean replied, feigning innocence as Natalie returned to his side. "He said he had to leave for a bit. Let us enjoy ourselves," she said, lifting her glass to toast with him. Did the guard leave? Sean thought, realizing he had not. In fact, Sean had seen Natalie grow weary of the guard's incessant harassment, leading her to follow him into a secluded alley behind the bar. The guard, believing Natalie craved the thrill of the dark, was eager to take advantage of the situation. Just as he began to undress in anticipation, Several burly men in black suddenly appeared and whisked him away, allowing Natalie to return to Sean's side. Poor guy. I wonder if I'll ever see him at work again. Chapter 11. She slaps you, you slap her back. After indulging in a few sips of wine, Sean finally joined Natalie on the dance floor at her enthusiastic invitation. Watching Natalie sway sensually before him, their bodies occasionally brushing against each other, Sean felt a warmth beginning to stir within him. She was indeed a captivating enchantress. However, Natalie's alluring dance moves soon attracted the attention of several unsavory men nearby. One particularly brazen man, after sizing Sean up, approached with the intent to make unwelcome advances toward Natalie. As Natalie turned her back to Sean, a smirk graced her lips, signaling that she was prepared for the unfolding drama. Just as the man reached out, Natalie swiftly slapped him, then darted behind Sean for protection. The stunned man stared at his outstretched hand, incredulous that he had not even touched her. He glared at Natalie, who was now pressed close against Sean, wearing an expression that evoked sympathy, and his frustration boiled over, prompting him to throw a punch at Sean. Hey, are you out of your mind? She hits you, and you hit her back? Why are you targeting me? Sean sighed as he watched the fist slowly approach. Indeed, the saying that beauty brings trouble held some truth. The pulsating music and vibrant lights of the bar continued unabated, while the crowd outside the dance floor remained oblivious to the commotion, still swaying to the rhythm. Sean surveyed the scene, noting a few fallen men sprawled on the floor. He hoped he had not struck too hard and caused any serious harm. Upon confirming they were all still alive, Natalie rushed over, gripping his hand and urging him to flee, her performance quite convincing. Once outside the bar, she held his hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That was exhilarating. You're quite impressive, she exclaimed, gazing at Sean with admiration. Not too shabby, Sean replied, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. At that moment, Natalie shyly released her grip. Upon returning to their apartment, Natalie regarded Sean with an expression that seemed to shimmer with desire. Standing at the hallway's entrance with her legs crossed, she tilted her head toward her room, suggesting, "Would you like to come over for another drink?" Just as Sean contemplated spending a passionate evening with her, the sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. "Sean, you're back. And who asked this?" Both Sean and Natalie turned to see May, who had just opened the door while holding a bag of trash. Over the past few days, May had learned about the new neighbor in their apartment, someone who had stirred excitement among all the male residents. "Hello, I'm Natalie. Just moved in recently." She introduced herself, sensing May's somewhat hostile gaze. "Hi, I'm May," she replied, as they exchanged a brief handshake. "What brings you two together?" May inquired, her curiosity piqued as she caught a whiff of the nightlife aura surrounding them. "Can you believe it? Natalie works in the legal department of Stark Industries. What a coincidence. We just had dinner and returned from the bar." Sean casually gestured with his hands. "Really? What are the odds?" May asked, her face reflecting disbelief as she looked at Natalie. With Natalie's striking appearance and now this connection, May felt a twinge of apprehension. With May's unexpected interruption, Natalie could no longer extend an invitation to Sean. After exchanging goodbyes with both, she retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Sean heard Natalie discussing work on the phone, and after a few brief pleasantries with May, he returned to his own apartment. Once May saw the hallway empty after the two departed, she glanced between Natalie's and Sean's rooms before returning to her own home, still clutching the trash bag. "Aunt May, didn't you just go take out the trash? Why'd you bring it back?" Peter, who was fetching a drink from the fridge, looked at the bag in her hand, puzzled. "Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and go to bed. Do you want to be late again tomorrow?" May scolded Peter, who quickly fled to his room, bewildered by her sudden outburst. The next morning, Sean encountered a bleary-eyed Peter and May as he left the apartment, cheerfully greeting them. "Hi, Peter. Hi, May. Hi, Sean. This is Peter. And this is May," Peter mumbled, still half asleep. "Peter, hurry up. You're going to miss the school bus," May commanded, her expression stern as she grabbed Peter by the collar and turned to leave. Bye," Peter exclaimed, feeling as if he were being whisked off the ground by May's newfound strength. "Goodbye," Sean called after them, scratching his head in confusion over the situation. As he continued his uneventful day as a security guard, Sean stood under the sun, feeling the energy coursing through him while overhearing some Stark Industries employees whispering nearby. "Hey, have you heard? The board is meeting today. Are you becoming a board member? Forget it. The company is about to change hands, don't you think? It doesn't affect us lowly employees. We're all just cogs in a machine. Obadiah, why did you propose that? After leaving the conference room, Pepper could no longer suppress her frustration and confronted Obadiah on the helipad. What do you expect me to do? Did you not see the shareholders' expressions? Tony's decision jeopardizes not just the company's interests, but theirs as well. If I don't act now, when they unite against us, the company will truly fall apart, Obadiah explained, having prepared his reasoning in advance. Pepper understood Obadiah's logic, yet his suggestion to oust Tony felt excessive. This exchange unfolded in plain sight of Sean, who was stationed on the helipad. "Hey, Pepper," Obadiah said, turning to frown at Sean, who had intruded upon their conversation. "What do you want now?" "Hi, Sean," Pepper replied listlessly, her mood dampened. Obadiah scrutinized Sean, recalling the peculiar smile he had given at the last press conference. "What are you staring at, old man?" Sean thought to himself, choosing to bask in the sun rather than engaging with Obadiah's scrutinizing gaze. "Are you not Pepper's friend?" Obadiah questioned, having recalled Pepper's earlier comment about needing to keep Tony's rescue confidential. However, she felt no fear. Sean's qualifications were more than adequate for his position. "Yes, he passed the recruitment process and is now a member of the security team," she clarified. Obadiah dismissed Sean with a glance, no longer concerned about him, as he plotted to seize power after dealing with Tony, eager to see if Sean would still be smiling then. "Pepper, you must understand. The company was founded by Howard and me. I would never act against Tony. My actions were merely to temporarily quell the shareholders' anger. You've seen the impact of Tony's previous statements on the company. I was left with no choice." Obadiah continued to play the emotional card, still not ready to sever ties with Tony, as he coveted the arc reactor. Gradually, Pepper's emotions stabilized, and the two subsequently boarded the helicopter, departing for Tony's mansion. Chapter 12. The road menace. Obadiah, having encountered disappointment at Tony's hands, was unable to procure the coveted miniaturized arc reactor technology. His personal entourage of Mediterranean experts had made no headway in this arena, causing his patience to dwindle like sand in an hourglass. At last, during a charitable soiree in Los Angeles, when Tony confronted him about the company's dealings with terrorists, Obadiah cast aside his hypocritical facade. Tony, awakening to the reality that all of this had been orchestrated by Obadiah from the shadows, recalled the words Sean had once uttered in the desert, expressing his lack of autonomy and Pepper's insinuations regarding a potential mole within the company. Reluctant to direct his suspicions towards Obadiah, who had become the closest semblance of family he had left, Tony was now faced with the revelation of this wolf in sheep's clothing. With no excuses remaining, he sped back to his mansion in his sports car, hastily assembling his armor, fueled by rage as he sped toward the town of Gamera, a name he had heard mentioned by Ethan. Unable to halt the company's machinations, he resolved to dismantle the weapons instead. Meanwhile, Sean had found himself thriving in unexpected circumstances. After May had caught him returning from an outing with Natalie, she initially ignored him for several days. However, as if overnight, May transformed, warmly inviting him to her home. To be fair, May's walnut date bread left much to be desired. Fortunately, Sean possessed a robust constitution, enabling him to tolerate her culinary misadventures, albeit with a need for constant rinsing of his mouth thereafter. Nevertheless, the bond between Sean and May blossomed rapidly, evolving from mere neighbors to something far more profound. On the other hand, Natalie continued to send subtle signals his way, her flirtations akin to the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, persistent and unrelenting. If this trend continued, Sean might soon find himself unable to suppress his desires, leading to an accidental ignition of passion. That very night, Sean was awakened from his slumber by Pepper's phone call. Reluctantly extricating himself from the warmth of his blankets, he listened to the chaotic sounds on the other end. It turned out that, under Tony's instructions, Pepper had copied sensitive documents regarding the company's dealings with terrorists from the presidential office's computer. Furthermore, she had uncovered that Tony's kidnapping was orchestrated by Obadiah, whose true intent was not abduction but assassination. The terrorists had merely sought to exploit Tony, granting him a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Obadiah had caught wind of Pepper's actions, and, just as Coulson arrived, She seized the opportunity to flee and disclose Obadiah's schemes to him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Coulson resolved to lead a team of agents to Stark Industries alongside Pepper to apprehend Obadiah. However, by this time, Obadiah had already secured the arc reactor and integrated it into his Ironmonger suit. The agents accompanying Coulson were rendered powerless against the formidable Ironmonger. As they provided cover, Pepper, racing in high heels toward the factory entrance, received a call from Tony. Tony, oh my God, Obadiah has lost it. She glanced anxiously at the factory, wanting to relay the recent events, but was interrupted. Pepper, listen, get out of there immediately and call Sean for assistance. What? Sean? Why? No time to explain. Just do as I say. Unfortunately, before Pepper could act, she felt the ground tremble beneath her. She turned abruptly to witness the Ironmonger erupting from the ground like a ferocious beast, wreaking havoc in the factory. Where do you think you're going? The mechanical voice from the Ironmonger, laced with menace, sent a chill down her spine, and she screamed in terror, just as she believed her end was nigh. Tony swooped in like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the Ironmonger with tremendous force. Pepper watched, filled with concern as Tony, clad in his armor, and Obadiah, controlling the Ironmonger, tumbled onto the street, prompting her to remember Tony's earlier admonition. She quickly dialed Sean. Haha, Tony, look at my modified suit. I absolutely adore this design. The Ironmonger lifted a halted car, and the busy street witnessed several accidents as the two engaged in combat. JARVIS. Activate the chest cannon. As the Ironmonger's chest opened wide, Tony's reactor blazed like a brilliant star, shooting forth a dazzling beam that struck the Ironmonger, sending it careening away. Regrettably, the damage was negligible. His chest housed a makeshift reactor from the cave, lacking substantial energy. As the Ironmonger was blasted away, Tony deftly caught a falling car. Just as he set it down, the female driver, startled as though by a wild beast, shrieked and slammed the accelerator, turning the powerful vehicle into a runaway stallion, propelling it down the street. Ma'am, calm down. Please hit the brakes. The speeding car, akin to a violent whirlwind, swept Tony beneath it. Suddenly, Sean appeared beside Pepper, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle. Road menaces like this are terrifying. You should refrain from driving in the future, Pepper. Oh my God. Sean, how did you? She turned to Sean, her face a mask of shock, only to stare blankly at the portal behind him, gradually shrinking from view. Sure, I'll go help Tony. Remember to account for my overtime. It's after hours. Oh, okay. Pepper nodded in a daze, and as Sean vanished in an instant, she gasped. I need some assistance? A sudden voice reached Tony's ears, trapped beneath the advancing vehicle. He was baffled as to how Sean managed to keep pace with the car. But that thought was fleeting. His armor was being dragged along, sparking against the asphalt. Get me out of here. This woman is mad. It's terrifying. With a snap of his fingers, Sean effortlessly freed Tony from the car's grasp, allowing it to speed away. Thanks, so. Just as Tony prepared to express his gratitude, a wave of nausea overcame him, and he hastily lifted his visor. Deep breaths. It's just the aftereffects of teleportation. Meanwhile, the Ironmonger, having regained its bearings, charged toward them recklessly. You pests. Perfect. This time, I'll send you both to your doom. Obadiah's voice, filled with malice and disdain, echoed from within the Ironmonger as he beheld Sean on the street. He was oblivious to the reason behind Sean's presence. But donned in the Ironmonger, he felt invincible, convinced no one could thwart him. Watch out. Chapter 13. The Iron Tyrant? Surely not the Iron Tortoise? Having just expelled his dinner in a fit of distress, Tony quickly donned his mask upon noticing Obadiah charging towards him. As he turned, he witnessed the Iron Tyrant hurling a motorcycle at Sean with great force. Tony feared that even in his armor, he might not withstand such a blow, and therefore shouted a warning to Sean to be cautious. As the motorcycle descended like a hammer, Sean remained unfazed and casually snapped his fingers, his figure vanishing like a wraith alongside the Iron Tyrant. Tony stood alone on the street, watching the motorcycle, now battered and broken, crash to the ground, beyond even the most skilled mechanic's repair. Sir, they are at the factory. Mr. Hunter has likely utilized his special spatial abilities once again. came the gentle alert from his AI assistant, Jarvis. Realizing the urgency, Tony propelled himself towards the factory. Sean stood as steadfast as a statue atop the Stark factory, lazily observing the Iron Tyrant kneeling before him. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah, having just experienced the spatial transition, was now retching uncontrollably, the odor wafting even through the armor. Disgusting. I must cleanse my eyes when I return. The bustling street outside the factory had prompted Sean to swiftly reposition himself. To him, the Iron Tyrant seemed as fragile as paper, ready to shatter at a mere touch. Just as Sean was preparing for a swift conclusion to return to his date with Dream Girl, Tony arrived and landed beside him. "Why are you doing this, Stan?" Obadiah, suppressing his nausea, retorted. "You question me? I founded this company with Howard. Why should you be the one to possess it? If it weren't for me, you would have squandered it long ago. I refuse to let my hard work be destroyed by you." Though uncertain how he had been brought to this moment, Obadiah proclaimed, "As long as I wear the Iron Tyrant's suit, what can you do to me? Your fate is sealed." Before he could launch another attack, two crimson beams pierced through his chest, even the arc reactor failing to shield him. "Is that it, Iron Tyrant? A tortoise shell is tougher than you," Sean remarked as his eyes returned to normal. Tony gazed in bewilderment at the fallen Iron Tyrant, exhaling a resigned sigh before turning his attention back to Sean. "What was that? Was it also magic? How did it emanate from your eyes?" "Pretend I was never here. You handle the rest," Sean replied, yawning as he conjured a portal and stepped through, leaving Tony alone atop the factory, eager to understand the recent spectacle. The following day, major media outlets fervently reported on the events at Stark Industries. At a press conference, Rhodey represented the military to elucidate the incident. In the background, Tony observed the newspaper, which dubbed his armor Iron Man. He found a name rather fitting, despite the fact that the suit surpassed Iron in quality. As Coulson approached, he handed Tony his alibi, referencing Tony's notorious playboy lifestyle, which would easily explain his absence at a party. "Did you truly handle Obadiah's stain alone yesterday?" Coulson inquired, scrutinizing Tony, who was receiving makeup to conceal facial injuries from Pepper. "No, it was my bodyguard. As you said, he confronted Obadiah in the flesh and emerged victorious." "What do you think?" Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation. Coulson contemplated this, realizing if Tony's assertion were accurate, the so-called bodyguard could only be the idol in his mind. Yet it was evident that Tony's bodyguard was not. "Your alibi is solid. Obadiah's demise will be classified as an aviation accident. Just follow the script," Coulson advised, assuming Tony would adhere to protocol, oblivious to his unpredictable nature. Tony, however, turned the tables at the press conference, boldly confessing to being Iron Man, inciting a frenzy among reporters clamoring for the explosive revelation. Meanwhile, Sean returned home. Seated on the sofa, watching Tony declare, "I am Iron Man" on television. This should suffice. All attention will surely be drawn to this flamboyant playboy, he mused. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and upon opening it, Sean was met by the captivating Natalie. "Hi, Sean, what is up?" Natalie, discreetly assessing him, smiled and said, "Hey, Sean, I heard you mention enjoying Chinese cuisine, and a colleague from the legal department told me about a new restaurant in Chinatown that seems promising. Would you like to join me?" Natalie had been tasked by Nick to investigate whether Sean was connected to the previous Night S events at Stark Industries. According to their agency, now rebranded as SHALD, there were numerous suspicious elements at the battle scene. Obadiah Stain's inexplicable disappearance, eyewitness accounts of a man whose identity remained unknown, and the fatal wound on Obadiah's chest, which did not resemble injuries inflicted by Tony's weaponry. Nick Fury suspected that the mysterious man present at the scene was the true perpetrator behind Obadiah's demise, and his instincts led him to believe that man was Sean Hunter, prompting him to instruct Natalie to uncover Sean's secrets. San, unable to decline the invitation from such a beautiful woman, was intrigued by the notion of dining at a restaurant owned by a genuine Chinese chef, contrasting with the previous establishments that catered to local palates, often lacking authenticity. "Is it John S.?" Sean queried as he and Natalie stood before the modest establishment, its neon-lit sign displaying bilingual text. Staring at the familiar characters, Sean felt a sense of assurance. This venture should be a success. Chapter 14. What do you want to do? Welcome. As Sean and Natalie stepped into the restaurant, a kind-hearted, beaming middle-aged man approached them, greeting them warmly. Sean's gaze swept across the interior, noting the predominance of familiar faces from his homeland. He inquired in fluent Mandarin, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man widened his eyes in surprise, pausing for a moment before replying, "I am indeed the owner. The name Jean is derived from my surname." With a continued smile, Mr. Jean added, "Had I not seen your face and heard your words, I might have thought I encountered a fellow townsman." Standing nearby, Natalie was equally astonished. Her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. As an agent, she certainly understood Mandarin, but in comparison to Sean, her speech resembled that of a toddler learning to talk. She had always believed Mandarin was the most challenging language to master, bar none. Sean explained with a smile, "I lived there for a period. During that time, I developed a deep appreciation for Chinese cuisine. Unfortunately, I visited several so-called Chinese restaurants before, but their dishes never captured the authentic flavors." A hint of regret lingered in his words. At this moment, the middle-aged owner eagerly interjected, "Haha, your visit here today is fortuitous. I opened this restaurant precisely because I struggled to adjust to the local Chinese food. Rest assured, you will savor authentic, genuine Chinese cuisine today." He confidently patted his chest. Following a delightful exchange with Mr. Jean, perhaps due to Sean's commendable Mandarin, the owner enthusiastically invited them to sit down and decided to personally prepare a traditional meal for them. "What were you two discussing?" After settling into a window-side seat, Natalie feigned ignorance of their earlier conversation and inquired. "Nothing much, just chatting about his hometown. The owner was impressed with my Mandarin and offered to cook for us." "Oh, is that so? Looks like I'm benefiting from your skills today." Natalie teased with a smile. "I didn't expect your Mandarin to be so proficient. I used to work as a bodyguard and undertook some tasks over there," Sean succinctly explained, noting that this information was readily available to anyone. Natalie recalled having read about Sean's background, confirming its accuracy, then shifted the topic, asking, "Did you catch the news about Stark Industries today? Are you referring to the factory incident last night, or our boss admitting he is Iron Man?" Sean replied with a nonchalant expression, as the news had already spread widely. He had overheard discussions on his way here. "My colleague mentioned that the factory incident was more complex than it seemed, and it appeared our boss wasn't the only one present," Natalie said, her face alight with curiosity, observing Sean's reactions closely, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor, but he remained unfazed. "Really? Didn't the news report that his bodyguard was also present? Our security department hasn't heard any updates today, although there are rumors that several security personnel at the factory sustained serious injuries." "What is that delightful aroma? It smells amazing." Natalie, intending to continue her inquiry, was suddenly distracted by the enticing scent wafting from the kitchen. Sean inhaled deeply, relishing the fragrance emanating from the kitchen, then boasted, "Now that is the true essence of authentic Chinese cuisine." Natalie couldn't help but close her eyes, her delicate nose twitching as she greedily savored the aromatic air. "If you crave authentic Chinese food, you're always welcome to bring your girlfriend here, Mr. Jean warmly bid farewell to Sean and Natalie as they exited the restaurant, shaking Sean's hand. Sean glanced awkwardly at Natalie, who was blushing, having understood Mr. Jean's words in English, leaving her no room to feign ignorance. Seeing Natalie's shy demeanor, Sean could only smile at Mr. Jean, appearing like a boy caught in a moment of vulnerability. After their farewell, the two returned to their apartment in Queens, this time uninterrupted by May. Natalie once again extended an invitation to Sean. Following Natalie into her apartment, Sean surveyed the impeccably tidy room. "Is this the abode of a secret agent? Quite an array of equipment here. The decor is rather fitting. I only have whiskey or red wine. Which would you prefer?" Natalie turned to Sean, beckoning him to sit on the sofa, her brows raised with a hint of flirtation. "Whiskey, please, with a touch of ice." After nodding in agreement, Natalie entered the kitchen, retrieving the pre-prepared whiskey from the fridge and donning her gear from a hidden compartment in the wall. She then carried 2 glasses, swaying her hips with a smile as she returned to the living room. Having emerged from the restaurant, she had already contemplated this moment. After spending time together, she couldn't discern anything unusual about Sean, Even his exceptional skills seemed attributable to his background as a bodyguard. However, her former supervisor insisted that Sean harbored secrets. Unable to extract information through conversation, she resolved to employ a more direct approach, an area in which she excelled. Cheers! Natalie offered a glass to Sean, sitting beside him on the sofa, gradually leaning closer as they drank, her soft form pressing against him. Feeling her warmth encroaching, Sean swallowed hard, his eyes narrowing as he turned to gaze at Natalie, who was teasingly close. Do you realize you're playing with fire? All I know is that even whiskey on the rocks can't suppress me. I wonder if you can handle it, Natalie replied, her gaze dreamy as she set her glass down and straddled Sean, her arms wrapping around his neck, her breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Should I interpret this as a provocation? Sean gently nudged her pert nose with his, feeling the heat of her body against his thigh and breathing heavily. What do you intend to do? Natalie continued to entice him. Damn it, I want. Just as Sean leaned in to kiss her, Natalie deftly twisted her wrist, activating the device she had just donned. Sean felt a sudden touch at the back of his neck, but with the moment set in motion, he disregarded it. Natalie, whose lips were sealed, expected Sean to weaken, but instead, his fervor intensified. What is happening? Is the device malfunctioning? Wait, I can't wait any longer. Despite her intent to resist, Natalie was swiftly overpowered by Sean's immense strength. Natalie wanted to say something, but Sean silenced her with a kiss. Muffled sounds followed as the night unfolded. Chapter 15. Mind Your Attitude. The morning sun streamed through the living room window, illuminating the intertwined bodies on the sofa, who had only just succumbed to slumber. Even though Natalie had undergone modifications to her body, it could hardly withstand a night of relentless ups and downs. No, it was more accurate to say there had been no downs at all. As Sean felt the warmth of the sunlight, he comfortably opened his eyes, nestled in his embrace. Natalie curled up, her slightly reddened curls cascading over her shoulders. The blush on her cheeks rested against Sean's chest as her entire being rose and fell in rhythm with his breath. As Sean gently caressed her back, Natalie stirred, her eyelids fluttering open briefly before she squinted against the brightness, promptly shutting them once more. A soft mewl escaped her lips. Good morning, Sean. As Natalie recalled the frenzied events of the previous night, a twinge of fear crept in. She had navigated countless perilous missions filled with gunfire and stealthy assassinations. Yet last night was the first time she felt she was truly on the brink of death. Sean intended to reach for the unfinished bottle of wine on the coffee table, but quick-witted Natalie seized his hand. Don't? What's the matter? Sean inquired, puzzled. Last night something spilled in there. If you want a drink, I'll pour you a fresh one, Natalie said, her fair cheeks flushing deeper. Sean paused, realization dawning when his hand touched the still damp carpet. He understood what she meant. Then hurry and replenish your fluids. And pour me a glass while you're at it. Thank you, he teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Natalie glared at Sean's mischievous expression, irritation bubbling within her. After all, he had treated her that way last night. With a swift slap on Sean's well-defined chest, she pushed herself up, wrapping the sofa blanket around her as she stumbled toward the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Natalie began inspecting the gear on her wrist. After a thorough examination, she found nothing amiss. So why hadn't it worked last night? Could it be that she had failed? That was inconceivable. She had never missed a mark before. Ultimately, she could only attribute it to Sean's fortuitous luck, suspecting that perhaps her bracelet had malfunctioned unexpectedly, a possibility she had to consider. In truth, Natalie was ensnared in a misconception. Her bracelet was designed to release a powerful electric current instantaneously, capable of incapacitating even the mightiest beasts. If Sean had indeed been struck yet remained unfazed, his physical resilience was truly alarming. However, the gentle warmth she felt upon touching Sean's body, due to his biological energy field, clouded her judgment, leading her to conclude that her equipment had faltered. Nonetheless, last night had not been entirely devoid of insight. Natalie had confirmed that Sean's constitution was indeed extraordinary, presumably stronger than her own. Eventually, Sean, invigorated, left for work while Natalie decided to take a day off to rest. As soon as Sean departed, she promptly contacted the elusive Black Egg. So, Romanoff, any findings? Nothing conclusive aside from his unusual physique, Natasha replied. Initially, she had intended to report all that had transpired the previous night, but inexplicably changed her mind. Nick Fury paused for a moment before continuing. Continue your observation. Sir, why are you so certain he poses a threat? Natasha asked, confused. Nick Fury did not answer her question. If he had to provide a reason, it was simply that he had never trusted anyone. Tony Stark was truly his father's son, possessing an attitude that surpassed Howard's. For now, remain within Stark Industries. Should anything arise, you'll be nearby for support. I have a feeling the situation in New York isn't over yet. Nick Fury skillfully shifted the topic. Understood, sir. Natasha, being professional, refrained from pressing further since Nick chose not to elaborate. And keep an eye on Sean Hunter. Do not overlook any leads. Received, sir. After hanging up, Natasha gazed thoughtfully at the bracelet on her wrist. Sean, overhearing Natalie's conversation with the Black Egg, couldn't help but smile. His efforts from the previous night seemed to have made an impact. Yet, the fact that the Egg continued to harbor doubts about him meant he needed to devise a strategy. Sean's smile gradually faded, brow furrowing in contemplation. Meanwhile, the seemingly tranquil New York was, as Nick Fury had predicted, brewing a new storm. Bruce Banner and his former girlfriend Betty Ross, having escaped from General Ross at Culver University in Virginia, resolved to travel to New York in search of a definitive cure for Bruce. As they approached New York, they were forced to abandon a pickup truck they had picked up along the way due to identity checks. After haggling with a middle-aged man at a port, they successfully boarded a boat to New York. As this fugitive couple made their way to Greben Academy in Harlem, an unexpected guest arrived at the New York Police Department. Police Chief George Stacy suppressed his growing dissatisfaction as he faced the arrogant General Ross. With the end of the workday approaching, George had been eager to return home for some quality time with his beloved daughter. Yet, this pompous figure had the audacity to demand their assistance in capturing a fugitive. Even more infuriating was Ross's insistence that the NYPD should merely act as guides, dismissing their involvement as unnecessary and stating that if it weren't for the potential repercussions, he would have handled the capture himself without their assistance. General Ross refused to divulge any information about the fugitive, merely stating that the individual was exceedingly dangerous and that this was a matter beyond the capabilities of mere police officers. George, struggling to contain his anger, thought to himself that if it weren't for Ross's military standing, he would have already slapped him. Are you asking for a favor? Mind your attitude, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Despite his irritation, George Stacy remained composed, ultimately deciding to personally lead a few officers alongside General Ross to apprehend the fugitive. He was eager to discover which fool dared to tread upon his esteemed authority. However, as George laid eyes on the formidable soldiers and their arsenal accompanying General Ross, he suddenly felt outmatched. There was no time to regroup. He would have to press on regardless. To his surprise, the capture unfolded with astonishing ease. The area was sealed off, the target observed, and the incapacitating shots fired. The operation proceeded seamlessly. As they dragged the seemingly frail Bruce Banner from the Greben Academy laboratory, George turned to General Ross. Is this it? The dangerous individual you spoke of? General Ross ignored George's bewilderment and quickly approached the stretcher. If you let him disappear, I will make your life a living hell, he warned Bruce in a hushed tone. Chapter 16. The arrival of Iron Man. General Ross is acutely aware that Bruce has ventured to Greben Academy in pursuit of a remedy for the formidable Hulk. Should Bruce succeed, the indomitable creature that has consumed Ross's thoughts will vanish from existence, obliterating all his painstaking efforts. He instructs his subordinates to confine Bruce aboard a helicopter under strict surveillance, while simultaneously detaining his daughter, Betty. Unfortunately, Betty has come to understand that her father's intentions are to study Bruce's physique in hopes of replicating the Hulk as a military asset, which has forced Bruce into prolonged evasion. The already strained father-daughter relationship reaches its breaking point in this moment. Within the laboratory, Blonsky seethes with anger. He has injected himself with an enhanced serum solely to face Bruce Banner in combat once more, yet Bruce appears unable to transform. He directs his ire toward Dr. Samuel Stearns, the blue man assisting Bruce in his search for a cure, brandishing a firearm at him. I demand you transform me into a being like Banner. Otherwise, Blonsky threatens, cocking the weapon. The sound resonates clearly in Stearns' ears, yet he fixates on Blonsky's anomalous physique. It appears you have already been injected with something, haven't you? Stearns expresses a hint of exhilaration. Not enough. I crave more. I wish to become like Banner. Blonsky retorts, I cannot ascertain your current condition. If I were to inject you, the resulting mixture may render you a grotesque abomination. Blonsky, in a fit of rage, hoists Stearns effortlessly, mistakenly believing that Stearns refuses to comply with his demands, intending to teach him a lesson. I did not say I wouldn't assist you. I merely wish to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, George Stacy watches as the target of the apprehension is escorted onto the helicopter by soldiers. Though he harbors dissatisfaction towards Ross, he acknowledges the successful completion of the mission. However, as he collaborates with the remaining soldiers to wrap up, chaos erupts within the laboratory, accompanied by shouts and the sound of gunfire. A medical bed is hurled from the laboratory window, crashing against the opposite wall, followed by a colossal figure leaping through the shattered opening. George Stacy and the accompanying officers are rendered speechless upon witnessing the enormous, half-naked creature glowing with a yellow-green hue. Finally understanding the true implications of General Ross's earlier statements. The soldiers, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, although astonished, continue their assault on the monstrous entity. Blonsky, now aptly named the Abomination, regards the once feeble soldiers with disdain as they futilely fire upon him, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. The serum, combined with gamma radiation, has amplified his darker emotions, leaving him consumed by thoughts of destruction and slaughter. Despite the rift with Betty, General Ross revels in the successful capture of Bruce Banner, eager to return and commence research on replicating his super soldier. As for his daughter, that can be addressed later. However, upon receiving a report that the Hulk has emerged onto the streets, he is bewildered, turning to observe Bruce Banner sitting calmly in the helicopter, engaged in a tender moment with his daughter. What is happening? The Hulk is outside. Yet who is this here? I wasn't aware he could create duplicates. Impossible. Maintain your positions and report your current location. Ross commands through the communicator, ordering the pilot to turn back so he can ascertain the situation. Upon viewing the live feed from the soldiers on site, he quickly deduces the true identity of the creature. The footage reveals the Abomination rampaging down Broadway, wreaking havoc, lifting and demolishing nearby vehicles, obliterating anything in his path, leaving innocent civilians dead or maimed. The once sturdy cars appear as mere toys before him, crumpling under a single blow, as screams and explosions fill the air. Suddenly, a rocket is launched towards the Abomination, the soldiers anticipating significant damage. To their astonishment, the rocket is effortlessly caught in the Abomination's grasp. With tremendous force, he crashes the still powerful missile against himself. The explosion ensues, smoke billowing forth, flames clinging to the Abomination's grotesque form, creating an image reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, complemented by a faintly cruel smirk that sends chills through the soldiers. Bruce Banner, watching the unstoppable Abomination on the screen, realizes that only the Hulk can thwart him. Ignoring Betty's protests, he prepares to leap from the helicopter, determined to force the Hulk's emergence. In midair, Bruce discovers he remains himself, plummeting heavily to the ground. His fate uncertain, Tony Stark finds himself in a peculiar state of both joy and annoyance. Previously, countless women sought to share his bed. Now, since revealing his identity as Iron Man, even men seem eager to join him. Yet, amid this whirlwind of attention, he remains steadfast in his commitment to heroism, busily preparing for the Stark Industries Expo. Whether these trivial matters are his concern or Pepper's is a secret known only to the two of them. As Tony toils on his armor at home, Jarvis's gentle prompt interrupts him. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this. A virtual screen materializes before Tony, displaying the Abomination wreaking havoc in New York. It's time to act, Jarvis, Tony declares, his eyes glinting with determination as he gazes at the demonic figure. In Queens, Sean has just returned home from work, missing Natalie, who's been away on business for several days. Oh, Sean, you're finally back. My goodness, May exclaims, rushing to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, calm down, May. What is the matter?" Upon hearing Sean's concerned voice, May recounts the distressing events. It appears that Peter's school organized a field trip to Greben Academy, and upon witnessing the chaos on television, May was gripped with fear for Peter's safety, anxiously awaiting Sean's return. After absorbing May's account, Sean swiftly comprehends the situation amidst the cacophony of voices and catches Peter's excited chatter, discussing the recent events at Greben Academy's laboratory. Relieved that Peter is unharmed, Sean guides May into his home, soothing her as she sits down. "Sean, I know you were a skilled bodyguard. I implore you to help bring Peter back, please." May gazes at him with tear-filled eyes, pleading. "Rest assured, didn't see the news, just report that the creature only caused some destruction in the laboratory. It has since left the academy, and Peter should be fine for now. You can stay here and recuperate. I will head to Greben Academy to retrieve him. Is that all right?" Sean tenderly wipes the tears from May's cheeks, gently caressing her beautiful face, comforting her distressed heart. As May felt the warmth of Sean's hand and heard his willingness to venture into such a perilous place for her sake, she could no longer suppress the emotions bubbling within her. Meanwhile, Iron Man was en route. Chapter 17. The Battle of the Yellow and Green Giants within the hallowed halls of Greben Academy. Peter Parker animatedly discussed with his somewhat stunned classmates the nature of the bizarre creature they had just encountered. Meanwhile, on the streets, General Ross ordered his soldiers to retreat, recognizing that their military weaponry was utterly ineffectual against the abomination. This decision, however, left the remaining civilians perilously exposed to the wrath of the monstrous entity. George Stacy watched helplessly as the creature wreaked havoc upon his city, his heart filled with indignation as he noted the retreat of the military. Cursing General Ross under his breath, he resolved, as the Chief of Police of New York, to take charge of the situation. With unwavering determination, he burst forth from his hiding place. "What the military cannot handle, I shall. Stacy, are you out of your mind? It's dangerous over there. Come back." His deputy shouted in alarm, but received no reply. True to his role as chief, Stacy's presence instilled a sense of reassurance among the panicked civilians. He calmly orchestrated the evacuation of the streets, gesturing to those peering from the buildings to remain composed. Consequently, the crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion. The abomination, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, reveled in the terror of the fleeing populace. Yet, as the throngs hastened their retreat, the once bustling buildings now stood silent, their doors barred. Upon noticing Stacy directing the evacuation, the creature comprehended that this man was a disruption to its delight. Stacy, aware of the abomination's focus on him, urged those around him to hasten their escape while he stood his ground, weapon drawn. The abomination, scoffing at the audacity of the small officer, prepared to launch an attack. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from behind, the voice of the Hulk. His adversary had finally arrived. Bruce Banner, having plummeted from a helicopter without transforming, crashed into the ground. While a normal human would have been reduced to a mere puddle, Bruce's life was spared by the Hulk's enhanced resilience. Emerging from the earth, the Hulk finally transformed and clawed his way back to the surface. With a history of conflict against Blonsky before he became the Abomination, the Hulk was eager to exact vengeance. The Abomination, drawn to the Hulk's presence like a shark to blood, charged forward as the Hulk. Seeing the grotesque form rushing towards him, roared and sprinted into the fray. Blonsky, an experienced soldier, tackled the Hulk to the ground, sending them both tumbling across the pavement. "Come on," the Abomination laughed, standing atop a burning car, seemingly impervious to the flames, inviting the Hulk to join him in battle. Dazed but resolute, the Hulk rose from the ground, his head spinning from the impact. Due to prior treatment, his strength was somewhat diminished, and the Abomination, being a formidable fusion of enhanced serum and Hulk's blood, towered over him. Despite this, the Hulk remained cunning. Seizing a nearby police car, he raised it as a makeshift weapon, preparing to strike. George Stacy, witnessing the destruction of his police vehicles, felt a surge of anger, once again cursing General Ross. With the police car now serving as his gauntlet, the Hulk unleashed a barrage of punches upon the Abomination, sending him crashing to the ground, though the makeshift weapon quickly crumbled under the force of the blows. Casting aside the wreckage, the Hulk landed a powerful punch on the fallen abomination, eliciting a disdainful response. "Is that all you've got?" The abomination sneered, before lifting a massive foot and delivering a kick that sent the Hulk flying into a nearby building. The abomination followed, scaling the exterior of the structure, instilling fear in the onlookers within. Observing the Hulk being overpowered, General Ross commanded the gunners in the helicopter to open fire. "Which one do we shoot, sir?" The gunner hesitated, unsure of whom to target. "The greener one. Can't you see?" "Hurry," Ross urged. Finally, the bullets began to rain down upon the abomination, capturing his attention. Turning to face the helicopter, the abomination momentarily abandoned the Hulk, climbing towards a rooftop. Bullets struck surrounding objects as the creature evaded the gunfire, moving with agility across the rooftop. As he reached a safe distance, a malevolent grin spread across the abomination's face, and he leapt towards the helicopter. Realizing he had fallen into Blonsky's trap, General Ross understood the grave danger they faced. While the abomination was formidable, he was not airborne, making the helicopter a prime target. However, once within reach, the helicopter would become his plaything. In a critical moment, the Hulk emerged below, grasping the abomination's legs. While the creature managed to seize the helicopter, the Hulk's interference prevented him from inflicting damage. The two titans struggled, their combined might causing the helicopter to spiral downward, crashing into the ruins below. The Hulk rose from the wreckage, bearing several injuries from the encounter, but he began to heal, albeit slowly. As he approached the remnants of the helicopter, a figure sprang forth, the abomination, still very much alive. Just as the creature prepared to strike once more, a voice resonated through the chaos. "Oh, is this a masquerade ball? Why have I not received an invitation?" Chapter 18. The troublemaker. Everyone present turned their heads, searching for the source of the voice. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, landing squarely between Abomination and Hulk. As the black cloak slowly fell, the crowd was astonished to discover that a person had plummeted from above. In the cracked earth, Sean gradually lifted his head, surveying the onlookers. He was clad in a black bodysuit adorned with dark patterns, with silver accents at the wrists, waist, and the edges of his boots. A black cloak connected at his collar draped over him, and his face was obscured by an irregularly edged black mask. "Who is this clown? Get lost!" Abomination sneered derisively, towering over the diminutive Sean. His mind was solely focused on defeating the small green figure before him, showing no interest in the unexpected arrival of Sean. General Ross, observing this sudden appearance, was equally perplexed. While others fled from the battle between Hulk and Abomination, this individual chose to approach them, dressed in such an odd ensemble. What was with that cloak? Was he intending to perform an opera? Nonetheless, General Ross was intrigued by Sean's entrance. Such gravitational acceleration was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Seeing Sean standing still, Abomination grew impatient. He leapt down from the wreckage of the helicopter and swung a mighty slap towards Sean. "Stop!" shouted George Stacy, rushing in upon witnessing Abomination's attack on an ordinary person, brandishing his gun and yelling urgently. Poor George had arrived on foot, his police car wrecked by Hulk, and had missed the preceding chaos. He had only just arrived to see Abomination poised to strike Sean. Betty, supporting General Ross, screamed and shut her eyes, afraid of witnessing the gruesome scene, burying her head against her father's shoulder. Crack! Boom! Bang! After a series of explosive sounds, General Ross gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, feeling as though his understanding of reality had been shattered once again. This is impossible," he muttered to himself. In his mind, Hulk was the strongest single combatant, and now Abomination had emerged, seemingly evenly matched with Hulk, which was already astonishing enough. Yet now, a mysterious figure appeared, effortlessly absorbing Abomination's assault. As Abomination's hand descended, Sean remained immobile, perceiving Abomination's movements as if they were in slow motion. Just as the massive hand was about to make contact, he raised his left arm to receive the powerful blow. Simultaneously, George Stacy fired a shot at Abomination, fully aware it would have little effect, but hoping to divert Abomination's attention and provide the opera-singing newcomer a chance to escape. However, the outcome he witnessed exceeded his wildest comprehension. The third sound emanated from Hulk. Though not particularly intelligent, Hulk disliked Abomination and aimed to thwart him. He intended to leap forward to save Sean, but was taken aback when he found Sean firmly rooted to the ground like a tower, causing him to crash into Sean's back with a dull thud. "Quite strong," Sean remarked, ignoring Hulk's impact while smiling faintly at Abomination. Abomination's light yellow pupils constricted, followed by an internal surge of rage. It was one thing to lose to Hulk, but now, having transformed into this monstrous form to gain the power to defeat Hulk, he was incredulous that he could not even overcome a regular person. "No, I refuse to believe it." Abomination roared as he charged at Sean, only to be effortlessly blocked by a single hand. From the sidelines, General Ross discerned that Abomination's strength and this enigmatic man were not even in the same league. While Abomination's furious attacks had lost their rhythm, they were significantly more powerful than usual. Yet, the mysterious figure managed to deflect each blow effortlessly, as if it were child's play. In stark contrast to Abomination's massive physique and enormous fists, the mysterious man appeared almost childlike, yet in their contest of strength and speed, they were entirely opposite. Hulk watched in a daze, unable to comprehend how this small figure had just withstood his attack, and now stood firm against Abomination. George Stacy's mouth hung open, large enough to fit a light bulb, if not for the repeated explosive sounds of their clashes echoing through the air. He might have suspected that the yellow monster was merely putting on a theatrical performance alongside the cloaked man. This cannot be happening. Abomination halted his assault, staring vacantly at Sean, who was significantly smaller than him. "Are we done? Tired already? I haven't even warmed up." Sean twisted his neck and turned to face Hulk. "How about you take a turn? Or perhaps both of you together?" Though Sean's expression was concealed by his mask, everyone present could perceive the teasing tone in his voice. Can he be serious? Hulk, already in a state of fury, lunged at Sean in a wild flurry of punches. "Too slow. Your speed and strength are inferior to that ugly creature behind you." The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Who was this person? Whose side was he on? How could he take on both Abomination and Hulk? Moreover, in front of him, Abomination and Hulk seemed like mere children being toyed with. Amidst his astonishment, General Ross found himself increasingly captivated by Sean. If every soldier in his army could possess such power, or even just half or a quarter of Sean's strength, his military would be formidable indeed. Crucially, Sean appeared just like an average person, a significant advantage for soldiers in combat. After all, if they resembled Abomination or Hulk, certain missions would be rendered impossible. Hulk continued his furious roars, his anger escalating as he had never encountered such an opponent before. Sean could distinctly sense that Hulk's strength had surpassed Abomination's. If Hulk were to engage Abomination now, Abomination would likely be beaten to a pulp. Hey, it seems like Abomination's current state is unrecognizable to his mother. As Hulk relentlessly pounded Sean, Abomination charged once more. Now, this is more like it. Sean sidestepped Abomination's ambush, laughing heartily. Though Sean's speed was remarkable, he found it challenging to contend with the number of limbs attacking him. While he could still deflect the blows, he was no longer the calm figure he had been. He began to evade punches and kicks from both Abomination and Hulk. At this point, Sean truly began to take the battle seriously. As the three of them clashed and maneuvered, the surrounding debris was thoroughly destroyed, leaving a trail of fissures in their wake. Furthermore, Sean ceased using his biological force field to manage the waves of energy created by their collisions, which sent the onlookers flying. George Stacy's police hat was swept away to an unknown corner. Hulk smash! The enraged Hulk raised both fists and slammed them onto the ground, causing the earth to fracture towards Sean's direction, hoping to restrict his movements. Not a bad move, but unfortunately, Sean dodged the attack while catching Abomination's blow, shifting his feet just enough. Abomination, intent solely on attacking Sean, stumbled and trapped one of his legs in the fissure. Abomination glared fiercely at Hulk, who defiantly shouted back at him, "What are you looking at? Look at you, you big fool. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 19, you brat. All done." Sean clapped his hands, gazing at the fallen Hulk and Abomination on the ground. Just moments ago, as Abomination and Hulk shared a tender gaze, Sean leaped forward, delivering a swift strike that sent Abomination crashing down. That's what you get for ambushing me. No honor in combat. As for Hulk, recalling that Natalie might be interested in him, Sean found his green hue quite jarring, thus imparting a set of military boxing techniques to him. Hulk, being rather dim-witted, learned with a crooked mouth and squinty eyes, losing several teeth in the process. Ultimately, Sean even taught him a secret technique, a legendary martial arts move, the shadow kick. As Hulk clutched his groin and roared hoarsely, Sean circled around him, delivering another precise strike. Youth is a blessing. He collapsed and fell asleep. As Hulk's body began to shrink rapidly, his green skin fading away, Bruce Banner awakened. If I were you, I'd run now. Otherwise, when they surround you. Escaping one TB so easy, Sean warned, furrowing his brow. He had just heard a somewhat familiar voice and turned to look in that direction, catching a glimpse of a graceful figure hiding nearby. Bruce, with a few missing teeth and a swollen face, watched Sean with trepidation. He had witnessed the entire fight but lacked control over his own body. He understood the immense power contained within this mysterious man, but could not fathom why Sean had treated Hulk in such a manner. Did they bear a grudge? Upon hearing Sean's warning, Bruce realized it was not the time for questions. He had already heard the sound of approaching helicopters, indicating that the police and military were on their way. He rose, clutching his sagging trousers with one hand while desperately covering his groin with the other, feeling as if his legs were broken. After surveying the situation, Bruce scurried toward a corner of the ruins, running while emitting a low hiss. The few individuals sent flying by the shockwaves of the previous battle noticed the sight, had fallen eerily silent, and began to approach cautiously. Before they could assess the scene, a tremendous sonic boom erupted, followed by a powerful gust of wind, and then they saw a figure soaring into the sky. Quick, follow that flying figure. I need to know where he went. Use any means necessary and find him. General Ross realized that the figure might be the mysterious man and rushed toward the ruins, directing his subordinates to look up at the sky. Now, the ruins were left with only cracked ground and the unconscious abomination. The hastily arriving police and soldiers aimed their weapons at the yellow creature below, fearful that it might awaken and cause harm. Helicopters hovered in the night sky, their searchlights sweeping across the area, yet they yielded no results. Where's Bruce? Betty, unable to locate her former lover, asked anxiously. General Ross was consumed by frustration and anger, so he did not respond to his daughter. His men had just reported that they had lost track of the flying figure. The mysterious man had vanished as if he had never existed, and even radar showed no signs of him, leaving Hulk missing from the scene. Having stirred up such chaos in New York, all Ross had to show for it was the abomination, a creature he least respected, leaving him with a feeling akin to shooting himself in the foot. George Stacy, bald-headed, called for backup from the New York Police Department. Seeing the battle had ended, he led a group of officers to start wrapping things up. General, an unidentified flying object is approaching rapidly. Upon hearing this, Ross felt a surge of hope, believing they had finally located the mysterious man. Just as he prepared to give the order to intercept, a garbled voice crackled through the communication channel, followed by a red metallic figure trailing a plume of flame in midair. Hello, General Ross. Good evening. Wow, look at this mess. What did I miss? Are you throwing a party here? What's that bare-bottom thing on the ground? Your new boy toy? Stark, in the mirrored space, Sean had changed his attire and appeared at Graber Academy. Observing his current appearance, no one would have guessed he had just battled two monsters not far away. San, how did you end up here? I must tell you, today has been exhilarating. Just now, the military and police arrived together, seemingly to capture someone unknown. Then suddenly, a monster dropped down with a bang. P.S. It was incredibly ugly. The military began firing, but they were no match for that creature. I suspect the military is conducting some clandestine experiments, and that monster is one of their creations. Their deployment was to capture it. Ugly as it was indeed powerful, injuring many before fleeing into the streets. We kept hearing thudding sounds. I wonder if the military used some large weapon. Pipe down, Peter. Sean could hardly tolerate Peter's incessant chatter and gestured for silence. Okay, but how did you end up here? Peter, interrupted, seemed reluctant to stop. All for you. The news has covered everything that transpired here, and May is about to lose her mind. Sean rolled his eyes. Oh, but my classmates and teachers. Peter shrank back, recalling May's worried expression, glancing at the teacher who had fainted and the group of students who were either terrified or excited. As the two conversed, a large number of police officers arrived to begin cleanup. The unconscious teacher was taken away by an ambulance, reportedly suffering from severe psychological trauma, unable to handle the situation better than a child. All remaining students were taken under police custody. If someone came to pick them up, they would be released after confirming their identity. Those without anyone to collect them would be returned home after police verified their addresses. Sean drove towards Queens, with Peter sitting in the passenger seat, using Sean's phone to reassure May. Initially, Sean had no intention of involving himself in the conflict between Abomination and Hulk. After all, Peter was unscathed, and they could simply pick him up from Grayburn Academy and leave. However, he suddenly recalled the earlier conversation between Natalie and the Black Egg, thinking it might be advantageous to create an identity to divert their attention. He also wanted to test the extent of his newfound powers. Sean, May is looking for you. Peter passed the phone over. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving unsafely leads to tears for loved ones. Please tell her it's inconvenient to talk right now. I'll explain later. May, Sean says you're his family, Peter said before promptly hanging up. Sean shot a sidelong glance at Peter, who was stifling a laugh. You brat, are you really that good at grasping the point? Chapter 20. The Gallant Horseman. If there is anything fresh to report from New York lately, it would undoubtedly be the grand battle that recently transpired in Upper Manhattan. Oh, and let us not forget the forthcoming Stark Industries Expo. Initially, the announcement of the expo generated little excitement, but the recent clash in Manhattan changed that narrative, even drawing the illustrious Iron Man to the scene. Now, every New Yorker is abuzz with discussions about the events of that fateful day, speculating wildly. Some claim it involved mutants, others assert it was robots, while a few suggest it was military experiments, and some even whisper of demons from the netherworld. Yet, most of these rumors are mere fabrications. As the sun ascended, casting its warm glow upon the earth, Sean stood at his post, eyes closed, relishing the sun's benevolence. Recently, the entire company had been occupied with preparations for the expo, leaving the office largely deserted, which afforded him a rare moment of tranquility. However, he wasn't particularly busy to begin with. Are you slacking off during work hours? Be cautious. I might just report you to the legal department. A sweet voice disrupted Sean's serenity. Opening his eyes, he beheld Natalie, clad in a form-fitting black pencil skirt and professional attire. A slight embarrassment washed over him, for he had recently indulged in the fiery warmth of May's affections. But as he recalled Natalie's identity and her eventual interest in that hulking green figure, he swiftly dismissed his bashfulness. When did you return? I came back earlier, but had some family matters to attend to, which delayed my return to work, Natalie replied, her composure unwavering. I hear there have been quite a few happenings in New York lately. Indeed, the Stark Industries Expo is imminent. Coupled with the chaos of that battle in Upper Manhattan, which has left everyone on edge, Sean responded, raising his hands in resignation. So, what exactly transpired in Manhattan that day? Natalie's curiosity was palpable. I'm not entirely sure. By the time I arrived, it seemed to have concluded. What? You were on site that day? Natalie's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, Peter happened to be at Grayburn Academy for an event, and the news reported that the creature had escaped from there, causing May considerable concern. She asked me to retrieve Peter, and by the time I located him, the police were already conducting damage control. As Natalie absorbed Sean's account, she mentally compared it with her own knowledge of the events, realizing that his statements aligned perfectly, leaving little room for suspicion. She was left wondering what had prompted Nick Fury to suspect Sean in the first place. Oh, by the way, the public has already coined a nickname for Sean's new alter ego. Although no one observed him up close during his encounter with the Abomination and Hulk, someone managed to capture footage from afar. They noted his all-black attire and elusive nature, dubbing him Black Shadow, which translates to Shadow Hero, in Washington, D.C. at the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters in the Triskelion. Nick Fury gazed at several reports on his desk, a frown etching his brow. It was indeed a tumultuous time. He pushed aside the documents in front of him and picked up the one at the bottom, marked with a red top secret stamp. This document contained merely a single page, showcasing a clear aerial photograph of Sean, clad in black attire and a mask. The text was sparse. Shadow Hero, codename, estimated height, 3 feet. Origin unknown, possibly non-human. Emerged during the Upper Manhattan battle, descended from the sky, subdued the Hulk and Abomination single-handedly, then vanished. Current observations indicate superhuman strength, speed, and flight capabilities with radar evasion, invisibility. It remains unclear whether this represents the entirety of his abilities. Nick Fury set the document down and retrieved a beeper from his pocket, contemplating its red and blue design before stowing it away. A thunderous sound resonated through the sky as Tony made his grand entrance, arriving late to the battle in Manhattan. His subsequent media coverage, while it did feature Iron Man, was overshadowed by the enigmatic Shadow Hero, much to Tony's chagrin. As the ever-proud Tony Stark, he could not tolerate being upstaged. Thus, he hastened to officially commence the Stark Industries Expo, successfully capturing widespread attention. At the expo, vibrant music filled the venue, with dancers clad in alluring Iron Man costumes captivating the male audience below. Suddenly, a fiery figure descended from the heavens to the stage, igniting cheers from the crowd. As mechanical arms peeled away the iron suit, Tony triumphantly flashed a peace sign to the audience. In the backstage area, Sean observed a group of exuberant women in the audience, bemused by the sight of water cascading down their legs. How scandalous, he muttered, though it was unclear whether he referred to Tony or someone else entirely. As the music halted and the dancers exited the stage amidst the crowd's fervor, Tony commenced his self-congratulatory monologue. I won't say it, but the reason the world enjoys prolonged peace is due to my efforts. Sean closed his eyes, feeling somewhat nostalgic for May's warm embrace. What? Have you been moved by my deeply resonant speech? Tony teased as he descended from the stage, noticing Sean's tightly shut eyes. Sean opened his eyes, glowering at the smug Tony, wishing he could unleash a blast of repulsor rays. Sensing the faint reddening of Sean's pupils, Tony quickly shifted the conversation. Relax, relax. In a few days, I'll take you out for some fun. Just as Sean was about to inquire about the nature of the outing, Happy approached. The car is ready outside, he announced in his deep voice. Tony, taken aback by Happy's sudden seriousness, wondered what had prompted this shift. Happy's concern stemmed from his understanding of Sean's past accomplishments and his fear of losing his standing. Be cautious. The scene outside is quite chaotic, Happy advised dutifully. Finally, after a considerable struggle through the crowd, Tony and Sean emerged, their hands laden with several business cards from eager women. Happy cast a jealous glance at the cards in Sean's possession, while Tony was a renowned billionaire and playboy, drawing admirers wherever he went. Happy couldn't fathom how Sean had also attracted attention. What about me? I am a formidable figure. Chapter 21. The ex-wife creator, is it still the case that when you buy a new car, you get a beautiful model along with it? Tony teased as he noticed a stunning woman standing next to his new sports car. Hello, gorgeous. Do you need something? A confident smile adorned Tony's face. Judge, I have something for you. The blonde beauty introduced herself, her gaze lingering on the striking Sean. Hi, I'm Sarah. Sarah tucked her hair behind her ear, gracefully stepping past Tony to greet Sean with a radiant smile. Hello, Sean Hunter. Sean politely nodded. Nice to meet you, Sean, Sarah replied, her smoky-eye makeup exuding an alluring charm. Likewise. Witnessing their engrossed exchange, Tony suddenly felt his new sports car lost its appeal if it couldn't attract a woman. What was its purpose? Hello, I'm still here. Do you want me to book a room for you too? Tony lamented, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Oh, my apologies. Here, South your court summons. Sarah shyly handed over the document, her eyes darting towards Sean intermittently. Tony gazed at the summons with a mix of confusion and displeasure, which Happy promptly took from him. Tony had a hunch about its origin. Not long ago, he had learned from his good friend Rhodey that certain individuals were eyeing his armor, and this summons was likely a signal. However, Tony was unfazed. His position afforded him a level of immunity, and he had already devised a plan to counter any confrontations. Sarah informed Tony that he was ordered to appear at the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing in Washington at 9 a.m. the following morning. Knowing Sean preferred to avoid the limelight in court, Tony decided against bringing him along. Given your recent behavior, I've decided not to take you on a day trip to Washington, Happy, seated in the passenger seat of the sports car, smirked at Sean, feeling he was the boss's closest confidant. Whatever, besides, your new car can't fit 3 people, Sean scoffed, glancing at the convertible. With the roar of the engine, Tony sped away, leaving Sean and the enchanting Judge Sarah behind. Would you like to grab a drink? There's a nice tavern downstairs, Sarah suggested, her chest slightly puffed out. Sean smirked at Sarah's direct invitation. Sounds good, very straightforward. While Tony dashed down the highway in his car, Sean was also driving his own vehicle, sleek and powerful, the engine sound resonating magnificently. Sean next heard from Tony a few days later, but this time it was Pepper reaching out. Hi, Pepper. Congratulations on becoming the new president. Now, you're my superior, Sean greeted her. What can I do for you? Big boss. Oh, please, Sean, you know me too well. I'm always the one worrying. I wanted to discuss offering you the position of security consultant for the company. You won't need to do much regularly, but I may call on you during special circumstances. What do you think? Pepper's tone remained amicable, despite her new title, and she recognized Sean's unique position. So, I'm getting a promotion with a pay raise, and I won't have to work? That sounds like an early retirement. I knew choosing you as a support was a wise decision, Sean replied, opting for a laid-back approach. Thank you for the compliment. Since you've agreed, I'd like you to join Tony and me on this trip to Monaco. We have another surprise for you. Another surprise? Well, I suppose I can attend for the sake of the gift. Sean recalled Tony mentioning taking him out for some fun, indicating that this trip had been planned well in advance. In Europe, at the Monaco racing event, Sean appeared effortlessly relaxed in the passenger seat, truly embodying the essence of a vacation. I think I could dress like this next time. After all, I'm not the president anymore, Sean remarked, observing Tony in discomfort as he adjusted his tie, enviously eyeing Sean's casual attire. Absolutely not. Even if you're no longer president, your actions still impact Stark Industries. Pepper swiftly rebuffed Tony's protest. What difference does casual wear make? Tony muttered under his breath. What did you say? Pepper shot him a disapproving glance. Fine, fine. The president has the final say. Tony, suddenly aware of the surprise he might unveil for Pepper, lost his confidence. As their playful banter continued, they arrived at the hotel. This is Europe, so just go with the flow. Regardless of what happens, Tony cautioned Pepper, his earlier bravado faltering. What do you mean? Pepper questioned, glancing back at Sean and Happy, who were carrying luggage. Sean smiled knowingly. He had already grasped Tony's notion of going with the flow. I suspect he has arranged a surprise for you. Only when Pepper spotted the radiant figure approaching did she comprehend Sean's implication. Mr. Stark, how was your journey? Natalie greeted, her deep V dress complementing her hair color, pausing momentarily when her gaze fell upon Sean. Sean chose not to disturb Natalie at her work, retreating to the bar for a glass of lemonade. Drinking alcohol held little appeal for him. Hello, I'm Christine from Vanity Fair, a sweet voice chimed from behind Sean. He recognized the forward blonde woman. Hello, c'est Hunter. As a journalist, Christine possessed a keen instinct. She had noticed the new face accompanying Tony and Pepper when they entered, prompting her to approach Sean for further inquiry. Are you a friend of Tony Stark? Christine inquired, twirling her golden hair. Before Sean could respond, a bespectacled man hurried over, anxiety etched on his face. Hey, who are you? Christine is here for an exclusive interview with me. He then pointedly warned the blonde reporter, don't be fooled. Look at this guy's attire. He is likely just a European vagrant looking for a free meal. Since making a fool of himself at the hearing, Justin Hammer had desperately sought to redeem his image through Vanity Fair and was surprised to see such a stunning journalist. Knowing Tony Stark would be attending the Monaco race, he had deliberately brought Christine along, hoping to forge a connection with Tony while impressing the blonde beauty with his prowess. However, after excusing himself multiple times to relieve himself, he emerged to find a captivating reporter engaged in conversation with a tall, handsome young man, an intolerable sight. Do you have an invitation, sir? Justin Hammer inquired haughtily. Sizing Sean up, Sean assessed the man before him and recalled his identity. Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Industries, the infamous creator of the ex-wife missile. Chapter 22. We are also people of status. What has happened, Sean? Tony and Pepper, having overheard Justin Hammer's loud voice, approached him, initially reluctant to engage. Nothing much. Just someone suspects I am a European vagabond sneaking in for a free meal, Sean chuckled, dismissing Justin's clownish behavior. While Sean remained unfazed, Tony and Pepper were concerned. Not only was Sean now affiliated with Stark Industries, but the fact that he had once saved Tony's life, coupled with his mysterious abilities, warranted their attention. Oh, isn't that the gentleman whose military contract was just terminated? Tony's remarks were as incisive as ever. The contract is merely on hold. Do you know him? Justin's tone dropped, realizing he had made an error. This is our group's new consultant, Mr. Sean Hunter. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you, Natalie, Tony said mysteriously, glancing at Sean. As Natalie approached with a heartfelt demeanor, Sean jokingly remarked, "You aren't planning to present Natalie as a gift, are you?" "Dream on." Tony rolled his eyes. "This is my new personal assistant. The gift she carries is yours." He proudly introduced Natalie to Sean, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Look at my assistant. She's far prettier than that blind enforcement officer from the other day." Mr. Stark has generously gifted a portion of his company's shares to Mr. Sean Hunter as a token of appreciation. This is the share transfer agreement. Natalie observed Sean, internally perplexed. Although Sean had indeed saved Tony's life, such a lavish gesture seemed unwarranted. Christine, who had just engaged Sean in conversation, gasped in surprise. As a reporter, she understood the value and significance of such shares, and the onlookers shared her astonishment at Tony's direct gift of equity. Sean glanced at Tony's chest, noting the alarming accumulation of toxins. It appeared he was already arranging for what lay ahead. Although the shares were not numerous, their worth was substantial. Stark Industries stock was no longer merely on the rise. It was skyrocketing, and the value of these shares would only increase. As the palladium content in Tony's blood escalated, his poisoning worsened. He likely felt his time was limited, and by giving away shares, he was both expressing gratitude for Sean's life-saving intervention and perhaps hoping Sean would safeguard Pepper in the future. With this thought, Sean cast a glance at Pepper and patted Tony on the shoulder, signaling understanding. Upon signing the agreement, Sean became a shareholder in Stark Industries. He too had attained a measure of status. Sean was confident that Tony would survive this ordeal, yet for Tony, these shares represented a mere fraction of his wealth, too good to pass up, especially since he had yet to be compensated for previous private endeavors. As Natalie observed the man before her, she began to reconsider her previous judgment of Sean. "Natalie, ahem." "Natalie," Tony called, noticing her rapt gaze upon Sean. He feared if he remained silent any longer, his newly appointed assistant might bolt. "I'm here, Mr. Stark. Is there anything else?" Natalie quickly regained her professional demeanor. "Nothing more. You may go." Tony watched as the charming Natalie obediently departed, relieved that she still belonged to him. Once Natalie had swayed her way out, Pepper addressed the still-stunned Justin Hammer with unreserved candor. "Mr. Hammer, I hope you will ensure your glasses are cleaned properly in the future. It would prevent you from mistaking the wrong individuals." "Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting with Mr. Hunter," Justin replied awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. "Oh, by the way, this is Christine from Vanity Fair. And this is the illustrious Pepper Potts, the new president of Stark Industries, alongside our newly minted shareholder. A significant newsworthy event." Justin introduced them with great fanfare, flattering Pepper while attempting to curry favor with Christine. Christine, well aware of who Pepper was, recalled their previous interview at Tony's mansion, where she had briefly crossed verbal swords with Pepper. It was astonishing how the once unassuming housekeeper had transformed into someone of such stature. Yet, as a journalist, Christine had encountered far more awkward situations. She seized a moment to say to Pepper, "Of course, I recognize you. Please grant me the opportunity to interview you. Otherwise, my editor may have my head. I'm begging you." Seeing Christine's pitiful expression, Sean remarked, "Ah, it seems no profession is without its struggles." Indeed, Christine's plea struck a chord. Pepper, feeling sympathetic, agreed, and excused herself to freshen up in the restroom. With the matter of his earlier rudeness seemingly forgotten, Justin attempted to cozy up to Tony, proposing a photo op that would greatly benefit Hammer Industries' publicity. "Oh heavens, please spare me. I can't endure this. It's utterly nauseating. Let's leave, Sean." Tony vigorously shook off Justin's clingy grip, hastily leading Sean away. "I can hardly tolerate this shameless fellow," Tony muttered in frustration. "Is he more shameless than you?" Sean chuckled. Tony shot Sean a resentful glance. "You are aware, aren't you? Tony suddenly looked around and whispered, recognizing Sean's mysterious abilities. How long has it been? Sean surveyed the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. It's been some time. As long as I continue using the Iron Man suit, this will only accelerate, Tony replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. He had never anticipated that the device that had once saved his life would ultimately become his death knell. If you had sought me out when you first noticed the symptoms, I might have had a solution. Now, the situation has deteriorated too much for me to assist. Sean said apologetically. Is that so? Then I suppose I should relish the time I have left. Tony suddenly laughed, adopting a what will be attitude. Observing Tony's demeanor, Sean cautioned, there may still be a way to resolve this. Trust me, I have exhausted every element, every possible combination. There is no alternative. Tony asserted with confidence in his scientific prowess. Perhaps not all possibilities have been explored, Sean replied with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Tony frowned, intrigued. What you consider all are merely the known variables. What about the unknown? Sean hinted, choosing not to elaborate further. What do you mean by unknown? If I don't know it, how can I discover it? You must learn to explore for yourself instead of relying on others. Though Sean's advice bore wisdom, Tony still felt the urge to punch him. Chapter 23. The lightning whip. As Tony settled into his beloved race car, his mind lingered on Sean's mention of the unknown. Could there truly be an undiscovered element capable of replacing palladium? Shaking his head vigorously, Tony dismissed the thought, finding Sean's lack of understanding of scientific possibilities to be rather exasperating. As the lights on the racetrack flickered, Tony sped off, the exhilarating velocity swiftly banishing all worries and Sean's words from his mind. The racetrack was now his sole focus, amidst the electrifying atmosphere of the race. News of Tony Stark personally competing spread like wildfire. Pepper, watching the live broadcast in the hotel, called out to Natalie, Tony's new assistant. Are you aware of this? She exclaimed, assuming it was Tony's directive. I just found out, Natalie replied, shaking her head in bemusement. Memories of Tony's past reckless exploits flooded Pepper's mind, reminiscent of her own bewildered reactions when she was his assistant. Noticing Pepper's stunned expression, Natalie inquired, how may I assist you? Regaining her composure, Pepper promptly requested, please summon Happy. I need him. As Natalie turned to leave, Pepper added, and after finding Happy, see if you can locate Sean. San? Natalie responded, puzzled as to why Sean was needed. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, a corpulent mechanic breached the safety barriers, eliciting gasps from the onlookers as he recklessly entered the track. With an unperturbed demeanor, he removed his specialized helmet, revealing no sign of panic as racing cars whizzed past him. He unzipped his bulky orange jumpsuit, and as the camera zoomed in, a circular device reminiscent of an arc reactor was unveiled on his chest. Suddenly, his jumpsuit ignited, and two long whips extended from his outstretched arms. The spectators soon realized this was no act of desperation. The reactor on his chest powered up, and the whips began to pulsate with arcs of electricity as Ivan Vanko advanced deliberately, raising a whip to strike at the rapidly approaching race car. In an instant, the vehicle was cleaved in two, its edges glowing with intense heat and smoothness. The severed car rolled off the track and crashed into the barriers, triggering a fiery explosion, while personnel outside scrambled to extinguish the flames and evacuate the crowd. Sean, where are you? My goodness, someone has charged into the arena. Happy and I are en route. But I can't fathom why Tony would rush into the race without even grabbing his suitcase. It's here with me. Pepper babbled incoherently on the phone. Stay calm, Pepper. I've got this. Don't worry. Sean reassured her as he watched the broadcast, realizing Ivan Vanko had just sliced Tony's vehicle. At that moment, Tony found himself trapped in the overturned car, while Ivan Vanko brandished his whips, creating a cacophony as he approached. Just as Ivan prepared to unleash his lightning whip, a gasp erupted from the crowd. What is that? Someone shouted, pointing at a funnel-shaped cloud forming above, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. As the sound echoed, a streak descended from the heavens, heading straight for the racetrack. Meanwhile, alarms blared at S.H.I.E.L. DS Triskelion headquarters across the ocean. Director, you need to see this. Coulson rushed into Nick Fury's office, only to find his superior already engrossed in the unfolding events on screen. Is it him? Nick Fury inquired gravely. The data team has confirmed. The likelihood is over 90%, Coulson relayed, having just received the information through his earpiece. Is Agent Romanoff on site? Nick asked, noticing Tony Stark's name flash on the screen. Yes, sir. Get in touch with her. On the Monaco racetrack, Ivan Vanko wielded his electric whips, unleashing his pin-up hatred and fury. His father, Anton Vanko, had once collaborated with Tony's father, Howard Stark, on the arc reactor. While Howard became a titan of the military-industrial complex, Anton languished in poverty in the cold wilderness of Siberia, ultimately meeting a tragic end. This rift had ignited Ivan's deep-seated animosity towards the Stark family, compelling him to exact revenge on every member of the clan. With a crack of his whip, Ivan assessed the wreckage, only to find Tony Stark was not among the severed pieces. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, a piece of car debris struck him from behind, launched by the agile Tony. Damn it! The Starks have no sense of fair play, Ivan exclaimed, retaliating with a swift whip that sent the debris flying. Now weaponless, Tony resorted to evasion, dodging Ivan's relentless strikes. With each lash of the whip, the tension escalated. After several narrow escapes, Tony finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, mere inches from the scorched marks left by the strikes. Realizing that his most formidable attack had failed to subdue Tony, Ivan raised his whips once more, determined to unleash another barrage. With the crackling sound of electricity filling the air, this time the whips did not retract. Who are you? Ivan asked, astonished to see a man clad in black, donning a mask and cloak, effortlessly grasping the end of his whip. Sean held the flickering whip, unfazed by the electric arcs, as he confronted Ivan. Tony, believing he was about to be struck, dashed forward only to hear Ivan's voice behind him. When he turned, he beheld the enigmatic figure standing firm. Undeterred, Ivan swung his other whip, striking Sean and generating sparks. Watch out! Tony yelled from behind Sean, relieved when he saw Sean standing unharmed, gripping the other whip's tail. While this holds no effect on me, I'm not one to indulge in masochism. Should you strike again, I will retaliate, Sean remarked nonchalantly, as if conversing with an old friend. Ivan, perceptive enough to notice that his attacks had left no marks on Sean's dark, patterned suit, asked, Are you the Shadow Knight? It was then that Tony recognized Sean's attire. He had been slightly aware of this mysterious figure who had emerged during the New York battle. Should I address you as Iron Man or Tony Stark? Sean quipped, surveying Tony's disheveled state. Tony cleared his throat, realizing the jest at his expense for not wearing his armored suit. At that moment, Happy finally drove Pepper to the scene, where they spotted the three individuals from a distance. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, Happy pressed the accelerator and sped towards them. No. Chapter 24. Attempting to cut through the middle as Tony realized that a car was barreling towards him from the opposite direction, he shouted a desperate warning. But it was far too late. Happy slammed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle into Ivan Vanko, sending him crashing against the guardrail. While the car's front was aimed directly at Sean. Right behind Sean was Tony, who, seeing that there was no time to evade, scrambled up the iron mesh of the guardrail, desperately trying to elevate his body above the impending impact. In that split second before the collision, the immense kinetic energy caused the rear of the car to lift off the ground. Inside, Pepper felt her body suspended in midair, covering her eyes and screaming in terror. Happy was startled as the airbag deployed with a loud pop, leaving him somewhat dazed. Clang! As the luxury car's rear safely descended, Tony discovered that Sean had placed both hands against the front of the car, miraculously halting the high-speed onslaught. Unbeknownst to Tony, Sean had employed a biological force field to safeguard the vehicle. Otherwise, had Happy continued at that speed, the car would have been utterly destroyed, and its occupants would have sustained injuries. Thanks to Sean's intervention, the car had merely endured a minor impact. At that moment, Ivan Vanko, who had just been flung against the guardrail, managed to rise to his feet. He immediately recognized Pepper in the car, then turned to Tony with a cruel smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he lashed his whip towards the back seat of the vehicle. No! Tony cried out heart-wrenchingly as he watched Pepper. Yet, the anticipated scene of her being cleaved in two did not materialize. Confused, Tony looked up to see Sean, having unexpectedly leaped into the air, intercepting the whip just in time. You twisted pervert, this is getting annoying. Didn't I just say I'm not a masochist? Sean's words momentarily froze the smile on Ivan's face. I didn't T-strike. Boom. Sean's figure vanished mid-air, only to reappear where Ivan had just been standing. In the wake of a resounding crash, Ivan found himself embedded in the guardrail, which had been subjected to forces beyond its design limitations, finally yielding to the assault. Ivan gasped, relieved that his dual whip armor had mitigated some of the damage. Sean's earlier strike had not been forceful. It was merely a gentle nudge. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Happy, bring the car over. Pepper, give me the case. Tony commanded, snapping back to reality. After the harrowing ordeal, Pepper, still dazed, tossed the case over her shoulder. Tony watched as the case slid toward him, stepping onto it to activate the mechanism. Grasping the two rising handles, he pulled the entire case toward his chest, and in an instant, the armor began to envelop him. The onlookers erupted in thunderous applause. For Tony Stark as Iron Man was a figure of great renown, far more so than Sean's new guys. Step back, Tony instructed the two in the car, then turned his gaze towards Sean and Ivan. Who are you? Why did you save Tony Stark? Ivan, injured and speaking in a language other than English, demanded. Before Sean could respond, a voice interjected, wait. He wants to kill you, and you want to save him? Sean questioned, perplexed. No, I wish to handle this personally, came Tony's resolute reply from beneath his mask. Sean shrugged indifferently, stepping aside to observe the unfolding drama. Ivan, embedded in the guardrail, felt a flicker of despair. His original plan had been to eliminate Tony, believing that such an act would ensure his own survival. After all, he was equipped with devices designed specifically for this purpose. Even if he failed, the spectacle of battling Iron Man would attract enemies of Tony, presenting him with better opportunities. Yet, the unexpected appearance of Sean had thwarted his plans, preventing him from even grazing Tony's armor. Now, Tony Stark had willingly placed himself in harm's way, seeking his own demise. How could this not excite Ivan? Bloodless. He struggled free from the guardrail and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Disdain etched across his face as he regarded Tony, now clad in his armor. Tony raised his hand, preparing to unleash a repulsor blast, only to find that Ivan was well aware of his capabilities. The whip, crackling with arcs of electricity, struck Tony, causing him to stagger under the intense heat. The uncharged attack fell futile, and a section of the armor's plating melted away, exposing the racing suit beneath. Tony persisted, raising his hand again, but Ivan continued to lash out with the whip, interrupting each of Tony's attempts before they could even form. Sean, watching from the sidelines, shook his head and remarked, "You're making a fool of yourself." What? Though Ivan's attacks had yet to yield results, Tony's armor remained resilient. He still had the presence of mind to respond to Sean's taunts. Have you never played a game? What is the archer's advantage? I know, but Pepper and the others are still here. Tony understood that Sean's insistence on keeping the distance was due to the presence of Happy and Pepper in the car. You still don't grasp my meaning. Do you think all archers are fragile? If you can't create distance, then close in. Tony, attempt to cut through the middle. Sean insisted earnestly. Though Tony's intellect would have led him to this conclusion without prompting, Sean could no longer tolerate Tony's incessant flailing onto the whip. Ivan, no fool himself, recognized that with Tony's armor, should he close the distance, the outcome would surely favor Tony in hand-to-hand combat. Though he had contingency plans, he could not guarantee his own survival. He had to take a gamble. With a fierce spin, Ivan swung his whip with all his might, the electrified lash wrapping around Tony's neck, intending to publicly decapitate him amidst the crowd's gaze. Tony, observing the warnings of various malfunctions on his suit, recognized the dual nature of the crisis. Danger also presented opportunity. Grasping the whip, he braved the searing heat, closing the distance to Ivan, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that felled his adversary. Ivan lay on the ground, his head ringing, his sole hope now to preserve his life for a chance at redemption. Isn't it better to send him straight to God? Sean remarked as he watched Tony violently dismantle the reactor from Ivan's chest, contemplating the likelihood of Ivan's return. He has already lost the capacity to resist, Tony observed, analyzing the reactor's smart diagnostics before him, lost in thought. Do as you wish, but do not blame me for not warning you when the time comes. Who are you truly? Tony turned to the masked stranger, feeling an unsettling curiosity about Sean's enigmatic identity, especially after their inexplicable encounters in New York and now. Sean's formidable display of power only deepened Tony's unease regarding this unknown figure. A friend, Sean replied with a smile. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and once more, ominous thunder rumbled across the sky. Chapter 25. The nature of those who practice magic. Has there been a report from the Romanov agents? It has already been reported, and it is not that individual. Did the report confirm this? Coulson glanced at Nick Fury, puzzled by his inquiry, as he had never asked such questions before. Nevertheless, Coulson dutifully replied, "It has been confirmed. Someone saw him at the scene, and there is surveillance footage as well." Nick Fury narrowed his single eye. "Monaco, in the hotel lobby. Where have you just been? Ms. Potts sent me to find you." Natalie hurried forward, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Sean, who had just emerged from the hotel. "I went nowhere. That reporter for Vanity Fair wanted to interview me, so I chatted with her for a bit. After I saw the news broadcast indicating there was an incident at the venue, she left, and I stayed in the hotel watching the news." Sean replied innocently. He was aware that Natalie's search for him was not only due to Pepper's request, but also an attempt to probe into his whereabouts. Fortunately, Sean had employed a confusion spell just before his departure to create an alibi, ensuring no one could connect him to the shadow hero scene at the venue. Natalie scrutinized Sean, realizing she had not seen him in the hotel despite being there the entire time. However, she planned to investigate the surveillance footage later. "What about Tony and Pepper? How are they doing now?" Sean shifted the conversation to Tony and Pepper. "Mr. Stark is bringing them back. Ms. Potts was a bit shaken, and I have arranged a room for them." As they spoke, Tony and the others returned to the hotel. "Pepper, are you all right?" Sean approached her with concern, noticing her weary expression as she stepped out of the car. "I'm fine, thank you." Pepper managed a faint smile. Tony, who had already shed his battle suit, observed the two of them, thinking to himself, "What a performance. They are quite good at acting." Just moments before, when the mysterious shadow hero departed, Tony had distinctly seen a hint of red in the eyes visible beneath the mask. This color was familiar to him, having encountered it recently, leading him to deduce the identity of the shadow hero. After expressing his concern for Pepper, Sean looked up and noticed the profound expression on Tony's face. Realizing he had detected the slip Sean had intentionally revealed and discreetly winked at him, Tony understood that Sean had always been enigmatic, from the magical abilities he had displayed when saving him to the formidable power exhibited by the shadow hero. However, he also recognized that Sean had never harmed him, at least not for the time being. "Let's return to the room to rest. I need to change." Tony, aware of Sean's reluctance to expose himself and that this was not the right moment for such discussions, turned to Natalie, indicating she should lead the way to the room. Sean knew that Tony was changing clothes to visit the police station and have a thorough conversation with the apprehended Whiplash. After all, when someone unexpectedly wears an outfit similar to yours on the street, even if it is an inferior imitation, one cannot help but wonder how it came to be. Sean speculated this was also one of the reasons Tony would refrain from eliminating Ivan Vanko. "What? Changing clothes? Where are you going?" Pepper immediately inquired upon hearing that Tony intended to go out alone. "I need to clarify a few matters," Tony replied, recalling the counterfeit arc reactor he had just crushed. "Sean, can you accompany him?" Pepper had initially intended to prevent Tony from going, but seeing his suddenly serious demeanor and recalling the device used in the attack on him, she turned to Sean. "All right, you rest well. I will go with him." It would be right to take their money and not follow through. Upon arriving at the police station, they did not even need to present identification. The police chief personally came to receive them. Tony's face was as recognizable as an ID card. Upon learning they wished to visit the recently apprehended culprit from the venue, the chief readily agreed, but cautioned them that the individual was quite dangerous. "That's fine. My bodyguard is impervious to harm," Tony boasted, patting Sean's muscular chest while addressing the chief. Sean rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him, thinking, "What a show-off. I should have kept this to myself." The chief, observing Sean in his casual attire, thought that while he might be somewhat muscular and even a touch more handsome than himself, to claim he was impervious to harm was a stretch. He even privately wondered if the renowned Tony Stark might have certain preferences. The mere thought caused him to tense up. If Tony were aware that a single remark had led the chief to such a misconception about him, he would likely slap himself twice and then urge the chief to take a good look at his own bald head. Recovering from his momentary distraction, the chief nodded and no longer took Tony's earlier comment to heart, but he still called upon several burly officers for assistance. Thus, under the protection of these robust officers, Sean and Tony proceeded to the cell where the inmate was held. As they walked, the chief expressed a tinge of embarrassment, noting that the police had yet to uncover the suspect's identity, as he had remained silent since his arrest. Tony was unconcerned. He intended to ask the questions himself. "I'll speak with him directly. You all wait here." Upon reaching the door, Tony commanded. The chief was initially hesitant, but seeing that Sean, Tony's bodyguard, did not enter, he refrained from saying more and simply advised them to be cautious before opening the door for Tony. Their conversation concluded swiftly, yielding the information they sought along with some unexpected revelations, which left Tony's expression rather grim as he emerged. On the return journey, Sean observed Tony gazing out the window with a dark expression and spoke up. You need not take his words to heart. Tony, aware that Sean had likely used his mystical abilities to overhear their conversation, turned to look at Sean. You only need to recall what kind of person your father was. Sean stated calmly. From what I understand, Howard Stark, while not entirely virtuous, would not harm others without cause. Is that so? I hardly know what kind of person my father truly was. Tony reflected on the meager father-son moments he had shared with his father, offering a wry smile followed by a sigh. You will come to know. Why do I always feel as though you know everything yet choose to remain silent? Tony turned to face Sean, attempting to solicit a clearer explanation. Who knows? Sean feigned mystery, responding with a smile. That is simply the nature of those who practice magic. Chapter 26. It's time to turn the page. Tony recalled Sean's performance during the fierce battle in New York, as well as his formidable physique that had withstood the electric whip on the racetrack today. Is this guy a magician? Surely, he must be a berserker, right? Yet, Tony understood that Sean was deliberately jesting, unwilling to disclose the information he sought. On the private plane, Sean reminded the dazed Tony, your eggs are going to burn, while flipping his own steak. This guy, completely inept in the kitchen, insisted on cooking for Pepper. The charred remnants in the adjacent pan looked like they could send someone straight to the emergency room. As the aroma of Sean's steak wafted through the air, Tony remarked, this egg conflicts with my luck. So what? Sean continued his culinary endeavors, unfazed. My personal fortune advisor told me today is perfect for steak. Sean turned his head, his eyes gradually igniting with a piercing red glare, yet he remained silent. Witnessing Sean's growing ire, Tony felt as though he were donning his Iron Man suit, with Jarvis gently flashing warning messages before him. Alarm! Alarm! Continuing down this path could lead to peril. However, Tony chuckled awkwardly, but I think he's a fraud, so I fired him. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens, right? As the red light dimmed, Sean resumed his culinary tasks. Phew, that was close. What is up with your outfit? Surely, that must be talkative? Tony quickly redirected the conversation to Sean's vest. Sean, casually seasoning the steak, replied, I put some thought into finding it, mainly to keep a low profile. I see that material appears quite extraordinary. Not a trace of the powerful electric arcs remains on it. Tony recalled the moment Sean had taken Ivan Vanko's 2 lashes on the racetrack, genuinely believing Sean would be split in 2. It's made of vibranium entirely, primarily to avoid damage. Otherwise, I'd be wearing tattered clothing after every bout, which is rather unseemly. The upper body is fine, but what if the lower half gets destroyed? Where did you acquire so much vibranium? Tony was astonished upon learning that Sean's outfit was made of vibranium, completely forgetting about the eggs in his pan. No one knew vibranium better than him. His late father, Howard Stark, had once crafted a vibranium shield for a certain well-endowed hero. Giving away all that precious stock felt wasteful. Someone gifted it to me, Sean remarked. Flipping the steak, time to turn it over. Tony's expression darkened. I believe you, not a word of it. This material is worth hundreds of times more than gold and is scarce. Who would give you such a vast quantity? Please, do share their contact information. I'd love to befriend them. And what about your physique? Those 2 Shrek-like monsters from New York are supposedly military-grade super soldier enhancements, and I dare say they are no match for you. You aren't an alien, are you? Tony recalled the viral video of Shadow Knight toying with two clumsy foes, scrutinizing Sean with newfound curiosity. Sean paused his work and looked at Tony with a smile. "Little one, you're quite perceptive." Tony responded, "What?" ignoring Tony's inquisitive expression. Sean carried the perfectly cooked steak toward the cabin. Tony smirked at Sean's retreating figure, but when he lowered his gaze, he realized that Sean's earlier comment about turning it over referred to the eggs in his pan. "Oh, shit, my eggs." Meanwhile, Pepper, watching the news report about the recent Monaco incident, felt a surge of anxiety. When Tony awkwardly presented the eggs, the television displayed the senator demanding he relinquish his Iron Man suit. The rotund senator derided Tony's earlier claims that the technology would take 5 to 10 years to replicate. Pepper silenced the television with a voice command, still fuming over Tony's reckless decision to race. "What is this?" Pepper asked as Tony placed a plate on the table. Glancing at the delicious dish Sean was relishing nearby, her heart suddenly filled with anticipation. "Your in-flight meal? What did you think I was doing in there for so long?" Tony dramatically lifted the lid, revealing the charred eggs within. Pepper's anticipation vanished in an instant. No, there should have been none to begin with. She glanced at Tony's creation and then at Sean's delectable dish. She would rather jump from the plane than consume that. Though Pepper was resolute in her refusal, she felt a twinge of warmth in her heart. Yet, she quickly realized that Tony's behavior had been peculiar lately. While he often engaged in surprising antics, they remained within a controllable range. Now, he had recklessly raced and even cooked for her. "Tony, is there something you're hiding from me?" Pepper gently inquired, casting a glance at Sean, who promptly finished his large steak and stood to leave. "Sean, the user you're trying to reach is unavailable." Hearing Pepper's soft voice, Tony nearly blurted out the truth of his impending demise. "How about we skip returning and find a place to vacation? How does Venice sound? Remember the last time we went?" "I certainly do." The more Tony insisted, the more Pepper sensed something was amiss. Yet, he remained reticent, leaving them in a silence fraught with unspoken words. The private plane soon returned them to their beautiful homeland. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Sean made his way back to New York. Upon entering his apartment in Queens, Sean was greeted by May, who rushed toward him. "Hey now, that's a foul. You can't charge at someone like that." When the incident in Monaco occurred, May had sent Sean a message inquiring about his safety. Knowing he was with Tony Stark, and having learned from the news about Sean becoming a shareholder in Stark Industries, her feelings oscillated between joy for him and worry for his well-being. Hence her exuberant welcome upon his return. "I told you I was fine. It was just a minor incident. Nothing to worry about. Besides, don't you know how formidable I am?" Sean teased half-jokingly. As May heard his banter, she initially intended to playfully punch his chest. But as they stood close, she felt a familiar yet strange aura emanating from him, causing her cheeks to flush lightly and her gaze to soften. Simultaneously, Sean noticed the two small objects resting against his chest. He looked down at the beauty in his arms and thought, "Oh, now it makes sense time to turn the page with the atmosphere charged." The stage was set for an exhilarating adventure. Chapter 27, The Hammer S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, 3 Curved Wings. Phil Coulson was reporting to Nick Fury in his office. "Director, Agent Romanoff has completed her briefing on the Monaco incident." Nick Fury responded with an absent-minded hum, his thoughts consumed by the enigmatic figure of the Shadow Knight, who had appeared and vanished without a trace. S.H.I.E.L.D. had mobilized extensive resources, yet they had failed to capture any signs of the Shadow Knight's presence or departure. This individual seemed to emerge and disappear at will, with no discernible pattern to his appearances. Furthermore, as of now, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed no concrete intelligence regarding the Shadow Knight's identity. However, Nick Fury was not one to adhere to conventional thinking. His philosophy was rooted in skepticism towards all things and individuals. Thus, he had already formed a preliminary hypothesis regarding the Shadow Knight's identity. Agent Romanoff's assessment of Tony Stark's recent behavior had also been submitted. Coulson continued, "Given Stark's personality and past patterns of conduct, Agent Romanoff believes his recent actions are quite unusual, and she suspects something may be amiss with him." "What kind of problem?" Nick Fury inquired, his gaze fixed on Coulson with surprise. It could be significant, Director, Coulson replied earnestly, shaking his head. Nick Fury recalled the words Howard had once shared with him. He felt it was time to speak with the son of that old acquaintance. Also, Director, take a look at this. Coulson handed a report to Nick Fury. Fury took the report and glanced over it. Dealing with mysterious phenomena, ISNT enough. Now you're handing me an astronomical weather report? His single remaining eye widened at his most loyal subordinate. Are we now required to monitor this as well? That's not the important part, Director. Look at the energy readings, Coulson patiently insisted. Fury flipped to the last line of the report, scrutinizing the highlighted data, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. Continue monitoring and inform me immediately of any developments. For now, our focus remains on Stark. Understood, Director, Coulson nodded. Gujiao Town, a remote settlement on the New Mexico border. Gazing down the town's broadest road, one could see an endless expanse of wilderness beyond, with the road winding across the landscape, seemingly extending to the horizon. In the dead of night, a white van chased after a colossal storm that had just materialized in the distance. Jane Foster sat in the jostling passenger seat, chuckling at the video of the storm displayed on her specialized imaging device. The student driver, Max, felt she must have lost her mind to have come to this desolate place for 6 credits alongside this stunning professor. Oh, and there was also a grumpy old man in the back, Dr. Eric Selvig, a close friend of Jane's, who had been brought along to validate her astrophysical research. As the van drew nearer to the storm's epicenter, Max could no longer contain herself. She turned the steering wheel, preparing to escape the tempest's grasp. "What are you doing?" Jane exclaimed, noticing the change in direction. "I refuse to die here just for a few credits," Max retorted loudly. Jane was accustomed to her apprentice's lack of respect. Yet the prospect of abandoning the storm, which might hold vital insights for her research, felt like a death sentence. Consequently, she reached out to wrest control of the steering wheel from Max. Eric Selvig, the only male in the trio, watched the scene unfold, gripping the handle beside him while silently resolving that if they survived this, he would take the wheel in the future. No one else should ever touch it. Bang! Just as the van began to veer, a sharp sound pierced through, even overpowering the storm's ferocity. Max slammed on the brakes, disregarding all teacher-student camaraderie, as she had just spotted a figure ahead. The van came to an abrupt halt, leaving Jane and Max bewildered. Had they just hit someone? But who else could be out here in this desolate wasteland besides the 3 of them? Jane recalled the thunderous sound. What had that been? The storm came swiftly and departed just as quickly, kicking up countless grains of sand across the desert. As Jane and her companions saw the van's surroundings calm, they hastily opened the doors, flashlight in hand, to investigate. As Jane stepped out, she spotted a dark figure beside their van. Eric Selvig, raising his flashlight, illuminated a tall man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a peculiar black mask. "Oh my God, is it really you?" Mux exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Who? Do you know him? Is he your friend?" Jane questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, while Eric Selvig remained vigilant, eyeing the evidently formidable man before them. "You should be more concerned about him," Sean said, pointing to the man lying a few meters away. Moments earlier, in Queens, New York, Sean had been lying in bed, chatting with May via his phone, occasionally responding to Natasha's inquiries. Suddenly, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. It was the first time in over 20 years he had experienced such a sensation. He sat up, gazing southwest, where something evidently significant was occurring, prompting him to act. Without a second thought to conceal his identity, he soared from New York to this location. Upon arrival, the storm still raged. Sean looked up, his gaze piercing the tempest as if peering into the cosmos. Just as the storm began to wane, Sean heard a faint, curious sound, but as the storm subsided, tranquility returned. "Odin?" Sean descended to the ground, his eyes cutting through the swirling dust to witness the moment the van struck the man. "So this unfortunate soul is Thor, the god of thunder?" Jane, Max, and Eric, upon hearing Sean's words, followed his finger to see a figure sprawled on the ground. Jane awkwardly brushed her hair back, embarrassed that the collision had occurred due to her struggle with Max for control of the wheel, and now there was a witness. Would they face legal consequences? What would happen to her research? He charged into the storm himself. It was an accident, Jane stammered, glancing at Max, hoping for support. Max, however, was lost in admiration for Sean's physique, completely oblivious to Jane's desperate glances. Are you really the Shadow Knight? Max blurted out. Who? Jane and Eric exchanged puzzled looks. It's me. I trust you didn't mean any harm. Although he seems to be fine, you should probably take him to a hospital, Sean said, glancing up at the night sky, sensing a change on the horizon. Hammer. Chapter 28. Father Strike's son Jane Foster turned to look at the golden-haired, burly man whom she and Max had knocked down, only to discover a scorched, circular pattern imprinted on the ground beside him. Come and see, what is this? Jane beckoned Eric Selvig to join her in examining the peculiar design on the ground as they crouched beside the disoriented man. I think it would be best if you took him to the hospital first, Jane, Eric advised, glancing apprehensively at Thor's unsteady form, fearing that she might face legal repercussions later. Did that shadowy figure not just say he was fine? Jane replied, her focus remaining on the strange pattern on the ground, too absorbed to glance up. Thor, exiled from Asgard, never anticipated encountering further trouble upon arriving in Midgard. Dazed, he struggled to his feet, oblivious to his surroundings, fixated only on finding his hammer. Odin had stripped him of his divine powers before banishing him, reclaiming his cherished weapon, Mjolnir. Where's my hammer? Thor, still dazed from the impact, or perhaps from falling through the Bifrost without his powers, stumbled around, searching for his hammer, only to cry out to the heavens. Father, Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost and bring me back. Alas, the wilderness lay silent beneath the night sky, offering no response to his desperate cries. Observing Thor's bewildered state, Jane finally lifted her gaze. He does need to go to the hospital. You all take him. I'll stay behind. You tell me, what realm is this? Alfheim? Nornheim? Thor pointed at the trio, his confusion palpable. This is Earth, what you refer to as Midgard, Sean replied, gazing at the sky as he sensed a faint energy. Having not detected Mjolnir's presence nearby, Sean inferred that the hammer had yet to arrive, hence his awareness of the atmospheric shift. Midgard? How did I end up here? Thor questioned, his muscular frame betraying no hint of doubt. You are quite impressive, Midgardian. Once I return to the realm of the gods, I will reward you. This is a promise from Thor, the god of thunder, Thor declared proudly to Sean, before resuming his calls to Heimdall. Heimdall, I command you, in the name of Thor. As he repeated his summons, Sean could no longer contain himself and swiftly struck Thor's neck with a precise blow. Observing Thor's body slump, Sean grimaced. What a racket. Do you not know how to behave in another's land? Jane Foster, wide-eyed at Sean's almost instantaneous speed, asked, What did you do? Is he all right? Nothing serious, just knocked him out. I must be on my way, Sean replied, squatting to lift Thor with one hand, heading toward a nearby van, intending to toss him inside before finding a better spot to wait for the delayed hammer. Wait, you can't just leave. What if he has issues? Jane protested, rising to stop Sean from departing after witnessing his violent act. Even if he does, it's your fault for knocking him down, not mine, Sean retorted, ignoring her and launching himself into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust and gasps from the bystanders. Jane, initially irate and ready to argue further with Sean while persuading him to share the responsibility for the accident, was left agape as he soared away. Her jaw dropped. She failed to notice her notebook fall from her hands. How is this possible? Eric Selvig mirrored her astonishment, staring skyward, bewildered. Please, do you truly not know who he is? The Shadow Hero. His videos are everywhere online, Max exclaimed, gazing dreamily in the direction Sean had flown, incredulous that these two professors seemed entirely oblivious to the identity of the Shadow Hero. Jane, we should hurry and take the one in the van to the hospital, Eric suggested, concerned that Sean's actions might have been too forceful, and if the individual in the vehicle were to succumb, they would be in deep trouble. Jane, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded, and the three hurriedly gathered their belongings and set off toward the direction of Old Bridgetown. Meanwhile, Sean hovered in the sky, acutely attuned to the changes unfolding around him. Suddenly, amidst the clouds, a flash of light streaked downward, a star falling rapidly to the ground not far from him. triggering a significant explosion upon impact. Having teleported to the site, Sean observed the great crater as the dust settled, revealing the hammer at its center. Approaching it, he felt an immense energy emanating from Mjolnir. One was the inherent power of the hammer itself, while the other seemed to be an additional force, likely Odin's enchantment. As Sean grasped the hammer's handle and exerted pressure, he sensed the opposing energy resisting him, igniting his curiosity. Oh, let us see whether Odin's magic is stronger or if my strength prevails. As Sean's power surged, the opposing force reached its peak, drawing upon the hammer's inherent strength to counteract him. Dark clouds began to gather overhead, silver lightning slithering through the sky, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, pressuring down toward the crater. Sean had never wielded such vast power before. He was oblivious to the need for a biofield, and the ground beneath him began to fracture. Just as he felt both energies nearing their limits, a commanding voice boomed. "Stop!" Sean immediately relaxed his grip, his gaze sharpening on the sudden appearance of an imposing one-eyed figure. The familiar sensation of dread returned. No, it wasn't merely the man before him that instilled this feeling. It was something more. Sean's eyes gradually fell to the long spear clutched in the figure's hand. "Odin?" he murmured, releasing Mjolnir. As the thunder and lightning subsided the moment he ceased his effort, Odin's presence was slowly dissipating. Upon hearing Sean utter his name, Odin appeared unperturbed, his tone stern. "Midgardian, that hammer does not belong to you. Is that so? The one left lying on the ground belongs to whoever picks it up. Or shall I test that theory?" Sean smirked, addressing the armored Odin with a casual demeanor. Had Odin not intervened, Sean's power would have shattered the enchantment on the hammer. Though uncertain of the consequences of such destruction, Sean speculated that it was undoubtedly something Odin wished to avoid, prompting his swift arrival. Odin scrutinized this Midgardian, having noted Sean when he expelled Thor from Asgard. At that moment, he had merely been curious about the emergence of such a formidable human in Midgard. But when he witnessed Sean nearly breaking through the magical constraints placed upon Mjolnir with sheer physical strength, he had hurriedly projected himself into Midgard to thwart Sean's actions. Despite being merely a projection, Odin could feel Sean's extraordinary power, something he had never encountered throughout his long existence. At the moment when the two were at an impasse, a voice resonated from behind Odin. "It seems you ought not to be here." Chapter 29. The peculiar Odin, fully aware of the identity of the visitor. "Do not turn around. I'm not here. I know." Ancient One sauntered through the radiant portal with an air of leisure. Odin turned his gaze towards Ancient One, who had positioned herself between him and Sean, loosening her grip on the spear she held. "It has been a while," Sean acknowledged, knowing that Ancient One could see through his facade. "Not that long," Ancient One replied, shaking her head at Sean, her eyes conveying a message of exasperation. His penchant for trouble was undeniable. Sean shrugged and nodded towards Odin, indicating that it was the old man across from them who had instigated this situation. Ancient One shot a disapproving look at Sean. "Is it too much to ask for you to refrain from meddling with others' belongings?" Odin observed the exchange between the two, bemused. Had he not known Ancient One's identity, he might have mistakenly thought she was a companion of the young man. However, her presence sparked a glimmer of wisdom in Odin's single eye, prompting a shift in his thoughts. As the king of the 9 realms and father of the gods, Odin's power was indisputable, yet the gods were not immortal. His long life was drawing to a close, and he foresaw impending calamities for Asgard following his demise. Should they fail to navigate these tribulations, the Aesir would face extinction. Odin had believed his son, Thor, possessed the qualities necessary to lead their kin, which was why he chose to pass the throne to him. Yet to Odin's dismay, his eldest son had been molded into a brawny fool, tackling challenges with nothing but brute force. During the ceremony of succession in Asgard, several frost giants had evaded the palace's formidable defenses and breached Odin's treasury, where he had amassed various treasures from his conquests across the realms. Their target was the icebox, a treasured artifact taken by Odin when they were vanquished. A source of deep humiliation for the frost giants, having their sacred relic residing in the treasury of another. Securing it would grant them unparalleled glory among their kin. Regrettably, They overestimated their own strength while underestimating Odin, sealing their fate as mere pawns in a greater game. The intrusion of the frost giants alerted the guardians of Odin's treasury, triggering the traps he had set, and the ceremony was abruptly halted. Upon sensing the disturbance, Odin's keen wisdom allowed him to swiftly grasp the situation. At that moment, he could surmise who had guided the frost giants to the treasury with such ease. However, Thor, oblivious to the intricacies of the matter, perceived their actions as a direct affront to his authority as the new king of Asgard, leading him to a fervent desire for battle. Odin was reminded of another child as Thor's reckless bravado stirred concern within him. In Odin's eyes, Thor's impulsiveness was alarming. He forbade Thor from taking any action in the name of the Allfather. Yet, the headstrong and Navi, Thor dismissed his father's counsel. Feeling humiliated by the loss of his throne and perceiving Odin's age as a sign of dwindling ambition. After Loki inadvertently suggested a covert expedition to Jotunheim to hold the frost giants accountable, Thor, accompanied by his loyal followers and Loki, defied Odin's orders and traveled via the Bifrost to Jotunheim. Thor's reckless decision plunged them into a fierce confrontation with the frost giants, resulting in injuries among his companions. Ultimately, it was Odin who intervened to rescue them. Upon their return to Asgard, Thor's defiance persisted, prompting Odin to silence Loki when he attempted to mediate. Odin, disheartened by Thor's inability to recognize the ramifications of his actions and his stubborn reliance on brute force, resolved to impart a lesson to his son. He feared that if Thor's reckless nature remained unchecked, he might lead their kin to ruin during the impending calamity. Consequently, Odin stripped Thor of his divine powers and exiled him to Midgard, yet left a glimmer of hope in the form of Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer. Should Thor temper his volatile disposition, the hammer would restore his powers. This way, when the time of trial arrived, Thor would at least not lead their people to annihilation. However, Odin did not foresee that the opportunity he had afforded Thor would be seized by a Midgardian. The enchantment Odin placed upon the hammer was well known. It could only be wielded by one deemed worthy, and when Thor was vanquished by the destroyer sent by Loki, the hammer had flown to him in an act of blatant favoritism. Clearing his throat, Odin shifted his attention back to Sean. We of Asgard hold strength in high regard. Midgardian, please reveal your name. Sean was taken aback by Odin's sudden amiability. Could it be due to Ancient One's presence? As he glanced at her, she shook her head, indicating her uncertainty regarding Odin's thoughts. Although she possessed the ability to read hearts, it seemed ineffectual against the formidable God King. Nevertheless, Ancient One gestured for Sean to respond, knowing Odin would not lower himself to trivial games. Seanhante, you are indeed powerful, especially with that spear of yours. Sean smiled, gesturing towards Odin's spear, Gungnir. With a flourish, Odin twirled Gungnir and planted it firmly in the ground. Receiving praise from a formidable opponent like Sean was gratifying. The eternal spear, Gungnir. I have paid a considerable price to possess it, Odin mused, stroking the spear while recalling his lost eye. Earth, or Midgard as you call it. In our mythology, it is said that this spear will always strike true, correct? Sean inquired, intrigued by the legendary weapon's prowess, still feeling a sense of trepidation. Inquiring about another's weapon was generally considered impolite, and Ancient One felt compelled to remind Sean of the impropriety. Yet, Odin's current demeanor was perplexing. He did not take offense at Sean's almost audacious question, but instead responded with a benevolent smile. Indeed, as you have stated. However, while it will always hit its mark, whether it slays the target is contingent upon the wielder's strength. Sean grasped Odin's implication. The more powerful the wielder, the greater Gungnir's might, and the wielder could dictate the spear's effect. Odin nodded, acknowledging Sean's understanding. Do you fancy it? What? Gungnir. I could bestow it upon you. Sean? Chapter 30. A day tour in the realm of the gods. Odin's sudden announcement rendered the three individuals present speechless. What was happening? How did the conversation shift to gifts, particularly the legendary Gungnir? Sean turned to look at Ancient One beside him, hoping to glean some insight from her. As the supreme sorceress, Ancient One possessed the Time Stone, yet its utilization was not without limitations. Those who toy with time eventually find themselves ensnared by it. Moreover, she could not constantly retrieve the stone to explore every conceivable possibility. Her focus rested solely on ensuring the ultimate outcome, for the myriad of possibilities in between was exhausting even for her. The unexpected emergence of Sean only intensified the ambiguity of the future in her mind. Furthermore, the figure before them was none other than the fabled ruler of the Nine Realms, the All-Father, Odin. The price of manipulating time in the presence of such a being was not trivial, leaving Ancient One perplexed about Odin's true intentions. Unbeknownst to Odin, his well-meaning inquiry had set the two powerful beings of Midgard into a flurry of thoughts. During his brief moment of contemplation, Odin had come to a resolution. As the supreme sorceress tasked with safeguarding Midgard from interdimensional threats, Ancient One's stance on Sean indicated that he could not be a villain of great malice. Otherwise, she would have intervened. Odin sensed the formidable power radiating from Sean. Even as the god king wielding Gungnir, he could not be certain of an easy victory. Should such a potent entity emerge as a mortal enemy of the divine, it would surely spell calamity for their pantheon. Odin's offer of Gungnir was sincere, provided Sean truly desired it. The Asgardian monarch did not inherit his predecessor's weapon. Upon ascending the throne, a new artifact would be forged by their allies, the dwarves, for the new king. Thus, trading a powerful artifact for a formidable ally was a deal Odin deemed prudent. After all, should Sean possess his weapon, he would be compelled to assist the gods in times of need. This was no jest. "I am not joking," Odin asserted, turning to Ancient One. "You must understand my circumstances. I trust you can comprehend my intent." Ancient One, being astute, immediately grasped the reason behind Odin's shift in demeanor. She realized that Odin's divine flame would soon extinguish, and it appeared he sought to avoid creating another enemy for the future of Asgard. Asgard has always revered strength. I, Odin, the All-Father, cordially invite you, Sean Hunter, to visit Asgard. Odin extended his goodwill as far as he could. Ancient One nodded at Sean, encouraging him to accept Odin's offer. Sean had journeyed from New York driven by a sense of foreboding, and after witnessing the exiled Thor, he had impulsively sought to test whether he could wield the ethereal hammer. Little did he expect this would draw Odin down from the heavens, leading to a near confrontation. However, it seemed that Odin was now lowering his guard. The aged king, despite his years, was extending a hand of friendship. It was only fitting to reciprocate respect for the elderly. "Very well. I am indeed curious to see what the legendary realm of the gods is like." Sean expressed his interest in Asgard. Upon seeing Sean accept his invitation, Odin turned to Ancient One, silently inquiring if she would join them. "My responsibilities prevent me from doing so, as you know," Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. Though endowed with immense power, her fate was intricately tied to Earth, which perhaps explained her desire for an end following Dr. Strange's emergence. After bidding farewell with a nod, she conjured a portal to return to her sanctum, while Sean, summoned by Odin, was escorted along the Rainbow Bridge to the realm of the gods. As Sean traversed the Rainbow Bridge, he found the experience fascinating. Its energy resonated with a similar force within him, akin to the energy drawn from other dimensions that he had learned from Ancient One. Amidst the vibrant hues flashing around him, Sean soon found himself within a fortress, at the center of which stood a luminous control platform. Odin, clad in armor, was gently lifting Gungnir from its pedestal. Evidently, it had been Odin himself who had operated the Rainbow Bridge. Upon encountering the true form of Odin, Sean gained a renewed understanding of the god's might. While the projection he had faced on Earth wielded Odin's full power, that essence felt more ethereal. In contrast, the presence of the true Odin was solid and commanding. "God King," Sean inclined his head in acknowledgement. While kneeling was out of the question, he was unfamiliar with Asgardian customs, so he settled for a respectful nod, which Odin did not appear to mind. "Welcome to Asgard. Here, you may wander freely. Aside from myself, none shall impede your passage," Odin gestured invitingly. Following Odin out of the uniquely designed fortress, Sean beheld Asgard in its entirety. A colossal island floated amidst the vast cosmos, with the other side of the fortress leading to the Nine Realms. The twinkling stars representing the realms he had come to explore. As Sean stepped outside, the radiant Rainbow Bridge extended beneath his feet, leading to a towering structure at the island's heart, the divine palace of Asgard, Odin's celestial residence. All the deities resided around this palace, akin to stars encircling the sun, ever vigilant in their reverence for their king. The breathtaking scenery flanking the Rainbow Bridge captivated Sean. He inhaled deeply, sensing the enriched atmosphere, which explained the superior attributes of the divine beings compared to mortals. The sights of Asgard evoked a peculiar sense of dissonance within Sean. Many of the gods retained a medieval aesthetic, yet others, like the Rainbow Bridge, exuded an aura of modern technological advancement. "Hail, God King!" The palace guards, upon noticing Odin's arrival, immediately knelt with weapons raised in salute. Observing from Odin's side, Sean keenly noted the leader of the guards, eyeing him with a shifty gaze. Could it be Loki? Meanwhile, not long after Sean's departure from Earth, several identical black SUVs arrived at the outskirts of Bridgewater, New Mexico. From these vehicles emerged a cadre of individuals clad in black suits, their muscular frames and cold expressions commanding attention from the townsfolk. "Report, Commander. We have reached the vicinity of Bridgewater and await further instructions." The leader, a bespectacled, seemingly frail bald man, exited his vehicle and quickly retrieved his phone, engaging in a conversation. Soon, orders were relayed from the other end of the line, and following a signal from the bald man, the somber-suited operatives reboard their black SUVs, heading towards the desolate outskirts of Bridgewater. Chapter 31. The Eternal Flame as Sean made his direct flight from New York towards the southwest. An alarm once again resounded within S.H.I.E.L.D. On duty, Coulson, recognizing the familiar scene, hastily retrieved his phone. Nick Fury, nestled in one of his hidden lairs, was abruptly awakened by the noise. With a serious expression, he answered the call, knowing that Coulson would not disturb him at this hour unless it was a matter of utmost importance. "Director, we have engaged the highest level alert," Coulson stated, his tone terse and grave. Fury understood the implication. This alert was specifically designed for the elusive Shadow Knight. "Where is he?" Fury inquired. "New York. He's now in New Mexico." "He has come to a halt, sir," Coulson replied, astonishment evident in his voice, clearly taken aback by the target's swiftness. "New York? Again?" Fury's single eye widened. He recalled that the Shadow Knight's initial appearance was also in New York, followed by his second appearance alongside Tony Stark in Monaco. Now, he had returned once more to New York. It appeared Fury's previous deductions regarding the Shadow Knight's identity were indeed accurate. Maintain continuous surveillance. Confirm the final location. Immediately contact the highest level personnel stationed in New Mexico and prepare for potential contact with the target. "Understood, sir." After hanging up, Coulson promptly followed Fury's orders. Reaching out to the highest-ranking agent, Jasper Sitwell, who was currently on assignment in New Mexico. "Asgard." Odin observed the soldiers before him as they saluted him and returned the gesture with his spear, signaling them to rise. "Loki, this is Sean Hunter, a formidable warrior from Midgard." Odin introduced Sean to his wayward son, hoping to leave a favorable impression. "This is my other son, the cunning god of mischief, Loki." Odin continued, fully aware that Sean had previously encountered his mighty son, Thor. "Father, there are no formidable warriors in Midgard. Pray do not be deceived," Loki remarked with malice, harboring disbelief that such a place could yield any strength. Historically, Midgard had always been a mere appendage to the realms of the gods. Whenever Asgardians descended upon Midgard, their mere display of power would lead the feeble Midgardians to revere them as deities. Thus, Loki held a deep-seated disdain for the people of Midgard, convinced that Sean had somehow misled Odin to gain admission to the realm of the gods. "Silence." Odin reprimanded Loki sternly. Loki had previously orchestrated Thor's banishment from the realm, and although Odin chose not to confront him at that moment for the sake of Thor's character development, Loki's further disparagement of Sean, whom Odin had personally brought to Asgard, was intolerable. Should Sean be driven to oppose the gods, even 100 Lokis would not suffice to withstand his wrath. "Allow me to show you my treasury, where treasures from the 9 realms are stored," Odin invited Sean. With a light smile, Sean nodded and followed Odin into the palace. As they passed by Loki, Sean did not spare him a glance, knowing that engaging with such a juvenile provocateur would only encourage his antics. Indeed, Sean's indifference bred resentment in Loki, who consequently found animosity even towards Odin. Prior to Odin's arrival with Sean in Asgard, Loki had been within Odin's treasury. During the battle against the frost giants in Jotunheim, Loki discovered that he could ignore the corrosive ice properties of the frost giants, and the areas they touched turned a chilling blue, causing him great alarm. After being returned to Asgard by Odin, with Thor exiled and Odin's attention diverted to Midgard, Loki seized the opportunity to enter the treasury. The moment he touched the ice crystal box, his skin transformed into the icy blue of the frost giants, adorned with unique runes indicative of their kind. Upon witnessing his transformation, Loki felt a tumult of shock and sorrow, realizing the truth of his identity and the reason Odin had withheld the throne from him. He, Loki the god of mischief, was merely a bastard. He intended to confront Odin for the truth, but upon Sean's arrival, he suppressed his emotions. Odin's earlier reprimand further fueled Loki's discontent. Upon entering the treasury, Sean's gaze fell upon a familiar object, the gauntlet capable of controlling the Infinity Stones. Acknowledging Sean's acquaintance with the Ancient One, Odin assumed he was aware of the Infinity Stones and, seeing Sean's fixation on the gauntlet, stated directly, "That is the gauntlet designed to control the Infinity Stones. However, it is merely a mold. Initially, I sought to collect the Infinity Stones to harness their power and unify the 9 realms. But I had yet to gather them when I had already become the sovereign of the 9 realms. Thus, the gauntlet became a mere symbol. This is the crown of the fire giant Surtur, containing the essence of Surtur's soul. This is the eternal flame, which never extinguishes, and this is the ice crystal box, a treasure of the frost giants." Odin elaborated on his collection, yet Sean's interest was piqued by the eternal flame. Within the empty basin floated a flame that burned brightly, seemingly without roots or sustenance, yet remained unquenched. The closer Sean approached, the more he could sense the energy of the eternal flame. Tentatively, he extended his hand, and the flickering flame appeared to leap towards him, wrapping around his arm. At the moment of contact, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, startling the treasury's guards and triggering the defenses Odin had set to protect the treasury. Odin, witnessing this, quickly planted a spear into the ground and repelled the rushing guards, fearful that the energy might inadvertently harm them. Sean felt as though he had established a unique connection with the eternal flame. The floating flame extended a tendril that entwined around his arm and then spread throughout his entire body. In Odin's singular eye, Sean was continuously absorbing the energy of the eternal flame, while the visible flame began to diminish at an alarming rate. To Sean, the eternal flame resembled an inexhaustible source of energy, manifesting outwardly in the form of fire. In Odin's perspective, Sean was absorbing the eternal flame, yet to Sean, it felt as though the flame was penetrating into his very being. Initially, Sean was indeed absorbing the eternal flame, a sensation akin to basking in the sun's energy. However, as he continued to draw upon its power, the energy of the eternal flame surged forth as if seeking an outlet, and had it not been for Sean's formidable physique, the explosion of energy could have been fatal. Following that explosive moment, the eternal flame, true to its name, proved to be an everlasting fire, its energy seemingly boundless as it flowed relentlessly toward Sean. Odin initially believed Sean was merely absorbing the eternal flame's energy, but soon he perceived something amiss. As Sean's temperature escalated, his muscles tensed, his skin radiated a crimson glow, and signs of melting began to show on his garments. "Stop. If you continue, you will perish," Odin cautioned. Sean heard Odin's warning, but found himself unable to respond. "Stop? I wish I could." Chapter 32. The awkwardness of taking and consuming in the fleeting moment of the eruption of the eternal flame's energy, the dynamic between Sean and the eternal flame shifted irrevocably, slipping from his grasp. In that instant, Sean appeared as an immense vessel, while the eternal flame surged towards him like an unstoppable torrent of water. Despite the diminishing size of the flame suspended in the air, its latent energy emanated an aura of boundlessness. Sean's garments had long since been reduced to ash. His body temperature soared perilously, becoming an overwhelming heat that instilled fear. Cracks began to form upon his skin, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Odin recognized the dire consequence of this escalating situation. Should it persist, Sean would inevitably succumb to the overwhelming energy and perish. Without hesitation, he raised Gungnir, attempting to sever the connection between Sean and the eternal flame. Yet, to Odin's astonishment, the once obedient eternal flame unleashed a formidable surge of energy, violently propelling him away. Witnessing Sean's expression of anguish due to his interference, Odin comprehended that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, leaving Sean to confront the crisis alone. Fortunately, it seemed the eternal flame did not seek Sean's demise. Following the recent explosion, it swiftly merged into Sean's body, leaving only a feeble flicker in the fire basin, teetering on the brink of extinction. As the eternal flame settled, Sean succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. The commotion from the energy surge prompted the station guards to inform Queen Frigga of Asgard. Upon her arrival, accompanied by Loki and two of the four warriors of the realm, Sif and Hogun, Sean had just lost consciousness. What transpired here? How did the eternal flame become this way? Frigga inquired, gazing at the diminutive flicker in the basin, turning to Odin for answers. Loki stared in disbelief at the waning eternal flame, while Sif and Hogun remained vigilant, watching over the fallen Sean. Odin conjured garments to cover Sean's form, commanding his subordinates to carry him away to rest. After dismissing the onlookers, he recounted the recent events to Frigga and Loki. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Midgardian withstand the eternal flame? He has rendered it in this state, and we must imprison him for punishment, Loki exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Do not underestimate anyone, Loki. There are formidable beings in Midgard that even I dare not claim victory over. What you witnessed is one of them. Odin's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Frigga stepped forward to support him. As queen, though she did not fathom Odin's favoritism towards the Midgardian, she would stand by his every decision. Loki, however, seemed impervious to Odin's words. He had another matter to verify. Yet, upon seeing Odin's weary visage, he hesitated. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. Father, seeing Loki's conflicted expression, Odin realized he could no longer conceal the truth. This was Odin's treasury, and the events that transpired therein could not remain hidden. I know what you intend to say. Yes, you are the child of the frost giants. Initially, As Odin divulged the narrative, Loki grasped the reality of his lineage. His lips turned pale, trembling as he processed the revelation. He had long believed himself a mere hybrid, possessing traits of both frost giants and Asgardians. However, he was astonished to learn that he was a wildling rescued from Jotunheim by Odin, the offspring of the frost giant chieftain Laufey. Odin explained that he had found Loki abandoned in a frost giant temple, overlooked due to his diminutive size, and brought him back to Asgard to raise as his own. Upon learning his heritage, Loki reacted with fierce indignation towards Odin, causing the already fatigued All-Father to nearly succumb to his eternal slumber. After dismissing Loki, Odin supported himself against Frigga as they made their way to the palace where Sean was being accommodated. Sean's condition was remarkably stable. At the moment he collapsed in Odin's treasury, his robust regenerative abilities had already mended his physical form. His unconsciousness was merely a consequence of the previous energy surge, and he soon awakened. The instant he regained consciousness, Sean began to assess his body. He sensed that his physical strength had ascended to new heights. Should he now face Odin's Gungnir, he felt confident in his ability to withstand the confrontation. While he could not claim to emerge unscathed, he was certain that the palpitations he once felt would not return. Moreover, he sensed an immense reservoir of energy within him, akin to a star residing in his being, continuously enhancing his prowess. It appears you have turned misfortune into fortune, Odin remarked as he entered, taking a seat with Frigga's assistance, his gaze fixed upon the awakened Sean, who had undergone a notable transformation. Is this your true visage? Odin jested, observing Sean's unmasked face. For Odin, it mattered not whether Sean donned a mask. He had merely chosen to keep it on until now. Yes, my apologies. In Midgard, I wore it to conceal my identity, and I later forgot to remove it, Sean admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed for having worn the mask for so long. Your strength appears to have grown considerably, Odin expressed, a hint of envy in his voice, recalling that he had not possessed such formidable prowess at Sean's age. Had this been earlier, Odin believed he could have matched Sean in combat, but now, should they engage, it would likely be Odin who would fall. With the eternal flame coursing through Sean, he stood on the precipice of invincibility, especially given Odin's deteriorating state. I owe you my gratitude. I am curious about the status of the eternal flame in the treasury. Sean turned to Odin, sincerely thanking him, as he had initially intended only to observe, but ended up receiving such substantial benefits. The essence of the eternal flame has now transferred into your being. What remains in the treasury is but a mere remnant. But fear not, it will rejuvenate. Albeit it may take some time, Odin reassured him. Sean felt increasingly awkward. Did this not equate to having taken something that belonged to another? Nevertheless, this was precisely the outcome Odin desired. Upon witnessing Sean's awakening, Frigga comprehended Odin's intention to foster an alliance with him, sensing the power within Sean that rivaled Odin at his zenith. Do you recall what I mentioned previously? Odin continued. Sean furrowed his brow. You mean Gungnir? Indeed. Odin paused before elaborating. However, Gungnir possesses a sentience of its own. Even if I were to gift it to you, you would not be able to fully harness its potential. Should you require it, I can forge a weapon tailored to your needs. At this, Sean found himself bewildered. Was Odin truly so accommodating? Having taken his eternal flame, he now offered a weapon? Was this truly the same king of the gods who conquered the 9 realms? Noting Sean's silence, Odin understood that he was grappling with uncertainty. The reason I undertake these actions is that I have a request to make of you. Upon hearing this, Sean finally comprehended the reality of the situation. Such fortuitous occurrences do not simply fall from the sky. Please, proceed. Sean gestured for Odin to continue. Chapter 33. All present are worthless. Odin strolled through the palace of Asgard alongside Sean. As Odin recounted his tale, Sean began to grasp the essence of Odin's request. Long ago, shortly after I ascended as the king of gods, I foresaw the impending twilight of the gods. In my youthful arrogance, I refused to succumb to this so-called prophecy of doom. Thus, I waged wars across the 9 realms, striving to eradicate all perilous elements. However, this very endeavor led to a fade of tranquility, masking tumultuous undercurrents throughout the realms, including within Asgard itself. After prolonged conflicts, although Asgard's might reached its zenith, it did not alter the inevitable arrival of the twilight of the gods. It was then that I realized, regardless of my actions, the twilight would come, merely manifesting in varied forms. Odin gently caressed the medieval stone balustrade, gazing down at the valiant warriors of the palace engaged in training, seeing their vigor akin to the youthful spirit he once possessed. My request should pose no great challenge for you, he continued. I understand the outcome is predetermined and the broader course unchangeable, yet I hope you can assist in preserving the legacy of the divine. Upon hearing Odin's explanation, Sean comprehended his intentions. Even without Odin's entreaty, Asgard would endure. Odin merely sought to safeguard his people as much as possible. This is indeed a modest request. Should the need arise, I shall comply, Sean replied. Odin's spirits lifted at Sean's acquiescence, invigorating his demeanor. Asgardians, Odin called to the warriors below. Once the crowd gathered, he proclaimed, "This is Sean Hunter, a formidable champion from Midgard. Tonight, we shall host a banquet in my palace to welcome our distant friend. Asgardians, let your hospitality shine." As the crowd erupted in cheer, a boisterous voice rang out, "Your Majesty." Odin recognized the speaker as Volstagg, one of Thor's staunchest supporters. In the preceding battle in Jotunheim, only Sif and Hogun among the 4 warriors of the palace had emerged unscathed. Fandral and Volstagg had been afflicted by the ice giant's frigid onslaught. Yet, for the Asgardians, such injuries could be swiftly remedied, and indeed, Volstagg was already lively in the training grounds. "What would you like to say, Volstagg?" Odin regarded the valiant warriors with appreciation. "I do not believe this champion from Midgard is as formidable as you claim, for we have yet to witness his prowess," Volstagg scoffed, his expression revealing skepticism. His doubts were further fueled by the knowledge of Thor's exile. Odin furrowed his brow. Volstagg's words were a challenge to his authority. Yet he knew this was merely Volstagg's nature. Among the 4 warriors, he was the most brash, perhaps even more so than Thor, seemingly oblivious to the nuances of strategy. Asgard venerates strength, provided one possesses the might they profess. Loki belonged to the category of those who faced ridicule, for he often triumphed through cunning rather than sheer power. After a moment of contemplation, Odin deemed it fitting to hold a friendly contest before the feast, allowing the Asgardians to witness the heights of skill. He turned to Sean, silently inquiring his thoughts. Sean shrugged nonchalantly and descended from the terrace into the throng below. Observing Sean's languid demeanor, Volstag's disdain intensified. He cannot even leap from the terrace, and yet he remains unfazed by provocation. "We'll step forth," Sean declared, scanning the assembled crowd with an air of casual indifference, inciting irritation among many. Sif and Fandral exchanged glances, deciding to observe first. They surmised that Sean, favored by Odin, must possess considerable skill. "I shall." Volstagg boldly stepped forward, for the contest had arisen from his challenge. "What weapon do you desire?" Though Volstagg doubted Sean's capabilities, he remained fair-minded. "I require none. You may choose freely," Sean replied, his interest evidently waning. Feeling insulted, Volstagg was taken aback. He did not anticipate Sean's nonchalance at such a critical moment. Since Sean would forego weapons, Volstagg felt justified in doing the same, for an Asgardian warrior must uphold pride and not exploit an unarmed opponent. He handed his great axe to Hogun and Fandral. Noticing this, cautioned, "Be wary. He may be trying to provoke you into an unfair match." Volstagg laughed heartily, asserting that he could easily subdue Sean with one hand. As Odin's spear struck the ground, resonating with a metallic clash, the contest commenced. Volstagg charged at Sean, who donned Asgardian attire, mocking him as he approached. Sif and Fandral focused intently, prepared to discern Sean's weaknesses. Yet, in the instant Volstagg swung his massive fist, a resounding thud echoed, leaving only Sean standing. Sif, furrowing her brows, scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Volstagg. Above, Fandral alerted her. She glanced skyward, witnessing a small dark figure rapidly growing larger, accompanied by Volstagg's anguished cries. As he plummeted towards the ground, Volstagg closed his eyes in resignation. "It is over. I shall surely be incapacitated for weeks." Just before impact, Odin employed magic to catch him. "Thank you, my king," Volstagg stammered, shaken, until Fandral prompted him to kneel and pay homage to Odin. Subsequently, Fandral drew his sword and approached Sean, leveling it at him. "Pray, teach me." Unlike Volstagg, Fandral was astute, recognizing that Sean's decision to forego weapons forfeited his greatest advantage. Having observed the previous contest, Fandral noted that Sean's speed and strength surpassed theirs, leading him to conclude that victory could only be attained through superior technique. "Wait," Sean suddenly interrupted as Fandral prepared to strike, assuming Sean sought a weapon. However, Fandral, confident in his mastery of swordsmanship, believed even Thor might falter against him without Mjolnir. Thus, he gallantly offered Sean the freedom to choose. "I do not seek a weapon. I merely believe this method is rather slow." To all present, who else wishes to join? Let's engage together. Chapter 34. Engaging in play, Sean's words exploded in the ears of all the Asgardians present like oil splattering in a hot pan. Sif, her face flushed with anger, glared at Sean. Just moments ago, she had expressed concern over Sean's abilities, demonstrating a measure of Asgardian grace, only to find him displaying such disdain for them. She glanced up at Odin, who remained unresponsive to Sean's remarks, and thus strode purposefully to stand beside Fandral. With Sif's arrival, the Asgardians stirred as if roused from a hive, one after another joining her and Fandral. Even Volstagg, who had just been defeated, and Hogun, who was previously observing, joined the throng. The four warriors of Asgard were now assembled. Sean leisurely observed the growing number of adversaries before him. If they were of such caliber, their numbers bore little significance to him. Even Thor, wielding Mjolnir, could easily triumph over such a crowd. He thought to himself, "Let us engage in a bit of sport with them." As the numbers continued to swell, Volstagg could no longer contain himself. Having been bested by Sean in a single move, the humiliation spurred him into action. He brandished his massive axe and charged forward with a roar. Following Volstagg's lead, the remaining warriors of Asgard no longer hesitated. After all, Sean had made it clear that anyone could join the fray. Sean sidestepped Volstagg's downward strike and kicked his hefty form aside. Almost immediately, he was met with Fandrel's sword attack, but to Sean, Fandrel's speed was painfully slow. Sean seized Fandrel's wrist, applying just enough pressure to cause him to drop his sword, which flew from his grasp and struck Hogan, who was advancing with a flail, right between the eyes, rendering him unconscious. Then, Sean hurled Fandrel like a weapon, knocking down several opponents. Hogan fell, dazed by the sword's hilt, while the Asgardian soldiers that followed trampled over the two fallen warriors. Sean darted between various weapons, each strike toppling a multitude, only to be encircled by more soldiers. Sif, gripping her sword tightly, maneuvered nimbly. Although angered by Sean's earlier words, witnessing his prowess left her secretly astonished. Yet, based on Sean's current display of strength, Sif felt a glimmer of hope for a decisive strike. As the Asgardian soldiers dwindled around Sean, the fallen grew in number, most merely dazed and likely to awaken shortly. This illustrated Sean's overwhelming superiority. Even amidst a swarm, he maintained remarkable restraint. Originally, Sean intended to employ magic, but observing the warriors of Asgard eschewing such tactics, he felt it inappropriate to do so. Hand-to-hand combat, he was unperturbed. Just as Sean deflected attacks from both sides once more, Sif finally made her move. Her speed was impressive. By the time Sean had sent two Asgardian soldiers flying and turned around, Sif stood before him. Stunned, she watched as her sword struck Sean, leaving only a tear in the Asgardian fabric he wore, with not a scratch upon his skin. Was such physical resilience truly that of a Midgardian? Even King Odin would hesitate to stand still for her to strike. Enough. Odin's voice rang out, halting the one-sided contest. His words were imbued with divine power, and as it reverberated, all the fallen Asgardians regained consciousness. Upon seeing Odin on the terrace, they felt a pang of shame for having disgraced Asgard. There is no need for such embarrassment. Even I would not claim to best this warrior from Midgard. However, remember the spirit of the Asgardians, who never concede defeat. Even in the face of insurmountable foes, maintain your steadfast will and unwavering courage. That is what it means to be Asgardian. Asgard, 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 Asgard. Sean felt the fervor of the Asgardians around him as they raised their weapons and cheered, glancing up at Odin on the terrace, who silently acknowledged him with a thumbs up. With a wave of his hand, the tumultuous cheers subsided. The contest is not yet concluded. Tonight's feast will showcase the finest wines and the most delectable dishes to honor our esteemed guests from afar. Asgardians, prepare to display your hospitality. Sean gazed in disbelief at the eager warriors beside him, ready to ply him with drink, along with the striking goddess. Once more, Odin had played a trick on him. Little did Odin know that Sean was a bottomless pit when it came to drink. Drinking? I could down 10. No, the assembly here still pales in comparison. At the evening banquet, the men of Asgard were determined to challenge Sean in a drinking contest. Meanwhile, the elegantly attired ladies were eager to glimpse the formidable warrior. Captivated by Sean's handsome visage and commanding presence at the table, they fantasized about the prospect of the men getting him intoxicated, hoping that would afford them an opportunity later. The feast continued for quite some time. Odin, being advanced in years, observed the lively atmosphere and the joy of his guests before taking his leave, accompanied by Frigga. Simpleton Volstagg had long made himself at home, seated opposite Sean, both men eagerly drinking from a large barrel of Asgardian ale, causing Volstagg's ample belly to swell perilously. When Volstagg's head thudded against the table, the onlookers erupted into laughter as they lifted him away, placing him alongside his companions, Grumpy Hogan and Rogue Fandrel. Witnessing Sean's boundless capacity for drink only deepened the Asgardians' admiration for him. As a culture that revered strength, word of the afternoon contest quickly spread across Asgard, with all knowing that they had a guest whose might rivaled that of King Odin. With a resounding thud, 2 more barrels of divine ale were placed on the table, from which emerged a graceful figure. Clad in a resplendent robe, Sif approached, placing her hand on the table, signaling her intent to engage Sean in an arm-wrestling contest. The loser would drink. Did he dare? She tapped the barrel, raising an eyebrow in challenge, her gaze filled with intrigue and provocation. Sean extended his right hand to clasp hers. To his surprise, the powerful goddess did not possess the calluses he had anticipated. As Sif exerted pressure, Sean did not yield, knowing full well that she detested any form of preferential treatment. Defeated, Sif lifted her foot onto the stool, her skirt cascading to reveal her toned, elegant legs. She paid no mind to the admiring gazes of the men around her, hoisting the barrel to drink, her eyes continually surveying Sean, observing the legendary goddess so audaciously. Sean rose to grab another barrel of ale. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a new round of competition began. Chapter 35. The Perils of Indulgence. When Sean awoke once more, he found himself nestled in a fragrant grand bed. Glancing beside him, he noticed the long hair and delicate shoulder of a woman partially concealed beneath a lace sheet. Sean rubbed his forehead, realizing that the divine mead of Asgard had indeed taken its toll, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As he shifted slightly, the woman beside him stirred and turned, her eyes widening in shock upon recognizing his face. How could it be Sif? Sean recalled that just the previous day, after their drinking contest, she had staggered away. After he had bested a group of brawny men, he had been surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic Asgardian maidens, clearly headed towards the chambers Odin had arranged for him. What had transpired thereafter? The memories eluded him like a fleeting shadow. Surveying the room, Sean noted its simplicity despite the alluring fragrance. The corner adorned with a goddess's armor and a long sword shield confirmed that this was undoubtedly Sif's chamber. He scratched his head, pondering whether he might soon find himself pursued by a sword-wielding warrior. However, upon observing his own attire and the elegant gown Sif wore beneath the sheets, it seemed that he had indeed engaged in some rather beastly behavior last night. Truly, indulgence leads to folly. As Sean cautiously rose from the soft bed, intending to make a discreet exit, the door to Sif's chamber burst open. "Sif, this is dire," shouted Fandral, Hogan, and Volstagg, who had rushed into the outer room. Momentarily forgetting his own magical prowess, Sean debated where to hide, only to find Sif propped up on one elbow, clearly awakened by the ruckus outside. Before he could concoct an excuse to deflect the situation, Sif's demeanor remained remarkably composed. "I shall be out shortly," she called, then gracefully descended from the bed, beginning to remove her gown. What audacity! Is it customary for Asgardian maidens to be so brazen? Sean marveled at Sif's form, sculpted from years of rigorous training, blending both femininity and strength. Sensing Sean's intense gaze, Sif smirked slightly. Once she donned her armor, Sean realized that the striking contrast enhanced her allure even further. "Have you seen enough?" she inquired playfully. "Ah, yes, quite enough," he stammered, flustered. "Then let us depart." Where to?" "They await us outside." "Wait, we're just going to stroll out like this?" "Hold on, we haven't even discussed it." Sean attempted to halt Sif as she pushed open the door, but it was too late. "What has happened?" Sif demanded, her gaze piercing as she faced the three men outside. "God," Volstagg began, unable to contain his words, but halted upon seeing Sean emerge from Sif's chamber. Fandral and Hogan exchanged glances, bewildered by the situation, their eyes darting between Sif and Sean, who appeared completely nonchalant. "I brought him to continue our sparring," Sif stated succinctly. "Oh, next time, remember to invite me," Volstagg replied, nodding earnestly. "What on earth has transpired?" Sif pressed, her brow furrowing. Fandral and Hogan clearly harbored doubts about Sif's explanation, yet the pressing matter overshadowed their skepticism. "The All-Father has once more succumbed to his long slumber, and it is uncertain how long he shall remain in this state," Fandral stated gravely. "By the gods?" Sean gasped, taken aback. "Is Odin truly asleep? Who governs Asgard now?" He recalled the discussion he had with Odin the previous afternoon regarding weaponry. "Loki," Volstagg muttered disdainfully. A flicker of contempt passed over Fandral and Hogan's faces, as they shared the sentiment that Loki was a master of deceit, and this latest turn of events might very well be part of his scheme. "I would not deem it entirely unfavorable. With Loki in charge, we could persuade him to summon Thor back. He should be more amenable than the All-Father," Sif suggested innocently. Sean couldn't help but chuckle at Sif's naivety. After all, she had just managed to rid herself of Thor, and now she wanted Loki, who held the reins of power, to call him back. Only a madman would acquiesce to such a request. However, before Sean could voice his thoughts, the four of them eagerly made their way to the Grand Hall. Upon entering the resplendent throne room, they beheld Loki seated upon the throne, reveling in the moment, caressing the armrests as if he were in a state of bliss. What obsession did he have with the throne? Did it conceal some unspeakable mechanism? "Loki," Sif began, but was interrupted when Loki opened his eyes to regard them. The palace guards stepped forward, brandishing their spears in a show of readiness. Noticing the guard's stance and Loki wielding Gungnir, the spear of Odin, Sif grasped the gravity of the situation. Loki was now the ruler of Asgard, and her previous actions had been a direct affront to his authority. Should he command it, she could face dire consequences. The four exchanged reluctant glances before kneeling in submission, and the guards resumed their positions. Our father has once more succumbed to his long slumber, and our mother is distraught, uncertain of his return. Henceforth, I shall oversee the affairs of Asgard, Loki proclaimed, feigning sorrow, before proudly displaying Gungnir. Seeing Thor's followers kneeling before him filled Loki with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Sean, his expression soured. Sean, upon meeting Loki's gaze, remained steadfast, unmoved by Sif's silent urging to bow. Why should he? Even Odin had not compelled him to kneel. What right did Loki, lacking even the capability to wield Gungnir properly, have to demand such reverence? Perhaps recalling Sean's formidable prowess, Loki cleared his throat awkwardly and chose not to dwell on Sean's defiance. My king, since you now govern Asgard, we beseech you to lift Thor's exile and summon him back to the realm, Fandral implored, striving to present a facade of humility. Despite his inner desire to overthrow Loki, I regret to inform you, my friends, that my inaugural decree cannot contravene the All-Father's orders, Loki replied, having anticipated their approach and prepared his rebuttal. Volstagg attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by Loki. Only then did Sif comprehend the naivety of her previous assumptions. The four departed the grand hall, seething with frustration and confusion. What now? Volstagg wondered aloud, glancing at the others for guidance. Fandral and Hogun remained silent, equally perplexed. Perhaps we could seek his assistance, one of them finally suggested. Sif spoke with a hint of meaning. Chapter 36. No shame as Sean emerged from the grand hall. He was accompanied by guards, ostensibly for his protection, though in truth it was to prevent any mischief from his part. Sean, Sif, along with 3 others, caught up with him as he made his way towards the Rainbow Bridge fortress. What's going on? Vandal inquired of the palace guard accompanying Sean. The new king has commanded that Sean the warrior be escorted back to the courtyard. The guard succinctly relayed Loki's orders. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, Vandal immediately suggested, you should report back to the new king, stating that we are escorting Sean to the Rainbow Bridge for a farewell. The guard's face betrayed his hesitation. What? You no longer trust us? Barked the hot-headed Volstagg, expressing his discontent. When Thor was present, these guards were always obedient to them. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, the guard reasoned that it was merely a short distance to the fortress, where the loyal Heimdall would be stationed. Given the familiarity of these individuals with Asgard, he felt assured and allowed them to proceed. What are you four plotting? Sean scrutinized them with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The guard remained oblivious, but Sean noticed their armed demeanor, clearly indicative of their intentions. We seek your assistance in venturing down to find Thor, Sif stated, her gaze unwavering upon Sean. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but have you considered that Odin has stripped Thor of his divine powers? What purpose would it serve to find him now? He is but a mortal, and with Loki wielding the crown, unless either he or Odin commands Thor's return, his reappearance would be tantamount to defying royal decree. Do you wish for him to meet his demise? The four listened intently, the gravity of Sean's words sinking in. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Their singular focus had been on retrieving Thor. What then? Should we simply stand idly by, watching Asgard fall into Loki's hands? Hogun lamented. Your foremost concern should be Thor's divine powers. Once he regains them, even if he returns in defiance, his former renown would undoubtedly enable him to reclaim power from Loki. Sean continued his stride towards the Rainbow Bridge fortress. But Thor's powers were taken directly by the All-Father. How can they be restored? Sif queried, keeping pace beside him. Thus, it becomes evident that you are all woefully uninformed, Sean remarked with a look of incredulity. Did you truly believe Odin would not care for his own son? While expelling Thor, he left a back door open. Should Thor reclaim Mjolnir, he could restore his divine powers and return to the realm of gods. Is that truly the case? Volstagg's eyes brightened with eager hope. Ah, but do not rejoice prematurely. Lifting Mjolnir in a mortal form is no simple feat at this. Sean couldn't help but recall a certain captain who managed not only to lift it, but also mastered its wielding. Thus, seeking him now would be futile and could even mark you as traitors, which is hardly advantageous. It would be wiser to remain in Asgard, observing Loki's every move. Should he engage in any untoward actions, your intervention would be far more effective than a reckless descent to the realms below. Sean earnestly persuaded them. Within the Rainbow Bridge Fortress, Heimdall stated, "The new king has decreed the safe return of the esteemed warrior to the courtyard, and we shall accompany him." Vandal's tone was somewhat strained as he regarded the formidable gatekeeper who perceived all 9 realms. They decided to take a chance. Perhaps Heimdall would overlook their intentions? Sean, upon observing Vandal's uncertain demeanor, realized their efforts were in vain. Heimdall, as Odin's appointed guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, was not one to be deceived. His duty was to prevent unauthorized descents, and the guards' intentions were all too apparent. Furthermore, Heimdall had clearly witnessed their conversation on the Rainbow Bridge. "I shall escort the courtyard warrior back. As for you, return and rest," Heimdall appraised Sif and her companions. "Thank you, old friend," Sean casually addressed Heimdall. The gatekeeper's lips twitched at Sean's familiarity. Sif and the others looked on in astonishment. Did he not fear being cast into some forsaken corner? Heimdall, with an expression of exasperation, raised the sword of the rainbow and inserted it into the control panel. As arcs of electricity danced, the portal above the fortress began to descend, revealing a blinding gateway to the cosmos behind him. "Please," Heimdall's demeanor toward Sean was unexpectedly cordial, leaving Sif and her companions wondering if he had been bewitched or possessed. Heimdall recognized Sean's prowess. He had witnessed the confrontation between Sean and Odin in the courtyard, as well as all that transpired upon Sean's arrival in Asgard. To summarize, he was no match. Moreover, Heimdall was acutely aware of Odin's desire to win Sean's allegiance, all for the sake of Asgard. No shame, Heimdall reassured himself, and thus, Sean was transported via the Rainbow Bridge to the desolate outskirts of the ancient bridge town. He had left behind his ring at home, and the attire of the Shadow Knight was also absent, compelling Sean to rely solely on his swiftness to return. Minutes after Sean vanished, several black SUVs arrived, dusty and worn from travel. Siderver, rubbing his bald head, stepped out and gazed at the identical markings on the ground, akin to those they had discovered elsewhere. They had set out the moment they received the signal, and en route, headquarters relayed that the Shadow Knight had reappeared in close proximity to their destination. Headquarters issued a strict order for them to hasten to the scene. Their high-powered vehicles nearly reached their limits. Yet upon their arrival, all they found was this perplexing phenomenon. What in the world was this? Siderver pondered, scratching his head. "Seal off this area and report back to headquarters, stating the target has vanished," Siderver instructed, eyeing the markings on the ground and his fellow agents. Meanwhile, Sean descended, employing his illusion magic to land in his New York home, changing out of his Asgardian garments. Having spent so long in Asgard, his phone lay dormant, now devoid of power. As he plugged it in and powered it on, a call came through. "If you don't answer soon, I might suspect that woman has led you to some unsavory fate," teased Natasha from the other end. Sean casually deflected, claiming an urgent private matter had arisen, which only deepened Natasha's suspicions, for the timing of his disappearance was all too convenient. "What is it? Do you need something? Mr. Tony Stark would like to invite you to his birthday party." Natasha swiftly transitioned back to professionalism. Sean closed his eyes, recalling Tony's boisterous antics at such gatherings. "Not interested. I want to be attending." Chapter 37. If you come over again, I will scream. Having declined Tony's invitation to the party, Sean anticipated a peaceful evening to unwind. However, that night, his phone was inundated with calls from Pepper. "San, please, you must come and stop Tony. He has gone berserk. He and Rhodey are wreaking havoc in the house, both clad in their suits. I fear for their safety and the potential danger." With a heavy sigh, Sean lamented his fate. Tony and Rhodey, encased in their Iron Man suits, were engaged in a chaotic brawl, tearing through Tony's mansion from upstairs to downstairs, exchanging blows with reckless abandon, leaving the guests utterly bewildered. After scattering all the attendees, they unleashed a series of repulsor blasts, rendering the luxurious abode unrecognizable. Upon regaining his composure, Rhodey concluded that Tony's reckless behavior at the party disqualified him from the title of Iron Man. He took one of Tony's prototype suits, intending to present it to the esteemed Air Force. You just let him take it? Sean stepped through the portal, gazing upwards at Rhodey, who soared away with the suit, then turned back to observe the wreckage and the despondent figure of Tony slumped against the wall. Sean, didn't you say you wouldn't come? You're late. The party's over. Tony shook his head in disappointment. I came to witness the chaos you two were causing. I'm not interested. Pepper sent me to check if you were still alive. At the mention of Pepper's name, Tony momentarily snapped back to reality. It doesn't matter. He trailed off, knowing Sean could read between the lines. Why not just tell Pepper the truth? Your silence will only cause her pain. Sean retrieved a surviving bottle of liquor from the debris, pouring a glass for both himself and Tony. I am utterly despondent right now. Perhaps when the day truly comes, it might feel better. Tony gulped down his drink. Observing Tony's dejection, Sean reminded him, did I not previously mention that you haven't tried every approach? So, what exactly are the methods I have yet to try? Pray tell, Tony retorted, skepticism evident in his tone. He believed he had exhausted every possible avenue, dismissing Sean's claims of alternative combinations as mere consolation. Having finished his drink, Sean's acute hearing picked up on a certain lovely voice reporting in, alongside the frantic shouts of an approaching Rhodey. Someone will be here shortly to inform you. Get up and take a shower. You reek of urine. Sean declared as he prepared to leave. Hey, you're just leaving? I'm on the brink of collapse, and you won't stay with me for a moment longer? Tony protested as Sean activated the portal. Before departing, Sean called Pepper, assuring her that Tony was fine, merely stripped of one suit by Rhodey. He inquired if she needed him to retrieve it. Let be. Rhodey is also a good friend of Tony's, given the current state of affairs. He wouldn't be able to explain himself upon returning. Let him take the suit, Pepper mused, feeling that Tony had truly overstepped his bounds, disregarding her feelings entirely. Tony did not bathe. He merely changed clothes and emerged to find the sofa cleared, occupied by a familiar figure, Nick Fury. If it weren't for those large eyes of yours, I might not have noticed you, Tony quipped. Nick Fury remained silent, merely staring at him. What is it? Another invitation to join your Superboy team? Tony scoffed. Come here, sit down, Nick commanded. Tony staggered over and plopped down beside him, for there was no other seating available. Didn't you just take a shower? Why you smell so foul? What brand of body wash do you use? Let me know so I can avoid it in the future. Nick shot back, retaliating against Tony's earlier jab. Noticing Tony's silence, Nick continued, allow me to introduce someone. Agent Romanoff. Natasha, clad in a sleek black combat suit, gracefully approached. You've been fired, Tony exclaimed, taken aback. Your words hold no weight. Natasha replied with a nonchalant smile, then suddenly inquired, did Sean come by today? Huh? Wasn't he your notification? Did he arrive? Tony searched the room, genuinely looking for Sean. Nick Fury, tired of the back and forth, interjected, you've stirred up quite a mess lately. You made your little girlfriend the CEO and casually handed your Iron Man suit to your friend. What do you mean, handed? He took it. Tony protested. Oh, he took it? Is that so? What does this signify? Nick pointed to his own head. A black egg? Tony retorted, his sarcasm evident. Nick's gaze sharpened. All right, your head. Correct answer. You just claimed your friend took it, did you not? What I possess within is certainly not water. Seeing Tony's continued denial, Nick turned to Natasha. Natasha, you explain. Standing across from the sofa with her hands casually behind her back, Natasha stated, according to my findings, Tony Stark's security protocols can intercept unauthorized use. Tony, hearing her words, began to feign ignorance. So what? I forgot. Is it not permissible for me to give it to him? What do you want from me? Suddenly, he recalled Sean mentioning that someone would soon arrive to inform him. Could it be them? Nick Fury took a deep breath. We aren't here to impose. It is you who must clarify your intentions. If this continues, you will become a matter I must address. Do you comprehend? Do you think there is a shortage of issues in this world? Do you have any idea how many problems I handle daily? Oh, mighty Fury. Why not just leave me be? Tony slouched back into the sofa. Observing Tony's defiance, Nick subtly gestured to Natasha. As she approached swiftly, Tony shouted, Hey, don't come any closer. What are you planning? I will scream. Sadly, without the armor support, Tony's combat prowess was no match for Natasha's prowess. Feeling an assault on his neck, The weight on Tony's chest alleviated significantly. Oh, what is this? You aren't planning to knock me out and harvest my kidneys, are you? Nick Fury disdainfully regarded the fading mark on Tony's neck. This is lithium dioxide. We are here to save you. Who would want your battered kidneys? Is that so? If you give me another 2 doses, I might just feel better, Tony mused, beginning to entertain Sean's earlier assertions. This will merely alleviate your symptoms. The ultimate remedy lies within your own hands. Huh? I'm confused. Did Sean not say he could save me? Why must I still rely on myself? Chapter 38. Call me what you will. I will handle it myself. I have already been here, and I have exhausted all known elements and permutations. There is simply no way to resolve my dilemma. Tony reiterated his sentiment, firmly believing that these individuals possessed no genuine understanding of science, merely babbling without substance. I have come to inform you that you have not yet tried everything. Nick Fury wore an expression that exuded savior-like confidence, anticipating Tony's astonishment and admiration. However, what did he witness instead? Tony Stark rolling his eyes at him. What is that expression? Nick furrowed his brow, puzzled by Tony's unexpected reaction. Wasn't he supposed to gaze at him in shock and curiosity? Never mind. What exactly are you trying to tell me? Tony chuckled, internally mocking the sentiment that Sean had long articulated. You've let the cat out of the bag. Nick Fury scrutinized Tony with his singular eye for a few moments, sensing that Tony was concealing something, although he knew Tony was no fool, presenting himself as the charming playboy he was. Coulson, Nick Fury, realizing this young man was impervious to his attempts, abandoned the silent standoff. Coulson approached, carrying a box alongside 2 subordinates. What is this? Tony's gaze fell upon the box, recognizing his late father Howard's name inscribed on it. It must have belonged to his estranged father. As I mentioned before, you have not tried everything. However, this puzzle is for you to solve, for it was left to you by your father. Nick Fury glanced at his watch, aware of his busy schedule. It was a rare moment he could spare to assist Tony, and now he had to be on his way. Resolve what? You haven't said anything. Tony looked bewildered at the departing figure of Nick Fury. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury turned back, warning him with a stern look. You better not stir up any more trouble. After delivering the admonition, he disregarded Tony, who was attempting to ingratiate himself with Coulson, and exited the lavish mansion alongside Natasha. Are you certain about this, sir? Natasha hesitated, contemplating the individual Nick Fury was about to meet, as if seeking confirmation of their plans. Let's go meet him. Nick Fury responded, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. In Queens, New York, Sean had just returned from shopping with May. Recently, he had discovered another side of her. Whenever he would leave for a brief period and return, she would cling to him affectionately. Just moments ago in the shopping mall, Sean felt this was not entirely appropriate, not fair to others. He tried to extricate himself from the situation, yet May was resolute in her pursuit. Thankfully, having learned magic from Ancient One, he was able to conceal May's resounding, singing voice. With a rosy complexion, May wrapped her arms around Sean's, and as they ascended the stairs, they encountered Natasha standing there. Upon seeing Natasha, May released Sean, her already flushed face growing warmer, her ears tinged with embarrassment. Hi, Natalie. You finished work early today. May greeted Natasha awkwardly, oblivious to her true identity, only aware that Natasha and Sean had shared past. Though Sean had clarified that they had not defined their relationship. In comparison to the radiant Natasha, May often felt a lack of confidence, especially given her current closeness to Sean. Thus, when faced with Natasha, May felt as though she were a clandestine lover caught in the act. Yet she was utterly captivated by the experience. Today I'm off, Natasha replied gently to May, her expression devoid of ulterior emotions. However, when she turned to face Sean, her smile evaporated instantly. I need to discuss something with you, work-related. Natasha inclined her head toward Sean. Hearing Natasha's words, May quickly interjected, then I'll take my leave. So I won't interrupt your work conversation. She then retrieved her keys, entered her home, and promptly pressed her ear against the door, moving around in search of the best position to eavesdrop. Sean chuckled at May's antics after she entered. Oh, it seems someone is particularly cheerful today, Natasha remarked with a teasing tone, leaning closer to Sean, resembling a wife catching her husband in an affair. Shall we talk inside? Sean was well aware of who was present in his home, having caught a glimpse earlier, yet he was taken aback that Nick Fury would seek him out directly. Simultaneously, he was puzzled by Natasha's behavior. The imposing figure of Nick Fury was making a house call, and yet Natasha was acting as if she were a jealous woman. Was she so dedicated to her role that she wouldn't drop the act until the final moment? Seeing that Sean was silent, Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation and sashayed towards Sean's home, while May, overhearing their impending entrance, was in a fluster, feeling helpless. Sean Hunter. Just as Sean closed the door, Nick Fury emerged from the shadows by the window. Looking at Fury's all-black attire, Sean mused that if Nick were to remain silent and still, most people would likely not even notice his presence. Who are you? How did you get into my home? Is this the level of audacity we now expect from you, Nick? Breaking and entering while playing the role of a thief. Sean assumed a defensive posture, preparing to shield Natasha behind him. Come here, Nick Fury said with an air of smugness. Natasha paused for a moment before stepping out from behind Sean to stand beside Nick, her gaze complex as she regarded Sean. Natalie, you know him? Sean asked, feigning confusion. Allow me to introduce myself. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe you're familiar with the organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson? Indeed, he is my subordinate, as is Natasha. Previously, when Nick Fury conferred with Natasha, she felt it unnecessary to disclose her identity, believing that Sean remained unaware. However, Nick Fury, unable to find evidence linking Sean to the Shadow Knight, decided to test the waters under Natasha's guise, feigning that she had gathered proof of Sean's identity as the Shadow Knight. Should I address you as Sean Hunter or the Shadow Knight? Nick Fury inquired directly, his eyes fixed on Sean's face, searching for any signs of weakness. Call me whatever you want, Sean replied nonchalantly as he poured himself a glass of water. I know you want to admit. Nick Fury cast a triumphant glance at Natasha, oblivious to what Sean had just said. He was certain Sean would deny it, and he was prepared to intensify his interrogation, presenting Natasha's so-called evidence. Yet, suddenly, he realized that Sean had not outright denied it. What did you just say? Nick Fury felt as though he had misheard. Natasha, her brows furrowing, was taken aback by Sean's candidness, realizing that her previous assumptions had been misguided. Had she inadvertently exposed herself? I said you can call me whatever you like. Chapter 39 Apologies, but I do not gaze upon men. Wait, allow me a moment. Nick Fury felt that even his 10-level agent's mind was slightly overwhelmed. He looked at Sean and asked, Aren't you supposed to vehemently deny this? How? How could you just admit it? What does all my meticulous planning amount to? Just misfortune for me? However, Nick Fury quickly adapted. What else do you wish to inquire? Sean generously replied, Ask away, and I shall do my utmost to respond. Who exactly are you? Sean Hunter, did you not know? Sean regarded Nick as if he were simpleton. Are you a mutant? Nick frowned. No. Then how did you acquire those abilities? Nick's eyes widened. Natural. Isn't that essentially a mutant? Nick rubbed his forehead. I'm truly not. Are you an extraterrestrial? Nick clenched his fists. Well, not really. Not really? Nick's hand hovered near his holster. I was born on Earth, and I believe you should have access to my birth records. Records can be fabricated. Nick recalled that Sean's file indeed contained such information. Rest assured, this is 100% genuine, I guarantee it. So you wish to tell me that the invulnerable, super strong Shadow Knight is a born and bred ordinary Earthling? Nick Fury spread his hands, staring incredulously at Sean, who had now seated himself and was gazing back. Am I a fool? Right now, a bit. Sean stifled a laugh at Nick Fury's animated gestures, but managed to hold it in. Nick Fury turned to his trusted agent, Natasha, who instantly reverted to her professional demeanor, fixing a serious gaze upon Sean, though her barely perceptible smile betrayed her. Let's temporarily assume you are an ordinary Earthling. Temporarily? I simply am one. Nick Fury, exasperated, glared at Sean, who raised his hand to signal him to continue. If it weren't for Sean's cooperation, Nick Fury might well have transformed into a furious vigilante by now. Did you save Tony Stark? Not this time. Regarding him, I made it abundantly clear during Coulson's inquiry that I was not lying. Yet you concealed your whereabouts for those months. You were not in Afghanistan. How did you know Tony's location? Nick Fury felt that his dialogue with Sean not only failed to clarify his doubts, but instead deepened the confusion. Well, Sean pondered, considering the safety of revealing the secrets surrounding the organization of Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D. I can tell you, but only you and Natasha must know. It cannot be documented in your files. Sean looked at Nick Fury. Why? Nick and Natasha almost simultaneously queried, perplexed as to why Sean, having already acknowledged his identity, would impose such a restriction. Sean offered no response. Fine, I agree. Nick Fury signaled Natasha, and they both began to discreetly deactivate the recording devices. This world is not as simple as it appears beyond it. Sean succinctly attempted to enlighten the two on the realm of magic. Upon hearing terms such as dimensions, demigods, and infinity stones, Nick Fury felt his head spinning further. So you located Stark through magic? Several minutes later, Nick resumed his quest for information. No, I heard it. Hear what? Heard from whom? Nick was baffled by Sean's response, while Natasha wore a similarly puzzled expression. With my ears, I can hear many sounds. It is one of my abilities, so it is best not to speak ill of me behind my back. Sean jested, pointing to his ear. Do you possess any other abilities? Nick aimed to comprehend Sean's capabilities to better prepare his defenses. He was no naive believer. Well. Sean discreetly glanced at Natasha, who appeared utterly bewildered. Black tea. When Sean abruptly made such an offhand remark, Natasha took about 10 seconds to register. Close your eyes. She glared at Sean, flustered. Do I have no dignity? What do you mean? Nick observed as the two began to flirt, bemused. He can see through things. Natasha rolled her eyes at Sean, who wore a mischievous grin, realizing why she sometimes sensed something amiss in his expressions. What color am I? Nick saw confirmation. Apologies, but I do not gaze upon men. I fear the appearance of a pimple. Your ID is tucked within the inner pocket of your leather jacket. Your full name is Nicholas Joseph Fury. Sean smirked after a quick glance. Natasha, evidently unaware of Nick Fury's full name, gazed at her superior, intrigued. Not many know. Nick Fury now believed Sean truly possessed the ability to see through things. Then why did you participate in the battle over Manhattan? Curiosity piqued. I wish to see just how formidable those two were. Sean refrained from mentioning he was there to retrieve Peter or to stop them, not wanting Nick Fury to perceive him as a superhero akin to Tony. In Morocco, that was work, Natasha interjected. I'm a shareholder and advisor for Stark Industries. She was still miffed about Sean spilling her secret and chose not to engage further. Wait, Natasha suddenly interjected, furrowing her brow. You said you can hear any sound you desire and that your eyes can see through things? That means you knew my identity all along. Yes, Sean reluctantly admitted. Cad, deceiver. Natasha felt betrayed, realizing she had been duped, and most critically, regarding her emotions. Sean was at a loss for how to explain. Could he really say, I knew you were a spy, here to seduce me, yet my feelings for you are genuine? Who would believe such an absurdity? Nick Fury, having gathered all his inquiries directed at Sean, raised his gaze and continued, Why would you disclose this information to us? Have you not been concealing your identity all along? This is not contradictory. I merely prefer not to be like Tony, choosing to remain low-key when possible, as I genuinely cannot be bothered with the trivialities. Just then, Sean's phone rang, and upon seeing it was Tony calling, he activated the speakerphone. Sean, did you know? There actually exists a new element I have yet to experiment with. I never imagined my father, having passed away so many years ago, would still be teaching me. I believe this new element could save my life. By the way, Natalie is with S-H-E-L-D. They inquired about you, but I managed to brush them off. How about that? Quite the performance, right? Listening to Tony's words, Nick Fury's expression darkened further, and he resolved to have a serious conversation with Coulson upon his return, questioning how Tony was allowed to roam freely. Chapter 40. I call the shots at S-H-I-L-D. Stark. How many times have I warned you? You insufferable fool. Just as Tony was basking in his self-satisfaction, he was suddenly greeted by a message from that insufferable Sean. Sean? Sean? What did you just say? I'm out for a run. The signal here is terrible. Hello. Hello. I'll hang up. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Sean chuckled and shook his head. Nick Fury felt a sense of exasperation towards this old friend as son. But he was genuinely pleased to hear that Sean had unraveled the mysteries left by Howard and managed to save himself. And one more thing. Are you going to ask about New Mexico? As Nick Fury leaned forward, Sean could tell he was about to drop some heavy news. It's not a good feeling to be seen through, Nick Fury said darkly, as he was used to being the one who could read others' thoughts. This, however, is nothing we cannot discuss. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? You can't be suggesting that it's all real. Natasha, having listened to so much for Sean today, was clearly more open to such concepts. Not everything, but certainly some aspects, Sean summarized, recounting tales of the 9 realms, Odin the All-Father, Thor Loki, and the fallen Mjolnir. After hearing this, Nick felt a sharp pang in his trigeminal nerve. The dimensions and demons Sean had previously mentioned were not his immediate concern, as, according to Sean, a supreme sorcerer had been handling those matters for quite some time. However, the sudden revelation that Norse mythology was indeed real, and that Earth was merely one of many territories, left Nick contemplating a certain blonde heroine still roaming the cosmos, making him feel exhausted and yearning for retirement. Previously, he had dealt with anomalies and individuals such as super soldiers and mutants, but now, after hearing Sean's words, he realized that the world he was preparing for was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. He felt an urgency to hasten the formation of the team he was assembling. I wish to invite you to join SHIELD. Nick Fury said sincerely as he looked at Sean. This had been his intention from the outset. Once Sean acknowledged his identity as the Shadow Knight, Nick would extend the invitation. Keeping Sean within his grasp would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, he would endeavor to uncover Sean's vulnerabilities. I will not join, Sean replied without a moment's hesitation, expressing his disinterest in Hydra. Nick Fury had anticipated this refusal and refrained from issuing any threats. Such tactics were foolish and would only incite animosity from Sean. Mr. Hunter, I believe you know that SHIELD specializes in handling various mysterious entities. Your power is too great for us to ignore. So you intend to confine me? Sean raised his empty water cup, casting a glance toward Nick Fury, as if to imply that he was no more significant than this cup. No, of course not. I'm in the process of forming a small team, independent of SHIELD, comprising various extraordinary individuals. Naturally, those with special abilities will be treated with due consideration. The team members will only act when necessary. Sean understood that Nick was referring to the future Avengers. So, who comprises this team at present? He asked, amused as he scrutinized Nick's expression. Currently, there are only 2 agents from the Bureau, Nick admitted awkwardly. And you think I would join? Sean scoffed, unimpressed by the prospect of joining such a small contingent. Nick Fury wanted to say yes, but Sean's mocking smile spoke volumes. All right, let us set that aside for now. As I mentioned, your power is too formidable for us to overlook. Nick Fury was thorough in his considerations and had foreseen this scenario. Since you are now a shareholder and consultant at Stark Industries, and Natasha is also employed there, I will designate her as your liaison. After Nick's words, Natasha showed no reaction, clearly having discussed this arrangement with him beforehand. Sean wanted to refuse, but upon glancing at Natasha, he reluctantly nodded, feeling a twinge of exasperation at her beautiful yet dismissive demeanor. I hope, Mr. Hunter, that you will strive to control your actions going forward. We would prefer not to be adversaries. While such warnings were necessary, their effectiveness was subjective. Sean was unconcerned with Nick Fury's words. As long as they did not intrude upon his life or attempt to use him for experimental purposes, he was content. However, you should pay more attention to SHIELD's own conduct and refrain from overstepping boundaries. I am quite easygoing, but that does not mean I lack temper. As Sean's words echoed, his eyes began to glow crimson, and 2 beams of heat surged forth like lasers, effortlessly obliterating the empty cup in his hand before abruptly ceasing. Ever since obtaining the eternal flame, Sean's control over his powers had become increasingly precise. Where once his heat rays might have melted the entire cup, he can now perfectly manipulate their forms and intensities. Do you still possess your ray abilities? Nick Fury observed Sean's warning with a keen eye. Of course, I can assure you that at SHIELD, I'm the one in charge. Nick Fury feigned nonchalance. Seeing Nick Fury's obliviousness, Sean retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Is that so? Let's hope so. Nick frowned, initially perceiving Sean's comment as a jab at his earlier bravado, but a nagging suspicion crept in. Was there an insider in SHLD he was unaware of? Well, I shall take my leave now. Natasha, this is in your capable hands, Nick Fury said, tossing his head back confidently, convinced of his command over SHIELD. As Nick exited, May, peering through the peephole, noticed movement in Sean's room and strained to see, her long eyelashes brushing against the door. Huh, a man just walked out? Since when did Sean have that kind of interest? Cough, cough, care for a drink? Sean offered, glancing at the striking Natasha. Natasha shot him a glare, her expression one of annoyance as she noticed the cup he had just incinerated. Sean chuckled awkwardly and tossed the remains into the trash. Oomph. Natasha huffed, sashaying out, refusing to spare him a glance. Meanwhile, May observed Natasha's departure through the peephole, pondering the expression on her face. She doesn't seem like someone who just finished. Sean's strength appears to be rather impressive. The mere thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Perhaps she had been drained in the mall earlier? Chapter 41. The Stark Industries Expo. Not long after Natasha departed, Sean's phone rang once more. Sean, I need your assistance. Upon hearing Pepper's words, Sean activated listening mode, instantly realizing that something had gone awry at the Stark Industries Expo. Initially, Sean had suggested to Tony that they should simply eliminate Ivan Vanko. He contemplated teleporting there directly, but ultimately decided to head over to Natasha's location instead. What brings you here? Natasha inquired, attempting to suppress the involuntary smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she opened the door, her expression decidedly unimpressed. Sean quipped, I'd love to say just hanging out, but now isn't the opportune moment. His playful remark earned him a sharp glare from Natasha. Natasha, tempted to slam the door in his face, refrained, knowing he would emerge unscathed. Just as Sean was about to inform her about the predicament at the Stark Expo, Natasha received a notification from SHIELD. After ending the call, Natasha turned to Sean and asked, So, you plan on assisting? After all, I'm a shareholder and security consultant for Stark Industries. Isn't it reasonable for me to oversee matters at my own company? Sean replied, shrugging. Natasha pondered for a moment. If Sean truly intended to go, she could not dissuade him. Nick Fury had only kept her close to monitor Sean's movements, and unless Fury recalled the Cosmic Cop, no one could truly deter him. Nevertheless, Natasha felt a flicker of delight that Sean had come to inform her. She fought to suppress her smile. Let us go. My car is downstairs. Are you planning to fly there? Natasha began, only to remember that Sean's abilities far surpassed her own driving skills. Why don't I just take you? Sean suggested with a grin. Oomph, Natasha retorted, tossing her red curls defiantly. How shall we proceed? Sean stepped into Natasha's familiar room, closing the door behind him, unaware that a nearby room at the end of the hallway was slightly ajar, quietly observing the two. Meanwhile, Tony, having received a threatening call from Ivan Vanko, glanced at the screen displaying news about the Stark Industries Expo. He noted that Justin Hammer would unveil Hammer Industries' new Iron Soldier Legion at the event. Suddenly, the words Ivan had once spoken in prison echoed in his mind. When the waters are stained with blood, the sharks will come. Justin Hammer was indeed that shark. He had found Ivan, and the two were undoubtedly engaged in some clandestine dealings. Concerned for Pepper, who was still at the expo, Tony attempted to call her, but the line was dead. Fearing for her safety, he quickly activated the newly synthesized arc reactor and pressed it against his chest. At the Stark Industries Expo, Rhodey, clad in a suit of weaponized armor provided by Hammer Industries, formally revealed himself to the world as War Machine. Justin Hammer felt that fortune was smiling upon him. After Tony Stark's birthday party scandal, he had regained favor with the military by equipping Tony's armor with weapons, and now, with Ivan Vanko's assistance, he was showcasing Hammer Industries technology at Tony's own expo. Life, it seemed, was simply splendid for Justin Hammer. Strutting confidently on stage, he introduced his Iron Legion and Rhodey's War Machine to the thousands of spectators below, envisioning contract from the Department of Defense beckoning him. As Justin reveled in his delusions, Tony soared in, clad in his new elemental armor. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the public still held a greater belief in Iron Man, despite his recent unreliability. "Tony? What are you doing here?" Rhodey exclaimed, startled by Tony's sudden arrival, fearing he might disrupt the event. "Rhodey, listen to me. Something is amiss. There are civilians down there, and I'm here under orders." "I have no intention of causing a scene," Rhodey replied tersely. Tony waved to the crowd while explaining the situation to Rhodey, who was taken aback upon hearing that Justin Hammer might be collaborating with Ivan Vanko. "That guy is still alive?" Rhodey exclaimed, clearly astonished that Tony had not dealt with him. Oblivious to his exposure, Justin Hammer continued to engage with the audience, attempting to link Tony's appearance with his own presence. "Where is he?" Tony demanded of Justin Hammer. Whoa, hold on. What is going on? What are you talking about?" Justin stammered. Just as Rhodey was about to interject, the screen before him inexplicably began to operate on its own. "Tony, this isn't right." Tony turned to see the Gatling gun on Rhodey's armor pivoting towards him. "What are you doing?" "It's not me. Run. The system has been compromised." As Rhodey's warning escaped his lips, all the Iron Soldiers on stage raised their weapons, aiming at Tony. Tony reacted swiftly, knowing that any attempt to dodge left or right would only endanger the civilians below. He took to the skies, trailing flames as he ascended. "Let's take this outside," Tony shouted as he flew. The moment he soared into the air, all Iron Soldiers, including Rhodey's armor, opened fire, sending bullets raining down, shattering the venue's glass ceiling. The audience erupted into panic screams, scattering in all directions. As Rhodey's armor ascended, a portion of the Iron Soldiers followed suit, pursuing Tony relentlessly. Pepper, witnessing Tony's arrival in his armor, sensed something was amiss. She rummaged through her bag for her phone and noted several missed calls from Tony. Concerned for his safety, she urgently alerted Sean and, accompanied by Happy, made her way to the control room, hoping to issue commands to disable the Iron Soldiers. Meanwhile, Sean, donning a sleek black combat suit, flew through the night sky towards Hammer Industries, with Natasha curiously observing the surroundings. Though she had flown numerous times, this mode of travel was a novel experience for her. Sean wrapped his arms around Natasha's waist. Despite the frigid air at high altitude, Natasha felt no chill. Instead, she joyfully spread her arms wide, occasionally glancing back at Sean. Noticing her sheer delight, Sean deliberately slowed his pace. Hammer Industries was located in Queens, and he could have reached it in the blink of an eye. He simply wished for Natasha to savor the experience. As Natasha reveled like a child, Sean's brow furrowed. He glanced southwest, having sensed a familiar power, an overwhelming surge of thunder that flashed by. "Probably just some unfortunate soul who can't lift a hammer," he mused. Chapter 42. I knew you two were involved, although their pace had slowed considerably. Sean and Natasha quickly arrived outside the Hammer Industries building. A swift glance revealed that Ivan Vanko was absent. It seemed he had already departed, leaving behind the computer that controlled the Iron Legion. "I'll remain here and see if I can disable the Iron Legion directly using Hammer Industries' computer. You head over to the expo and lend a hand," Natasha instructed, her tone habitual. Only then did she realize that Sean was not one of her subordinates at S.H.L.D. yet. Sean paid her no mind and performed a courtly bow. "At your command, fair lady." Seeing Sean's playful demeanor, Natasha let out a soft huff before turning a stride into Hammer Industries. At that moment, Sean received a call from Tony. Hello? Is that Black Egg still with you?" "He's long gone." "That's splendid. I wonder if my security consultant is free." "Your boss is currently being pursued by a horde of cold machines led by his friend." Tony's plea for help was as distinctive as ever. "I just dropped Natasha off at Hammer Industries. She's attempting to disable the Iron Legion from their mainframe. If only you had listened to me and dealt with that Ivan Vanko when you had the chance, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Sean replied, his tone irritable. Dodging a missile fired by an Iron Soldier behind him, Tony responded, "Next time for sure. But could you lend a hand first? These pesky flies are becoming unbearable, and I dread to think of the situation at the expo." "I'll head to the expo. You deal with your own flies. Also, did you just mention Natasha? Mind your own business about adult matters. I can only tell you that it's quite delightful. Even the water for washing feet is fragrant." Sean was aware of Tony's infatuation with Natasha, and he relished in provoking him. observing Natasha's impressive combat skills against the security guards inside Hammer Industries. He confirmed that she was in no danger before soaring in the direction of Tony's voice. "I knew you two were involved." Sean hung up amidst Tony's jealous outburst. He sped towards the expo, a thunderous sonic boom resonating in the sky, and within moments, he found himself hovering above the scene. Below, the Iron Soldiers had begun executing commands, scattering the crowd in chaos. With a surge of golden flames enveloping him, Sean transformed into his former Shadow Knight attire, now subtly interlaced with dark golden hues that were nearly imperceptible. This newfound ability emerged after absorbing the eternal flame, granting him a divine essence. Just as Thor could alter his attire with the power of thunder, so too could Sean with the eternal flame. Previously, he had relied on magic to change his clothing, but its potency was limited, prompting his quest for a suit forged for vibranium. Now, however, he felt that the garment conjured from the eternal flame surpassed his previous vibranium ensemble. As the Iron Soldiers prepared to launch an assault on the expo, a sudden and instantaneous transformation occurred. Each Iron Soldier's chest cavity was hollowed out precisely where their energy source resided. The remnants of violent dismantling were evident, as though an unseen hand had plunged into their chests to extract their cores. With the loss of energy, the Iron Soldiers' weapons fell silent, their heavy forms crashing to the ground. The fleeing crowd, initially oblivious, paused to investigate the peculiar behavior of the Iron Soldiers. After dismantling all the reactors, Sean incinerated the remains with the eternal flame before soaring towards the main exhibition hall. At the operations console, Pepper and Happy were attempting to disable the Iron Legion when they were interrupted by Justin Hammer's obstinacy. "This is all your boyfriend Tony's fault. Why do you have to come here? Everything was fine." Justin Hammer protested, desperately trying to shift the blame onto Tony. With a crash, Sean landed beside the console, startling Justin Hammer, who instinctively shrank back, well aware of Sean's formidable prowess witnessed firsthand in Monaco. Pepper, already privy to Sean's alter ego, refrained from calling his name upon seeing him in the Shadow Knight guise, though her eyes betrayed her astonishment, as she too had experienced the Morocco incident. The Iron Soldiers are dealt with. As for Tony, Sean paused, tilting his head as if listening for a moment before continuing. "It appears he has also resolved his issues. He is currently with Rhodey. Should I track down Ivan Vanko and eliminate him?" Each word Sean uttered fell like a hammer upon Justin Hammer's heart. "What do you mean resolved? Are you saying my Iron Legion, constructed with so much of my wealth, is no more? And what do you mean by tracking down Ivan Vanko to dispose of him? Are you truly this cold-hearted?" Just as Pepper was about to interject, two video call boxes appeared on the console screen, displaying Natasha and Tony's faces. "Tony, I've lifted the restrictions on Rhodey's armor. Your friend is safe now. You can reboot his systems." "Thank you ever so much, Agent Romanoff," Tony replied, having suffered a setback from Sean's earlier remarks, now teasing Natasha about her concealed identity. Noticing Tony's jest, Natasha caught sight of the video feed showing Pepper and Sean in the main hall. Thus, she feigned ignorance. "It appears your new energy source is quite impressive. Your vital signs seem stable now. I take it you're in the clear? Thanks to you. I won't be kicking the bucket just yet." Tony, oblivious to the trap, unwittingly stepped right into it. "What do you mean you won't be kicking the bucket? Are you implying you were on the verge of death?" Pepper interjected, rushing to the screen. "Pepper? No, I'm fine now." "You don't need to worry," Tony stammered, feeling the familiar tension. "What on earth is going on? I was going to tell you, but I was afraid you'd worry. You didn't give me the chance to explain?" Tony murmured, realizing he might have to face the music upon returning. "Why not just tell me from the start?" Suddenly, Natasha felt a twinge of regret, sensing the two were indulging in a display of affection. Just as they were engaged in their verbal sparring, Natasha noticed on the screen that several Iron Soldiers were approaching, prompting her to sound the alarm. Pepper turned to Sean, hoping he would assist, and Sean nodded, soaring towards Tony's position. As Tony and the now-awakened Rhodey bickered over their respective positions, the remaining Iron Soldiers swiftly descended upon their area, encircling them. Only then did Tony and Rhodey realize how much time they had wasted. "Do you need assistance?" Chapter 43. Let my ex-wife give him a shot surrounded by the Iron Soldiers. Tony suddenly felt a surge of confidence upon hearing a voice from the sky. "Wait a moment." "Wait for what?" Rhodey asked, perplexed. He watched as the Iron Soldiers closed in, their oppressive aura making even this seasoned soldier feel a twinge of anxiety. Get down, Rhodey. At Tony's urgent shout, Rhodey trusted him and crouched down. Tony raised his arms, and two small devices sprang forth from his armored suit. Just as the Iron Soldiers launched their attack, Tony spread his arms wide, aiming at them. Two slender beams of red laser, sharp as blades, sliced through the Iron Soldiers and everything in their path with merciless precision. Wow, that is impressive, Rhodey exclaimed, lifting his head to witness the battlefield divided in two. A twinge of envy creeping in for Tony's knack for creating such extraordinary weapons. As Tony proudly dismantled the devices from his arms, he glanced at the descending Sean, who had inspired this ingenious move. It was effective, albeit a one-time use. Upon landing, Sean smiled at Tony, quite interesting. Though it's a pity it's not more enduring. Tony sensed a hint of something amiss in Sean's words. Just as he was about to retort, a particularly distinctive Iron Soldier approached, its visor lifting to reveal the familiar face of Ivan Vanko. Ivan appeared ready to deliver some scathing remarks. But upon spotting the black figure that haunted his memories, he faltered momentarily. Humph! No matter who it is today, none can prevent your demise. Ivan Vanko swung his arms wide, unleashing two energy-charged whips, feeling emboldened by the enhancements of his meticulously crafted armor. Let me handle this. Rhodey, lamenting his missed opportunity in the previous skirmish, seized the moment as this new foe seemed markedly different from the prior lackeys. Defeating him would certainly earn Rhodey some bragging rights before Tony. Seeing his good friend so confident, Tony assumed the military had equipped Rhodey with some special weaponry, and he gestured invitingly. Rhodey stepped forward, and as the operational commands were executed, a refined little projectile was revealed from his suit's left shoulder. Watch how I take this guy down with my ex-wife in one shot, Rhodey declared with bravado. What did he just say? Tony was taken aback, unable to believe his ears, and turned to Sean for confirmation. Sean, equally bewildered, thought, couldn't he have chosen a better term than that? Why be so blunt? The ignition sequence initiated slowly, and the projectile charged in readiness. Rhodey mused to himself, once that guy is obliterated, you'll both see just how formidable my ex-wife truly is. Whoosh! The petite missile, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled toward Ivan Vanko, strangely unfazed by Rhodey's declaration. Ivan stood still, even puffing out his chest in anticipation as the missile approached. Clang! With a resounding metallic crash, upon contact with Ivan's armor, Rhodey's ex-wife lost all momentum and fell to the ground, landing squarely in a puddle. The missile's fiery tail was instantly extinguished by the water, rendering it inert. Tony gaped in disbelief at the sight of Rhodey's ex-wife submerged in the puddle. What did I just witness? Rhodey, feeling a wave of embarrassment, silently cursed Justin Hammer's female relatives. Is that thing from Hammer Industries? Tony inquired for clarity. Yes, that explains it. Let me take over. Tony nodded in understanding, knowing Hammer's creations were as ineffective as their creator. With a swift motion, Tony's armor's shoulders opened, locking onto the vital points of Ivan Vanko's body. Unfortunately, Tony's small explosive projectiles lacked sufficient power, and Ivan remained unscathed behind his armor. Rhodey felt compelled to redeem the earlier humiliation and unleashed a torrent of bullets from the Gatling gun on his back toward Ivan, relishing the impact against his armor. Ivan effortlessly severed the Gatling with a whip and ensnared Tony, sending him crashing into a nearby stone. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Tony glared at Sean, who remained unmoved like a statue. Didn't TU tell me to wait? Do we still need to wait? Sean tilted his head, seemingly indifferent to Ivan's rampage. Crack! As Ivan ensnared Tony with another whip, he noticed Rhodey in a similar predicament and shouted, If we wait any longer, we're done for. Understood. Just as Sean finished speaking, Tony felt the binding whip lose its explosive energy, and Ivan's armor came to a halt, collapsing to the ground. Realizing the gaping hole in Ivan's chest, Rhodey looked astonished at Sean, believing him to possess a weapon similar to Tony's earlier laser. Cough, you still lost. Ivan Vanko sputtered blood as he struggled to utter his last words, his mouth twisted in a derisive grin directed at Tony. Beep, 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 the iron soldiers, recently dismembered by Tony, emitted mechanical countdowns. And both Tony and Rhodey sensed this was Ivan Vanko's final gambit, to self-destruct all the iron soldiers. Sean swayed slightly, and as the eternal flame ignited in his hand, the energy sources of all the iron soldiers he had dismantled were reduced to ashes in an instant. I destroyed all their power sources before coming here. Your trump card is gone. Just give up and die already. Seeing Sean nonchalantly dismantle his final move, Ivan Vanko begrudgingly took his last breath. Pepper is still waiting for you. You better think of how to explain your near-death experience to her. Watching Ivan succumb to his own frustration, Sean turned to Tony. Tony, having just exhaled in relief, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Sean's reminder. Can you accompany me? Sean unleashed a gust of wind as he took off. Tony then turned to his dear friend Rhodey. You're still wearing my armor. With a click, Rhodey's faceplate sealed shut. Chapter 44. Endurance under trial. The events surrounding the exhibition have reached a temporary conclusion. Pepper and the hurriedly arrived New York Police Department are managing the aftermath. Justin Hammer, handcuffed by several officers, glares fiercely at Pepper. Do you think this will bring me down? Eliminate your competition? We will meet again soon. George Stacy, who had just organized the evacuation, approaches and delivers a sharp elbow to the raucous Justin Hammer. You're the one who caused this mess, preventing me from being at home with my lovely little cotton-padded jacket. After instructing his men to escort the bent Justin Hammer to the car, George turns to Pepper. Miss Potts, the evacuation is underway, and the injured have been sent for medical attention. Would you like me to escort you out? I'll wait until the evacuation is complete. Pepper replies. At this moment, Tony is still hesitating as he approaches from the sky. Sean flies to the exterior of Hammer Industries, now surrounded by the New York police. Natasha stands at the entrance, coordinating with the officers. Upon seeing Sean's bold approach, all the police officers raise their guns, aiming at him. Natasha, taken aback, quickly steps forward to inform the police that Sean is with her. Several officers recognize Sean as the Shadow Knight and ponder whether to pull out their phones for a picture. Are you trying to conceal your identity or declare it to the world? Hearing Natasha's words, Sean raises a hand to touch his mask. Natasa, bemuset, smooks. Sean's mask is indeed quite deceptive, covering nearly his entire face with its irregular edges. If she were not aware of his identity, she would not have recognized him. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Natasha concludes her conversation with the police, her phone rings. Carlson? Why are you calling me? Aren't you in New Mexico? The caller is Phil Carlson, who had been assigned by Nick Fury to guard Tony Stark's residence for several days before being dispatched to deal with matters in New Mexico. After learning the truth about the events in New Mexico from Sean, Nick upgraded Carlson's clearance, as they were dealing with legendary mythological figures whose powers, as Sean described, should not be underestimated. Sean watches as Natasha answers Carlson's call, recalling the fleeting surge of thunder he had sensed while flying with her. Carlson asks, "Can I speak with you?" Natasha holds the phone, her expression slightly pleading. She knows that if Sean is unwilling, no one can compel him. Sean nods. The truth about Asgard will eventually come to light, so it matters little whether he speaks or not. He takes the phone from Natasha, and as Carlson recounts the events, Sean gains a clearer understanding of the situation. Previously, after Sean was transported to Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge by Odin, Agent Sitwell and his team sealed off the landing site of Mjolnir. However, news of the mysterious hammer that no one could lift still reached the town of Broxton. Jane Foster and Eric Selvig discovered that Thor had once been at the center of the storm, and Jane believed Thor must know something about it. Thus, she sought out Thor, who had been sent to the hospital but managed to escape. During their conversation, Thor overhears townsfolk discussing the hammer in the desert. Realizing that it is indeed his beloved Mjolnir, he resolves to reclaim his power. At this moment, Carlson is dispatched to New Mexico to handle the situation fully, bringing along a special eagle. Upon arrival, Carlson, utilizing SHIELD resources, learns of Jane Foster's research and unceremoniously requisitions all her data. Left with no choice, Jane hopes Thor can shed light on the events surrounding the storm, driving her to take Thor to Mjolnir's location. Upon reaching the SHIELD L.D. Cordoned area. Mjolnir seems to sense Thor's approach, its power affecting the surrounding weather. After a fierce battle, Thor finally stands before Mjolnir, while Coulson, now informed by Nick Fury of Sean's revelations, allows Thor to proceed, curious to see if he truly embodies the Norse god of thunder. The outcome is disheartening. Thor, covered in mud and despair, kneels before the heavens, unable to lift the hammer. Subsequently, Thor is placed in solitary confinement. It is at this juncture that Coulson contacts Natasha, seeking to discuss Thor's predicament with Sean. Is this guy really the Thor from Norse mythology? Coulson asks, observing the confined Thor through surveillance. If you're referring to a simple-minded, brawny man with long golden hair, then yes, Sean replies, sensing a surge of Rainbow Bridge energy emanating from the southwest. Is Loki planning to descend to manipulate Thor? Unfortunately, Sean's guess is only half correct. Loki does indeed project himself before Thor, deceiving him into believing their dear father Odin has perished. However, it is not Loki who descends through the Rainbow Bridge, but 4 impatient warriors from Asgard. Just as Loki prepares to further manipulate Thor, he senses the energy flow of the Rainbow Bridge opening. In Asgard, Loki receives reports from the palace guards, learning of Sif and the others venturing to Midgard without permission. Damn, just as I've deceived my brother, what if they encounter one another and my ruse is revealed? Loki stares at Gungnir, steels himself, and heads for Odin's vault. Thor watches as Loki vanishes after their conversation, believing Loki's withdrawal is due to their father's death. I must hang up. It seems new developments are arising, Coulson states, receiving reports of a powerful energy signature appearing nearby. What is happening? Natasha inquires as Sean hands her back the phone, her curiosity piqued. I don't know, it's likely about to escalate, Sean shrugs, wrapping his arms around Natasha's slender waist, preparing to fly her home. You. Natasha, nestled against Sean's warm embrace, gazes up at him, poised to speak yet hesitating. Speak your mind. Could you go check? I worry Coulson may not handle it well. I have a friend with him who is also there. Oh, a friend? Male or female? Sean feigns ignorance, fully aware that Natasha is most likely referring to Hawkeye Barton. Natasha lightly smacks Sean's broad chest before wrapping her arms around his waist, her soft curves pressing against him as she rises on her toes, brushing against his chest. It seems something has perked up. Once you resolve matters there, in return Natasha's voice, laced with temptation, teases Sean's ear. Feeling the warmth of her breath and the softness against him, Sean can only think. That test of endurance is one I can certainly withstand. Chapter 45. Come and go as you please. Zitwir, the bald-headed guardian, stared in bewilderment at the screen displaying the surveillance footage of several bizarrely clad intruders. Their formidable presence almost overwhelming. He rubbed his bald head, pondering when the S.H.I.L.D. had become so inept that any individual could breach their defenses. Had these figures just escaped from a theatrical performance? Yet, as he recalled the hints dropped by Coulson during their handover, references to Norse mythology, Mjolnir, and Thor, he began to connect the dots. Initially, he had dismissed Coulson as merely a secret mythology enthusiast, but now, reflecting on those words and the peculiar attire of the intruders, along with some clandestine knowledge from within the organization, he suspected that the identities of these 2 groups of invaders might be rather astonishing. Should he report this to the higher-ups? Casting a furtive glance at the furrowed brow of Coulson, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that Coulson would report the matter truthfully, and the higher-ups would be informed in due course. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Thor heard the commotion outside, still unaware that this conflict was somehow linked to him, until, Thor, where are you? The booming voice of Volstagg reached his ears, and he immediately recognized that his companions had come to find him. Recalling Loki's earlier words about Odin's demise and his own permanent exile, he surmised that Sif and the others had disobeyed orders, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Thor, run. Huh? What? Thor questioned, uncertain if he had misheard Volstagg's command to flee. The S.H.I.L.D. agents felt utterly humiliated today. First, they had been invaded by a golden-haired giant, and now they were confronted by 4 individuals in theatrical garb. They feared that this mission might lead to demotions and pay cuts, lamenting their unfortunate luck in encountering such chaos while simply doing their jobs. Coulson, noting the ancient warrior brandishing a massive axe calling out for Thor, realized that these individuals were indeed acquainted with the so-called God of Thunder. However, as a agent, he could not simply allow these intruders to come and go as they pleased. After all, this was not a public restroom. Just as Coulson contemplated this, accompanied by a sonic boom, a figure descended like a meteor into the fray of battle between the four warriors of the Mystic Palace and the agents, the shockwave knocking everyone to the ground. Having previously interacted with Sean in Asgard, Sif and her companions were aware that Midgard also harbored formidable beings, and they were not inclined to indiscriminate killing. Thus, their engagement with the agents focused primarily on incapacitating rather than killing. Volstagg was tackled multiple times by agents, but consistently broke free through sheer strength. He, alongside Hogun and Fandral, fought with restraint, relying on their extensive combat experience. However, they soon found themselves overrun by the increasing number of agents, and an ominous threat loomed above them. Just as Sif was about to instruct her companions to cease holding back, Sean arrived. Everyone, stand down. All eyes turned to the man who spoke with an air of calm authority. Sean raised his right eyebrow slightly, catching the gaze of the eagle soaring overhead, which had locked onto him the moment he landed and the shockwave subsided. He recalled the tender sensation he had felt earlier and the small grape that had fought to survive in the crevices. For Natasha's sake, I won't hold this against you. Sif murmured uncertainly, having never seen Sean in this attire. Yet, his stature and voice felt hauntingly familiar, and the aura of brutal strength he exuded carried a hint of recognition. Sean, noting Sif's unwavering gaze, winked at her and placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. As Sif confirmed his identity, her heart lightened. Even if Thor had not regained his powers, Sean's presence assured her that everything would be all right. Why'd you come down? Were you not instructed to remain in Asgard and refrain from acting recklessly? Sean inquired, concern lacing his tone. Fandral and Volstagg exchanged sheepish glances, aware that it had been their impatience that had urged Sif and Hogun to descend. This is not the time for that. Loki has sent pursuers after us, Sif interjected, maintaining her composure amidst the chaos. Chapter 46. The Destroyer. Not long ago, in Asgard, Loki opened his eyes upon the throne. He had just projected himself to the Midgard to deceive his foolish brother Thor, a skill he had mastered over the years. Thor had been easily manipulated since childhood, yet inexplicably, he sensed the energy of the Bifrost. How dare anyone descend to Midgard without his command? Was his authority as the new king of Asgard being disregarded? Soon, he received a report from the palace guards. The ones who had ventured to Midgard were none other than his dim-witted brother's 4 loyal supporters. This was something Loki could have surmised without needing the guards' notification. No one else possessed the audacity or the inclination to do so. Loki feared that his recent trickery against Thor might soon be exposed, especially with Heimdall, the gatekeeper, who had never been fond of him. Should Sif and her companions confront Thor and unveil his deceit, and with Heimdall as assistance, return to the realm of gods, what would become of his throne? No, this could not stand. Loki seized Gungnir and made his way to Odin's vault. Upon opening the vault, he touched the ground with Gungnir, and a towering figure, imbued with the essence of destruction, materialized before him. This was the Destroyer armor, forged by Odin, capable of being worn or controlled through divine will. Most importantly, it possessed power rivaling that of Odin himself. With Odin now in a deep slumber, Loki could command it through his royal authority. Although he could not unleash the Destroyer's full potential, it would suffice against a powerless Thor and 4 valiant warriors from Asgard. Contemplating Heimdall, Loki then set his sights on the frost giant's treasure. That insufferable Heimdall had dared to defy the will of Loki, the great king, by allowing Sif and her companions to descend to Midgard. Since he had provided Loki with justification, Loki would not hold back. He would ensure Heimdall experienced the consequences of betrayal. With that thought, he grasped the frost giant's treasure and, with a flourish of his cloak, hurried towards the Bifrost fortress. Heimdall, Can you explain why the guards reported unauthorized use of the Bifrost to descend to Midgard? Loki demanded with regal arrogance upon confronting Heimdall. I was not present. I do not know, Heimdall replied, as if the guardian of the Bifrost was not he. Loki was taken aback by this response. You have guarded the Bifrost for millennia without incident, and just when trouble arises, you are conveniently absent? Do you believe your own words? How audacious for the gatekeeper of the realm to collude with traitors, disrespect royal decree, and abandon his post. Loki proclaimed, first condemning Heimdall's transgressions with a fierce tone, then adopting a mockingly regretful demeanor. I had intended to offer you an opportunity to assist me in destroying Jotunheim, thus ensuring your name would be immortalized alongside mine in Asgard's annals. Yet, it appears that your eyes, which are said to perceive all 9 realms, have failed to witness this splendid scene. Heimdall's gaze flickered momentarily. Destroy Jotunheim? The only force capable of obliterating a realm was the Bifrost itself. Loki was scheming something. This could not be allowed. He must intervene. Now, as the king of Asgard, I hereby officially relieve you of your duties as gatekeeper. You are no longer a member of Asgard, Loki declared. Upon hearing this, Heimdall quickly grasped the implication. If that is the case, then I am no longer obliged to heed your commands. The sword of the Bifrost was raised in an instant. For Heimdall's power was among the most formidable in Asgard. Loki understood that Heimdall would undoubtedly resist. He could not overpower this formidable guardian alone, which is precisely why he had procured the frost giant's treasure. A chilling aura surged forth from the treasure suspended between Loki's hands, swiftly encasing Heimdall's divine form in ice. As the sword of the Bifrost swung down, it halted mere inches from Loki's head. Loki sneered at the encased Heimdall, masking his internal panic. By the gods, that was a close call. Had it not been for the frost giant's treasure, he would have been thoroughly bested by Heimdall. With Heimdall subdued, Loki stored away the treasure and strode purposefully to the Bifrost control panel, directing the destroyer towards the coordinates he had previously established. Meanwhile, Sif and her companions, having just sensed Mjolnir's location, were startled to discover that the Bifrost had activated once more behind them. After calling out for Heimdall to no avail, Sif realized that Loki had likely dispatched pursuers, and her expression turned grave as she quickened her pace alongside Fandral and the others towards the S.H.E.L.D. encampment. Upon hearing Sif's account, Sean grasped the situation's gravity. Are you saying that soldiers from your so-called realm are about to arrive? Coulson inquired, scrutinizing Sif and her companions. Midgardian, mind your tone. The realm of gods is not to be insulted at will. Fandral warned upon hearing Coulson's tone. My apologies. I merely wish to clarify the current situation. The ever-polite Coulson replied. As the group conversed, Sean detected the ominous approach of the destroyer. Loki had commanded it to eliminate his beloved brother, and as it descended into the courtyard, it swiftly soared towards Thor's location. Coulson, you must clear this area immediately. What approaches is beyond the capabilities of your agents? Sean urged. Upon hearing Sean's warning, Coulson gestured for those nearby to evacuate. Hawkeye and Barton, in the air, swiftly descended to assist Coulson in retreating. There's another person. Be sure to take her with you, Sean instructed Coulson, indicating a small mound of earth. Jane Foster, hiding behind the mound, instinctively shrank away from view upon being pointed out by Sean. Very well, Coulson acquiesced, albeit puzzled by Sean's gesture. As he followed Hawkeye and Barton towards Jane's hiding spot. Bang! As Coulson retreated, he glanced back at the looming figure resembling Stark's Iron Man suit, pondering its exaggerated nature. Thus, along with Barton and the unwilling Jane Foster, remained behind the mound, quietly observing the impending clash. The destroyer? How is this possible? Volstagg gaped at the descending mechanical harbinger of doom. Sif, after Coulson ordered the retreat, Thor, who had been imprisoned, found himself unguarded. The moment he emerged, he witnessed Sif and her companions facing the destroyer. What? How could this happen? Why summon the destroyer? You haven't committed a capital offense. How could Loki do this? Thor exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Thor! Before Sif could respond, the destroyer's visor retracted, unleashing a powerful beam of energy aimed directly at the newly freed Thor. Chapter 47. The slumbering Odin. The moment Thor beheld the destroyer turning towards him, an ominous premonition gripped him, and indeed, the destroyer unleashed a beam of annihilation. Is Loki trying to kill me? Why? As part of the truce with Jotunheim, had he not been permanently exiled? Thor was bewildered by Loki's sudden betrayal, having just moments before shared a bond of brotherhood with him. The annihilation beam emitted by the destroyer could obliterate anything it struck. And as Sif and the others witnessed it aimed at Thor, they realized the dire implications. In his current mortal form, Thor would be reduced to ash. Alas, the speed of the destroyer was too great, and they could not reach him in time to offer protection. Seeing Thor's stunned expression, as if paralyzed by fear, Sif and Vandal called out loudly to him. The annihilation beam struck Sean's chest, causing his attire, imbued with the power of eternal flame, to radiate a golden-red glow, illuminating the battlefield as if it were day. From the destroyer's perspective, as Loki watched Sean gradually withstand the annihilation beam, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Is this truly a human? Even at his peak, Thor would never dare claim to withstand the destroyer's annihilation beam unscathed. With a powerful punch, Sean felt Loki's connection to the destroyer severed in an instant. As Thor gazed upon the scattered remnants of the destroyer's armor, he felt as if he had yet to awaken from a dream. The notion of permanent exile and brotherly love seemed absurd now that even the mightiest destroyer had been dismantled. Sif and the others shared his disbelief, having never witnessed anyone survive under the destroyer's might. In truth, they had misunderstood. The destroyer had always been controlled by Odin. As the All-Father, Odin's divine power enabled the destroyer to manifest its full potential. This iteration of the destroyer was merely empowered by Loki's magic, though capable of being commanded. It paled in comparison to the destroyer under Odin's guidance. Sean's punch, while appearing to be a mere physical attack, carried with it the divine strength of eternal flame, which shattered the magic Loki had infused into the destroyer, resulting in its disintegration. Have we met before? Thor pondered, gazing at Sean's attire, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he scratched his head. This is Sean Hunter, the champion of Midgard, a guest whom even King Odin must personally welcome. Sif and Vandal explained as they approached. Thor embraced his friends, while Sif cast a sidelong glance at Sean, choosing not to join the man. My father, upon hearing Vandal mention Odin, an expression of profound sorrow crossed Thor's face. Hey, pull yourself together, Thor. We're here to bring you back to Asgard, declared Vostag, mistaking Thor's silence for lingering sorrow over his exile. Thor, believing his friends had come to advocate for him, began, Listen, my friends, I'm truly glad to see all of you again, but you should not have defied orders to seek me out. My father died because of me, and my sentence of eternal exile is just wait. Sif interrupted. Who told you the All-Father is dead? Loki, Thor replied. He projected himself before me not long ago and announced my father's death, claiming he had to accept the terms of my permanent exile to cease hostilities with Jotunheim. Thor recounted Loki's manipulative words. That trickster! Vostag fumed, his disdain for Loki's schemes evident. The All-Father is not dead, and you have not been permanently exiled. Upon hearing Sif's words, Thor finally comprehended that all was orchestrated by Loki's machinations. While Thor and the others conversed, Sean sensed a stirring among the shattered remnants of the destroyer's armor. Initially, the scattered pieces began to attract one another, drawn together by the destroyer's own power. Then, Sean felt the presence of an old friend, kneeling to inspect the fallen armor. The moment his fingers touched the remnants, Odin's voice echoed in his mind. Is it truly you? Were you not said to be in slumber? Sean responded to Odin's long-distance call in his thoughts. Indeed, I have been in slumber, yet there are matters I can still attend to. Sean, brave warrior, I hope you will refrain from intervening in what is to come. Reflecting on the circumstances, Sean realized that Thor's exile was a test set forth by Odin, and with the arrival of Sean, Odin felt compelled to act lest Thor remain confined to a mortal existence in Midgard forever. With a thunderous surge, a pillar of energy erupted from beneath the destroyer's mask, hurling Sean into the skies. As Thor and Sif regained their senses, they turned to see the reactivated destroyer. Thor, you must flee. We will hold it off. Sif exhibited her warrior spirit, understanding that Thor's safety was paramount, especially as he currently lacked divine power. In a well-practiced maneuver, Vostag was launched by Vandal and Hogan like a projectile towards the destroyer, but unfortunately, his considerable bulk was easily swatted down. At that moment, Sif, having successfully maneuvered to the rear, plunged her sword into the heart of the destroyer's armor. Before they could celebrate, the destroyer's armor began to rotate, shifting its frontal focus towards Sif. Aware of the gathering annihilation beam within the descending mask, Sif urgently called for her companions to retreat. Although the beam did not strike them directly, its overwhelming force sent them reeling. Vostag fared the worst. His large frame hindered him, and a mere graze from the beam left his armor in tatters. "Sif, Thor, what are you still doing here?" Sif exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom Thor's presence. "Listen to me. You have all done more than enough. Allow me to take it from here." Observing his comrades risking their lives to provide him with an escape, Thor finally grasped the true significance of his father's exile. After reassuring Sif, Thor advanced toward the destroyer. "Loki," with Thor's call, the destroyer halted and turned its gaze upon him. "I know you can hear me. Your target is me. Therefore, let your fury be directed at me alone, and do not involve others any longer." Chapter 48. The Shared Throne. From the very beginning, Coulson, Barton, and Jane Foster had remained behind a mound of earth. Upon hearing Sean mention that there was another person here, Coulson never imagined it would be Jane Foster. If I recall correctly, didn't that fellow just say we should hastily retreat? Barton glanced at Coulson, who was peering over the mound, unwilling to leave alongside Jane Foster. The others from the Bureau had already withdrawn, leaving only the two of us. And this lady, is that shadowy figure in the black cloak the Shadow Knight? Jane Foster curiously inquired without turning her head. This was her second encounter with Sean, and she had been entirely unaware of what the Shadow Knight was until her female in turn briefed her on it. Jane Foster found herself here because she had struck a deal with Thor. She was to assist him in retrieving what he referred to as Mjolnir. Thor had shared with her everything he knew about the storm. Throughout their journey, he regaled her with tales of the Nine Realms and the Bifrost, which she received with skepticism. Upon arriving at this heavily guarded area, she inquired if Thor had any plans, only to witness the golden-haired oaf charge straight in. However, shortly after Thor entered, silence fell within, leaving Jane Foster in a state of indecision outside. Just as she contemplated her next move, another group arrived. Observing the oddly dressed yet agile individuals, Jane Foster suddenly considered that perhaps the myths Thor had recounted were indeed true. It was only when Sean arrived unexpectedly, subduing everyone present, that Jane Foster instinctively withdrew her head to avoid being noticed when he pointed in her direction. Watching Sean withstand the annihilation beam of the destroyer, Coulson and Barton, lacking any energy detectors, could still perceive the immense destructive power of the beam with their naked eyes. Astonishingly, Sean was able to endure it with his physical form. Meanwhile, Jane Foster gasped in surprise, pondering the principles behind their beams. When Sean obliterated the destroyer with a single punch, Coulson and Barton exchanged glances, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Is this it? Is this enough to warrant our retreat?" However, they were soon shocked once more. Before their eyes, the nearly invincible Sean was struck by the reassembled destroyer armor, which unleashed an annihilation beam that sent him soaring into the sky. Following this, Sif and her companion's surprise attack on the destroyer proved ineffective. Noticing the direction of the destroyer's annihilation beam clearly aimed toward their position, Coulson hurriedly urged Barton and Jane Foster to take cover. Fortunately, the mound shielded them, and they emerged unscathed, brushing off the dirt from their clothes. Gazing at the remnants of the devastating beam's path, a wave of dread washed over them. Had they been touched even slightly, they likely would have perished. At that moment, Coulson realized that Sean's strategy was indeed sound. In battles of such magnitude, their agents would be utterly futile. Yet, with Sean's fate uncertain and the colossal adversary below unchallenged, what were they to do? He glanced at his fellow agent, Barton. Meanwhile, Loki, reconnected, observed Thor from the perspective of the destroyer, contemplating whether to eliminate the god of thunder. Thor believed that his heartfelt appeal had moved Loki when the destroyer ceased its movements, pondering what brotherly sentiments to express. only to be abruptly flung away by the destroyer's powerful strike. Thor, Sif, and Vandal cried out in anguish upon witnessing Thor's apparent demise. High in the sky, Sean observed the ominous clouds gathering below, charged with burgeoning lightning. The situation had unfolded too suddenly. Sean had been engaged in a mental dialogue with Odin, unaware that Odin's spirit had inadvertently allowed Loki's power to coalesce within the destroyer, significantly enhancing its capabilities. This resulted in Sean being struck skyward by a potent annihilation beam from Loki. Seizing the moment, Sean leveraged Odin's favor, considering that if Thor could not reclaim his hammer, Odin's honor would be at stake. However, Loki's treachery against him would not go unaccounted for. Just as Loki dealt Thor a fatal blow, Odin sensed that Thor's trial was nearing its conclusion, and Mjolnir promptly soared through the storm, landing in Thor's grasp. Reborn with the power of thunder, Thor transformed back into the formidable god of thunder, hurling Mjolnir at the destroyer. Loki braced himself for the impending blow, but, pardon me, I still have some scores to settle with him. Descending from the sky, Sean caught Mjolnir with one hand, halting its advance with an air of unwavering confidence. In that moment, both Thor and Loki, along with Sif and the others, were astonished by Sean's display, watching as Mjolnir struggled in his grasp. Particularly, Thor had never witnessed anyone withstand Mjolnir's might since Odin had bestowed it upon him. Why do you assist the champions of Midgard? If you help me eliminate Thor, I could grant you dominion over all of Midgard. We could share the throne. Loki's voice emanated from the armor of the destroyer. Sif and Vandal exchanged worried glances, concerned that Sean might actually heed Loki's deceitful words. Meanwhile, Thor continued to summon his hammer, but Mjolnir refused to return. Sean dismissed Loki's insinuations. Even if Odin were to pass, what claim did Loki have to the throne? His tricks might deceive Thor, but against a formidable opponent, they were merely child's play. Share the throne? How exactly would that work? Shall we scan a code? Sean retorted, releasing Mjolnir as he delivered a powerful punch, shattering Loki's influence over the destroyer. Without Odin's spirit to bolster him, Loki was utterly vanquished. After dispatching the destroyer, Sean gestured to the three heads peeking from behind the mound while assessing Thor, who had regained his thunderous might. When did such a powerful being emerge from Midgard? Sif and the others mentioned you had met my father? Thor, noticing Sean's unwavering gaze, subtly concealed Mjolnir behind him. I once received an invitation from Odin to visit Asgard. Sean replied with a smile. Odin had regarded Sean as the most esteemed guest of Asgard. Vandal, standing beside Thor, recounted tales of Sean's exploits in Asgard, raising an eyebrow upon hearing that Sean had single-handedly faced all the Asgardian warriors, unarmed. Is the matter resolved here? Coulson approached with Barton and a visibly astonished Jane Foster. To some extent, Sean acknowledged, the remaining issues pertain to Odin's household, and they will naturally return to Asgard to address them. Jane Foster observed Thor's resplendent armor and vibrant red cape, remarking, "Do you typically dress like this?" Chapter 49. Everything is preordained. Thor yearned for a duel with Sean, especially after hearing from Vandal and others that Sean had once bested all the warriors of Asgard. However, it was evidently not an opportune moment. Following Odin's test of exile, Thor had made considerable progress and understood what truly mattered now. Sif, Vandal, we must return to Asgard. I need to have a serious discussion with Loki, Thor declared, swinging Mjolnir as he spoke. Additionally, there was the son of Cowl. Thor gazed at Coulson, mistakenly believing that the meaning of Coulson's name bore the same significance as his own surname, Odinson. You can call me Phil, Coulson responded, noting Thor's intent to find a new father figure. Very well, Phil. We are all here to protect our world. If you could return Jane Foster's belongings to her, I believe we shall become allies. Thor's proposition stirred Coulson's interest, leading him to assure that S.H.L.D. had merely borrowed them and would certainly return them in full. Would you like to see the Bifrost? Thor asked, not forgetting to tease the lady. Jane Foster expressed her excitement and interest, then watched as Thor called out repeatedly to Heimdall in the sky. How could this be? After our descent, Loki sent the destroyer. I fear Heimdall is no longer the guardian of the Bifrost, Sif calmly analyzed. What shall we do? Without the Bifrost, we cannot return to Asgard. Are we trapped here? Vandal lamented. Sean also found it peculiar that Heimdall had not lowered the Bifrost to retrieve Thor and the others. Unbeknownst to him, Loki had initially intended to ignore Heimdall, but Sean's overwhelming display of power compelled Loki to take control of the Bifrost, ensuring that neither Sean nor Thor could enter Asgard. Before the Bifrost fortress in Asgard, Loki gazed at the ice-encased Heimdall, marveling at the prowess of one of the realm's most formidable beings, who had even managed to crack the power of the Frostbox. Observing Heimdall's piercing eyes frozen in ice, Loki smirked as he produced the Frostbox and reinforced it, then proceeded into the Bifrost fortress to execute his plan. Although he had failed to slay Thor in the lower realms, Loki had deceived the Frost Giant King Laufey during this time, feigning collaboration to assist Laufey in infiltrating Odin's Palace of Slumber. In truth, he aimed to showcase himself before Frigga, and this would provide him with a pretext to wage war against Jotunheim. Ultimately, by utilizing the power of the Bifrost to obliterate Jotunheim, he would have no obstacles in revealing his lineage and could seamlessly ascend to the throne. Inserting Gungnir into the control panel of the Bifrost, Loki observed the energy flowing through the fortress, a smug smile finally gracing his face. Immersed in self-admiration, he believed that once Odin awakened, Queen Frigga would inform him of all Loki had accomplished, and Odin would surely take pride in him. Shut it down. Loki. Huh. Loki, momentarily distracted by the machinery's operation, thought he had misheard. Loki, did you hear me? Shut it down now. It was no hallucination. Turning around, Loki beheld Thor, his four companions, and a formidable presence from Midgard. How? This is impossible, Loki stammered, gazing at those who should not have appeared before him. The only means by which they could have arrived in Asgard without using the Bifrost was through Sean's spatial portal. As Sean retracted the suspended ring from his hand, he turned to see Heimdall encased in layers of ice, intensified by superimposed freezing. Sensing Heimdall's waning divine power, Sean knew he must rescue him before it was too late. Channeling the power of eternal fire, Sean gently tapped the ice, which shattered, revealing the nearly lifeless Heimdall within. Heimdall! Hogun and Vandal rushed forward to assist upon hearing the commotion. Get him to safety immediately. I've got this, Thor said, his gaze fixated on Loki, his inner turmoil palpable. Sean, disregarding the brothers' conflict, soared toward Odin's slumbering chamber. Upon witnessing Odin lying peacefully as if in a deep sleep, Sean jested. Aren't you worried those two will end up tearing the place apart? Though Odin's body lay in repose, his spirit remained alert, responding to Sean's quip, they won't. Have you made a decision regarding your heir? What choice do I have? If I had ample time, I might cultivate a suitable successor, but alas, I do not. Thus, I must choose the best among the rest. Odin's tone was tinged with resignation. Seriously, have you considered giving Loki an equal opportunity to claim the throne? Odin's silence spoke volumes. Sean gazed through the chamber window at the fierce battle between Thor and Loki. On the Bifrost, Thor fell victim once more to Loki's cunning. Surrounded by numerous illusory clones mocking him, unable to contain himself, Thor raised Mjolnir and unleashed a torrent of thunderous power, shattering Loki's deceptive ruse. The indiscriminate assault of thunder struck true, sending Loki's true form reeling. Thor, perplexed by how to deal with his brother, pressed Mjolnir against him to subdue him before surveying the situation on the Bifrost. Even if you reclaim your power, what does it matter? You cannot prevent this. No one can, Loki mocked, straining to lift his head towards Thor, immobilized by Mjolnir pressing against his chest. It was only when Thor summoned his enchanted hammer to strike the shimmering Bifrost beneath him that Odin's eyes fluttered open. Sean sensed Odin's awakening immediately. Finally awake? Hurry, prepare to intervene. Under Thor's violent blow, the Bifrost fractured, causing the fortress's forefront to lose support and plummet into the endless sea of stars. The ensuing energy explosion from the rupture sent both Thor and Loki flying. Yet Thor remained concerned for his younger brother, as Odin intervened to save him. Thor grasped Loki's Gungnir. Father, did you see that? I was so close to succeeding, for everyone. Loki resembled a child awaiting praise as he gazed up at the suddenly materialized Odin. No, Loki. Odin's voice resonated with disappointment. In an instant, Loki's expression froze at Odin's words, realizing that no matter his accomplishments, he would never be regarded as equal to Thor in Odin's eyes. Slowly, he released his grip on Gungnir. Loki, no! Thor cried out in anguish as he witnessed Loki relinquish his hold and plummet into the abyss of the endless star sea. Feeling the inexorable pull of the void, Loki's gaze turned cold as he watched Odin and Thor drift further away from him, ever closer. Closer? Chapter 50. The dangers of excessive drinking. Thor, with tears and snot streaming down his face, gazed at Sean as he hoisted Loki from the endless sea of stars. Loki, being pulled up, looked at Sean with disbelief. Brother, is this script not a bit off? The emotions and atmosphere have been built up to this point, and you rescue me now? Loki. Thor, true to his simple-minded nature, rushed to embrace Loki, despite their earlier fears, confrontation, and subsequent separation. Loki, caught in Thor's embrace, remained silent, glaring at Sean. Are you pleased now? Enough. Odin's authoritative voice interrupted the brotherly display. Following Odin's orders, the Asgardian guards took Loki into custody, though Odin refrained from imposing any further punishment on him. That evening, Odin hosted another grand feast. Thor and Sean engaged in a contest of drinking prowess, with Thor inviting Sean to a future sparring match. Sean glanced at Odin, silently urging Thor to hold nothing back, as it was time for him to understand his place in the cosmos. Odin, with a sense of exasperation towards Thor's character, watched. As the festivities progressed into the later hours, Odin excused himself, leaving the revelry to the younger crowd. The women of Asgard, who had missed their chance during the last gathering, flocked around Sean. Ladies, please make way. Thor, with great difficulty, pushed through the throng. Allow me to introduce you to the warrior goddess of Asgard. As Sean observed Thor pushing the somewhat bewildered Sif forward, he realized Thor was quite inebriated, having forgotten that Sean had met Sif before he did. However, seeing Sif in this state was quite amusing for Sean, as it was rare to witness such a side of the goddess. I apologize. Thor has had too much to drink. It's all right, but it seems we never settled our last contest. Shall we continue? Sean looked at Sif, noting her somewhat rugged, yet striking features, and a familiar fragrance wafted through his senses, one he had encountered in Sif's chamber before. Upon mentioning competition, Sif's competitive spirit ignited, and she met Sean's gaze with a fierce glint in her eyes. Bring it on. Fetch the drinks. Once again, Sean was engulfed by a sense of familiarity, the same sensations, the same scent, the same surroundings. It appeared he had overindulged once more, but why did he always awaken in Sif's chamber? Despite their previous encounter being less than noble, he pondered the possibility of it happening again. As Sean prepared to rise from the bed, he suddenly realized he was devoid of clothing. Turning to his side, he confirmed that Sif was also similarly unclad. Do we succumb to our baser instincts so quickly? Where is the narrative of our encounter? Not even a third-person perspective? Drinking truly leads to folly. Just as Sean endeavored to recollect the events of the previous night, Sif stirred awake. As she sat up, Sean noticed marks adorning her skin. When his gaze traveled upwards to meet Sif's icy visage and razor-sharp eyes, his throat involuntarily swallowed. About that. Before Sean could utter more than a couple of words, Sif swiftly donned her attire and hurled a set of Asgardian garments at him, accompanied by her frosty command, "Dress yourself and leave." Dressed, and with his head bowed, Sean exited Sif's chamber, only to have the door slammed shut behind him, leaving no room for further dialogue. As he endeavored to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night, he recalled that with Thor's participation and subsequent drinking contest with Sif, he had consumed far more than before. Vivid flashes of memory flickered through his mind, suddenly appearing in Sif's chamber. Sif initiating contact. Sean lying down. Images played in his mind like a first-person film. Indeed, Sif is a formidable warrior. Her equestrian skills are exceptional. Yet, he found it perplexing that she had been so forward the night before, only to act as though she were a different person upon waking. After much contemplation, he concluded that the complexities of a woman's heart are beyond comprehension. Exiting Sif's room, he encountered Thor, who was earnestly conferring with Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, their expressions solemn as they addressed the surrounding guards. "What troubles you?" Thor glanced in Sean's direction, noting that he was not heading towards the quarters assigned by their father. However, Thor was preoccupied with another matter. Loki has escaped. Is the Asgardian prison truly so easy to breach? Sean inquired, astonished. Our father did not imprison Loki. He merely placed him under house arrest with guards assigned to watch over him, Thor clarified. He believed Odin's decision stemmed from mercy and love for Loki, but was dismayed to discover that Loki not only failed to appreciate this, but had also fled. As Sean absorbed Thor's words, a sense of unease settled in. Given Loki's penchant for cunning schemes, should he not have been confined directly? Odin, keenly aware of Loki's capabilities, had raised him despite not being his biological son. For Loki, being under house arrest with guards was akin to being set free. It appeared Odin had orchestrated this intentionally. Reflecting on the events that had transpired in Asgard, Sean recognized Odin's strategic acumen. Asgard had sustained minimal loss. Upon further contemplation, he deduced that the only significant damage was to a rainbow bridge launcher, which could be repaired. The destroyer armor left on Earth had been retrieved, and with Odin's divine power restored, it could be reactivated. Ultimately, they had lost Loki, an unqualified prince with no claim to the throne and mediocre combat skills, and not even Odin's biological offspring. Conversely, the incident had profound implications for other realms. Jotunheim, home to the frost giant king Laufey, had been dealt a devastating blow by his own son, Loki. Jotunheim had nearly been obliterated by the full force of the Rainbow Bridge, an event that would compel the remaining frost giants to submit entirely to Asgard's dominion while demonstrating Asgard's formidable strength to the Nine Realms. Though chaos might ensue until the Rainbow Bridge was repaired, once completed, Thor could lead an expedition to quell the unrest, thereby enhancing his own reputation. Viewed through this lens, Asgard had indeed come out ahead. Chapter 51. The Trial of the Blade. Sean rested his chin on his hand, his gaze subtly fixed upon Odin before him. You've been staring at me since you arrived. Is there something amiss? Odin stood at the edge of the terrace, observing the Asgardians training below. You deliberately let him go, didn't you? Sean ceased his scrutiny and approached Odin, his tone assertive. Upon hearing Sean's inquiry, Odin did not question whom he referred to but merely exhaled deeply. I cannot provide him what he desires. Should I confine him here to witness others attain what he seeks? There was a trace of bewilderment and guilt in Odin's voice. And in that moment, Sean truly sensed that Odin was an elderly man, frail and weary. Let's not dwell on that. Let us discuss your new weapon, Odin said, swiftly redirecting the conversation. My old friend Eitri, the Dwarf King, has delivered your weapon. However, it remained in my treasury as Loki was overseeing all matters of Asgard at that time. Today, I shall present it to you. With a wave of his hand, several palace guards approached, carrying a large box. Has it been completed so swiftly? Sean found it hard to believe, though he recalled the rapid forging of Thor's Stormbreaker. Odin smiled slightly and explained, the creation of the mold consumed some time and effort, for the weapon you envisioned possesses a most peculiar design. Once the guards set down the box and departed, Odin stepped forward and gestured for Sean to unveil it himself. Sean was eager to see how the dwarves had crafted the weapon, so he lifted the lid. The broad blade was double-edged, emanating a sharp aura, and along the blade, 2 points suddenly curved outward. Odin regarded the somewhat unorthodox sword with a hint of pride. This great sword was forged from the remnants of the destroyer, utilizing an unknown metal, combined with Asgard's URU metal. I informed Eitri of the eternal flame within you, and he believes we can harness its power. Sean gently traced the weapon, which emitted a faint hum. Is that so? How will it be utilized? And this is no mere sword. It is a trident double-edged knife. As Sean spoke, he easily lifted the weapon, resembling a short-handled sword. Odin admitted his ignorance, as he had been in a deep slumber when the weapon was delivered, thus allowing Sean to explore its capabilities. As Sean grasped the weapon, the eternal flame within him began to flow. The flame coursed up his arm and split as it reached the trident double-edged knife, one part extending the hilt, while the other filled the diamond-shaped void along the blade. Witnessing the transformation of the weapon, Odin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Asgardians training below were gradually drawn to the commotion. Father, Thor arrived alongside Fandral and others to report on Loki's whereabouts. We have found no trace of Loki. Let him be, Odin waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Thor wanted to say more, ultimately held his tongue. The group naturally noticed the peculiar weapon in Sean's possession. Sean, did Father craft this for you? Thor tilted his head, perplexed by the weapon's unusual design. Is it a spear or a longsword? Having just activated the weapon with the eternal flame, Sean felt an affinity akin to the concept of blood binding in Eastern fantasy. He sensed the weapon possessed a certain sentience, though he was still unraveling its mysteries. As Sean remained silent, Volstagg and the others felt the urge to test their mettle, eager to discover what made this weapon so special. Thor, why not accompany Sean in testing his new weapon? Fandral suggested, noticing Thor's eagerness. Thor turned to Fandral with admiration. Brother, you understand me well. What do you think, Sean? Father? Odin indicated his approval, stating that Asgard valued martial prowess, as long as they exercised caution. Sean too wished to discern the functionalities of the trident double-edged knife. They moved to a space cleared for them below the terrace, surrounded by the cheers of battle-hungry Asgardians. Once the clamor subsided, they stood ready. Thor twirled his hammer, aware that Sean could withstand Mjolnir, yet his innate combativeness urged him to engage Sean. I'm coming. Be careful. Thor's hammer soared toward Sean, who decided not to intercept Mjolnir with his hand. Since he had declared his intention to test his new weapon, he would do so with it. The sound of Mjolnir colliding with the trident double-edged knife echoed in everyone's ears. Sean held the weapon in a short-handled form, and the impact felt reminiscent of playing tennis. However, he also sensed that the strength of the knife surpassed that of Mjolnir. Otherwise, the blade would surely have shattered upon impact with Mjolnir's full force. As Mjolnir rebounded from the clash, Thor was enveloped in crackling blue electricity. Upon lifting Mjolnir, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. The power of thunder surged into Mjolnir until Thor felt he had reached the pinnacle of his control. With a roar, Thor unleashed the entirety of the thunderous energy upon Sean. Sean transformed the trident double-edged knife into a polearm, channeling the divine power of the eternal flame through the blade's tip, which erupted to meet Thor's assault. The collision of their powers sent everyone, save Odin, reeling back from the ensuing explosion of energy. As the dust settled, Odin observed the ground beneath them. Thor's side bore the charred marks of thunder, while Sean's remained untouched. That is enough, Thor. Noticing Thor's desire to continue, Odin gently tapped the ground with Gungnir to remind him. Your precision in controlling energy astonishes me, Odin remarked, turning to Sean in admiration. While Odin could easily withstand Thor's previous attack, he recognized that achieving the same level of precise energy control as Sean was a feat he had yet to master. Perhaps it is also due to the enhancement of the weapon, Odin continued. Are you satisfied with this weapon? For now, yes, though I am curious about its additional capabilities. Remember your promise to me from the beginning. Rest assured. Chapter 52. Creatures of the Night. After the battle, the arena was naturally attended to by someone. Sean, did you just wield the power of the eternal flame? Thor, with curiosity etched on his face, approached, his beloved hammer clutched tightly in his hand. Indeed, Sean replied. Your new weapon possesses considerable might, though its design is somewhat peculiar. It pales in comparison to my Mjolnir, Thor boasted, twirling his hammer with pride, a love for it evident, especially after its recent recovery. Sean, noticing a detail, seized Thor's wrist, halting his movements. What? Thor exclaimed, astonished at Sean's grip, before breaking into laughter, thinking Sean wished to admire Mjolnir closely. Is that a mark that was always there? Sean inquired, pointing at the hammer. Thor looked down and saw a peculiar notch on the head of his cherished Mjolnir, and his smile faltered. How could this be? It must have happened during our recent spar, Vandal speculated, observing the mark with a furrowed brow. At those words, Sean raised his three-pronged dagger, stroking its still sharp, pristine blade. He recalled the moment he had deflected Mjolnir's strike. The angle had indeed been off, suggesting a cleaving motion. Could it truly be? No. Mjolnir. Thor murmured, glancing between Sean's dagger and his beloved hammer. Odin, witnessing Thor's dismay, felt a surge of irritation. Ever since gifting Mjolnir to him, Thor had transformed into the hammer god, feeling incomplete without it. Ahem. Mjolnir may indeed lack in hardness, but that does not detract from its value, Odin stated. Hearing his father's words and recognizing the hammer's enduring impact, Thor begrudgingly accepted the situation, knowing he had initiated the challenge. With matters in Asgard concluded for the time being, Sean, under Thor's envious gaze, opened a portal back to New York. Thor had previously requested Odin's permission to accompany Sean to Midgard, but Odin had firmly denied him. Come now, there's a multitude of tasks awaiting completion. If you leave, who will manage them? In New York, ever since that fateful night when May saw Sean enter Natasha's room, she had been in low spirits, appearing listless and dejected. Coincidentally, her good friend Susan Stone was also facing troubles, and together they decided to go out for a drink. After reassuring Peter, May received a text from Susan, announcing her arrival downstairs. As they ventured into the city, intending to browse before heading to a bar, a strikingly handsome man with a witty demeanor approached them. This man, named Josh, was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and gracefully introduced himself, claiming to work for a prominent modeling agency. Upon receiving his business card, May furrowed her brow, unfamiliar with the industry. However, Susan was taken aback. She recognized the agency's name, well regarded in Europe and making waves in New York. Josh's interest in May and Susan stemmed from their captivating presence, and he entertained thoughts of inviting them to model for his agency. As their conversation deepened, Josh learned of May and Susan's plan to visit a bar for leisure. After a moment of reflection, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he enthusiastically invited them to a bar he assured them was unparalleled in enjoyment. Considering that they were simply seeking amusement, and noting that the location was safe and not obscure, the two women eagerly accepted Josh's invitation. Upon arrival, they discovered the venue's strict security measures, which typically barred entry to outsiders. Fortunately, with Josh leading the way, they successfully pushed through the heavy doors into a vibrant nightlife scene. The pulsating music, swaying bodies, and colorful alcoholic concoctions enveloped them. While Susan was no stranger to nightlife, she found this atmosphere distinctly more appealing than previous outings. Initially hesitant, May soon succumbed to the infectious energy, swaying along with Susan. Just as they began to relax, Josh reappeared, announcing that a guest upstairs wished to invite them for a drink. Looking toward the second floor, they spotted a woman of similar age, smiling and raising her glass in a gesture of welcome. Ascending the stairs, they discovered an exclusive area where a lone woman lounged on a spacious European-style sofa, a silent attendant beside her. "Good evening, I am Nessa Damaskinos. You may call me Nessa. Please take a seat." The woman exuded an air of aristocracy, yet May sensed an unsettling pallor about her. Through Nessa's introduction, they learned that Josh's modeling agency was a family business, with Nessa representing an ancient lineage from across the ocean in Europe. The trio engaged in pleasant conversation, yet May felt an underlying unease. As the drinks flowed, she noticed that Nessa exhibited no signs of intoxication. Striving to maintain her composure, May resolved to take a reluctant Susan and leave, discreetly retrieving her phone to call Sean. Nessa, sensing May's agitation, paid it no mind. Watching the two little kittens yearning to escape, she licked her sharp canines, anticipating the feast to come, her teeth already tingling with anticipation. Meanwhile, Natasha, now assuming her role as Pepper's assistant, found herself busily occupied, even working late into the night. Initially intending to have Sean assist in New Mexico, she unexpectedly lost track of him. Unable to reach Sean, she juggled handling Stark Industries matters while waiting for him to contact her, as she remained his liaison until Nick Fury issued new orders. However, she received an urgent message from SHIELD. Damn. Natasha cursed upon seeing the encrypted content on her screen, quickly bidding Pepper farewell before rushing out. Pepper, intending to inquire further, hesitated, recalling Natasha's secretive profession. Once outside Stark Industries, Natasha drove furiously toward the location where May and Susan were, determined to find them. Chapter 53. The silence is indeed profound. Gazing at the three-pronged blade that appeared in his hand with a mere thought, Sean couldn't help but break into a smile. The dagger was splendid, albeit a tad cumbersome to carry. Although it possessed the same summoning trait as Mjolnir, one could hardly afford to wreak havoc each time it was summoned, akin to a certain golden-haired male model, disregarding all notions of civility and decorum. Wouldn't you agree? Coincidentally, Sean had recently been delving into the mystical arts of Kamar Taj and the power of the runes from Asgard. By amalgamating certain characteristics and similarities from both forms of magic, he had crafted the spell he currently employed to summon and conceal the dagger. Regrettably, this spell had yet to achieve a spatial level. Otherwise, it could have served as a storage space. Just as Sean was preparing to experiment with this magic on other items, his phone, which was charging, chimed. "Hey mate, what is up?" He answered, casting a glance around the room, but failing to spot her. Upon hearing a voice from the other end of the line, Sean promptly activated full listening mode, swiftly locating May's position. As he stepped outside, a frown creased his brow while he listened to the commotion on May's side. There were a total of 3 individuals accompanying her, but 2 of them were not human. They lacked a heartbeat altogether. In fact, most of the patrons in the bar where May was located seemed devoid of a pulse. Vampires, he mused. This was indeed a first encounter. How curious that there had been no whispers of such creatures over the past 20 years. These folks truly kept their lips sealed. He had just detected Natasha's presence, seemingly heading toward May's location as well. Could it be that S-H-I-E-L-D had connections with these beings? Or was S-H-I-E-L-D merely surveilling those around him? Initially intending to fly directly to her, Sean reconsidered and chose to drive discreetly to May's location. Natasha almost arrived simultaneously with Sean. However, when he reached the venue, the security personnel at the entrance barred his entry. Nissa was poised to indulge in her blood meal, a tribute presented by her blood servant. As the current matriarch of the Damaskinos family, Nissa had a particular penchant for the sanguine essence of beautiful women. At that moment, May and Susan were already inebriated to the point of insensibility. Nissa regarded the 2 sprawled on the sofa, their clothing partially revealing the pale, delicate skin beneath, showcasing vibrant crimson veins. Her fangs elongated as she tenderly cradled May's head, gently brushing aside her obstructive hair to reveal her smooth, elegant neck. Nissa inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating scent that was lethal to her kind. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted her reverie. "Stop!" Natasha had finally arrived. Nissa regarded the beautiful woman who had interrupted her enjoyment, bemused. "Another one? What is the occasion? Buy one, get one free." Turning her gaze to the chaos below, she realized that the earlier commotion was caused by a security guard who had been flung inside by an unknown force. "Nissa," spoke the attendant beside her. This black attendant seemed to recognize Natasha, inquiring, "Why are you here?" Natasha was taken aback by how he knew her identity. Her primary objective was to extricate May from the situation, assuming the earlier disturbance was directed at her. "I'm taking this woman," Natasha stated, pointing at May on the sofa. "I don't think so. We haven't violated any agreements with you, and you have no authority to dictate terms on our territory." Upon hearing this, Nissa deduced Natasha's identity, realizing she was affiliated with S-H-L-D. Prior to entering the country, Nissa and her cohort had dealings with S-H-I-E-L-D, having encountered them several times in Europa. For reasons unknown, S-H-I-E-L-D had refrained from hunting vampires, instead opting for mutual agreements. Just as the attendant finished speaking, he suddenly screamed as flames engulfed him, reminiscent of vampires encountering their greatest fear, the sun. Yet, this was indoors. Where could the sunlight be coming from? When did New York become your territory? Natasha recognized the voice behind her, sensing the gravity of the situation. "You're late. Be careful, or I'll report you," and May for misconduct, Natasha retorted, not even glancing back. "Your relationship isn't strong enough for mutual accusations, is it?" Sean interjected, approaching May. Nissa was taken aback by the newcomer's blatant disregard for her presence. With a flick of her wrist, several accompanying vampires lunged at Sean. However, they all met a grim fate, mirroring the attendant's demise. What is happening? Nissa gasped in disbelief. The bizarre turn of events rendered her hesitant to act against Sean. As he approached, she retreated several steps. Sean, effortlessly lifting May and the unconscious blonde, brought them before Natasha. Grasping May's hand, he transferred energy to her, and soon she stirred awake. "Sean!" May exclaimed, rushing towards him, clearly shaken. knowing that beings like Nissa were not to be trifled with. It's all right. You and Natasha help your friend leave. I'll handle things here, Sean reassured her, gently patting her top back. Hearing his words, May finally noticed Natasha beside her, flushing as if she had just consumed a strong drink. Pondering how Sean and Natasha had arrived together. Why had Sean called Natasha S-name? Even if you're agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, what does it matter? We have an agreement, Nissa stated firmly, her demeanor shifting from regal to menacing, particularly accentuated by her elongated fangs. What is she? May inquired, bewildered. Come with me. I'll explain everything, Natasha replied. As Natasha led the compliant May and the unconscious blonde out, Sean redirected his attention to the vampire before him. Under the scrutiny of his enhanced vision, her physical structure was clearly discernible, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, save for the enhanced strength of her physique. I am unaware of the agreement between you and S-H-I-L-D, nor do I wish to know. However, you almost harmed someone dear to me today, Sean stated, settling into the European-style sofa, intrigued by the array of alcoholic beverages before him. Do vampires experience intoxication as well? What do you intend to do? Nissa asked, her brow furrowed in concern. No, it is not about what I desire. Rather, it is about what you are willing to do to ensure the safety of everyone here, Sean replied. Don't you think you're being overly presumptuous? Nissa retorted. Am I? Sean paused, and at that moment, every vampire present screamed in unison. Chapter 54. The vampire Nisha gazed in horror as the vampires upstairs and downstairs began to ignite gradually. Even more terrifying was her utter ignorance of the man's methods. Was it the air, or something else? Stop. Sean furrowed his brow slightly, and instantly, all the vampires present collapsed to their knees in agony, filling the bar with their wails of despair. The human blood servants watched in shock and disbelief as their revered vampire lords writhed in suffering, completely at the mercy of a single man. I'm sorry. It is my fault. Please, cease your actions. Nisha realized she had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary, and she finally adjusted her attitude. She had not anticipated that her visit to New York to seek assistance would lead her to encounter someone as fearsome as Sean, whose inscrutable attacks left her completely baffled. Come here and take a seat, Sean commanded, his tone not overly harsh, yet Nisha dared not question him. She composed herself and slowly approached the sofa, sitting down beside him, her body angled in his direction. As she settled, the tortured vampires ceased their howls, clutching their wounds and holding their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the negotiations taking place on the second floor. Introduce yourselves, Sean instructed. Nisha blinked in surprise at his unexpected request, staring at him from such a close distance. She felt confident in her abilities, yet the grim fate of the vampires who had rushed at him earlier held her back from making any rash moves. Did Sean want her to introduce her entire vampire clan? After several deep breaths, Nisha succinctly shared what she knew. My father, Eli Damaskinos, founded our family centuries ago. Through years of development and accumulation, he established a vast underground vampire empire that governs nearly half of the vampires in Europa. I am his only daughter and heir. She continued, while building this empire, Eli extended his influence to other continents. This bar is merely one of the many symbols of our power and wealth. In recent years, a vampire hunter has emerged in New York. The profession of vampire hunting has existed for ages, but this newcomer is quite unique. Vampires refer to him as the Daywalker. It is said he is a hybrid of human and vampire, possessing the strength of a vampire without their weaknesses, able to walk freely in sunlight. My purpose here revolves around him, the one who calls himself Blade. You just mentioned that your family only governs half of the vampires in Europa? Sean noted an intriguing aspect of her narrative. Yes, Nisha replied. And what about the other half? I am uncertain. I only know that both sides maintain a mutual restraint, striving to avoid major conflicts, she answered thoughtfully. So, did you come seeking Blade because he has slain too many of your kin, and you were specifically dispatched to eliminate him? Nisha hesitated. She knew she should not divulge any information to Sean. Yet, the lives of the vampires present were firmly in his hands. Actually, not long ago, a new mutation appeared in Europa. It not only feeds on human blood, but also on vampire blood. More importantly, those bitten by it become its infected, and their thirst for blood intensifies, requiring sustenance almost daily. If left unchecked, soon there may be no vampires left, and at that point, they're targets. Are you suggesting they would eventually turn their attention to humanity? Sean felt a headache coming on. He had never encountered vampires in the films he had seen in his past life. Had they merged? Nisha refrained from answering Sean's question, believing that if she could persuade him to act, perhaps she would not need to seek out Blade at all. You wish for me to intervene on your behalf against them? Sean teased, his gaze playful as he regarded Nisha, keenly aware of her hidden intentions. Even if what you say is true, I harbor no fondness for these abominations. However, you seem to overlook one crucial factor. I feel the same way about you. Upon hearing Sean's words, Nisha understood that, in his eyes, she was no different from those mutated beings. They were all considered outsiders. Our clan has an agreement with S.H.I.E.L.D. We do not indiscriminately kill humans or feed on their blood. The individuals you see in the bar are devoted blood servants who willingly offer their blood. Nisha stammered in her explanation. Oh, and what about my friends? Sean's piercing gaze scrutinized Nisha, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Well, occasionally, there are special circumstances. I cannot say for sure. In truth, Nisha was not lying. After the agreement between the vampire clan and S.H.I.L.D., high-ranking vampire rulers like her primarily consumed offerings. These offerings were provided by blood servants or lower-tier vampires, and whether they knew how to procure them was uncertain. Even if they did, as long as no significant disturbances arose, they would simply let it be. Since we are back on this topic, let us continue discussing how to satisfy me in order to spare you. Nisha's heart raced. She understood that Sean was alluding to what it would take to appease him. Though we vampires cannot see the light, we hold dominion over many individuals, including numerous tycoons and politicians. And what relevance does that have to me? Sean sipped his drink. We could become your most steadfast allies, Nisha declared confidently. Sean could not suppress a laugh at her words. Seeing his reaction, Nisha foolishly thought she had struck a chord with him. Clang! Sean placed his glass on the coffee table, turning to raise an eyebrow at Nisha. Allies? You lot who cannot even tolerate the light dare to claim such a title? Nisha instinctively opened her mouth to retort at his insulting remark, but suppressed her anger upon witnessing Sean conjure an oddly shaped gigantic sword from thin air. Setting aside the mystery of how the sword had materialized, the mere aura it exuded sent chills down Nisha's spine. Not to mention the swirling golden-red energy within the diamond-shaped void along its blade. She lacked the courage to even glance at it, fearful of being blinded by its radiance. Chapter 55. Blood Pact at First. Sean had not anticipated that the eternal flame within him would possess such a formidable potency against vampires. Once the eternal flame entered his body, it fused with his bodily energies, infusing him with solar energy. Thus, the eternal flame bore the essence of the sun. Yet, could it still be called the eternal flame? Perhaps it should be referred to as the solar flame instead. When Sean drew his weapon, Nisha initially feared he intended to strike against them. In a desperate bid for survival, she proclaimed, I can become your blood slave. Once I hold power, the entire vampire empire shall revere you. Observing this woman, who offered to be his servant merely because she wielded a knife, albeit one of an unusual shape, Sean mused that it hardly warranted such terror. In truth, he wished to ascertain whether the trident dagger infused with the eternal flame's energy would also exert a restraining influence on vampires. The evidence soon manifested as Nisha recoiled, attempting to evade the dagger. Gazing upon Nisha's pale visage, though she was a vampire, one could not deny the elegance she exuded, a refinement cultivated over centuries of noble lineage. With a flick of his wrist, the trident dagger vanished, and Sean caught a glimpse of Nisha exhaling a sigh of relief. Why should I trust you? She challenged. Our family possesses an ancient blood pact. If I offer my blood to seal the pact, you may control my life and death at will, regardless of my whereabouts. Nisha referred to the most contemptible form of blood pact within her lineage, one that would relinquish her life directly into Sean's grasp, requiring no sacrifice on his part. He could even bestow the pact upon another, if he so desired. Witnessing Nissa's subservience, a plea for survival, stirred something within Sean. When Nissa noticed his slight nod of agreement, she slumped onto the sofa, recognizing that, while she would have to offer the blood pact, it was preferable to imminent death. Moreover, this pact was not without its loopholes. In principle, the signatory was forbidden from tampering with it, yet Nissa could employ subtlety to reclaim it later. Moments later, Nissa straightened on the sofa, raising her right index finger as a drop of dark crimson blood coalesced at its tip, starkly contrasting her delicate skin. After a moment's contemplation, she marked her necklace with the blood. As she performed this act, she murmured incantations, and Sean acutely sensed the magical aura enveloping them. Once she concluded her ritual, Nissa removed the necklace from her neck and handed it to Sean. The moment he grasped it, he felt an overwhelming understanding that Nissa's existence hinged upon his will, a consequence of the dark magic entwined with the blood pact. Clutching the necklace and setting down his drink, Sean rose, prompting Nissa to follow suit. Instantly, all the vampires and blood servants present fixated on the pair, until Sean turned and descended the stairs. It was then that Nissa comprehended his acceptance and hurried to trail behind him, while the vampires and blood servants bowed respectfully, refraining from any hint of impropriety. After Nissa escorted him through the bar's entrance, Sean dismissed her. With Natasha overseeing matters at Maze, he thought it prudent to visit Kamar Taj. Gazing at the necklace in his palm, he yearned to uncover the origins of the dark magic it contained, and thus sought the dimension's resident expert. Kamar Tai. Wong sat in his chamber, gravely observing the expanding portal before him, instinctively glancing at the phone on his desk, which remained silent. "Hello, Wong. Long time no see. Have you missed me?" Sean's voice arrived before his figure did. "Not at all," Wong replied curtly. "You're lying. You've clearly missed me. What brings you here?" Wong questioned, his expression suggesting a lack of hospitality. "I have a matter to discuss with the Sorcerer Supreme," Sean said, casually biting into an apple from Wong's desk. "Why are you here instead of going directly to her?" Wong asked, his patience wearing thin. Considering she's a woman, it might be awkward to just appear out of nowhere. Sean replied, continuing to munch on the apple as he exited Wong's room. Wong watched the open door, the missing apple, and Sean's retreating figure, pondering. "What was I just doing? Why are you here?" Meanwhile, the Ancient One was not in her own chamber, but meditating in the reception area. After finishing the apple, Sean approached her, sitting cross-legged before her, still chewing the last morsel. The Ancient One opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him. "You carry the scent of dark magic." Sean paused, holding the apple core, before placing on the table between them. "It's from a fellow named Zysorn." "Zysorn?" Sean furrowed his brow at the mention. "Indeed, he is an ancient demon. The Dark Book was penned by him. I suspect the vampire lineage you mentioned underwent transformation through the dark magic contained within that book. It sounds rather unimpressive to become such a creature. Unable to bask in sunlight," Sean remarked. "Can you refrain from using yourself as a benchmark? You hardly set a high standard." The Ancient One inhaled deeply before continuing. "Do not underestimate Zysorn. While he may currently lack entry into our realm, he is ever in pursuit of an opportunity." Chapter 56. Is this a serious necklace? After Sean finished discussing the necklace with Gu Yi, she once again broached the subject of passing the title of Sorcerer Supreme to him. "I'm truly not interested." Sean looked at Gu Yi with a face of reluctance and declined her proposal once more. Sigh. "Well, I actually knew you would ultimately refuse. I just kept wondering if there might be a sliver of possibility that you would agree. You secretly watched the preview again, didn't you?" Sean regarded Gu Yi with curiosity. Gu Yi smiled and refilled Sean's cup with cool water, saying, "Isn't it all because of you? Thanks to you, my workload has increased." Sean pondered for a moment, realizing he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary lately. "Sorcerer Supreme." A somewhat familiar voice echoed at the door, and Sean turned his head to see the small, dark-skinned Modu. "Modu, it seems you have no teaching duties today. What brings you here?" Gu Yi observed Modu's sudden appearance with calmness. Modu's gaze swept over Sean, filled with malice, before he adopted a pious demeanor and respectfully bowed to Gu Yi, indicating he had come to seek guidance on magic. Gu Yi glanced at Sean, who disdainfully shot a look at Modu before rising to leave. even neglecting to take the apple core left on the coffee table. Returning home from Kamartaj was simply a matter of a few gestures. Stepping out of the portal, Sean surveyed the two women in the living room. One was gaping in astonishment, while the other gradually lowered her guard, though her brow was furrowed with evident confusion. How did you both end up in my home? It turned out these two were Natasha and May, just emerging from a bar, and sprawled on the sofa was an unconscious blonde. After Natasha and May helped Susan out of the bar, they had gotten into Natasha's car. May had wanted to speak several times during the drive, but held her tongue. What about her? May finally asked, as Natasha, who was driving, broke the silence. Hearing Natasha's inquiry, May, who was tending to Susan in the back seat, felt bemused. She had intended to enjoy a night out with Susan, yet it had devolved into this situation. I don't know. They exchanged glances. Their previous lack of interaction, due to Sean's presence, now rendered even more awkward by the silence. Thankfully, soft music played in the car. Natasha was distracted, and before she knew it, she had driven them back to their apartment building. Since they were back, Natasha could only ask, "Shall we take her to your place?" Peter should be asleep by now. May glanced at the time, her face revealing a troubled expression. A hotel? That seems unsafe. She's in such a drunken state. If they were to take Susan to a hotel, someone would inevitably need to stay behind to look after her. Natasha, of course, could not, leaving only May. May actually preferred to wait for Sean to return. Natasha felt similarly. She too wanted to wait for him. Understanding May's intentions, Natasha smiled while silently cursing Sean 100 times. How about we simply wait at Sean's place? He will need to check on you anyway when he returns. Huh? Isn't that inappropriate? Besides, how do we get in? May looked at Natasha in surprise, wondering if they had reached the point of exchanging keys. Don't worry about that, Natasha replied with a mischievous grin, causing May in the back seat to feel an ominous premonition. So you picked my lock? Sean stared at Natasha in disbelief, knowing that May would never resort to such actions. Natasha, with a smug expression, proclaimed, "Don't worry, your lock is fine. I'm a professional." Watching Natasha's antics, Sean suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Huh? Why am I not even angry? Blinking forcefully, he finally settled onto the sofa, observing the two women, who looked as if they had something to say. A simple teleportation spell. Just wear this and envision your destination to open a portal. The more specific your thoughts, the more stable the portal will be. Sean gestured to the ring on his finger. Oh, my goodness. Magic really exists? May exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she repeatedly turned to look at the spot where Sean had just appeared. Natasha's reaction was much calmer. She had already discussed magic with Nick Fury last time, though Sean had yet to demonstrate it before them. What about that woman at the bar? May recalled the vampiric figure of Nisa. Her curiosity piqued. She was a vampire. If we hadn't arrived in time, she would have drained you dry, Natasha said deliberately, frightening May while she shot a resentful glance at the smirking Natasha. Sean observed the interaction between them, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Was the bar incident resolved? There were no major disturbances, right? Natasha asked, her concern palpable, recalling Sean's previous encounters. No, really? Why don't you go back and check for yourself? Natasha, seeing Sean's unwavering confidence, decided to let it go, knowing it would ultimately be her superior's responsibility. And what about her? Natasha nodded towards Susan, who lay on the sofa. This is manageable. She's just intoxicated. Ultimately, due to Susan's condition, May had no choice but to stay at Sean's place, as the information she had to process today was rather overwhelming. After bidding farewell to the somewhat disgruntled Natasha, Sean carried Susan into the guest room. Once everything was settled, Sean took out Nisa's blood contract necklace, intrigued by the dark magic it contained. However, unbeknownst to Sean, as he fiddled with the necklace, strange occurrences unfolded with its original owner. In the building housing the vampire bar, Nisa recounted the recent events to Assad, who had been sent by her father to assist her in New York, omitting any mention of the blood contract. Investigate that man's background, Nisa commanded coldly, then recalled Natasha, adding, it may be related to S.H.L.D. Additionally, have we clarified Blade's whereabouts? Should we arrange for a blood servant to make contact? Assad inquired, using the term blood servant since Blade was known to kill upon encountering vampires. No, I wish to meet this legendary daywalker personally, Nisa seethed internally, eager to find someone to unleash her frustration upon. Assad nodded in acknowledgement but noticed Nisa's sudden frown, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, you may go," Nisa replied, regaining her composure and dismissing Assad with a wave. Once Assad departed, Nisa suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, her legs giving way as she trembled as if electrified. Muffled cries of distress echoing through the room. Sean gazed at the necklace in his hand, perplexed. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed images of the vampire Nisa while handling the necklace. Yet that state of hers, Sean abruptly sensed that this necklace was no ordinary trinket. Chapter 57. Did you not heal before departing? Upon returning to her residence, Natasha promptly reported the recent developments concerning Sean to Nick Fury, as per her assignment. After listening to Agent Romanoff's briefing, Nick Fury initiated a search on his computer. The SHIELD possessed pertinent files regarding the vampire clan, knowledge Fury had only acquired after his appointment as director. The agency had previously attempted to eradicate them, but with little success. This ancient clan was deeply rooted and possessed formidable individual combat capabilities. Were it not for their myriad weaknesses, they would indeed be a formidable adversary. Consequently, a truce was established, yet SHELD surveillance of this clan has never ceased. According to the records, the vampiric lineage originated in Europa, though the specific reasons for their emergence remain obscure. Notably, the clan is distinctly divided into two factions, one led by the Damaskinos family. Rather than concealing their identities, they are actively engaged in expanding their influence, aspiring to establish a vast vampire empire. It was through the Damaskinos family's expansion that SHIELD first detected their presence. The other faction, shrouded in mystery, is reported to maintain a clear demarcation from the Damaskinos lineage, with ongoing friction between the two. Furthermore, they deliberately obscure their identities and whereabouts. SHIELD's documentation describes them as being preoccupied with combating another supernatural race, the werewolves. Nick Fury massaged his temples, feeling the weight of his responsibilities intensifying. The following day, on the vampire front, Assad informed Nissa that Blade had indeed returned to his hideout. Nissa immediately devised a plan. She would personally assault Blade's stronghold, seeking to gauge his true strength. In an obscure warehouse on the outskirts of New York, Blade meticulously polished his silver longsword, an old companion from his vampire hunting days. Now preparing to confront the only family he had left, Abraham Whistler. The previous night, Blade had rescued Whistler from a vampire lair, and in a moment of paternal instinct, he chose to grant him another chance. With the assistance of his new ally, Fast, Blade administered an antidote to Whistler and secured him in the warehouse's storage room. If Whistler could endure the agonizing detoxification process, he would return in normal. Otherwise, Blade would have no choice but to end his life. As Blade opened the storage room door, sunlight streamed through the ventilation grates, illuminating the vacant chair within. His gaze shifted to the shadows in the corner, fingers tightening around his gun loaded with silver bullets. When he saw his old friend Whistler emerge from the shadows into the light, he exhaled in relief. Outside the warehouse, a vehicle that seemed to meld with the darkness approached and halted. Two figures swiftly emerged, vanishing into the moonlit night. Nissa had intended to infiltrate alone, but Assad, concerned for her safety, insisted on accompanying her. The duo stealthily entered Blade's stronghold, and Nissa, with a hint of disdain beneath her mask, thought, "Is this all?" As Nissa maneuvered through the periphery of the warehouse, drawing closer to the center while dismissing the vigilance of the fabled daywalker, the warehouse's lighting abruptly shifted. Suspended from the beams above, Nissa, clad in specialized attire and peering through her unique glasses, smirked at the activation of the ultraviolet lights. "I anticipated this." She nodded at Assad, and they gracefully descended to the warehouse floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whistler unleashed a barrage of automatic fire at the two intruders. Unfortunately for him, Nissa and Assad reacted too swiftly, rendering his shots ineffective. Assad deftly maneuvered to Whistler's front, disarming him with minimal effort before incapacitating him. Seizing the automatic rifle from the ground, Assad secured Whistler, and the frightened fast nearby. Nissa's acute hearing detected footsteps behind her, and she turned to see Blade, sword in hand. As he positioned himself and gestured toward the restrained fast, a powerful spotlight illuminated the scene. Yet, clad in protective gear, Nissa and Assad's specialized glasses quickly adjusted to the sunlight mode. Observing Blade's every move with increasing contempt, Nissa drew her twin blades and launched an assault. Blade, wielding his longsword, effortlessly parried her strikes, countering with swift and precise maneuvers. As the duel escalated, Nissa attempted a powerful downward slash, but Blade skillfully evaded her attack. Seeing Nissa struggle against Blade, Assad removed the magazine from his rifle and discarded it, rushing in to assist. After a brief exchange, Blade deflected Nissa's strike with his sword sheath, anticipating Assad's approach. He easily sidestepped Assad's ambush, retaliating by hurling a throwing knife to impede Nissa's advance. Assad, realizing his stealth attack had failed, drew a short blade from his back and continued his assault on Blade's lower defenses. However, Blade skillfully countered, sending Assad tumbling aside. With Nissa blocking the throwing knife, she lunged forward, aiming directly for Blade. In a moment of tactical brilliance, Blade ducked beneath her thrust, drawing his longsword to parry her descending blade, engaging both adversaries. Just as he appeared to hold his ground against the two, Nissa suddenly faltered. She felt an unsettling sensation reminiscent of the previous day. Simultaneously, visions of her blood-bound master, Sean, began to surface in her mind. Nissa furrowed her brow, gripping her blades tightly to suppress the disconcerting feelings within her. Blade, observing Nissa's sudden weakness and trembling stance, furrowed his brow in confusion. What was happening? Is she so feeble? Did she not replenish her strength before departing? Assad, mistakenly believing Nissa had abandoned her plan, called out, "Wait, we come bearing a message. It was you who initiated the hostilities." Cleverly shifting the blame, Assad continued, "We are representatives sent by the rulers of the Vampire Empire, hoping for a truce between us. They wish to meet with you." Chapter 58. The indomitable Gaja Nisha's mind was incessantly haunted by the domineering demeanor Sean displayed at the bar. It dawned upon her that this sudden and peculiar sensation stemmed from the blood bond, instead of harboring the expected animosity and rage toward Sean. She found herself gradually experiencing an unusual affection for him. Stop! Just as Nisha struggled to suppress this strange feeling within, Sean, who was engrossed in examining the necklace, abruptly raised his head in confusion, having heard Nisha's voice. Sean pondered, what is happening? At that moment, Nisha also caught Sean's voice, and she began to internally respond. What are you doing? Hearing Nisha's inquiry, Sean retorted, is that your attitude when addressing your blood bond master? Aye. Master, regardless of what you are doing with my blood bond, could you please pause for a moment? Nisha was seething with murderous intent, yet her life was precariously in another's grasp. Sean once again glimpsed Nisha's surroundings and noticed the sword-wielding figure, Blade. Though unfamiliar, he wondered why this fellow would wear sunglasses indoors, as if he wasn't dark enough already. However, Sean soon realized that this was not a typical exchange. Recalling Nisha's reaction during their last encounter with the blood bond, and suddenly comprehended, could it be that the sensation was occurring precisely in the midst of a fight? Sean awkwardly scratched his head and cleared his throat, saying ahem, well, I haven't done anything. You may proceed. I don't believe you for a second. Nisha sensed her body returning to normal, realizing that Sean had likely ceased his engagement with the blood bond and couldn't resist cursing him inwardly. Seeing that Assad had halted his offensive, Nisha naturally sheathed her weapon. Observing Blade still poised for battle, Assad had no choice but to follow suit, sheathing his own weapon and producing an emblem to pass to Blade. Blade accepted the emblem, instructing the swift-footed one to turn off the bright lights and restore normal illumination, then requested Assad and Nisha to remove their masks. As Nisha removed her mask, she remained somewhat defiant, stating to Blade, "You have always been our most feared enemy. However, a more terrifying adversary has recently emerged, one even more dreadful than you." Nisha intended to refer to the mutated being, but as she spoke, she was suddenly reminded of Sean, that wretched individual who was undoubtedly the most formidable. The thought of Sean rekindled discomfort within Nisha. Observing her unusual demeanor, Blade mistakenly assumed she was intimidated by the more terrifying being she had mentioned, which piqued his interest. Ever since Blade began hunting vampires, there had been no semblance of a truce between them. He had maintained an unyielding stance against the vampire clan, which had engendered their profound animosity towards him. Yet, the vampires were now proposing a ceasefire, which was indeed intriguing. Blade accepted the vampire's invitation and proceeded to Europa to meet Nish's father. Within a modern defensive fortress, Blade encountered Eli Damaskinos, the true ruler of the vampire empire. As they departed, S.H.I.E.L.D. received news of the meeting. Nick Fury contemplated Natasha's report and the subsequent information they had gathered regarding the bar incident before picking up the phone to call Natasha. Sean was dining at May's place that day, surveying the bountiful spread before him, remarking that it bore no resemblance to takeout. Peter emerged from his room after completing his homework, eagerly bounding to the dining table to gaze at Sean. "Sean, will you come to my house for dinner every day?" May, who was emerging from the kitchen with walnut and honey date bread, felt her ears flush at Peter's words. "Stop talking nonsense. Peter, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. That's the truth. As long as Sean visits, I won't have to eat your cooking." Peter whispered to Sean, "I suspect my frail health is due to eating Aunt May's meals all my life." "That makes sense." Sean paused at Peter's comment, impressed by his ability to grasp the crux of the matter. "What are you two mumbling about?" May exclaimed, playfully swatting Peter on the head, prompting him to scurry into the kitchen to wash his hands. "Don't listen to Peter. My cooking is quite delectable," May shyly explained to Sean. Observing May's exquisite appearance, Sean acknowledged that it was indeed quite appetizing. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. "I'll get it," Peter exclaimed, waving his hands as he dashed out of the kitchen. "Hey, Peter." Natasha greeted him with a warm smile as she stood at the door. Peter cheerfully responded, "Hi, Nat." Assuming Natasha was merely there to join them for dinner, Sean welcomed her in, oblivious to the fact that they were in May's home. Natasha, noticing May, warmly invited her inside as she took Peter's hand and stepped in. "Wow, such a sumptuous feast," Natasha remarked, her expression peculiar as she gazed at Sean. Sensing Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, Sean explained, May wanted to express her gratitude for that night's lodging. "Yes, and it was thanks to you, Natasha, that we were able to enjoy this meal together," May added, somewhat bashfully, as she had hoped to thank Sean and Natasha separately for a more intimate exchange with Sean. "That's wonderful. I just got off work and haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm starving," Natasha declared, seating herself beside Sean, her high heels inadvertently stepping on his foot. Sean glanced at Natasha and shook his head. "You know that I'm indomitable. A mere high heel is no challenge for me." "What is wrong?" May inquired, intrigued by Sean's expression. "Nothing, let's begin." After enduring a rather torturous dinner at May's home, Natasha mentioned she had matters to discuss with Sean and prepared to head to his house for a more private conversation. Can I come too?" May cautiously asked, seemingly summoning every ounce of courage to voice her desire. Natasha paused momentarily, then turned to Sean. "Are you sure you want to hear this?" Sean queried. Since Natasha was likely seeking information regarding extraordinary matters, Sean was unsure if he should allow May to be privy to such knowledge. "Yes," May nodded resolutely, having grown more steadfast in her feelings after learning a mysterious facet of Sean's life, rather than retreating in fear. "Then let us go together," Sean beckoned. "Can I go too?" Peter tilted his head, looking at a delighted Aunt May. "No, X3, you're bullying me." Ignoring Peter's sulking as he retreated to his room, the three proceeded to Sean's house. "So what is it?" Sean poured 2 glasses of water for them, settling into a single armchair. "S.H.I.L.D. seeks your assistance," Natasha stated, casting a curious glance at May, who sat beside her with a serious expression, before addressing Sean again. "Oh, is it related to the vampires? Did Nick Fury send you? Does he know how much I charge Tony and Pepper?" Sean inquired, a sudden idea forming in his mind. "He said you could make an offer, and we could negotiate," Natasha replied with a radiant smile. "Oh my." Chapter 59, Subway Gunfight. Sean gazed in bemusement at Natasha, who was preparing to negotiate with him. "Feel free to express your conditions. We can discuss them," Natasha continued. Sean waved his hand dismissively. If I were to speak up, he wouldn't agree anyway. Natasha furrowed her brow in confusion, uncertain of what Sean truly desired. So certain was he that Nick Fury would refuse. At this stage, Sean's wants were rather minimal, and within S.H.I.E.L.D. The only object of his interest was the space stone, which the agency was diligently researching, the Tesseract. There was no way Nick Fury would part with it, but Sean was indifferent. After all, the black egg would ultimately be unable to protect it, rendering his efforts futile. What would convince you to take action? Natasha pressed on, unwilling to give up. Suddenly, she paused, casting a sultry glance at Sean. What do you mean by that? Sean replied, somewhat taken aback by her demeanor. Perhaps it was because May was present, but Natasha appeared slightly bashful. May, who had been patiently waiting for Natasha's next words, turned to observe her expression and, being seasoned in the ways of combat, quickly understood. Her ears flushed crimson as she covered her face, exclaiming, I'm no longer pure. I understood that instantly. Clearing his throat, Sean shifted in his seat and crossed his legs. Let us not beat around the bush. Give me a small target to aim for. He pondered for a moment, considering that Natasha was now his blood slave, and decided to treat this as assisting his own. How much? May's eyes widened, for this amount was astronomical in her eyes. Natasha, however, remained composed. Too much. Let's negotiate a discount. Then how much do you propose? 1 million. Sean nearly spat out the sip of water he had just taken. What? Is this how you negotiate? He stared incredulously at Natasha, realizing she was being deliberately provocative. If you wish to take advantage, just say so. Can I take advantage? Natasha blinked her large eyes innocently. Show some sincerity. After all, you are asking me to intervene. Sean replied with exasperation. Ultimately, under Natasha's persistent persuasion, Sean agreed to a half-price deal, but she would have to stay the night. This little vixen was audaciously bargaining on behalf of the black egg, twisting her elbow outward. Sean resolved to ensure she understood where her loyalty should lie. The evening in Europa was shrouded in mystery, with streetlights glowing softly through the veil of rain, enhancing the ambience of the damp night. Steam rose from the coffee on the table, and droplets slid down the window as Sean sat by the glass, observing the hurried pedestrians under their umbrellas, listening to the distant chimes and the gentle patter of rain on the ancient cobblestones. He took a small sip of his coffee, reminiscing about the phrase coffee by the Seine. Noticing a few drenched, hurried figures, Sean clicked his tongue in irritation. Couldn't they arrive a bit later? This is quite the mood spoiler. After summoning the waiter to settle the bill, Sean opened his large black umbrella and stepped into the rain. He followed the crowd into the subway, descending the stairs, where a musty odor met him. Folding his umbrella, he grimaced at the dilapidated state of the station, recalling the bright, clean, orderly subway stations of his previous life. There wasn't even a security check. It was no wonder there were so many subway accidents. Wait, is that a woman in leather eyeing me? Perhaps it was Sean's tailored suit that contrasted sharply with the subway's grimy environment, coupled with his unremarkable yet handsome features, that caused people to glance at him momentarily before resuming their own journeys as the train arrived. Suddenly, a tall black man on the platform turned and drew a gun, opening fire, causing chaos as the crowd scattered in panic. The man's target swiftly ducked behind a pillar, seeking refuge from the hail of bullets. Sean stood motionless at the top of the stairs, gripping his black umbrella, observing the man being pinned down by the gunfire. Nearby, the leather-clad woman glanced over at Sean, mistakenly thinking he was frozen in shock. However, she had little time to ponder, for another man appeared behind her, raising a gun. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, and she quickly darted to the other side of the pillar, narrowly avoiding several lethal shots. The unfortunate man who had been suppressed by the first gunman was not so lucky. After the woman evaded, he had to face the threat head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck his chest directly. Witnessing his companion fall before her, Selena felt a mix of anger and terror, especially as she saw the body begin to emit a purple glow from within, quickly incinerating it. Taking a deep breath, Selena drew twin guns from her waist and shouted run to Sean before emerging from her cover to unleash a barrage of fire upon the assailants. Sean approached the pillar, prodding the ashes of the unfortunate vampire who had been obliterated by the flames with the tip of his long black umbrella. Selina was forced to retreat once more under the relentless fire from the tall black man, while his accomplice seized the moment to reload and fire again. But this time, the bullet struck an innocent bystander instead. Amid the crossfire, a blond man suddenly emerged from the subway, swiftly pulling the injured woman into a corner to assess her wounds, attempting to comfort and assist her. Yet, inexplicably, the black man's accomplice followed, intent on forcibly taking the man away. However, Selina's sharp shooting skills prevailed as she shot him in the shoulder, causing him to scream in pain and retreat, abandoning his intent to capture the human man. The gunfight was brief. It seemed that the black man's group aimed to capture the blonde human, serendipitously crossing paths with the vampires, which ignited the conflict. Sean observed the shaken blonde man in the corner, puzzled by what made him so special. "Thank you," the blonde man said, grasping Sean's outstretched hand as he rose. "I'm Mike Coven." "Not all," Sean replied. "You should leave quickly. Those men may return." Mike glanced anxiously at Selina and the black man's group as they disappeared into the subway tunnel, then turned to Sean, preparing to flee. Sean did not follow, having already marked Mike's voice. Locating him next time would merely require listening for a moment. Stepping into the subway, the crowd was still reeling from the recent gunfight, many crouching on the ground with their heads covered. Sean walked to the end of the carriage, where the last train door had been blasted off and lay in the passageway, shards of glass scattered around. In the tunnel, a monstrous creature covered in black fur was hungrily gnawing on a man. Chapter 60. Why aren't vampires afraid of silver? Sean leaped off the subway, advancing down the corridor where a dark, furry creature was tearing into a man struggling beneath it. Suddenly, the creature lifted its head and turned to face Sean, letting out a ferocious growl. The stench of rancid breath hit Sean like a wave, nearly causing him to retch. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slap to the werewolf, sending it crashing against the corridor wall. At the corner, Selina observed the bloodstains and silver bullet casings on the ground. Picking up one of the bullets, she recognized it as one she had fired, having struck the creature in the shoulder, yet there was no sign of the enemy now. Selina quickly turned her head, sensing a shift in the air behind her. Cautiously raising her weapon, she pressed herself against the wall, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to any foe that might reveal themselves. The illuminated subway train whizzed by, and Selina finally exhaled in relief. Sean, intrigued, watched the striking woman in the leather coat. As she lowered her gaze, Selina suddenly noticed a pair of feet positioned before her. In an instant, she raised her guns, aiming them at Sean. Her tense expression transformed into confusion as she recognized his face. How could it be him? She had just urged him to flee at the subway station. What was he doing here? Instinctively, she had already perceived him as a threat, and the bullets from her firearms surged forth. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Click, click, click. Selina mechanically pulled the trigger, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed the man effortlessly blocking all her shots with his hand. Just as she processed this shocking sight and prepared to reload, Sean seized her by the throat with a single hand. The immense force lifted Selina off her feet, rendering her firearms useless as she clawed at his arm in desperation. Sean furrowed his brow in confusion, scrutinizing Selina, and with his other hand, he examined her left palm and fingers. He had just witnessed her pick up a silver bullet from the ground. What was happening? Aren't vampires supposed to be vulnerable to silver? How could she handle it? Selina attempted to kick Sean, but before she could act, he tightened his grip on her neck, causing her to lose strength and gasp in agony. He held her before him, inspecting her sharp canines, which were more pronounced due to her pain, revealing her vampiric traits. With a sudden release, Sean let go of Selina's neck, allowing her to collapse onto the ground, where she coughed painfully. Coughing, she peered up at him through her disheveled hair, terrified and uncertain of his identity and intentions. "I have a few questions for you," Sean said, crouching down and smiling at the frightened Selina, who had pressed herself against the wall like a cornered rabbit. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice cold, emanating from her pale neck, which he had just gripped. Sean Hunter," he replied. "You're a werewolf? How come I've never heard of you?" Selina questioned, perplexed. Sean sighed. "Hey, I'm the one asking questions here. Can you get a grip? Have you ever seen a werewolf as handsome as me? Selena rolled her eyes, but couldn't deny that Sean didn't fit the typical werewolf mold. They usually dwelled in caves, retaining a savage demeanor, appearing quite unkempt. Sean, on the other hand, was impeccably dressed, resembling a vampire more than a werewolf. Why aren't you afraid of silver? Sean inquired. Selena frowned in confusion at his question. You really aren't a werewolf? Sean's patience was waning. Had it not been for Selena's attractive appearance, he might have lost his temper. No, Selena stammered, recalling his earlier show of strength, her body quivering slightly. We vampires aren't afraid of silver. Werewolves are the ones allergic to it, she explained, her lips trembling. Is that so? Are you afraid of sunlight? Sean asked, revealing a three-pronged dagger. The moment the dagger appeared, Selena instinctively curled up, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of the enormous blade. She had no time to ponder how Sean had produced such a weapon. The fear it instilled was akin to the dread she felt in the presence of sunlight. At such proximity, she feared she might be incinerated. Looks like you are afraid, Sean remarked, noting Selena's reaction, reminiscent of Nissa's when faced with the dagger. He stood up, and with a flick of his wrist, sheathed the weapon, gazing down at Selena. What's your name? With the threat of the dagger diminished, Selena felt as though she had narrowly escaped death. She answered, somewhat dazed, Sel. Selena, what about that sword just now? What? You want it? It's too large for you to wield, Sean replied. He heard a sound from elsewhere and approached the well at the corner. Selena, seeing his movement, rose from the ground, picked up her gun, and followed him. There's someone waiting below to ambush you. The one who was shooting at you in the subway, Sean said, watching as Selena resumed her fierce warrior demeanor, a smile creeping onto his face. How do you know? Selena asked, puzzled by the enigmatic man. Sean did not respond, but instead lifted the mesh cover of the well and jumped down. As he landed, a man hidden in the shadows sprang forth, aiming his gun. Bang! Sean observed the bullet moving in slow motion, swatting it aside before approaching the man, who was frozen in slow motion, and similarly seized him by the throat. As Selena leaped down from the well, she witnessed Sean's grip on the man tightening painfully. The man, in agony, began to transform, hoping to escape using his newfound strength. His chest heaved, muscles tensed, and bones cracked as they expanded, pushing against his skin. His eyes turned a bluish-gray, ears sharpened, and his facial structure elongated grotesquely. His skin grew coarse, darkening, while hair sprouted and darkened. Watching the transformation unfold, Sean tightened his grip. With a whimper, the werewolf never had the chance to unleash his first roar post-transformation as Sean crushed his throat. As Selena landed, witnessing the scene before her, she recalled how Sean had subdued her moments ago, quickly suppressing her urge to attack. Bang! Sean tossed the lifeless werewolf at Selena's feet. Bang, bang, bang. Selena immediately fired multiple rounds into the corpse. TSK, TSK, TSK. This girl is quite violent, Sean remarked. Chapter 61. The Fearful Death Walker, who are you really? Selena's azure eyes were fixed intently on Sean, as she found the man decidedly peculiar. In a typical scenario, a normal person would have been terrified and fled like the others during the chaos at the subway station. Initially, she thought Sean was merely stunned, frozen in place, but was now evident that he possessed exceptional courage, seemingly unperturbed by the gunfire. When Sean had subdued her earlier, his inquiry had been about why vampires were unafraid of silver, rather than questioning her species, indicating that he was aware of her vampiric nature. Furthermore, he had just crushed a werewolf with his own hands and exhibited no characteristics of one himself. Here was a being who understood vampires yet lacked a comprehensive knowledge of them. Not a werewolf, but undeniably powerful. Selena pondered that if Sean's identity posed no threat, perhaps she could ally with him. I have already stated, Sean turned his gaze towards the depths of the passageway. Selena recognized the name he mentioned, but was keen to uncover the origins of his being. However, before she could voice her curiosity, Sean began to walk deeper into the corridor. Wait, Selena quickly followed, believing he had discovered something significant. In the half-arched underground passage, Sean ambled forward as if strolling in his own backyard. Selena matched his pace, having just inquired about his destination with no reply. Logically, she should have returned to report to their vampire stronghold, especially since she had obtained weapons from the werewolf Sean had slain. She had noted that werewolves no longer relied solely on their fangs and claws. The magazine from the large-caliber handgun was filled with bullets radiating a violet glow. Her fallen companion in the subway had perished under such searing fire. Selena was both astonished and alarmed by this transformation among the werewolf clan. For years, werewolves had been their prey, and she had dispatched countless of them. Yet now they were retaliating, catching them completely off guard. This vital intelligence needed reporting without delay, lest more of her kin fall victim. Yet here she was, wandering in darkened depths due to Sean's presence. What is it? Noticing Sean suddenly halt, Selena instinctively tightened her grip on her dual pistols, fearing he had sensed an impending threat. Sean had indeed noticed something, though it was not an attack. To their right, a wrought iron gate revealed a maintenance area for the underground transit system, a labyrinth of drainage and subterranean constructions littering the ancient city's underbelly, filled with dark, abandoned corners. Listen. Sean's eyes pierced through the gate toward an air duct above the maintenance point. What should I listen for? Selena queried, puzzled by his focus, seeing nothing but emptiness beyond the bars. Listen closely. The howls of beasts in battle, the shouts of the crowd, Sean urged. Had anyone else said such a thing? Selena might have dismissed them as mad and departed. However, after witnessing Sean's prowess, she had come to appreciate his capabilities. Closing her eyes, Selena soon discerned the sounds Sean had referenced. Howls of werewolves, accompanied by cheers and jeers from a considerable gathering. There are quite a few, Sean observed, his gaze penetrating the thick concrete, witnessing a brutal contest among werewolves taking place just beyond their gate. Selena's blue eyes widened in disbelief as her pupils constricted. For years, the noble and astute vampire clan had systematically hunted werewolves, and such a vast congregation should not exist. How can this be possible? She exclaimed. Should we go take a look? Sean inquired with a smile. Selena's beautiful eyes widened once more, for even though she was a formidable deathwalker within her clan, facing even a handful of werewolves alone would be perilous due to their numerical superiority. And now, she had heard the presence of dozens, if not hundreds of them. Despite Sean's formidable strength, trust was a luxury she could not afford. She even began to suspect he might be leading her to be prey for those werewolves. Never mind. You seem frightened, Sean chuckled, shaking his head. They are merely beasts, easily dispatched with a wave of my hand. Selena felt a flush of embarrassment. She had never imagined that she, proud of her title as a deathwalker, could feel such fear in the presence of a stranger. Just as she was about to explain her apprehension due to their overwhelming numbers, Sean interrupted her again. Let us depart. What? Where to? Sean tilted his head, regarding the bewildered leather-clad beauty. Of course, we retreat. You wouldn't dare engage them. With that, he turned towards the passage's exit. Selena longed to assert her readiness to confront them, yet the thought of the throng of werewolves loomed large in her mind. I must return to report this critical intelligence. Not out of fear, she reassured herself internally. When she lifted her gaze again, Sean had vanished. Selena rushed through the corridor, scanning earnestly, but she found no trace of him. Standing in the passage, she stared at the large-caliber handgun she had acquired from the werewolf, doubting her senses, wondering if this encounter with Sean had been real or a mere figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, the werewolves engaged in combat were abruptly halted by a long-haired man who had appeared and brandished a firearm. Lucian lowered his weapon, looking upon these werewolf companions, his subordinates, with disdain for their brutish behavior. Yet he felt a sense of helplessness. He understood this was merely a reflection of their savage nature. Centuries ago, werewolves lacked the ability to transform into human form. They existed solely in their lupin state, devoid of high intelligence, slaughtered by vampires, even kept as pets. Lucian was the first to be born in human form, heralding a new era for werewolves. Soon, he would elevate their kind to even greater heights. After delivering words of admonition and encouragement, Lucian departed from his gathered brethren. Chapter 62. The vampire feast. Sean held aloft a black umbrella fashioned from a trident blade, his long legs striding through the rain, unnoticed by anyone as not a single drop of water touched him. not even the splashes from the ground. Contemplating the group of vampires and werewolves he had encountered, Sean felt they were distinctly different from those he had previously faced in New York. Although they were all vampires, the ones in his memory from New York did not possess the characteristic of blue pupils. He wondered where his little blood servant, Vanessa, was and contemplated whether to seek her out for some amusement. At that moment, Vanessa was accompanying the Blade, alongside a Blood Alliance team that their vampire empire had painstakingly trained for 2.5 years. Interestingly, this team, initially intended to combat the Blade, found themselves presented with an unexpected opportunity for collaboration due to the appearance of an anomalous creature. The two factions, which were meant to be locked in mortal combat, exchanged a series of cold jibes and provocations upon meeting. The result was that the overly arrogant leader of the Blood Alliance team, Reinhardt, found himself with a small silver nitrate bomb implanted in the back of his head by the Blade. Although minor, the bomb's potency, coupled with the lethal nature of silver nitrate to vampires, forced Reinhardt to temporarily yield to the Blade. The group marched with a sense of detachment towards the largest existing blood bank of the vampire empire, preparing to lay in wait for the anomalous creature that had attacked the blood bank. Each blood bank usually served as a gathering place for numerous vampires, and upon entering, they could see vampires dressed in various eccentric costumes. As the Iron Gate ascended, the Blade was greeted by the sight of a wild vampire revelry. Pulsating music, raised hands, swaying bodies, and intermittent cheers filled the atmosphere. Is this some kind of joke? The Blade muttered in disbelief. He had envisioned the blood bank as a heavily fortified military establishment, only to find it was a raucous feast. Frowning, he observed the feeding behaviors of the vampires within, a reflexive urge rising within him to draw his sword and reduce these fallen beings to ashes. However, Vanessa had already briefed him on their mission, which was far more significant, hunting the anomalous creature. Suppressing his restless hands, the Blade and his companions dispersed to search the vicinity. A pair of vampire lovers engaged in a grotesque exchange, feeding blades to one another's mouths and then gnawing at each other's flesh, blood spilling from their incessantly touching lips. Nearby, a bald giant wielded a knife against the back of a vampire with cut skin, while the vampire appeared oblivious to any pain. A few vampires had even begun to embrace and writhe together, several against one. Disgusted, the Blade moved aside, affixing a miniature camera to a nearby pillar while contacting his support team outside. Outside the building, in a van, the agile scout received the footage transmitted by the camera, exchanging amused glances with Whistler, who was stationed on the rooftop of a nearby building. As rain fell outside, he relished the comfort of the covered van. Whistler, with a snide remark, responded while balancing a large-caliber sniper rifle in one hand and holding a piece of asbestos roofing in the other. He had initially intended to join the Blade inside, harboring distrust towards the vampires, even in their current alliance, but the Blade insisted he remain outside. Furrowing his brow, Whistler maintained his vigilance, sensing something amiss, though the specifics eluded him. Suddenly, he noticed a figure, a man in a perfectly tailored suit, holding a black umbrella, walking slowly and incongruously against the backdrop of the ongoing revelry. Whistler keenly discerned the man's unique aura, distinctly unlike the drunken lower-tier vampires or the self-proclaimed aristocracy. Indeed, he appeared more human. As the man disappeared into the adjacent building, Whistler questioned his own perception. If he were not a vampire, why venture into their gathering place? Sean folded his umbrella just as he stepped into the building, seamlessly passing through the guards and the seemingly unopened iron gate to find himself amidst the throng of reveling vampires. Such extravagant taste, he thought, observing a bald giant carving flesh from a victim's bone, his lip curling in disdain. These vampires epitomized the notion of indulgence, their prolonged existence leading them to decadence. Consumed by hedonism. Due to his distinctive attire and demeanor, several vampiresses clad in smoky makeup gravitated toward him, while two burly male vampires leered at him with lewd grins. With a mere snap of his fingers, Sean vanished from their midst, leaving the bewildered vampiresses glancing at one another in confusion. Among the throng of dancing vampires on the stage, the Blade, resembling a statue, glanced toward the direction Sean had vanished. Was there someone there just now? Vanessa ascended the staircase to the second floor, ignoring the listless vampires lounging on the steps. Upon reaching the second floor, she cautiously scrutinized for any signs of disturbance. The European-style corridor lay empty until a black figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. Startled, Vanessa drew her twin pistols, aiming at the figure. "Wow, is this your way of welcoming your master? Quite unique, though I must say, it's not to my liking, little maid." Sean, unfazed by the guns aimed at him, smiled at the astonished Vanessa at the end of the corridor. "Why you? How did you get here?" Vanessa stammered. In an instant, Sean stood before her, and as she staggered back in surprise at his speed, he gently grasped her wrist, bringing her tender form close to him. "What's wrong? Is your master not welcome?" Sean raised an eyebrow, gazing down at her. Vanessa inhaled the scent emanating from him, feeling his warmth even through layers of clothing, an odd sensation coursing through her. Struggling to maintain her composure, she stepped back and looked up at Sean. "No, it's just that I'm currently on a mission." A faint blush crept onto Vanessa's pale cheeks. A mission? Is it related to those anomalous creatures you mentioned?" Sean inquired thoughtfully, recalling Vanessa's earlier conversation in the bar. "Yes." Sean tuned his senses, indeed detecting the presence of several peculiar beings distinct from the vampires and ordinary humans in the building. "Oh, one seems to have circled to a position behind him. It appears you have others in search of you," he remarked with a smirk, observing Vanessa. Vanessa, hearing a voice behind her, turned to find the blade approaching. "What's wrong?" The blade noted something odd about Vanessa, suspecting she might be in trouble. Vanessa shook her head, turning back only to find Sean had vanished from sight. Chapter 63. Invasion of the Aberrants. Nisha gazed down the now deserted corridor once more. Had she just experienced a hallucination? Did she truly see someone? Peering cautiously into the hallway, she searched for Sean's figure, posing her queries to Blade. "Who was it? Did you detect any traces of the Aberrants?" Blade inquired as he approached the corridor. "Could it have been an illusion?" Nisha murmured softly to herself. Observing Blade as he ventured into the corridor to inspect the rooms on either side, she shook her head and followed suit, joining him in the search. Nisha set down the ladder leading to the attic, retrieved a powerful flashlight, and took a deep breath, preparing to ascend and check for any signs of aberrance. After illuminating the space, she found nothing of note. Suddenly, she sensed movement at the end of the corridor around the corner. Taking 2 steps back from the ladder, she turned to the left to scrutinize the drapery covering the corner. Lifting the fabric, Nisha stepped inside, quickly surveying the cluttered interior but finding no suspicious hiding spots. She placed a camera on a nearby wall sconce, aware that this corridor possessed another exit, potentially allowing aberrants to pass through. Just as Nisha intended to retreat and continue her search elsewhere, a strong gust of wind heralded the arrival of a shadowy figure clad in a tattered black trench coat. Nisha's heart raced as she beheld the aberrant before her, its hairless, yellowed skin starkly visible, with bluish veins pulsating ominously beneath. In such proximity, she found herself under the creature's control, her mind flooded with gruesome images of her potential fate should she be bitten. The aberrant, gazing at Nisha with its hand clamped over her mouth, fought against its primal bloodlust, refraining from hastily injecting its venom into her pale neck to convert her into a member of its aberrant army. Simultaneously, the Blood Alliance squad stationed at various points faced assaults from aberrants. In the ballroom, Reinhardt, sporting a micro-explosive lodged in the back of his head courtesy of Blade, scowled at the raucous revelry of the lesser vampires around him. With the pulsating music and the bodies swaying nearby, Reinhardt, having trained for 2.5 years, was oblivious to the grotesque figure stealthily approaching from behind. Just as the hideous aberrant extended its sharp claws toward the sunglass-clad leader of the Blood Alliance, gunfire erupted. Chuba, not far from Reinhardt, spotted the aberrant perilously close and opened fire with his automatic rifle. Reacting swiftly, Reinhardt pivoted, leveling his shotgun and firing a round. At such close range, one would expect either vampire or human to be incapacitated by the silver bullet. Yet, the aberrant merely staggered momentarily, emitting a piercing wail before fleeing to the side. Following the gunfire, chaos erupted within the ballroom. The lesser vampires, inebriated and dazed, scattered in panic. resembling ordinary humans in their frantic flight toward the gradually opening iron gate. Another member of the Blood Alliance, the priest, proved utterly ineffectual. As the gunfight broke out and vampires fled the dance floor, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning, he fired 2 shots at the suddenly emerging aberrant, only to have the creature seize his gun-wielding hand with brute force. Gasping in horror, the priest looked on as the aberrant, stronger than he, rendered his right hand useless and grasped his left fist, its sharp claws digging painfully into his wrist. "We are under attack. At least 3 aberrants are present, possibly more. Everyone be cautious." A warning echoed through his earpiece, prompting the snowman, clad in samurai armor and shoulder pads, to scan the fleeing vampires with a cold gaze. With a sudden realization, the snowman halted, sensing a murderous intent behind him. Turning with his katana ready, he spotted a hooded aberrant, distinctly different from the fleeing vampires, staring intently at him. As the shadow removed its hood, revealing a hairless head marred by veins, the snowman steadied his grip on the long blade. He charged at the aberrant, executing a graceful triple kick that sent it crashing to the ground, where it unleashed an enraged howl. As the aberrant regained its footing, the snowman wielded his sheathed katana, attempting a powerful downward strike. Unfortunately, the creature matched his strength and speed, intercepting the blow with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, the snowman withdrew his blade, unleashing a flurry of strikes as the aberrant weaved and dodged, ultimately catching the katana's blade with its hands. For a fleeting moment of surprise, the snowman swiftly withdrew the katana, slicing through the aberrant's palm and eliciting a pained shriek. The aberrant, not devoid of intelligence, recognized the katana's sharpness and evaded the snowman's strikes while emitting primal growls of provocation. As the aberrant leapt from the wall towards him, the snowman advanced rather than retreating, executing a spinning maneuver with a rear thrust that impaled the aberrant against the wall. Sensing its movement restricted, the aberrant grasped the wall behind it, using its feet to climb upwards. The katana, embedded in its abdomen, tore at its flesh, yet the creature seemed undeterred by the agony. This frenzied attempt to escape left the snowman feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, Nisha, struggling against her captor, drew the aberrant's attention, which shushed her sharply. Nisha, bewildered by the aberrant's reluctance to bite her, was oblivious to the chaos unfolding. In the corridor, Blade, having completed his search of the adjacent room, sensed the commotion emanating from Nisha's direction. Chad Namark, lifting the drapery, caught sight of the aberrant holding Nisha captive through his sunglasses. "Daywalker, why target me? We share a common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Or do you wish to oppose me?" Namark was perplexed as to why Blade, known for his merciless pursuit of vampires, would turn against him. Yet, Blade provided no opportunity for dialogue. Catching Blade's attention, Nisha seized the moment to execute a swift kick, striking Namark's sensitive spot. Instantly, he released his grip on her neck, and Blade, lifting his coat, aimed a silver bullet directly at Namark's head. Chapter 64. The carnage bullets struck Normik's south forehead at close range, the tremendous force propelling his body against the cluttered cabinet along the wall. Rising from the wreckage of the cabinet, Normik cast a resentful glance at Kaufing and Nisha. Had it not been for the reasons to spare them, he would have long since devoured the two. As she watched Normik flee through the left corridor, Nisha felt an overwhelming anger and was ready to pursue him. As the most noble bloodline of the vampire empire, she had always prided herself on her strength, and to be so easily overpowered by an abomination was nothing short of a disgrace. "Wait, the sun is about to rise." Kaufing grasped Nisha firmly, halting her pursuit. For the first time, Nisha wished she were not a vampire, striking the air in frustration as she stood rooted in place, watching Kaufing chase after the fleeing figure with a tinge of envy. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of the Blood Alliance team, Guangfu and his beloved Willian, encountered a similar assault from the abominations. Separating from Willian to search in different directions, Guangfu looked disdainfully at the emaciated, grotesque creature that emerged before him. Raising the spiked hammer in his hand, he swung it roundly at the hideous abomination. With a resounding thud, the creature's head was nearly severed from its neck by the powerful blow. Guangfu weighed his weapon, a mocking smile forming on his lips. However, The next moment left the robust man frozen in disbelief, his tattooed face awash with astonishment. The creature's head, having been struck to one side, seemed to regain its position as if invigorated by an energy drink. The dislocated neck emitted a series of unsettling cracking sounds as the protruding bones beneath the skin realigned. "What manner of monster are you?" Guangfu gazed at the resilient and repugnant creature with a mix of surprise and revulsion. The abomination responded not with words, but with a shrill, challenging roar. With a whoosh, the massive hammer pursued the creature's frail form. Upon receiving a message through his earpiece, revealing that his comrades were also under attack, Guangfu seized the opportunity and swung his hammer down upon the creature's chest. The long spikes pierced through its skeletal frame, the immense kinetic force sending the abomination hurtling backward. As he approached the motionless creature lying on the ground, Guangfu observed a wound the size of a bottle cap on its chest, oozing a viscous liquid devoid of any blood. What perplexed him further was the fact that the spikes on his hammer were made of silver. Why had the creature not been incinerated by the silver? After inspecting the liquid on his hands with distaste, Guangfu recoiled. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless creature sprang to life, lunging at Guangfu with outstretched hands, its sharp claws sinking deep into his back. Guangfu felt the searing pain as the claws penetrated his flesh. In that split second of the creature's attack, he thrust his hand against its gaunt chest. The piercing screams filled his ears as the abomination's jaw, marked by a thin line running down from its lips, opened wide, revealing a serpentine maw aimed at Guangfu. As it clamped down near his neck, Guangfu cried out in agony, feeling his strength waning. He knelt on the ground, powerless to fend off the creature's relentless assault. Just when he thought it was the end, his beloved Willian rushed in from the opposite side. Seeing Guangfu ensnared by the abomination, she immediately opened fire. The wounded creature, no longer fixated on Guangfu, had already injected him with venom. "Darling, are you all right?" Willian hurried to his side, concern etched on her face as she saw the creature retreat. "I'm fine, just a minor injury on my back," Guangfu replied, attempting to conceal the truth of his bite as he adjusted his leather armor to cover the wound on his neck. The least skilled priest in the ballroom had also suffered a horrific fate at the hands of the abomination. The hastily arriving Assad spotted the priest pinned against the wall and opened fire, but alas, it was too late. On the other side, Reinhardt and Chuba effectively cornered the abomination that had attacked them. Chuba stood below the dance floor, wielding an automatic rifle with divine precision, disregarding the low-level vampires in the creature's path. The vampires caught in Chuba's silver bullets screamed in agony as they were incinerated to ashes. While the silver bullets did not inflict the same damage on the abomination as on vampires, the wounds they caused were enough to hinder its recovery. Reinhardt approached the severely injured abomination sprawled on the ground with a cold, unfeeling demeanor. Observing the creature struggle to raise its hand toward him, he grinned cruelly, lifting his shotgun and firing a silver nail that pinned the creature's hand to the wall. Meanwhile, outside the building, a teammate reported over the earpiece that the abominations feared ultraviolet light. Hearing this, Reinhardt's eyes gleamed with malice as he regarded the struggling, grotesque creature pinned to the ground. He activated the flashlight on his shotgun, switching it to ultraviolet mode. With a sizzle, the light struck the creature, emitting a sound akin to meat sizzling on a grill. Within moments, the abomination erupted in piercing wails, engulfed in blue flames under the ultraviolet glow. Chapter 65. A tragic origin blade pursued Normac into a spacious hall within the building, having just shot him in the head. In the center of the hall stood several meters of abandoned scaffolding, which Blade approached as he searched for Normac's figure. Just when he thought he had lost track of Normac and was about to holster his weapon, Normac leaped onto the scaffolding, landing mere meters behind him. "Are you so eager to find me, Blade?" Normac gasped, his anger directed at the Daywalker, who should have been his ally. The gunshot wound on his forehead was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, even faster than a vampire's regeneration. "Why do you want to kill me?" "We share a common enemy and a mutual goal." Normac inched closer to Blade as he spoke. Uninterested in idle chatter, Blade cracked his knuckles, readying for an impending confrontation. Is this the hunting squad that you've trained for over 2.5 years? Sean leaned against the wall, observing Nisa as she vented her frustration alone. Eunice turned to face the suddenly appearing Sean, initially doubting her own senses. Upon confirming his presence, she felt a mix of relief and irritation at his mocking tone regarding their carefully cultivated blood alliance. Despite her desire to retort, the memory of Sean's mysterious abilities and the surprise defeat of the Blood Alliance squad stifled her response. Here, essay-friendly tip. Ponder why that mutant, who had you captured, chose not to strike when he had the chance. He should not have let such a prime opportunity slip away. Sean's words caused Nisa to furrow her brow, her anger gradually replaced by confusion. Indeed, why did he not attack me? She mused, glancing up at Sean. What could I possibly know? I just arrived after all. Based on your previous descriptions of the mutant, it seems he has been attacking your kind relentlessly. So why did he spare you? Is it because of your beauty? Well, I must admit, you are quite striking. I doubt a mutant would be so easily distracted by a lovely face, Sean teased. Nisa blushed at Sean's compliment, yet she quickly suppressed the reaction, contemplating his words. Reflecting on the previous assaults by the mutant, she realized that every vampire encountered had been immediately attacked and transformed. The reports from the Blood Alliance confirmed the same, leaving her puzzled as to why Normac had not bitten her. Could it be, as Sean suggested, that there was a special reason for this? As Nisa contemplated these thoughts, Blade concluded his skirmish with Normac. Unfazed by silver weapons and resilient against anticoagulants, Normac's strength and speed had thwarted Blade's efforts. Why didn't you inform me that these mutants are impervious to silver? Blade queried Nisa upon his return. We were unaware, she replied, turning to him. By the time she processed his words, Sean had vanished once more. What was the point of his sudden appearances if he never offered assistance? Meanwhile, Sean observed with great interest as Normac escaped Blade's grasp. In the filthy, dark underbelly, Normac endured the torment of his insatiable thirst for blood, a craving that gnawed at him, urging him to hunt. Any vampire or human he bit would become a vessel for his virus. Who are you? Normac's vigilance sharpened as he sensed Sean's presence, the man's immaculate suit starkly contrasting the grime of the underground. Had he not become this way, Normac mused, he might have been just as noble and elegant as Sean. Shaking off such impractical thoughts, he let out a piercing shriek, summoning several mutants from the filth to attack Sean. Regardless of Sean's identity, Normac needed blood to heal. With a sharp clang, Sean brandished his trident-shaped blade, effortlessly cleaving through the pale creatures, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Standing tall, Sean planted the elongated blade into the ground, the golden-red flames enveloping it, illuminating the dark sewer like daylight. Any lurking monsters in the murky water met a swift demise, incinerated by the brilliance of the flames. Normac, too, retreated into the shadows, scorched and trembling. Even after the flames receded, he remained hidden, fear replacing any remnants of disrespect he might have harbored toward Sean. Come forth, Sean commanded, and Normac, trembling, crawled out, bowing low, afraid to lift his head. Great being, please forgive my earlier insolence, Normac stammered, seeking Sean's mercy. Who are you? Sean's voice echoed through the sewer, resonating like a divine whisper, solidifying Normac's belief in the man's formidable nature. I am Chad, Normac Damaskinos, son of the ruler of the vampire empire, Eli Damaskinos. Fearful of any misstep that could lead to his demise by Sean's divine flames, Normac refrained from withholding any information. He yearned to retain his suffering form for the sake of vengeance. You mean to say you're Nisa's brother? Yes, my lord. Nisa is my sister, Normac nodded vigorously, recognizing the connection to Sean's inquiry about Nisa, which further compelled him to reveal the truth. You are also a vampire? How did you end up like this? Sean inquired, puzzled. I was once a vampire, but now I am uncertain of my true nature, Normac replied, his voice laced with pain and self-mockery. My father, Eli Damaskinos, conducted experiments on me in hopes of perfecting our evolution, claiming it was for the future of our kind. Alas, he produced nothing but a monstrous being, neither man nor beast, filled with hatred. Normac's tone dripped with contempt for his father. So you seek vengeance against him, attacking the vampire clan relentlessly? Indeed, my lord. And why do you target humans? The blade's tip pressed against Normack's bald head, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. My targets are those who engage in unsavory deeds under the cover of night. I cannot expose myself to sunlight, Normack replied, referring to gangsters, drug dealers, and prostitutes. Sean had not witnessed these acts firsthand, leaving him unable to ascertain the truth of Normack's claims. Even so, your existence poses a threat to humanity. Chapter 66. Blink if threatened. Sensing the murderous intent in Sean's words, Normack panicked, disregarding the three-edged blade hovering above him as he fervently bowed and pleaded with Sean. My lord, I implore you, grant me a little more time. Please take my life only after I have avenged myself. Furthermore, my father is currently researching how to free vampires from their fear of sunlight. Should he succeed, vampires would pose the greatest threat to humanity. Upon hearing Normack's words, Sean fell into contemplation. For him, whether vampires feared sunlight was inconsequential. Before him, these creatures were utterly powerless. However, if their research were indeed successful, vampires would likely invade human society en masse, complicating matters for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he had come to resolve the vampire issue on Nick Fury's behalf. Should he simply eliminate Eli Damaskinos instead? After a moment's reflection, Sean resolved to grant this wretched soul a chance. After all, Normack sought vengeance against his father Eli Damaskinos, and he could allow them to battle, provided the collateral damage remained confined within the vampire ranks. I shall not kill you now. You may pursue your revenge, but you must not let your conflict spill over into humanity. If you cannot control your aberrations, I shall assist you in doing so. Do you comprehend my meaning? Normack undoubtedly understood what Sean meant by assisting him in controlling the aberrations. The charred remnants of the aberrations that had been reduced to ash lay scattered on the dark sewer floor, providing the answer. As you command, my lord, I shall ensure that my aberrations do not harm any humans. With Sean's permission, Normack eagerly vowed. Nissa and Blade returned to the ballroom, where the Blood Alliance squad had gathered. The priest's face was marred by bloodied bite marks inflicted by the aberrations, and he was being pinned to the ground by Chuba and Assad, struggling and crying out in agony. Shet, he's getting hotter, Chuba exclaimed, pressing down on one of the priest's arms as he observed the priest's suffering. Reinhardt paced irritably beside them, listening to the priest's cries echoing from the tomb. Blade approached the restrained priest and inquired, How long has he been bitten? About 20 minutes, Assad answered, raising his head. Just then, Chuba yanked a handful of the priest's hair while pressing his hand against the priest's head. Still writhing and moaning, seemed oblivious. He has already begun to transform, Blade implied, indicating that the priest was beyond salvation. Who the hell can make him shut up? Reinhardt cursed, understanding Blade's implication. Kill me. Quickly kill me. Chuba. The priest shouted desperately at Chuba. Seeing no other option, Chuba drew his handgun and pressed it against the priest's chest. He closed his eyes and murmured a brief prayer before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The large caliber bullets tore through the priest's chest, causing blood and flesh to scatter. However, to everyone's astonishment, the priest's lips began to split apart as if sliced by a sharp blade. At that very moment, the priest's jaw suddenly unhinged, emitting a piercing scream as he struggled to attack the nearest Chuba and Assad. Fortunately, the two reacted swiftly, pinning the priest back to the ground. Otherwise, there would have been more casualties. As Assad and Chuba fought to restrain the now transformed priest, Reinhardt kicked over a nearby table. Enough! Give him a merciful end. Snowman, unable to bear the sight any longer, handed Reinhardt his katana, recognizing that their comrade had become a mere shadow of his former self. With a swift motion, Reinhardt brought the blade down, severing half of the priest's head, exposing his walnut-like brain to the world. Yet even then, the priest's body continued to writhe. Step aside. Blade understood that other methods were unlikely to finish him off. He recognized the Blood Alliance's desire to preserve the priest's corpse, but the current situation did not permit such considerations. Placing his foot firmly on the priest's chest to subdue the remaining half of his head, Blade drew his gun and aimed at the wall behind him. Bang! Bang! As he fired 2 shots, a small opening was created, allowing the rising sun to stream through the gap and directly illuminate the priest. Chuba, caught off guard, felt the sunlight sear the back of his neck. The intense ultraviolet rays instantly incinerated the priest's body into ashes. Chuba, rubbing his burned neck, stared in disbelief at the half of the priest's head that Reinhardt had just sliced off, noticing that the remaining eye was still moving, blinking at him in a grotesque manner. This horrifying scene instilled a newfound understanding of the resilience of these aberrations within Chuba. If they can endure this, we are in for considerable trouble. As the others stood in shock, Whistler sauntered in, mocking, "The vampires in this building have long since fled." While the team had battled inside, Whistler and Blade had encountered aberrations outside, leading Blade to realize that ultraviolet light was a viable method against them. "We lost a teammate. Do you want me to etch his name into your chest?" Chuba, feeling irritable about the loss of a teammate, glared at the brash old man. Whistler, uninterested in further banter with the bloodsuckers, led Blade to the lower level of the building, where a manhole in the sewers awaited. The group gazed at the aberration stuck in the opening. Earlier, while on the building's roof, I spotted traces of the aberration and tracked it here, only to find this fool ensnared, Whistler remarked, pointing to the aberration's injured arm. This guy, like a beast, attempted to bite off his arm to escape, but failed. Reinhardt, ready to unleash his pent-up fury on the aberration, was halted by Nissa. "He's nearly dead. Leave him be. I want to dissect him to discover the weaknesses of these aberrations." Nissa restrained Reinhardt's gun, her gaze fixed on the lifeless, vacant-eyed aberration. After binding the hapless aberration, Blade pried open the manhole and descended into the sewer, fully aware that Normac was lurking in this filthy, shadowy corner. Chapter 67. Arriving just in time, the Swift One pried open the grotesque jaws of the creature. Nissa observed him standing at the head of the dissection table. "Why call upon me, a mere human, when there are so many brawny, fearless vampires around?" The Swift One stared at the repulsive body lying on the table, his eyes wide in disbelief at Nissa's request for assistance. Clutching a pair of tweezers, Nissa noticed his hesitation and tilted her head, urging him forward. "Blade?" The Swift One glanced pleadingly at the aloof figure of Blade, hoping he would shoulder this daunting task. "Softy," Blade retorted with a sneer, showing no inclination to help. As the Swift One surveyed the crowd of burly vampires eagerly waiting for the spectacle, he cursed inwardly. With utmost caution, the Swift One cautiously pried open the mutated creature's gaping maw, his heart pounding with fear that it might spring to life unexpectedly. The razor-sharp fangs were laced with neurotoxin. A single bite would sap one's strength, while the flower-like tongue served as the primary injector for the virus. Nissa busily examined the creature's exposed oral cavity. "Silver is ineffective, and garlic offers no remedy. It appears our only weapon is sunlight, does it not?" The Swift One shook his hands in disgust, retreating hastily after Nissa's examination, wary of her potential antics. "Sunlight is lethal not just to them, but to us as well," Nissa retorted sharply, indicating that employing sunlight as a weapon would endanger the vampires present. "Let me see if I can discover other weaknesses." With that, Nissa embarked on an unconventional dissection lesson for Blade and the Blood Alliance team. She wielded a scalpel, slicing open the lifeless body of the creature, revealing its ribcage, akin to armor, and exposing its internal organs to the audience. Reinhardt, seemingly unfazed, whistled at the grotesque sight. "Look here, the heart is encased in bone. It seems only the sides are vulnerable," Nissa remarked, tapping the rigid bone covering. She bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the exposed organs, causing them to writhe as if resurrected. The group finally grasped the horrifying vitality of this mutated entity. While vampires could enter a dormant state and be revived by blood, true death rendered their bodies unresponsive to blood. The previous infected priest was a testament to this, able to share fleeting glances with Chuba, even with half a head remaining, truly terrifying. In the end, Nissa was unable to identify any effective means to counter the mutation. "We shall depart at dawn," Blade declared coldly, turning away. "Wait," Assad hurried after him. "After dawn, we will be unable to act." Blade halted, turning to face him. "I never expected anyone to return alive. Assad was taken aback by Blade's willingness to face annihilation, left speechless. In truth, Assad failed to comprehend Blade. He was similar to vampires, yet fundamentally different, lacking their prolonged existence. Throughout his hunting career, Blade had prepared himself for the possibility of dying alongside the vampires, a conviction incomprehensible to those who cherished their long lives. "Your wounds are healing remarkably fast, dear," Villian remarked, stroking the nearly healed claw marks on the light axe's back. Oblivious to the expression on its face, the light axe shrugged awkwardly, discreetly wiping away the yellow pus trickling from beneath its neck armor, silently grateful that no one noticed. Nissa returned to her quarters to prepare for battle. "Ahem. I didn't mean to." Despite her words, Sean was transfixed by Nissa's curvaceous form and the enticing sight of her changing clothes. He had not anticipated arriving at such a fortuitous moment. Quickly donning her attire to conceal her beautiful figure, Nissa found it peculiar that she did not feel compelled to retaliate against him. "What are you really here for? Given the significant threat posed by those mutated creatures, do you truly intend to remain idle?" Upon hearing Nissa's inquiry, Sean withdrew his gaze, contemplating. Interesting. I hadn't expected this beauty to possess skin that, while not as fair as the Caucasian variety, had its own delicate allure. You seem to have misunderstood. Compared to those mutated creatures, your kind poses a greater threat, Nissa cautioned. If allowed to escalate unchecked, it is we vampires who suffer now, but soon it will be countless humans. That scenario will not materialize, Sean dismissed with a wave of his hand. On what grounds are you so certain? Nissa queried, puzzled. Sean remained silent, tilting his head to observe her. Realizing his intent, Nissa understood that as long as he was present, those mutated creatures would crumble like fragile eggshells, just as he had demonstrated in the bar. "Could you lend us your assistance?" Nissa's voice was barely a whisper, so soft it might have gone unheard were it not for Sean's keen hearing. A flush crept across Nissa's cheeks. She had never lowered herself so before anyone else, except for Sean. The thought of him having seen her undressed evoked a fluttering sensation akin to flirting with a lover, making her acutely aware of the rough texture of her leather attire against her skin. "You believe yourselves to be the righteous ones, unaware that Normac is the true victim," Sean speculated, sensing that Nissa would find it difficult to accept the truth. "What are you talking about?" Nissa inquired, looking up at him in confusion. "Normac has slaughtered so many of his kin. How could he be the victim? Everything you currently face is the result of your father's own actions. That is absurd. If you refuse to help, so be it. Even if it's just us, I can resolve this matter." Nissa retorted passionately upon hearing Sean's disparagement of her father. In her eyes, her father, Eli Demaskinos, was a deity, having established the prosperous vampire empire and never succumbing to the slumber that all vampires must endure. Seeing Nissa storm out after changing clothes, Sean shook his head in exasperation. He had intended to offer a warning, but it seemed this Na'vi girl had lived for so long, yet remained so innocent, not waiting for him to finish speaking before she left. However, it was likely that Blade had already sensed something amiss. Chapter 68. A premature departure. In truth, Sean's suspicions were remarkably accurate. Blade sensed that something was amiss. Setting aside the puzzling question of why Namark refrained from attacking Vanessa, his unwavering desire for retribution against vampires was indeed intriguing. Namark's mutated kin, much like himself, harbored an intense thirst for blood. Driven by this insatiable craving, one would expect them to prey upon the more vulnerable humans that surrounded them, rather than fixating on the evidently more formidable and elusive vampires. However, from Blade's perspective, Namark posed a significant threat. These mutants were more formidable and challenging to eliminate than vampires. Given that the vampire empire had sought his cooperation, Blade would find satisfaction in whatever demise befell either party. With the realization that sunlight was the quickest and most effective weapon, Whistler and Speedy hastily devised new ultraviolet bombs for everyone. These bombs could instantaneously emit powerful ultraviolet rays in all directions, inflicting no harm upon ordinary humans or Blade himself, but proving fatal to the mutants and vampires. Simultaneously, to guard against the mutants' sharp fangs and claws, everyone donned lightweight yet robust armor. "I have a question. Where do we find these mutants?" Chuba inquired while fastening the armor's buckle. We need not search. They will come to us, Vanessa replied, tossing something to Chuba. As he caught it, he inadvertently pressed a button, releasing a cloud of mist. Cough! Cough! What on earth is this? Chuba wheezed, visibly annoyed. Pheromones, extracted from the adrenal glands of the deceased mutant, Vanessa explained. Are we to douse ourselves in this foul substance? Reinhardt scoffed. First, suppress them with firearms, then deploy the bombs. Each bomb is set with a 10-second delay. Although Blade wished for the demise of the Blood Alliance squads, he meticulously detailed the weapons Whistler provided. This is my ultimate weapon. I've infused it with nitroglycerin, Speedy interjected, pointing to the largest box filled with ultraviolet bombs. Exercise extreme caution when using them. Us. You're not going? Vanessa raised an eyebrow at Speedy. Unfazed, he replied, no. I advocate for peace. Vanessa rolled her eyes in disbelief. Vanessa, remember to protect yourself, Blade suddenly advised the nearby female vampire. Surprised by his words, Vanessa momentarily paused. Recalling her recent conversation with Sean, she thought, after seeing my body, he still refused to acknowledge me. HMPF? If he doesn't care for me, someone else will. You seem particularly concerned about that girl, Whistler remarked, eyeing Blade with a hint of hostility. If I were you, I wouldn't worry about that. Blade tightened Whistler's armor. Among them, he valued Whistler the most. It appears you've been mingling with them for too long, losing sight of your purpose, Whistler quipped, hoping Blade would not develop feelings for Vanessa, especially since she was a vampire. You've been hanging out with those vampires for 2 years. You hardly have the standing to criticize me, Blade retorted, his words as sharp as his sword. What do you mean by that? Whistler bristled. Having dedicated his life to hunting vampires, Blade's insinuation was a grave insult. Noticing Whistler's growing ire, Blade quickly shifted the conversation. Maintain closeness with friends, but even more so with your enemies. I hope you remember that. Whistler rolled his eyes at Blade's audacity. The fully armed group arrived at the sewer entrance Whistler had discovered, descending into the murky passage filled with waste and refuse. Blade, the situation here is intricate. We should split up the search. Contact each other via earpiece if anything arises. After examining the signs of mutant activity, Blade concurred with the suggestion. The group divided into 3, each venturing down different paths. Snowman, Light Axe, and Violin moved cautiously through the passage. Upon reaching a fork, Violin discreetly separated from the group. She had long suspected that her beloved had been bitten, yet held a glimmer of hope that Light Axe had resisted the toxin's effects. Regrettably, as she parted ways, Light Axe felt his body slipping from his control. A primal thirst for blood surged within him. Brandishing his katana, Snowman sensed a disturbance behind him. But it was too late. The separated Violin heard the commotion and prayed it was her dear one encountering the mutants, rather than Light Axe succumbing to transformation. She dashed toward the sound, unaware that she was drawing nearer to death. Observing the unfolding events, Blade sensed something was amiss and rushed toward Vanessa and Assad, who were already wading through waist-deep sewage. Don't move. Get out of the water now, Blade urgently commanded. Vanessa and Assad turned to see Blade's grave expression, ready to heed his warning. Suddenly, several mutants erupted from beneath the water near Assad, who had ventured too far. No, Vanessa cried out, witnessing Assad being dragged under. Vanessa! Blade leaped into the water to intercept her. Run, now, he urged, pushing Vanessa toward the passage. In that fleeting moment, the silence from Assad's direction spoke volumes of his grim fate. Regaining his composure, Blade glanced at the water surface, retrieving an ultraviolet bomb and tossing it aside while counting down for Vanessa's escape. At the moment his countdown reached 0, the mutants surged forth, incinerated by the ultraviolet rays. Reduced to ashes, fearing the bomb's efficacy might fall short, Blade drew his sword and methodically dispatched the remnants of the mutant corpses. Violin, with her crimson hair, beheld the creature voraciously tearing into Snowman's corpse, disbelief clouding her mind as she recognized her beloved. Only when Light Axe emerged from the shadows, his familiar visage grotesquely transformed, did she realize the horror of her situation. Raising her weapon, she aimed, but Light Axe swiftly knocked it from her grasp. Disarmed, Violin turned to flee, spotting the manhole above. Resolute, she pried open the cover, and sunlight engulfed her and the ascending light axe, both turning to ash, their dust mingling in the wind. Meanwhile, Reinhardt and Chuba were indulging in their torment of the elder Whistler, seizing the opportunity Blade had unwittingly provided by assigning them to the same group. Recognizing he was outmatched, Whistler seized the chance to activate the pheromone-dispensing device, intent on luring a horde of mutants. Even if he were bitten, he could unleash a bomb, taking those two vampires with him to meet their maker. Blade was his creation, but in terms of ruthlessness, Whistler was the true master. Chapter 69. The truth revealed within the fortress of the vampire empire. Eli Damaskinos received news of the devastating losses incurred by Nissa's faction. Yet, he displayed not a hint of concern for his daughter or his subordinates. In this world, there are those who cherish wealth, those who adore women, and some who revel in both. Eli Damaskinos, however, harbored a profound affinity for power. For vampires, particularly high-ranking ones like Eli, periodic slumber is essential. Yet, Eli had not entered a state of dormancy for centuries, intoxicated as he was by the intoxicating grip of authority, which he cherished above all else, even if it rendered his appearance increasingly monstrous. This obsession also fueled his relentless pursuit of a perfect vampire variant. He was dissatisfied with the interminable yet flawed existence of vampires. He yearned for true immortality, enabling him to indulge in power to the fullest. Upon learning that, despite the catastrophic losses, his plans remained intact, Eli Damaskinos confidently stepped into the Crimson Blood Pool. In the sewers, the skirmishes involving Nissa and the Blade faction attracted an ever-increasing number of mutants. At this juncture, the Alliance had lost Snowman, Light Axe, Violin, and Assad. And even Chuba had been viciously torn apart by the mutants lured by Whistler, resulting in over half the team being decimated. Faced with the relentless onslaught of mutants, Blade resorted to the ultimate weapon prepared by the speedster. Intense ultraviolet rays, bolstered by nitroglycerin, nearly filled the entire sewer space, leaving the two surviving vampires, Nissa and Reinhardt, on the brink of annihilation. Nissa, noticing Reinhardt with half his face charred and blackened, found it perplexing. Her exposure to ultraviolet rays had been no less than his, yet she remained unharmed. Before she could ponder this further, she witnessed Blade returning through the sewer, only to be incapacitated by a sudden surge of black-clad figures. As she instinctively raised her weapon to assist Blade, Reinhardt raised a hand to halt her. Then, from amidst of the dark figures, emerged a familiar face, her father, Eli Damaskinos' trusted human blood servant. What was happening? Nissa questioned. "This is all your father's command," Reinhardt replied. From the outset, Eli had instructed Reinhardt to capture Blade. The purported collaboration to hunt the mutant beings was merely a cog in Eli Damaskinos' grand scheme. Their true objective was to seize Blade to uncover the secret of his ability to walk in sunlight without fear. "I will return to plead with my father," Nissa responded, knowing she would have to advocate for Blade, who had, after all, saved her life. "Take this man away." Reinhardt shook his head dismissively. Nissa was too naive. He understood Eli's intentions well. To him, Blade was as good as dead. With that thought, Reinhardt kicked Blade, who lay on the ground, still struggling to raise his head. "Take that, you fool who tries to mimic my sunglasses." Back at the Vampire Empire's fortress, Nissa rushed to her father. "Father, this operation resulted in severe losses. I have disappointed you," she said, her head bowed. Eli Damaskinos did not reproach her. After all, his initial goal was not the mutants, but rather the newly awakened Blade. "We meet again, Daywalker," Eli said, his eyes brimming with curiosity and desire as he gazed at Blade. Unlike their initial encounter, where Eli had restrained himself to draw Blade into his plans, now that Blade was ensnared, his true nature was laid bare. "They have been deceiving us from the very beginning," Whistler, also captured, remarked, looking at the recently awakened Blade. He had encountered their quarry, Normac, in the sewers who, rather than attacking him, revealed the entire truth. As Whistler recounted the tale, Blade's eyes widened in disbelief, and Eli Damaskinos, like every verbose villain, acknowledged the truths described by Normac. "Father," Nissa, standing behind Eli, looked incredulously at the man she had idolized. She could scarcely fathom her father's cold-bloodedness, using his own son as a test subject and endangering his daughter's life to ensnare an enemy. As soon as we obtain the secret within you, our vampire lineage will no longer fear sunlight and shall roam freely among humans. At that point, the entire world will belong to me. Eli Damaskinos paid no mind to Nissa, fixated solely on Blade, painting visions of his fantastical dreams. Take him away. With Eli's command, Reinhardt and his entourage advanced to administer another electric treatment to Blade. You can bid farewell to your head. Though all of Blade's weapons had been confiscated, he miraculously produced a remote control from his pocket, a device to detonate the bomb affixed to the back of Reinhardt's head. Beep beep. Ha ha ha. Observing Blade's bewildered expression, the speedster could no longer contain his laughter. He had awaited this moment. Don't bother, mate. As he sauntered toward Reinhardt, the speedster smugly declared, Do you think they obtained our information by chance? I have been in contact with them all along. I have always been one of them. He curled his lip, revealing the tattoo, symbolizing his status as a blood servant. Why would you do this? Whistler glared at him. Did you not hear what they just said? Soon, vampires will live among humans under the sun as equals. Can you imagine what will happen then? I would rather be a pet than become their food. No sooner had the speedster finished speaking than Whistler yearned to put a bullet through the head of this traitorous ghost. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the hall. I do not know what will happen to humanity, but you will die a miserable death. Who is speaking? Reinhardt, gun in hand, scanned the room for the source of the voice, while others looked around in confusion. Only Nissa's expression shifted from profound sorrow to a glimmer of hope upon hearing the voice. Boom! Chapter 70. The arrival of the atomic bomb. Clear the way. With a thunderous roar and countless stones cascading down, Sean descended from the heavens, penetrating the fortress and landing squarely in the center of the hall. The assembled crowd initially believed they were under bombardment. As the dust gradually settled, they finally discerned the true nature of the shell that had fallen, rendering the venue utterly silent. After all, Sean's entrance, reminiscent of an atomic bomb, profoundly shocked everyone present, including the vampires. Who are you? Eli Damaskinos inquired calmly, seeking to ascertain whether Sean was friend or foe. Me? I am the one here to awaken you. While dreaming sweetly is not a crime, attempting to turn it into reality is indeed your folly. Eli, momentarily bewildered by Sean's words, quickly grasped their implication. This was a declaration of enmity. With that realization, there was nothing further to discuss. As Eli gestured dismissively, Reinhardt raised a shotgun and fired a shot, declaring, It matters not who you are, before the shotgun. All are equal. With the gunshot echoing, a bloom of crimson erupted as the bullet found its mark. However, to Reinhardt's astonishment, he had shot none other than the speedster. What? How could this happen? Was I not supposed to emerge victorious? The speedster, riddled with bullet holes resembling a grotesque flower, could not fathom how he had suddenly found himself in the line of fire. The speedster's anguished cries prompted Blade to sneer, deriding him as a coward. Even if the speedster survived, Blade had his own means to eliminate him, having long suspected the speedster of being a traitor. Let us see how you evade this. Reinhardt did not even glance at the fallen speedster. His focus was solely on eliminating Sean. Boom! Another shot rang out. Yet again, one of the vampires from their ranks leaped forward to shield Sean from the bullet. Due to Reinhardt's ammunition being silver, the vampire disintegrated into ashes upon impact. Witnessing this, Reinhardt became frenzied, relentlessly firing at Sean. Bang! 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 With each shot, yet another vampire inexplicably leaped forth to intercept the bullets meant for Sean. This bizarre scene left Blade and Whistler utterly perplexed. Were it not for Eli's orders to eliminate Sean, coupled with Reinhardt's furious demeanor, they might have believed Sean to be the true master of the vampires, given how each one seemed eager to shield him from harm. Click, click, click. It was not until Reinhardt had exhausted his ammunition that he finally reacted. What in the name of hell are you? Upon hearing Reinhardt's words, Sean chuckled. I am a monster? Perhaps you should take a look at that abomination behind you. He pointed an accusatory finger at Eli Damaskinos. I am a most esteemed lord of the vampire empire. Who is this wild brat that has appeared from nowhere? Eli, Feeling insulted by Sean's gesture, seethed. Father. Nissa, upon hearing her father's disrespectful remarks towards Sean and recalling Sean's enigmatic powers, felt a pang of sadness. Despite her father's hurtful words, she instinctively sought to prevent him from offending Sean, fearing for his life. Silence. Eli, misinterpreting her concern as defiance, snapped sharply without turning around. Sean's expression shifted from a smile to one of seriousness. Nissa, being his blood servant, deserved respect, and this half-man, half-demon elder had no right to treat her so. Nissa, come here. Seeing Nissa's tearful, pleading gaze after being scolded by her father, Sean spoke gently. Huh, who do you think you are? Nissa is my daughter. How could she possibly stand with you? Eli's incredulity echoed in the air. However, before he could finish, Nissa stepped forward, moving slowly into view. You. Eli stared in disbelief at his beloved daughter. Well, I never imagined you would betray me like your useless brother. This boy is your illicit lover, isn't he? You seek to usurp my power? You are still too young for such ambitions. Eli glared at Nissa, his anger palpable. He dismissed both Nissa and Nomak entirely. To him, offspring were inconsequential, as he possessed eternal life. When he desired heirs, he could have them at will. Nissa trembled at his words, glancing back at her monstrous father, suddenly empathizing with her brother Nomak's plight. Once, her brother must have idolized their father, agreeing to endure those horrific experiments. Sean gently caressed Nissa's head. Do you remember what you said when we first met? He refrained from mentioning their blood bond, wishing to spare her some dignity in this moment. With teary eyes, Nissa gazed at Sean, confused by his reference. Since that old fool has proclaimed such, would it not be remiss of you not to seize his power? Sean mused, as if the act of usurpation were merely child's play. Eli laughed derisively. If my power were so easily taken, I would have perished countless times over the centuries. Yet he is still my father. Nissa gazed at Sean, the unspoken words lingering in the air, yet Sean understood her sentiment. Fear not. Someone will undoubtedly seek him out for retribution. You simply need to be prepared to assume your rightful place in the vampire empire. Ha! This is becoming increasingly absurd. Eli scoffed, dismissing Sean's claims. His stronghold was shrouded in secrecy, filled solely with his loyal followers. Even if Sean had somehow dispatched a few vampires in this hall, what of it? Little did Eli consider how Sean had arrived here. While Sean's methods were beyond replication, others possessed their own means. At that moment, Sean heard the approaching footsteps of vengeance, while Blade, who had remained silent, suddenly flashed a toothy grin. What are you grinning at? Whistler, still in the dark, queried. We are about to witness an exquisite act of retribution, Blade replied, brushing off the lingering pheromones from his body. His gleaming white fangs contrasted sharply against his dark skin, lending an oddly comical air to his grin. Father. Just as Eli prepared to summon his subordinates to deal with the hall's fools, an enraged roar pierced the air. Eli inexplicably felt a surge of panic, his gaze darting through Sean and the others towards the entrance of the hall. A disheveled, bloodthirsty figure was methodically feasting on his loyal followers. After dispatching a portion of the guards, the figure looked up and immediately spotted Eli in the hall. Cackling with malevolence, the grotesque visage of Nomak, stained with the blood of countless victims, appeared all the more terrifying. Chapter 71. Words of wisdom fail to persuade a vampire upon encountering Normak once more. Nissa's gaze no longer harbored the animosity it once did. Now privy to the underlying circumstances, she felt a complex array of emotions toward her tragically afflicted brother. On one hand, she harbored sympathy due to their blood relation. On the other, as a member of the vampire clan, she recognized the necessity of eliminating this threat. Indeed, Nissa had begun to see herself as the rightful ruler of the vampire empire. With Sean's assistance coupled with her noble lineage, seizing control of the vampire realm seemed but a natural progression. Her father, Reinhardt, and the fortress guards were mere pawns to be dispatched at her whim. Father. Normak's low growl reverberated, his voice brimming with hatred, echoing like Satan's whispers in the ears of Eli Damaskinos. Seizing the distraction caused by Normak's intrusion, Eli, under Reinhardt's protection, hastily retreated to his private quarters, where he had devised escape plans. With the fortress no longer a bastion of safety, a new hideaway was imperative. As long as he drew breath, the demise of others was inconsequential, merely a matter of investing further time in nurturing new allies. As Sean observed Eli Damaskinos fleeing, he refrained from intervening, knowing others would take on that duty. Blade, despite being disarmed, recognized Eli and Reinhardt's movements and pursued them. He had unfinished business with them, and their escape could not be permitted. After Blade followed suit, Normac, having vanquished the fortress guards, traversed the hall, humbly bowing to Sean as he passed and casting a glance at his sister Nissa before resolutely departing. Whistler, naturally, accompanied Blade. Though Sean was human, Blade trusted him, especially since Sean was mingling with Nissa. As the hall emptied, Nissa looked up at Sean and inquired, "Do you know Normac?" Recalling the moment Normac had bowed to Sean. Their brief encounter had initially led her to consider eliminating him, but the situation had grown far more intricate. He pleaded for a chance at vengeance. And since the ultimate demise would either be a vampire or a mutant, I acquiesced, Sean explained. Hearing Sean speak so dismissively of her kind, even though she understood he referred to her father's subordinates, left Nissa feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet she also recognized that everything she possessed now belonged to this man, a consequence of her blood pact. The thought of the pact unexpectedly conjured a peculiar sensation within her. Ugh, that insufferable rogue. Sean regarded the fleeting expressions on Nissa's face with bewilderment, unable to fathom the turmoil brewing within her in such a short span. Anxiously, Eli Damaskinos entered his medieval-style living quarters, where an elevator led directly to the prepared helipad outside. Reinhardt followed closely behind, reloading his gun as they walked, vigilant for any sudden attacks from Sean, Blade, or Normac. Once they emerged from the elevator, however, the hall adjacent to the helipad suddenly began sealing all exits, obstructing their final escape route. "Master, what now?" Reinhardt inquired, eyeing the closed gates. Eli, observing the barriers, realized that only Nissa possessed the ability to enact such a maneuver within the castle. "Damn, that little vixen," Eli muttered under his breath. "Oh, who is the little vixen cursing?" Reinhardt turned to face the persistent specter of the dark figure approaching. "I had intended to spare your life, but it seems you've come to me instead," Reinhardt sneered, tilting his head at Blade. With a click, Reinhardt chambered a round into his shotgun, contemplating the culmination of his 2.5 years of practice. He raised an eyebrow, resolving to first pin Blade down with a long nail before relishing the thrill of eliminating him. Just as Reinhardt aimed, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly echoed. He recalled the useless bomb affixed to the back of his head, instinctively reaching to touch it. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that," Blade warned, revealing the remote control for the now-defunct bomb. "Don't try to intimidate me. That contraption is utterly ineffective." Reinhardt shouted defiantly. "You doubt me? Shall we put it to the test?" Blade flipped the switch, and the bomb's alarm intensified. Reinhardt's body tensed, but recalling the bomb's construction by the now-deceased fleeing bolt and the absence of any explosion when Blade previously pressed the trigger, he relaxed once more. "Huh, you think you can deceive me?" Reinhardt swiftly reached for the bomb on his neck, intent on removing it and then thoroughly punishing Blade. "Alas, words of wisdom fail to persuade a damned ghost," Blade lamented, seeing Reinhardt prepare to disarm the bomb, and promptly press the button on his remote. With a long, piercing beep, Reinhardt's expression shifted dramatically, his hand frozen in mid-air. "Oh, shit." Three-pronged explosion. Boom. In the aftermath of a deafening explosion, Reinhardt's remnants were reduced to ashes, corroded by the bomb's silver and garlic concoction. Eli Damaskinos regarded the demise of his last subordinate at Blade's hands without a flicker of regret or concern on his twisted visage. "You are next," Blade declared confidently, locking eyes with a weakened vampire lord. "Coo, coo, coo," Eli cackled, refusing to plead for mercy. "I can hardly recall the last time I moved my body." Who would have thought Reinhardt was so feeble? With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Eli continued. "In that case, let's play a little." Blade, perplexed by Eli's words, remained uncertain whether the ancient creature was genuinely weak or merely feigning vulnerability. Yet he held faith in his own abilities. With a decisive step forward, Blade aimed to swiftly vanquish this ancient fiend. Click! In an instant, Blade found himself ensnared by Eli's grip, the latter's sharp claws piercing his chin. How can this be? Blade thought incredulously. This ancient creature, having not entered slumber for so long, should have been in a state of utter weakness. Coo, Daywalker, did you truly not anticipate this? Eli laughed triumphantly. Were it not for his desire to unravel the secrets residing within Blade, his claws would have already pierced through the young man's neck. Ah, indeed, I did not foresee this. However, have you perhaps forgotten something? Blade struggled to articulate, gazing mockingly at Eli, who appeared to have secured victory. Chapter 72. Wherever Father goes, I shall follow. The words of the Blade stirred within Eli Damascenus a sudden recollection of his wayward son. Just as he turned to glance towards the elevator, it was too late. A gust of wind surged forth, and Eli was propelled by his eldest son, Nomak. Having participated in the journey of fatherhood for so long, Nomak's yearning for his father had grown deep and profound. As he restrained Eli's struggling hands, Nomak drew closer to his father, who was drenched in cold sweat, with an unsettling intensity. Ah, father, is that fear I detect? Nomak's bloodied chin hovered over Eli, who averted his gaze in a desperate attempt to escape. Release me, you wretched creature, Eli protested, attempting to dislodge Nomak from atop him, yet his efforts proved futile. Father, open your eyes and behold your creation, Nomak taunted, shaking his head mockingly. You were not coerced into this. Eli attempted to evade responsibility. Voluntary participation? You bow me, silenced me, and rendered me blind, and you dare call that voluntary? Nomak's face was etched with disdain. It was all for the future of our lineage, for the dawn of our kind. Such sacrifices were essential. Moreover, I am your father, Eli declared shamelessly. Father? I implored you so earnestly, and yet you, my father, how could you inflict such cruelty upon your own son? And what of it? I bestowed life upon you, Eli retorted, devoid of remorse. Confronted with Eli's obstinate justifications, Nomak resolved to cease the fruitless banter. He opened his jaw, extending his fangs toward Eli's neck. Ha ha ha, yes. Nomak's laughter echoed with a blend of hatred and exhilaration. Suddenly, Whistler appeared beside Blade, like a ghost materializing, presenting him with a weapon. Blade gazed at Whistler in astonishment. The old man had indeed proven his mettle by stealthily procuring a weapon. Though your plight is dire, never forget our purpose, Whistler cautioned, eyeing Nomak. Blade understood Whistler's implication and unsheathed his silver sword, advancing towards Nomak. Nomak turned his face, now baring his open jaws, aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Even if he sought a truce, Blade would not relent. As the two engaged in battle, Sean descended the elevator with Nisa. Whistler watched anxiously, fearing that Sean and Nisa, due to their blood ties, might come to Nomak's aid. Sean smiled at the old man. Despite his stubbornness and ruthlessness, Whistler's unwavering stance earned Sean's respect. Nisa approached the prostrate Eli. Nisa, save me. Eli, who had resigned himself to despair, felt a flicker of hope at the sight of his beloved daughter. As Nisa drew near, Eli suddenly raised his hand, tracing peculiar symbols in the air, murmuring incomprehensible incantations. Accompanying his gestures, a crimson gem materialized in his monstrous hands, radiating an eerie crimson glow. Nisa, perplexed, gazed at Eli as if entranced. Meanwhile, Sean discerned the nature of Eli's actions. The dark magic Eli had invoked was akin to the blood-pact Nisa had previously bestowed upon him, albeit differing in potency and effect. Once more, dark magic surged forth. Sean waved his hand, dispersing the enveloping dark magic with a wave of formidable energy. No, Eli howled in a hoarse voice as the gem in his grasp dimmed. So close, just a fraction away. His magic was on the cusp of completion, destined to transfer his very essence into Nisa, allowing him to resurrect through her flesh in the near future. Yet, all was shattered by Sean's intervention. Eli had not anticipated Sean's magical prowess, which had so easily neutralized his carefully woven spell. Furious, Eli glared at Sean, panting in disbelief, before succumbing to the weight of his own breath. What has happened? Nisa, regaining her senses, realized she had been under some form of enchantment, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Your father must have employed some dark magic to ensnare your spirit, intending to seize your body, Sean surmised, though his conjecture lacked total accuracy. Nisa gazed incredulously at her deceased father, realizing that even in her last moments of familial affection, her cold-hearted father had sought to exploit her emotions. Closing her eyes, she turned away from the lifeless form, obediently positioning herself beside Sean. Meanwhile, Blade and Nomak were locked in fierce combat. Blade seized Nomak's arm and, with a powerful twist, dislocated it. Nomak let out a pained cry, yet his formidable regenerative abilities restored his arm almost instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Blade seized the opportunity, grasping the severed edge of Nomak's sword and recalling the aberrant corpse Nisa had previously dissected. He gripped the blade barehanded and plunged it into Nomak's side. Nomak screeched in agony as the blade struck a vital point. His restored hands flailed wildly, forcing Blade away. How peculiar. The pain seems to vanish. Nomak collapsed onto the ground, his body succumbing to weakness. Ever since his father's experimentation, a relentless thirst for blood had consumed him, far surpassing his cravings from his days as a vampire. Starvation brought forth a sensation akin to insects crawling through his bones. But with Blade's recent thrust, he felt an unexpected release. Nomak cast a glance at the lifeless Eli, a satisfied smile gracing his features, before driving the blade deeper into his own heart. With a low growl, Nomak ceased his convulsions. Witnessing the demise of both her father and brother, Nisa instinctively leaned closer to Sean, who wrapped his arms around her, offering gentle comfort. Something is amiss. Sean's attention shifted to the now-cold form of Eli Damascenus, which was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant scarlet light. Ha. Chapter 73. Universal language? What the hell? Is this some kind of resurrection? I had never heard of vampires rising from the dead. As the chilling laughter echoed, Blade and Whistler felt a tightening in their chests. Sean furrowed his brow and pulled Nissa behind him. He sensed that this was not Eli Damascenus. As the crimson aura gradually dissipated, they did not behold the grotesque visage of Eli Damascenus. Instead, a humanoid creature, cloaked in a red cape with a dark red skin tone, descended slowly from the air. It was termed a humanoid because atop its head, a pair of backward-curving ram-s horns sprouted from its forehead. However, upon landing, those gray horns gradually morphed into a mane of gray hair, while the red cloak transformed into a garb of crimson. Come and pay homage to your great master. Shisuin. Upon hearing the name Shisuin, Sean deduced the identity of this being, though he could not comprehend the preceding words. Hello? Can anyone speak English? Sean tilted his head, gazing at this legendary ancient demon. Wasn't it said that this entity could not enter Earth? Oh, Ancient One, you old skinflint. Far away in Kamartaj, the Ancient One suddenly sneezed. Has some dimensional demon come to collect debts? She mused, rubbing her nose and recalling her substantial debts. She shook her bald head dismissively. In this day and age, the debtor is the master. Who cares? She resumed her meditation with closed eyes. Fablomans, who grants you the audacity to converse with the great Shisu-in. The being, Shisu-in, observed Sean with keen interest. Among the four present, 2 were creations of his dark magic, while the other 2 were mere humans. His descent to Earth was made possible by Eli Damascenus utilizing his dark magic, which allowed Shisu-in to sense his power. With Damascenus now deceased, it presented Shisu-in with the opportunity to manifest through the remnants of Damascenus. Those capable of wielding dark magic were essentially his devotees or followers, hence his proclamation upon arrival. Yet, Shisuin was taken aback to find a human daring to address him so disrespectfully. Indeed, the universal language of Marvel is English, Sean thought to himself. Blade stepped beside Whistler, sensing the formidable presence emanating from the creature born of Eli Damascenus. Who is he? What is Shisuin? Blade inquired, his gaze fixed on the entity, feeling an ancestral pressure. A fallen ancient demon, yearning to reclaim his place on Earth, Sean explained. So has he succeeded? Blade asked, astonished at the emergence of such a being, labeled as a demon. Not quite. He is considerably weakened, far from his legendary stature, Sean replied nonchalantly. Nissa stared in shock at her master, perhaps due to her more ancient bloodline, which allowed her to perceive the profound pressure more acutely than Blade. Is this how Sean regards him? What is my master's true identity? Nissa wondered, intrigued. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard in my long life. Shisu-in exclaimed, clearly having caught Sean's previous remarks. Human, you are quite amusing. I shall permit you to be my first human slave. Kneel and express your gratitude for the gifts of the great Shisu-in. With an elegant gesture, Shisu-in indicated the floor, a pleased smile gracing his face. Or better yet, I allow you to become my first demon slave. Kneel and kiss your master's feet. Sean tapped his foot on the ground, making a sound akin to calling a dog. Oof. Shisu-in scoffed. It seems I have been away from Earth too long. No one remembers the might of Shisu-on. With that, Shisu-in unleashed a beam of crimson light towards Sean, intending to execute this disrespectful human as a warning. However, the scene Shisu-in envisioned, a shattered Sean, did not unfold. As the crimson light approached Sean, it began to disperse, as if obstructed by an unseen force. The scattered crimson energy gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Frowning, Shisu-in sensed a familiar aura emanating from this human, akin to a certain bald freeloader who had been pilfering from him for years. Cursing under his breath, he vowed to settle the score after dealing with this encounter. Ancient One, still meditating, rubbed her nose again, sensing she might be catching a cold. Perhaps she should don an extra layer. After nullifying Shisu-in's attack, Sean extended his right hand, summoning his trident-shaped dagger. A subtle pressure on the ground caused it to crack, resembling a spider's web. In the next instant, Sean materialized behind Shisu-in, the dagger gleaming ominously. He swiftly severed Shisu-in's neck without a drop of blood staining him. Standing upright, Sean twisted his arm, holding the dagger at an angle as he regarded Shisu-in. Ha ha, such an attack is futile against me. I am immortal. Ugh. Shisu-in was in the midst of mocking Sean's efforts, asserting that physical harm inflicted upon him was negligible. Yet before he could finish, the wound that should have healed swiftly ignited in flames. Ah! Shisu-in's head fell to the ground, his limbs flailing chaotically as golden red flames surged from his neck, spreading downward. Ah! This is merely a fragment of my essence. When I reclaim my dominion over Earth, you shall truly know the power of the great Shisu-in. The decapitated head, before being consumed by flames, proclaimed this as crimson light began to emanate once more. The light coalesced in midair and, with a pop, vanished as if brushed away by an unseen hand. I shall return. Upon hearing Shisu-in's final words, Sean flicked his wrist, sheathing the dagger. Shisu-in, now Eli Damaskinos, reverted to his original form after Shisu-in's departure. The body of Eli Damaskinos was now reduced to ashes by the eternal flame. I told you he was weak, Sean remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, observing the stunned expressions of Nissa and the others. Chapter 74. The Will of Steel. Who exactly are you? Blade felt his mind falter. He had always taken it upon himself to hunt vampires, yet this demon god was undeniably beyond his capabilities. Just moments ago, he had been unable to withstand even the casual strike from Xian, which, though not aimed directly at him, emanated a palpable force from its crimson brilliance. How could such a formidable demon god be vanquished by Sean with a mere stroke of his blade? Speaking of which, where is that mesmerizing great sword of his? How did it suddenly appear and then vanish? This is my master, His Excellency Sean Hunter, Nissa proclaimed proudly, her small face radiating confidence as she introduced Sean, unabashedly identifying herself as his slave. So you're also a vampire? Whistler felt a sense of disquiet. While he had confidence in his ability to confront vampires, Sean's overwhelming strength left him devoid of hope. I am not, Sean replied curtly, gesturing to Nissa to handle the situation herself before turning away, dismissing them entirely. You may leave, Nissa stated generously to Blade and Whistler. Upon hearing Nissa's intention to let them go, Blade furrowed his brow in confusion. while Whistler felt as though he might be imagining things. Despite our long-standing enmity, you did save me in our previous collaboration, so consider this a repayment of your kindness. Nisa explained, we remain foes. Even if you release us this time, nothing will change, Whistler retorted bluntly, unwilling to accept any favors from a vampire. Nisa smiled with confidence. Well then, from now on, let us rely on our own abilities. With that, Whistler took Blade and departed from the vampire's castle. With Sean's assistance, Nisa swiftly assumed control of the vast empire governing half of Europa's vampires. As she surveyed the officials gathered to pay their respects, Nisa languidly raised her hand while seated upon the throne of the night. That damn man, she mused, recalling how he had suggested she wear a specially designed queenly gown yesterday, leading to such an overwhelming experience that she now felt drained of energy. The memories of yesterday's sensations filled her with both anticipation and trepidation, and she subtly shifted her pert form, feeling even more languid. She signaled to the female vampires standing by. Despite having consumed several times her usual amount of blood today, she had yet to replenish what she had lost the previous day. Meanwhile, Sean, who had been cursed silently by Nisa in her thoughts, reappeared at the CAF he had visited on his first arrival. He had left Natasha as contact information with Nisa, indicating that Natasha would represent SHIELD in discussions regarding the vampires. Sean's actions elicited a wave of discontent from Nisa. Fortunately, with their blood bond intact, Sean merely toyed with it, compelling Nisa to perform for him. Afterward, Nisa dared not harbor further grievances, blushing from head to toe at the mere sight of Sean, especially given the fervent and captivating display she had put on. Even Sean's iron will could hardly resist her allure. As Sean sipped his coffee, the night remained free of rain. Ding-ling. The sound of the CAF's wind chimes announced the entrance of a striking figure clad in black. Sean withdrew his gaze from the window, smiling at the leather-clad woman who seemed to relish the thrill of venturing outdoors. Is there something you need? Celine remained silent. She had stealthily slipped out tonight. After parting ways with Sean, she had returned to her vampire stronghold, bearing the new weapon designed for werewolves. Upon entering the castle, she was met with a scene of indulgence. A plethora of revealing gowns and exposed flesh, a testament to the moral decay that often accompanied an extended life. Regrettably, the interim vampire leader, Craven, dismissed the intelligence she had brought back. This seemingly noble and elegant man had long coveted Celine. Throughout his protracted existence, he had encountered every kind of woman, yet Celine's unique and ethereal aura, along with the title of Moonlight Goddess bestowed upon her by their kind, coupled with her identity as a Death Walker, stirred within him an insatiable desire to claim her. However, Celine's heart was solely set on hunting werewolves, remaining oblivious to Craven's persistent advances, which had begun to irritate her. The timing was particularly sensitive as the century-old vampire leader, Amelia, was soon to awaken the next leader, Marcus, marking a pivotal transition of power. Craven intended to have Celine by his side during Amelia's envoy and arrival, hoping to stake his claim over her in name. He had ordered the cancellation of her hunting privileges, which incensed Celine. Returning to her quarters, she reviewed footage of her werewolf pursuits and discovered that the werewolf's target was a human named Mike Coven. Consequently, she stealthily slipped away from the castle. Initially, her aim was to track the werewolf's human target, but as fate would have it, she found herself driving toward the subway station where she had first encountered Sean. Spotting him seated in the CAF at first glance, Celine immediately parked her car and, donning her black leather boots, strode into the CAF, unaware of her own motivations for entering. Why so quiet? Sean asked, his expression warm as he regarded the coolly composed leather-clad woman. What is it? I wish to. Celine found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to ask for Sean's help, yet felt unworthy. They had only met once, and he was not one of her kind. I would like to request your assistance. On what grounds? Sean inquired, not bothering to ask what she needed help with, knowing that whatever it was, it would be inconsequential to him. Indeed, upon hearing Sean's question, Celine felt a pang of disappointment. It was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner. In the past, whenever she had approached others, they would readily agree. What could possibly entice me? Sean scrutinized her, his gaze making Celine feel utterly exposed. She squirmed, trying to evade his penetrating stare, yet oddly found herself drawn to the sensation. Unlike the lecherous gazes of the inept within her clan, which made her uncomfortable and sparked a desire to retaliate, Sean's appraisal ignited an unexpected shyness within her, mingled with a hint of anticipation. I can. What? Can I? What are you talking about, sister? I haven't even said anything yet. Sean was taken aback. He had not anticipated Celine to approach him in such a manner. As long as you are willing to assist me, anything is possible. Chapter 75. Ancient Legends, Anything Goes? Sean questioned, incredulous that this was the test for Cadre. Gazing at Selena's delicate cheeks and her evasive eyes, he felt a pang of guilt towards the organization and the people. He had succumbed to the trial. He also caught a glimpse of the alluring figure beneath Selena's form-fitting leather attire. His throat felt parched, and he sensed a hint of frustration rising within him, primarily due to the stark contrast Selena presented. During their first encounter, she had exuded an air of calm confidence, brandishing dual pistols with an imposing demeanor, clad in a sharp jumpsuit and a black trench coat. After reflecting on the task at hand, resolving the vampire issue, Sean readily acquiesced. Selena, taken aback by his agreement, perceived his formidable strength, his enigmatic speed, impervious skin to bullets, and the formidable blade he wielded instilled confidence in her. With Sean's assistance, she was certain she could uncover the secrets of the werewolves and eradicate them. Selena's resilient character was evident. Otherwise, she would not harbor such disdain for the hedonistic members of her clan, particularly that insufferable Craven, who paled in comparison to the powerful and handsome Sean. Contemplating her relentless pursuit of werewolf extermination, she resolved to do anything for Sean if he could help her exact revenge. "Shall we depart now?" Selena urged, anxious to pursue the werewolf she had been tracking. Sean nodded noncommittally, and after settling the bill, they left the CAF to drive towards Mike Coven's residence. Selena's apprehensions were indeed justified. Upon arrival, they discovered traces of the werewolves. Had they arrived too late? As Selena hastily made to enter the building, Sean halted her. "There's an ambush inside. Allow me to handle this." As they traversed the corridor, Selena followed closely behind, while Sean grimaced at the stench of the werewolves. Can't they ever take a shower? He silently cursed their odorous presence, grateful that their extraordinary physiology kept them healthy. Before they could reach the elevator, several transformed werewolves approached them. Sean dispatched them effortlessly, too disgusted to engage further. Ding! The elevator arrived at their designated floor, and, as the iron doors opened, their eyes met. "It's you. Call the police." Mike, grasped by Lucian's vice-like grip, recognized Sean instantly due to his striking appearance. Oblivious to the fact that the police were also searching for him, Mike only wished to escape Lucian, who had barged into his apartment without a word and began beating him. The werewolf's keen sense of smell, combined with Selena's notoriety as a deathwalker, meant that Lucian immediately recognized her. Faced with two adversaries, Lucian understood that capturing Mike would not be an easy task. He quickly resolved to alter his plan, his pupils dilating and turning gray as his sharp fangs emerged, ready to bite Mike. Crack! Just as Lucian opened his mouth, Sean delivered a powerful slap, sending him crashing against the corridor wall. Mike, who had been knocked down by Lucian, attempted to rise, only to be met by the cold barrel of Selena's gun. "Please, no, I'm begging you." Mike raised his hands in surrender, desperate in the face of Selena's intimidating gaze. Selena regarded him with disdain, puzzled as to why Lucian would target such a useless human. Lucian's physique surpassed that of an ordinary werewolf, yet Sean's strike had left a significant dent in his face, with shattered fangs scattering around him. Still, he struggled to rise. Sean placed his foot firmly on Lucian, who felt as though a mountain had been placed upon him. With a clang, Lucian drew a long sword from his sleeve and swung it at Sean's leg. To his astonishment, the blade snapped in two upon contact, leaving Sean's leg unscathed. Realizing Sean's overwhelming strength, Lucian became compliant, understanding that provoking him further could lead to his demise. "Why did you capture him?" Selena demanded coldly, observing Lucian's subdued demeanor beneath Sean's foot. Unlike his werewolf subordinates, Lucian was astute. Recognizing that Sean was not a vampire, he pondered briefly before revealing the truth. I sought to uncover a secret from him, one that has long intertwined our two clans. In ancient lore, it is said that werewolves and vampires share a common ancestor, Alexander Cavinus. He was said to have 3 sons, William, who became the progenitor of werewolves after being bitten, and Marcus, who became the progenitor of vampires after being bitten by a bat. The remaining human lineage has perpetuated through the ages. The blood of werewolves and vampires is as lethal to each other as poison. A werewolf biting a vampire or vice versa results in certain death. However, Lucian believes that the authentic bloodline from Alexander Cavinus possesses the power to neutralize this toxicity. Thus, he has been in search of the descendant of that 3rd son. After extensive searching and elimination, Mike Coven remains his sole target. If all goes as anticipated, he undoubtedly is the descendant. Selena could no longer bear to listen to the latter part of his tale, yet she refrained from interrupting upon noticing Sean's rapt attention. This legend circulated among vampires as well, though it was now forbidden to trace their ancestry, relegating it to mere folklore. Mike, with Selena's gun aimed at him, was bewildered by the talk of werewolves and vampires. All he wanted was to escape unharmed. How can you prove the veracity of your claims? Sean inquired. Recognizing Sean's burgeoning interest, Lucian felt a flicker of hope for his survival and recounted a tale from centuries past. He had once been a werewolf slave who fell in love with Sonia, the daughter of the vampire Lord Victor. Soon, Sonia became pregnant with their child, a hybrid of werewolf and vampire lineage. Yet, their love was discovered by Victor, who, in a fit of cold ruthlessness, exposed his own daughter to the sun, burning her alive. Lucian was bound nearby, forced to watch the tragic demise of his beloved and their child. Silence. You liar. Chapter 76. It seems not impossible you shall not insult our bloodline, nor Victor. Selena raised another gun, aiming it at Lucian. Hearing Lucian's words, Selena, a staunch loyalist of Victor, refrained from unleashing a barrage of silver bullets solely due to Sean's presence, forcing herself to exercise restraint. Noticing Selena's disbelief, Lucian remained unfazed. He merely smiled, revealing a bloodied mouth that was slowly healing. Sean withdrew his foot from Lucian's body and approached Selena, gently pressing down her gun, signaling her to remain calm. After all, everything was under control, and Lucian could not sprout wings and escape. Selena pondered Sean's formidable power and took a deep breath. What evidence do you have to substantiate your claims? Selena was not one to act thoughtlessly. She could sense that Lucian's words were not entirely baseless. Her skepticism stemmed from an unwillingness to accept the truth, as Victor held a paternal place in her heart. After losing all her relatives in childhood, Victor had treated her as his own daughter, which explained her intense reaction upon hearing Lucian's insinuations about Victor's treatment of his biological daughter. Evidence? I am the evidence. Perhaps you have never seen me, the Death Walker, but you must have heard my name. I am Lucian. Upon hearing this name, Selena's blue pupils darkened instantaneously, and her heart trembled. Lucian, a name that instilled fear even among vampires, the first werewolf capable of freely transforming, and the leader of the werewolf clan. Yet, he had perished centuries ago at the hands of the very craven she despised most. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lucian was dead. Selena vehemently denied Lucian's assertions. Oh, who said that? Craven? Lucian scoffed, observing the renowned, yet perpetually misled Deathwalker. Another name struck Selena's heart. He knew Craven. Shocked by Lucian's tone, Selena realized that if the man before her was indeed Lucian, it meant a meticulously orchestrated deception had been in play for centuries. Centuries ago, Craven had personally slain the werewolf leader Lucian, and thereafter, the Deathwalker had hunted the remaining leaderless werewolves for hundreds of years. Countless werewolves had perished during this time, leading their vampire kin to believe that werewolves were on the brink of extinction. It was only when Selena discovered the multitude of werewolves gathered in the underground passage that she sensed something was amiss. Now, with Lucian's words, it appears you have come to a realization. Lucian observed the fluctuating expression on Selena's face, knowing she understood. Taking a few steps forward, Selena pressed the cold muzzle of her gun against Lucian's head. You are not Lucian. Seeing Selena's denial, Lucian turned his gaze to Sean. "Put the gun away, Selena," Sean said softly. Selena looked back at Sean. If there was anyone she could still trust, it was Victor, whom she regarded as a father, and Sean. She could not pinpoint why she felt Sean was trustworthy. Perhaps it was because he did not belong to either the vampire or werewolf factions, combined with his immense strength that rendered subterfuge unnecessary. Eliminating him is simple, but what comes after? If what he claims is true, your clan may face significant issues. Regardless, he cannot escape. Bringing him before Victor will clarify everything, Sean calmly suggested. Following the incident with Nissa, Sean had devised an optimal solution to the vampire dilemma: elevate a leader of their own. After years of development, the vampire population was substantial, while eliminating them was effortless. It was cumbersome. Selena noted Sean's lack of respect when referring to Victor, yet she harbored no dissatisfaction. Victor is currently in slumber. Although a waking ceremony for power transition is imminent, the next ruler is not Victor, Selena elucidated. That is simple enough. Simply force him awake. Huh, this. Selena's beautiful blue eyes widened at Sean's violent solution. Nevertheless, she genuinely began to contemplate Sean's proposal. It might not be unfeasible after all. At this point, Lucian realized his prior assumptions were correct. The enigmatic figure before him, despite collaborating with Selena the Deathwalker, evidently harbored little fondness for vampires. Moreover, judging by the power he exhibited and his relaxed demeanor, even a top-tier vampire like Victor seemed inconsequential to him. Although Lucian was the current leader of the werewolf clan, his true objectives had always been twofold: to eliminate Victor and avenge his wife Sonia, and to reconcile the bloodlines of werewolves and vampires. Initially, he had intended to conduct experiments on Mike to achieve his goals, but Sean's sudden emergence suggested that the situation might not require such complexity. To put it another way, even if Sean's path proved unviable, as long as he remained alive, he could restart his original plan. "I can confront Victor directly, and then you shall discern the truth of my words," Lucian urged, attempting to sway Selena's wavering resolve. He also cast a friendly smile at Sean. Though with his bloodied mouth and chaotic teeth, the smile appeared rather sinister. "Very well. If you speak falsehoods, you shall soon discover the consequences," Selena declared coldly, attempting to intimidate Lucian into recanting his claims. Yet Lucian remained unperturbed. "And what about me?" Mike inquired cautiously, sensing that the three had reached a consensus. He felt his life was likely spared. "You'd best refrain from wandering about," Selena warned him before following Sean and Lucian outside. Within the vampire castle, Craven was entertaining the emissary sent by Elder Amelia to scout ahead, his countenance shrouded in gloom, reflecting his inner turmoil. He had intended to establish his status as Selena's partner before the crowd, yet she had audaciously fled. This was unacceptable to the self-important Craven, who lounged on the plush sofa, even disinterested in the emissary's grandiose discussions about the future. However, news soon arrived that Selena had returned, accompanied by two strangers, both men. Upon hearing this, Craven's jealousy nearly overflowed. He stood abruptly, ready to discern which whelp dared to vie for his woman. Striding towards the castle's entrance, he spotted the individuals disembarking from the vehicle, and his pupils constricted as tremors coursed through his body. Chef. Chapter 77. The game is truly floral. Initially, Craven was utterly astonished to see Sean, who had alighted from the vehicle before him. He never anticipated that Selena would return with a man capable of eclipsing him in every conceivable manner. However, this fellow did not seem to belong to the vampire clan. Soon after, Craven's gaze fell upon the one person he least wished to encounter, the very Lucian he had claimed to have slain with his own hands. Now leaning against the car door, grinning enigmatically at him. "Are you seeing ghosts?" Selena taunted, reveling in Craven's rare display of discomfort. By the time Craven regained his composure, Selena had already ushered Sean and Lucian into the ancient castle. "Blast! That's a werewolf. The strongest, most ferocious, and cunning one at that." Although Craven was uncertain of Lucian's purpose on their vampire territory, thoughts of fleeing began to permeate his mind. Yet, where could he escape to? Even his hidden allies had been brought into the vampire stronghold, leaving Craven no choice but to muster his courage and follow them inside. Sean, filled with curiosity, surveyed the castle's interior. "I must admit, These vampires have quite the flamboyant taste in attire. He observed the extravagant garments, suspenders, bodysuits, sheer skirts. Some even donned nothing but intricate lace, leaving little to the imagination. They're indeed playing with flowers. Within the hall, a number of voluptuous female vampires had already discerned Sean's human identity. Regardless of his lineage, his sun-kissed features and commanding stature rendered him irresistible to the throng of female vampires who gazed upon him with longing. However, out of respect for Selina's reputation, few dared to approach him, presuming he was merely a prize brought back for Selina's amusement. In contrast, Lucian found himself in a dire predicament. Having never been one to prioritize cleanliness, and now having suffered a significant blow from Sean, he appeared as disheveled as a dying vagrant. The self-proclaimed noble vampires regarded him with disdainful glances. Lucian scoffed at these frivolous creatures, who could easily compete with his brutish werewolf subordinates in their obsession with decadence. It seemed that even without Sean's appearance, his plans would unfold flawlessly. Under Selina's guidance, they descended into the castle's depths. Sean could distinctly observe, concealed beneath layers of traps, 3 exquisitely crafted coffins positioned upside down. 2 contained mummified corpses, while 1 remained empty. "I have a question that has long lingered in my mind," Sean suddenly spoke. Selina, leading the way, turned back to regard him, aware that failing to cater to his whims might result in dire consequences. Should he draw that peculiar large blade, it seemed all within the castle would meet their demise. "Isn't it uncomfortable for vampires to sleep hanging upside down?" Selina blinked her ice-blue eyes in confusion, tilting her head, not grasping Sean's inquiry. If it were a man, it might be somewhat tolerable, but for a woman, if she's not petite, wouldn't he it pulled downwards? Sean elaborated. Lucian immediately comprehended, his wolf-like eyes narrowing at Sean. "Boss, is your thought process this scattered? What time do you think it is to be asking such things?" Noticing Sean's gaze shift to a particular area, Selina's realization dawned upon her. Her fair skin flushed with embarrassment, and she shot Sean a reproachful glare before defiantly turning back to lead the way. In that fleeting moment, Selina's enchanting demeanor ignited a surge of irritation within Sean. He suddenly found the presence of this wolf dog beside him rather bothersome. Craven, having finally prepared himself mentally, caught sight of the affectionate glances Selina cast at Sean. "Oh, no. Do you hear the sound of snowflakes falling?" Sean queried Lucian. "It's raining outside. Not snowing," Lucian replied, shaking his head, indicating he was struggling to keep pace with Sean's eccentricities. "You defied my orders and returned with 2 individuals of unknown origin. What exactly are you planning?" Craven intercepted Selina at the entrance to the basement. Upon hearing the phrase, unknown origin, Lucian wore a bemused expression, causing Craven to avoid his gaze altogether. "This is not your dwelling. This is Victor's abode," Selina retorted, her expression darkening as she faced Craven defiantly. "What do you intend to do now?" Craven stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "I wish to meet Victor. I have important matters to discuss with him." In an instant, Craven realized Selina intended to awaken Victor without permission. This could not be allowed. If Victor awoke and encountered Lucian, it would spell disaster. Faced with this existential threat, Craven resolved to act decisively, aiming to expose Lucian's werewolf identity, thereby justifying his actions against them, before gradually pursuing his objectives. "Enough. You are well aware that Marcus is about to awaken, and it is not your place to awaken Victor. Seize her, along with these 2 mysterious individuals," Craven proclaimed with feigned righteousness. Selina had anticipated Craven's intervention prior to her return, yet for the sake of Victor and their bloodline, she was willing to bear the burden of such accusations. As Sean observed several of Craven's subordinates moving to confront him, he drew forth his trident dagger. With a resounding thud, the dagger struck the marble floor, emanating a radiant crimson glow that forced the vampires to cower against the walls, unable to muster the courage to even meet his gaze. Approaching Selina, Sean gently caressed her head. As Selina, equally frightened, shrank back, she felt as though she had walked through death and emerged anew, momentarily freed from the oppressive aura of the trident dagger. Taking Sean's outstretched hand, Selina rose from the ground. Though this was not her first time feeling such embarrassment in Sean's presence, it still rendered her cheeks crimson. The brilliance of the dagger in Sean's hand had dimmed, yet it still exerted a formidable pressure upon all the vampires, save for Selena. Selena grasped Craven, who appeared on the verge of panic, and led him into the elder's slumber chamber. Sean observed as Selena knelt before a circular emblem engraved with the letter V, executing a series of intricate movements. The meticulously crafted metal circle promptly split apart, and a beautifully ornate coffin began to rise from the depths below. Within the coffin lay a desiccated corpse, resembling a mere stick, which gradually expanded in response to Selena's blood. As the awakening process required a modicum of time, Sean requested Selena to find someone to guide him to their clan's repository of ancient tomes. For me? Selena's blue eyes widened in surprise at the peculiar dagger Sean offered, her expression a blend of fear and the innocent curiosity of a child encountering a new toy. "Help me hold it." Hearing Sean's words of trust filled Selena with tenderness, and albeit apprehensive, she extended her hand. As her delicate fingers brushed against the cold blade of the trident dagger, Selena involuntarily shivered. Only moments prior, the dagger's oppressive aura had been vivid in her memory. Now, as she caressed its icy surface, watching Sean depart the basement, she felt a subtle tremor emanating from the weapon. A smile, long absent, suddenly graced Selena's face. Craven, his legs trembling, could only watch the scene unfold in despair, internally lamenting. No. Chapter 78. Confidence shines bright. Sean pondered thoughtfully as he flipped through the dust-laden tomes. These vampires were utterly shameless, portraying themselves in such a grandiose light. Beside him, Lucian scoffed disdainfully. As a witness to part of their history, he was acutely aware of the true nature of vampires. Sean also noted that the clan of Selena had a rather vague account of their origins, unlike the clear records found in Nissa's lineage. The ancestral texts of Nissa's clan detailed that their forebears acquired the ancient god's grace through the mysterious powers of the dark scriptures, thus transforming into the noble race of vampires, the so-called ancient god being the horned Zysorn. In contrast, Selena's records were ambiguous, reminiscent of the tale Lucian had previously shared. The only detailed account pertained to Marcus, the elder and one of Alexander Covinus' sons. It appeared that these two vampire clans did not share a common origin. They emerged from two distinct sources of power, one birthed from the dark forces of Zysorn, the other from a so-called bloodline. No wonder there were subtle differences in their vulnerabilities. Just as Sean was piecing this together, someone hurriedly approached him, announcing that Victor had awakened. Sean, accompanied by Lucian, descended into the underground chamber. It was evident that Selena had briefed Victor on all matters before Sean's arrival. Although Victor had ingested Selena's blood and thus possessed fragments of her memories, the images remained disjointed due to Selena not being an elder. However, Selena's narrative provided Victor with a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Upon entering the room, Sean and Lucian immediately felt Victor's gaze upon them, primarily focused on discerning Lucian's features after such a long interval of time and his recent awakening from slumber. You filthy wretch," Victor gasped, glaring at Lucian, his finger trembling as he pointed, clearly having recognized him. Craven, slumped on the ground, realized everything was lost. His only hope rested on this concealed ally showing mercy and keeping their collusion a secret, which might spare him his life. "How could you still be alive?" Victor demanded, his tone laced with incredulity. "You ought to inquire with your loyal servant," Lucian retorted mockingly. At this, Victor turned his attention to Craven, who groveled at Victor's feet, attempting to defend himself. "My lord, I had no knowledge. I thought I had killed him." Under Victor's piercing gaze, Craven hurriedly tried to justify himself. Though Lucian had long anticipated Craven's cowardly demeanor, he couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. "You did not kill me. You knelt before me, pleading for your life, even proposing an alliance between us." "You lie," Craven stammered, panic evident in his voice as Lucian's words struck home. "Oh, then how do you explain all of this?" Lucian pressed. Victor, observing Craven's demeanor, surmised that the truth from years past aligned closely with Lucian's account. "You have deeply disappointed me, Craven, deceiving those above you while colluding with werewolves It seems you long for the taste of sunlight, Victor seethed, incensed to discover that one he had trusted was a craven traitor. As despair washed over Craven, he quickly sought an alternative escape. What do I long for? Unlike you, I do not roam at night to quench my thirst for the blood of the living. Craven retorted scornfully, aiming his words at the morally righteous Victor. Be silent. Victor bellowed, as if he had been trodden upon. Yet, Craven paid him no heed. He turned to Selena. Did you believe your kin perished at the hands of werewolves? Selena's brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded him. What are you saying? I speak of your esteemed father, our revered leader Victor, who, in the dead of night, craved the sweet blood of humans and ventured to a certain beautiful family's abode. He intended to drain them all dry, but alas, he encountered a little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased daughter. Thus, this deranged murderer, moved by pity, adopted the innocent child and raised her as his own, granting her the gift of immortality. Am I not correct, my lord? Craven taunted, his gaze fixed mockingly on the enraged Victor. Were it not for Victor's current weakened state, he would have lunged at Craven, tearing his mouth asunder. Is this true? Selena stared in shock at Victor, tears brimming in her eyes, disbelief etched across her face. Victor hesitated before conceding, Indeed, but I also bestowed upon you a precious gift. Your eternal life, is it not? Upon hearing Victor's admission, Selena felt her world collapse. With a clatter, the tri-pronged dagger fell from her grasp onto the marble floor. Quick as lightning, Craven lunged for the dagger, acutely aware of its formidable power, believing that possessing it would enable him to subdue all vampires, even Victor himself. Armed with the tri-pronged dagger, Craven rose, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded everyone present. Ha ha ha! Now, my rules shall reign supreme. Regaining her composure, Selena cast an apologetic glance at Sean, realizing her momentary lapse had allowed Craven to seize the opportunity. You despicable wretch! Victor, aware of the dagger's potency through Selena's memories, felt the weight of his own impotence. I have grown weary of your arrogant demeanor. During your slumber, I have savored the feeling of wielding power. Since you now seek my life, do not blame me for striking first, Craven declared, brandishing the dagger as he charged at Victor. Selena, save me! Victor cried out to his beloved adopted daughter. Yet, Selena merely stood there, coldly observing him, devoid of any inclination to intervene. With a clang, Victor's beheaded form ignited in flames, consumed entirely in an instant. Craven, triumphantly brandishing the tri-pronged dagger, felt as though destiny had favored him. Even this dire situation had turned in his favor. He looked at Selena with a self-satisfied smirk, still harboring his desires for the moonlit goddess. Selena, come stand by my side, he commanded confidently. Selena paid him no mind, instead gazing affectionately at Sean. Craven's jealousy twisted his features grotesquely. Why, despite my newfound strength, do you still gaze upon that man? He seethed, his eyes narrowing at Sean. As long as he eliminated Sean, Selena would realize that Craven was her true destiny. With unwavering confidence, he raised Sean's tri-pronged dagger, and amidst the incredulous stares of Lucian and Selena, Craven swung the blade toward Sean. Chapter 79. Unarmed against the blade, clearly, Craven had never contemplated why Lucian steadfastly remained by Sean's side. Despite the excellent opportunity just presented, whether to attack amidst the chaos or to flee, Lucian dared not stray even a step from Sean. Craven could only reflect on his previous entrapment by Sean's trident dagger, believing that seizing the leadership of the vampires would enable him to easily dispose of Lucian. He had not accounted for Sean in his calculations. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as Craven, bewildered, watched Sean effortlessly deflect the powerful downward strike of the trident dagger. Still unarmed, using my own weapon against me? Sean's expression was one of amusement. Beside them, both Selena and Lucian gazed at him with pity, leaving Craven feeling like a jester. He finally comprehended why Lucian had followed Selena to the castle, remaining so obedient. With a swift kick, Sean sent the astonished Craven flying, then summoned the trident dagger back into his grasp, observing the once arrogant Craven now prostrated like a defeated dog. Whose rules prevail now? Upon hearing Sean's inquiry and recalling his earlier boastful words, Craven's toes twisted in embarrassment. He, like Victor before him, cast a pleading look toward Selena, believing that despite his occasional excesses, his genuine feelings for her warranted her intercession on his behalf. Selena, however, ignored the gaze Craven directed at her. The once revered Victor had become the murderer of her family, a shocking turn of events that left her disheartened. Fortunately, with Victor dead and her vengeance fulfilled, she raised her gaze to Sean, recalling their mutual agreement. Slowly, she approached Sean, took his warm hand in hers, and gently rested her head upon his shoulder. The sight of Selena, so vulnerable and delicate, shattered Craven completely. Sean turned his attention away from him, and with a mere thought, Craven was consumed by the eternal flames, not even granted the chance to scream. There remains a host of vampires awaiting your governance, Sean remarked, stroking Selena's hair. I lack the capability, besides. It should be Marcus S. turn to wield authority now. Selena glanced at the metallic rings on the ground, one marked with an M. He has awoken. Bring him forth. Sean cast a glance downwards, grasping the situation below. Selena, momentarily taken aback by Sean's words, soon witnessed Victor's body turn to ash, the blood that had sustained Marcus's awakening now pooling on the ground. As the mechanism activated, Marcus's coffin ascended, appearing significantly more formidable than Victor. His withered form rapidly rejuvenated by the blood, he transformed into a monstrous state, sprouting wings and displaying an eerie complexion. Why was I not awakened by the elder? Deathwalker. Marcus opened his eyes, confronting Selena, the only one present he recognized. Before Selena could respond, his wings morphed into a spear-like shape, lunging towards her. Swish! Selena watched in horror as the spike abruptly halted before her, only to witness Marcus's body being sliced into countless pieces in an instant. It seems this individual is ill-suited to be your new leader, Sean remarked, retracting the trident dagger. He had merely inflicted physical damage, not incinerating Marcus with eternal flames. Selena was not particularly inclined to assume leadership. Thus, only the third elder remained. If the third elder proved equally uncooperative, Sean would have to have a serious discussion with Selena. Should she refuse the mantle of leadership, he would have no choice but to eradicate the remaining vampires. As for Marcus, Sean intentionally left his body behind to demonstrate the fate of disobedience to the last elder. Go fetch the remaining elder, Sean instructed Selena. After Sean's statement, Lucian, who had been silent thus far, finally spoke. I previously dispatched a group to attack her. Upon hearing Lucian's words, Selena felt an urge to draw her weapon and end him. Although her family had not fallen victim to the werewolves, after all these years of hunting them, she had grown accustomed to the role, being a vampire herself. Wait, we can still make it if we hurry. If you kill me, no one will be able to stop my subordinates. Craven's vampires will not assist Amelia. Her fate is sealed. Lucian spoke hastily, fearing Selena might execute him on the spot. Ultimately, Sean decided to allow Lucian to thwart his pack of wolves. Lucian was taken aback by Sean's unexpected leniency, expecting to be slain. With Victor dead, Lucian, like Selena, had avenged his grievance. To be honest, he no longer held any particular obsession. However, given this opportunity from Sean, he would certainly take his leave, as he was still the leader of the werewolves. After Lucian's departure, Selena seized control of the castle. Though merely a death walker, the vampires within were nothing but pleasure-seeking wastrels. And naturally, a few minor incidents arose. A vampire named Erica, who had long harbored feelings for Craven, incited a group of opportunists seeking to take advantage of the chaos. Upon hearing the news of the two elders' demise, the lesser vampires felt it was their time to rise, despite the presence of another elder. Based on information Erica had eavesdropped on, the werewolves were attacking Amelia's train. Even if Amelia survived, she would be in a weakened state, should they fail to defeat her. They could always claim to avenge the elder. Moreover, many among them had long coveted Selena, the moonlight goddess. With Victor and Craven no longer to restrain them, their true natures were laid bare. Selena regarded the men before her, hurling various slurs, with disdain, refusing to acknowledge them as her kin. Thus, when Selena brandished Sean's trident dagger, those worthless wretches instantly cowered in fear, their courage to fight extinguished under its overwhelming presence. witnessing their disgraceful transformation from bravado to supplication. Selena found no interest in their pleas, swiftly dispatching them with a single strike. With a look of pity, Selena watched as Erica and the other vampires were consumed by flames. May you open your eyes in your next life and never again cast your gaze upon a worthless wretch like Craven. Chapter 80. Fiery tempers accompanying Selena to her chamber in the ancient castle. Sean found the atmosphere devoid of any particular fragrance, mirroring Selena's own cool demeanor. Upon glancing up, he noted the bed, questioning, "So you don't sleep in reverse?" Selena, reminded of his earlier query, felt her cheeks flush with a deep crimson hue. Turning to see Selena's delicate yet frosty visage, Sean became acutely aware of their current setting. "Ah, I never expected you, with those bold brows and eyes, to play such games," he mused. As Sean advanced step by step, Selena, despite her earlier resolve, felt a tremor of fear. Cornered against the wall, she had no escape. Gently lifting her chin, he caressed her lips with his fingertips. Feeling the intensity of Sean's gaze and the warmth of his palm, Selena found herself breathless, particularly as his fingertip grazed her delicate, feline-like teeth. In a moment of impulse, she bit down on his finger, though the gesture was more flirtation than aggression. Smack! A shiver coursed through Selena's body as her ice-blue eyes widened in surprise and fear at Sean's playful slap. Strangely, she felt an urge to invite him to repeat the action. As the thought crossed her mind, her cheeks blushed deeper, her vampiric pallor turning a rosy hue. In this moment, she resembled a blooming peach blossom, delicate and vibrant. Unable to resist the allure of such beauty, Sean scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed, prompting a soft gasp from her lips. Yet, the encounter was far from over. With a swift motion, he removed the snug black leather that clung to her skin. This unexpected act left Selena blushing fiercely, instinctively reaching for the silken covers to shield her modesty. However, Sean restrained her hands above her head, causing her chest to arch and her eyes to shut tightly in a mix of vulnerability and desire. "Is anything permissible?" As Sean's strained voice reverberated, and his breath warmed her skin, Selena melted under his hold, her body instinctively shifting in a dance of anxiety and yearning. In the train station, Elder Amelia alighted from the vampire-exclusive train only to be ambushed by werewolves. Just as she braced for her demise, a haunting howl echoed, halting all advancing beasts. Emerging from the shadows, a familiar figure left Amelia in disbelief. "Lucian? Impossible. I thought you were dead. That cunning Craven." Upon recognizing Lucian, Amelia realized Craven had deceived them all along. "You should be grateful I arrived. Otherwise, your death would have been certain," Lucian reassured his restless pack, eager to rend Amelia apart. "What is your intent? What do you seek?" Amelia inquired, her gown trembling with her agitation. Lucian merely smirked, offering no answer as he commanded the werewolves to retreat. This abrupt assassination attempt left Amelia bewildered. Had she not known Lucian better, she might have suspected he harbored feelings for her, sparing her life. Once escorted safely into the castle by her guards, Amelia confronted Sean, seated regally upon the elder's throne, with Selena beside him, now adorned in a different outfit. "It seems you're already aware of the events, Marcus. He has been disobedient, and now you are all that remains," Sean remarked, glancing at the scattered remnants of Marcus on the floor. Seeing the debris, Amelia trembled slightly, although she understood it was a tactic to intimidate her. The fear of death, particularly of Marcus's nature, lingered heavily in her mind. Bowing her head, her chin nearly touching her gown, she spoke. "I have no interest in your dominion over the vampires. Were it not for Selena's reluctance to ascend, you would already be dead." Cautiously, Amelia raised her gaze to Selena, standing beside Sean, and noted the subtle changes in the once mighty Deathwalker. "My lord, how may I serve you?" she asked, adjusting her posture as if she were a humble supplicant. "Continue to lead your clan," Sean instructed, sharing Natasha's contact information with both Amelia and Selena, who would undoubtedly establish the necessary protocols. Yet, a hint of worry clouded Amelia's expression. "What troubles you?" Sean inquired. "My lord, we face no issues among our vampires, but there are whispers of another faction of werewolves encountering a recent power shift. Amelia continued to convey her unease. Do not concern yourself. Nissa will comply. As for Lucian, convey a message. If he refuses to adhere to our rules, I shall address him personally. Sean's commanding tone sent a shiver through Amelia, awakening a wave of anticipation within her. Having heard of Nissa, the new leader of another vampire faction, Amelia realized Sean had orchestrated a rise. Years of indifference towards power had transformed into a craving for dominance. With the removal of Victor and Marcus, she now held the reins of the vampire community, solidifying her resolve to cling to Sean's side. As Sean departed, his arm wrapped around the blushing Selena. An inexplicable light glimmered in Amelia's eyes. Ah, is that not our renowned songstress? Amelia teased as she encountered Selena in the corridor after attending to vampire affairs. With Sean's presence, Selena's vicinity had become a sanctuary. Who would have thought? You once exuded an air of aloofness, now indulging in pleasures I scarcely imagined, Amelia quipped, recalling overheard exchanges that had left her flustered. Caught off guard by Amelia's remarks, Selena found herself speechless, realizing she had unwittingly embraced this newfound facet of herself, perhaps a lingering shadow from her childhood experiences. Yet, Amelia's subsequent words left Selena utterly astounded. Chapter 81. Here, happiness abounds, unmindful of Shu hello, my safety consultant. What brings you to call me at this hour? Upon hearing Tony's insufferable voice, Sean felt a surge of irritation. His temper was already frayed, and Tony's call was ill-timed. What do you expect? Since the expo concluded, your attendance has yet to surpass that of Agent Romanoff. What kind of consultant enjoys such leisure? Sean lay languidly on his plush bed, disregarding Tony's voice, which sounded as forlorn as a spurned lover. Hello, is anyone home? Noticing Sean's silence, Tony shouted into the phone. What is it that you wish to convey? Sean replied with exasperation, holding the phone aloft. He desperately wished he could fly back and knock some sense into this guy, but his expression shifted instantly. TSK, TSK. Hearing an odd noise on the other end, Tony furrowed his brow. Are you eating something? This is your last chance. If you don't speak up now, you may as well never say it. Sean's heavy breaths resonated through the line, and Tony suddenly recalled those two glowing red dots. He assumed Sean was angry. Otherwise, given his colorful background, he should have been aware of Sean's predicament. Today, I met with that big black egg over at S.H. ILD. By the way, you must be aware of his super team's plans, right? If you're referring to the Avengers, then yes, I am aware. Would you kindly inquire with dear Agent Romanoff as to why Iron Man meets the criteria for the Avengers Initiative while Tony Stark does not? It is utterly irrational. How can they accept one version of me, yet reject the true me? Why don't you ask her yourself? Sean's frosty blue eyes glimmered with dissatisfaction. I can't break free from this hole, but I can. Sean's eyes widened in disbelief as a third person unexpectedly entered the room, glancing at the pink moonlight girl who was now avoiding his gaze. In any case, Sean couldn't see it, so Tony rolled his eyes, thinking, with your strength. Who could possibly restrain you? Sean, brother, do you think we share the same understanding of this hold? Forget it. Let's discuss serious matters. A certain Charles Xavier has invited us to his estate for a meeting. You took forever to get to the point. Sean was somewhat speechless, but considering the recent surprise, he decided to forgive this rascal for now. That name, it sounds rather unique. Sean responded, the renowned Professor X. Not to mention he is bald. Thinking of another bald sorcerer, Sean wondered if there was some mysterious hair loss factor at play in the Marvel Universe. Of course, it is special. He is a mutant. It is said he can manipulate minds. Tony's tone was tinged with curiosity and a hint of fear regarding such a power. What do you think? Should we go? Tony inquired about Sean's opinion. Professor X's abilities are quite intimidating to ordinary individuals, especially since Sean harbored a peculiar secret. However, after some contemplation, Sean ultimately agreed, confident in his own strength. After all, Professor X is not a villain. Thus concluded Sean's conversation with Tony, and he finally grasped the meaning of in a group of three, there must be a teacher among us. Meanwhile, Tony realized the following night what Sean had been preoccupied with during that phone call, as Pepper returned to sleep beside him. Damn, how embarrassing, Tony muttered under his breath. Feeling as though all those magazine cover models had been for naught, Yet he found himself reminiscing about a pair of twin models. At that moment, Pepper cast a curious glance at Tony, questioning his sudden change in demeanor. In New York, at an obscure train station, Storm, also known as Aurora Monroe, and Cyclops, Scott Summers were on the lookout for a little girl named Anna Marie. Scott glanced up at the large screen displaying train schedules, sensing a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered two children staring at his technologically advanced glasses. He smiled at the youngsters, but his seemingly friendly gesture was interpreted as creepy by their mother, who hastily led her children away from him. In this brief moment of distraction, Aurora, who had approached the ticket counter, was seized by Sabretooth, who clutched her throat. With a multitude of station personnel present, Scott could not initiate a laser attack and rushed forward to assist. Unbeknownst to him, his stylish glasses were snagged by a long, slimy tongue, causing his laser vision to become unrestrained, unleashing a crimson beam that shattered the station's roof. The surrounding crowd erupted into panic screams. "Sir, the NYPD has just received a report. After reviewing the surveillance footage, I am convinced this involves a crime related to mutants." Amidst his work on the armor's incubation, Tony received this alert from his intelligent assistant, JARVIS, watching Scott's devastating laser display on the blue screen. He approached the control panel for his suit. George Stacy, feeling exasperated, tossed his unfinished coffee into the trash and called for officers to hurry to their vehicles. His plans for a cozy evening with his little darling were dashed. In the station, Aurora's eyes began to roll back as she was being choked. She was not suffocating, but as her pupils turned entirely white, the thunder that had been gathering in the sky since the roof was broken struck down towards Sabretooth. With a pained howl, Sabretooth was hurled away by the bolt of lightning, crashing against the wall. At that moment, a train that had just departed suddenly applied its emergency brakes. Logan, observing the flickering lights that ultimately extinguished, stood from his seat, sensing imminent danger. Indeed, within the darkened carriage, all metallic objects seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, pressing against the walls, while the rear of the train was violently torn apart, sending sparks flying as a floating figure materialized. Logan watched warily as the helmeted figure descended, arms outstretched, three sharp metallic claws emerging from the joints of his fingers. Wolverine? Eric Lynshare admired Logan's bravery from within, wondering where it stemmed from. Eric extended a hand, and Logan instantly felt his body become unresponsive, as if his bones had been immobilized. He struggled fiercely, but as Eric's fingers opened, Logan felt his claws being forcibly extended, agony radiating from his bones to his reddening face. "Your metallic form poses no challenge at all," Eric said disdainfully. "What the hell do you want from me?" Logan exclaimed, enraged by the insult. "Want from you? Narcissism is a poor habit." Eric and Logan turned their gazes toward the terrified little girl, Anna Marie, nearby. At that moment, music suddenly resonated from above. "This cloaked elderly gentleman, kindly release that werewolf and surrender. Otherwise, I shall not show any regard for age or youth." Chapter 82. Iron Man's despair on the rails. Magneto, Eric, and Wolverine, Logan, simultaneously gazed skyward at Iron Man, who was aiming his palm cannon at them. Logan suddenly cast a sympathetic glance at Tony above. Their armors, one crafted from metal and the other from adamantium, bore a striking resemblance. Facing this metal manipulator, he felt as though he were a mere morsel to a hungry beast. Upon seeing Iron Man's unexpected arrival, Eric could hardly contain his laughter. He glanced at Logan, who remained immobilized, and then back at Tony, audaciously boasting from above. If it were anyone else, he might have harbored some suspicion, but two individuals clad in metal, were they here to jest? Provoking them was akin to stepping into a pile of cotton for Magneto. Without extending his hand, Eric merely cast a glance at Tony, and instantly, Tony felt a surge of power enveloping him. "Sir, an unidentified magnetic field has manifested in your vicinity, which may impede your armored suit," cautioned his loyal AI assistant, Jarvis. As Eric's force violently slammed Tony from the sky to the ground, he struggled to retort, "Yes, I noticed, and I sincerely appreciate your timely warning." Encased within his armor, Tony found himself utterly immobilized, trapped upon the railway tracks. "Sir, would you like me to contact Mr. Hunter for assistance?" Jarvis inquired, his tone laced with embarrassment. Tony wished to dismiss his earnest assistance offer, but found himself lacking in alternatives. He had not anticipated encountering a mutant so adept at countering his abilities. He had intended to display his prowess before these mutants, but instead, he had become the subject of ridicule. Magneto, unconcerned with Tony's fate, could easily crush the armored figure, yet he had more pressing matters at hand. With thoughts of his grand design occupying his mind, he refrained from complicating matters further at this critical juncture. Turning his attention to the still ensnared Logan, he gestured, and Logan was propelled away like a cannonball. Reacting swiftly, the mischievous Mary darted in the opposite direction of the train car. But alas, Magneto deftly maneuvered a syringe, embedding it into her body. The anesthetic within acted immediately, rendering the young girl unconscious upon the carriage floor. "Too young, too naive," Eric remarked with a disappointed shake of his head, tinged with a hint of smugness. When George Stacy and a contingent of police officers arrived at the station, they beheld Magneto and his entourage emerging, carrying the unconscious Mary. "Stop right there. Put her down and raise your hands above your heads. Now," George Stacy commanded, his tone impatient as he brandished a megaphone. Surveying the tightly knit perimeter of officers, each armed to the teeth, George regarded Magneto and his group with a sense of triumph. "Mutants are still mere mortals. Let us see you dodge a bullet," he mused. Upon hearing the police order to raise his hands, Magneto chuckled and complied. However, alongside his raised hands, 2 police cars were also lifted. "Oh, isn't that Iron Man? What's the matter? Considering a tragic end on the tracks?" Hearing this voice, Tony exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as Sean was present, nothing seemed insurmountable. "Well, that's because someone forced me to listen to a live broadcast during our last phone call. I feel as though my ears and my very soul have been sullied, and I need to purify myself on the tracks." Despite his inner joy, he wouldn't concede verbally. "Ah, then I shall rescue others while you take your time purifying yourself." Hey, I was just joking, my friend." Tony quickly relented when he saw Sean genuinely preparing to leave. He did not wish to spend the night lying there, especially with the chilling wind that might lead to an unfortunate stomach upset. Seeing Tony's capitulation, Sean ceased his teasing, snapping his fingers to restore the magnetic field to normal, allowing Tony's armor to regain mobility. "They're all mutants, particularly that one who can manipulate magnetic fields. He has quite the counter to me. You should handle this. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines." Tony briefed Sean on the situation, emphasizing the presence of Eric Magneto to salvage some dignity after his previous embarrassment. "No rush. Let me introduce you to someone first." Sean raised an eyebrow, then offered Tony a mysterious smile. Just moments ago, Sean sensed a peculiar energy sweep over him, as if something had been discovered, beginning to invade his mind. Just as he prepared to counter with magic, the eternal flame within him surged, incinerating the encroaching force. Outside the station, a swarm of police and onlookers surrounded a modest family sedan. Jean Grey, with her auburn hair, glanced at Professor Charles Xavier beside her, furrowing her brow. "What is the matter, Professor?" "I encountered someone quite intriguing," Charles replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on 2 figures emerging from the car. "Hey, I told you I'd come alone. By myself," Tony exclaimed, lifting his steel mask and leaning against the flower bed, glaring at Sean, who stood tall and dashing. "Let us speed this up a bit." Sean observed the 2 telepaths in the vehicle, sensing another mental force probing beneath his mask. "If you truly wish to see, I can show you, but not here," he said to Jean with a smile. Realizing her subtlety had been detected, Jean felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Sorry. "It's nothing. I mentioned that if you really wanted to see, I could accommodate you, but not in this setting." Sean waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, buddy, the guns are drawn over there, and you're busy flirting?" Tony interjected, unable to contain himself as he observed Sean engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman in the car. "Would you like me to lend a hand, Professor?" Charles pondered Sean's words. As a telepath, even if he couldn't penetrate Sean's mind, he could access others, excluding his helmeted friend. He understood Sean's identity and capabilities. Yet he contemplated what would happen to Eric should Sean resolve the situation. He found himself in a quandary, torn between loyalty to his friend and the broader implications of intervening. Chapter 83. You are too timid, Charles. Are you afraid to face me now? Upon hearing his close friend Eric's words, Charles was reluctant to confront him directly. He maneuvered the saber-toothed tiger near Eric to restrain him, and attempted to escape the scene with the toad, carrying the mischievous Mary on its back. Unfortunately, Eric knew Charles too well, sensing his friend's unwillingness to engage. He summoned the sidearms of all the officers present to levitate in the air, aimed at each officer. This tactic proved effective against Charles, who was immediately constrained by Eric's actions, halting his telepathic abilities. Are you not going to make a move? Tony observed the tense atmosphere. Were it not for the vulnerability of his armor, he would have charged at that more formidable opponent. It was merely a trivial squabble between two old friends. A fight was unlikely. Though Sean remarked this, he was ready to spring into action should anything escalate. Grateful for the opportunity, Charles cast a thankful glance at Sean, recognizing his support. Ultimately, Charles resignedly agreed to an exchange with Eric, allowing them to depart. Would you care to join me in my estate for a discussion? Charles extended a gracious invitation to Tony and Sean, as if his recent standoff with Magneto had never occurred. Tony looked toward Sean, silently requesting his guidance. Let us postpone this until tomorrow. I am not in the habit of engaging in lengthy conversations with men at night. As he spoke, Sean stretched out his hand, and two shimmering portals, emitting sparks, appeared beside him. Why didn't you use that trick earlier? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Tony suddenly recalled Sean's impressive and mysterious entrance, which he consistently chose to forego in favor of teleportation that left him feeling nauseated. It's your own frailty. Besides, that technique is suited for long distances. Teleportation is more convenient up close. Sean stepped through one of the portals, which rapidly shrank until his voice was no longer audible. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Tony bid farewell to Charles and Jean Grey before heading towards the portal that led to his opulent residence. Jean Grey watched Sean's unique ability with curiosity. She had seen the videos of Shadow Knight battling two Shrek-like creatures online and had once suspected that Sean was a mutant too, even reporting her observations to the professor. Professor, what kind of mutant ability is that? Have you encountered it before? Jean inquired, her gaze lingering on the sparks that had fallen to the ground. Each mutant's abilities may differ significantly. I cannot claim to have witnessed every mutation. Moreover, shouldn't you be concerned about Scott and Aurora? Charles replied gently, his eyes warm with affection for his student. Prompted by Professor Xavier's reminder, Jean suddenly remembered the two individuals left behind at the station. One was crouched with his eyes covered, too afraid to look, while the other had fainted from the saber-toothed tiger's grip. Jean rushed into the station, using her telepathic abilities to awaken the unconscious Aurora. And together, they helped the timid Scott board the vehicle, just as Logan regained consciousness. The group eventually returned to Professor Xavier's estate. As Logan argued about Charles's decision to release Eric, an unexpected visitor arrived, the once fervent supporter of the Mutant Registration Act, Senator Kelly. According to Senator Kelly, Magneto had created a machine that transformed him from an ordinary human into a mutant. Upon hearing this, Charles realized the gravity of the situation and sought to locate Eric and his companions using a brainwave amplifier. However, to his dismay, the device malfunctioned, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. What's going on? The following morning, Sean and Tony arrived at Professor Xavier's estate, only to find both Jean Grey and the others wearing expressions of despair. Yesterday, after the professor attempted to track down Magneto using the brainwave amplifier, something went wrong, and he is still in a coma, Jean explained, her surprise evident as she looked at Sean, likely not expecting such a face behind his mask. It appears there will be no meal served here today, Tony quipped. Sean could not help but roll his eyes at him. With everyone in a coma, can you not tone it down a bit? Ignore him. Let him starve, Sean suggested dismissively. Who are these two? Scott asked, eyeing Sean and Tony, despite recognizing Tony's identity. However, the sight of the flamboyant playboy in Sean's presence, one that naturally evoked hostility among men, made him uneasy, especially seeing Sean's familiarity with Jean. After Scott's inquiry, Jean shot him a glance that clearly conveyed her awareness of his thoughts, silently reprimanding him for his attitude. Scott had grown accustomed to Jean's ability to read his mind, shrugging in resignation while musing that it was merely the nature of men at play. "So, do you require assistance?" Jean asked, uncertain of Sean's capabilities. She shook her head, stating, "Only the professor can withstand the power of the brainwave amplifier. I cannot, and it is the only way to locate Magneto and his group." Upon hearing Jean's unwavering confidence, before Sean could respond, Tony retorted, "While I'm unsure of the true efficacy of this brainwave amplifier, your certainty is rather excessive. I know several methods to locate that magnetic manipulator. Is that so? Which of your girlfriends do you plan to enlist for help?" Scott replied, unable to contain his sarcasm, perceiving Tony as a show-off with superficial wealth. "Scott," Jean interjected, sensing the tension between them. "You can find Magneto's whereabouts?" she asked Sean, having gleaned from Tony's thoughts that he was considering Sean as a potential asset. "It's not a difficult task," Sean replied, closing his eyes. "Huh." Seeing Sean's mystical demeanor only fueled Scott's disdain further. "They will be at Ellis Island tonight." "Ellis Island?" "ISNT, that where the summit is taking place. Many world leaders will be in attendance tonight," Tony exclaimed, immediately grasping the significance of the situation. Chapter 84. Laughing like a fool. "Are you certain?" Jean gazed intently at Sean. Had it not been for him, she would have been prepared to forcibly operate the brainwave enhancer to locate Magneto. Sean nodded affirmatively, stating, "Just as Tony said, Magneto intends to use a machine to transform the leaders of those nations into mutants. That is his plan." "How do you know this?" Scott, though finding Sean's reasoning compelling, could not suppress his skepticism. "As long as I wish, there is nothing in this world that I cannot hear," Sean replied, initially reluctant to engage with Scott, but he noticed Jean's curiosity directed at him. "So all we need to do is head to Ellis Island to find that damned fellow, right?" Logan, who had been listening with Aurora, could no longer contain himself and spoke up fiercely. "Logan, calm down. Don't forget, Magneto's powers counter yours." Aurora interjected quickly, seeing Logan's eagerness to confront. At Aurora's reminder, Logan paused, clenching his fists in anger. It was the most frustrated he had felt in a long time. Damn it. He suddenly resented his own adamantium body. "Aurora has a point, and we still haven't verified the authenticity of this information," Scott continued, unable to hold back his sarcasm. "Enough, Scott." Jean glared at him with anger and disdain. Today, he was particularly irksome, especially in front of outsiders. Part of Jean's fury stemmed from the feeling that Scott did not believe in her. He knew her telepathic abilities could see through people's hearts, yet continued to stoke the flames. While Jean could not penetrate Sean's mind, she certainly could discern Tony's thoughts. Though much of it consisted of inappropriate imagery, it was clear that Tony's faith in Sean's abilities was nearing a blind trust. Scott's face flushed with a mix of red and white upon seeing Jean's reaction. After all, he was her boyfriend and the leader of the X-Men. How could she treat him this way in front of two outsiders? Seeing the situation deteriorate, Aurora quickly intervened to pull Scott away, reminding him that there were still many students in the mansion who needed their attention. "I've never liked that kid," Logan muttered, spitting to the side. "I apologize on his behalf," Jean said, though her gaze was fixed solely on Sean. "Your apology seems somewhat insincere, yet I shall accept it," Tony remarked, rolling his eyes at the silent exchange between them. "This guy attracts a swarm of admirers wherever he goes. This used to be my exclusive territory. What are your plans moving forward? If Magneto succeeds, it would spell disaster for humanity. We X-Men must thwart him," Jean declared with vigor. "I simply wish to rescue the mischievous Marie," Logan stated bluntly. He had lived long enough and had lost his memories, harboring little fondness for those leaders. While Sean knew that the villains would ultimately fail, he couldn't help but feel somewhat unimpressed by the group. "X-Men, is that your Supergirl team of mutants?" The name reminded Tony of another Superboy group that had rejected him. Logan, suppressing a grin at the absurdity of names like Cyclops, Storm, and Magneto, struggled to maintain a serious demeanor in front of Jean. "Shit, I forgot this woman can read minds." Logan instinctively covered his mouth, only to receive an even larger eye roll from Jean. "If you intend to find that magnetic manipulator from last night, I can assist. After all, I have a score to settle with him, Tony said, pulling out his phone to issue a command to JAR for expedited assembly. After returning home last night, Tony had added a new suit to his iron suit production line, specifically designed to combat Magneto with its anti-magnetic armor. Normally, this assembly would take some time, but given the urgency of the situation, he decided to throw money at the problem to accelerate the process. He was indeed a person who held grudges. As soon as Tony finished issuing orders to JARVIS, he turned to Sean. "What are you looking at me for? If I'm going up, what does it have to do with you?" Sean raised an eyebrow. Heh. Tony awkwardly glanced at Sean. "Can you stop grinning like a fool?" Sean frowned in distaste. "You could cheer me on from the sidelines as a safety consultant. That request isn't unreasonable, right?" Tony suggested. He simply wanted Sean to provide a safety net for him. Tony preferred to ensure every endeavor he undertook was as flawless as possible. Even if he hadn't anticipated this issue, he would devise a solution for the next occasion. Though he had a score to settle with Magneto, he also needed to be wary of Magneto's other tactics. With Sean present, he could proceed without reservations. Jean suddenly looked at Sean with eager anticipation. She had read Tony's thoughts again. "Go ahead and do what you must. He won't stir up much trouble," Sean assured them. With Sean's promise, Tony appeared elated, while Jean looked relaxed, leaving Logan bewildered as he observed the three. "Did something happen that I'm unaware of?" Logan inquired. They then descended to the underground of Charles's mansion to strategize for the evening's confrontation. Scott, with an air of arrogance, scrutinized the ever-changing holographic simulation sand table. Tony refrained from discouraging him. After all, he had long abandoned such technology in favor of holographic projections. Aurora brought news that Senator Kelly, who had been transformed into a mutant, had died. This indicated that Magneto's machine was malfunctioning. Though he might succeed in transformation, the leaders would soon perish, leading to a global catastrophe. Moreover, he had no idea how much power to wield to control that machine. He might end up killing everyone in New York City. Then we must stop him. We'll descend from a George Washington bridge and take a boat to... Scott passionately detailed his infiltration plan, while Aurora and Logan listened intently, with Logan even asking for specific details. Though Jean wanted to interject, she hesitated, fearing it might deflate Scott's enthusiasm. "While it may sound harsh, I must say, isn't this plan a bit convoluted?" Tony articulated what Jean had been thinking, but had not said. Although Logan was slightly irked by Tony's interruption, he couldn't suppress a smirk at Tony's jab at Scott. "What the hell do you mean?" Scott's face flushed with anger. His sunglasses obscured the upper portion of his expression. Aurora shared Scott's displeasure, casting a disapproving look at Tony. She couldn't fathom why Jean had invited these two to join the mission, especially when the professor had specifically invited them to the school. Scott, your plan is indeed somewhat of a hassle." Chapter 85. Are you serious about taking a step back? Scott glared at Jean with wide eyes, his frustration palpable. If it weren't for the sunglasses shielding his gaze, it felt as though his laser-like intensity would have been unleashed. "You were clearly about to say something absurd, weren't you?" Scott lamented internally. It was one thing for Tony, the notorious playboy, to be at odds with him, but now Jean Grey had seemingly defected from their cause as well. "Sean can take us directly to the island," Tony boasted, patting Sean's shoulder with an air of superiority. Jean nodded in agreement, affirming Tony's claims to the others. "Let us each prepare. When the time comes, we shall depart." Logan decisively interrupted Scott, who was still pondering questions. A seasoned veteran, Logan had endured countless battles. Although he had lost his memories, his instincts remained sharp. He sensed that Magneto and his crew would be formidable opponents, especially considering his teammates were a group of inexperienced mutants. Among them, the only person Logan felt a genuine threat from was Sean, who stood off to the side. Engrossed in his phone, Logan possessed an animalistic awareness of danger, and despite Sean appearing harmless with his smile, he felt like a slumbering beast. In contrast, the others seemed as insignificant as a pack of chihuahuas. "I hope we can rescue Mary without any issues," Logan mused, his brow furrowed with concern. "Who are you chatting with?" "You look rather mischievous," Tony inquired, admiring the grandeur of Charles's estate while glancing at Sean. The old-world charm of the manor was indeed impressive, making Tony contemplate acquiring one for himself. "Just providing an update on the missing persons," Sean replied, shaking his phone at Tony. Upon seeing a large photo of Agent Romanoff on Sean's chat interface, Tony quickly grasped the situation. "So, have you joined their little superhero team?" he asked, feigning indifference to mask his envy. "Why on earth would they want me? I'm Tony Stark." "No, I turned them down," Sean responded, grinning at Tony before strolling toward the basketball court. "Wait, what? Why not?" Tony's thoughts raced, considering the absurdity of Sean being dismissed by Natasha, imagining a dramatic confrontation filled with personality critiques. "I refused their offer," Sean reiterated cheerfully as he headed toward the court. WEF? How could this be? It seemed that the Avengers were far beneath his standards, unworthy of his identity as Iron Man. "I'll resign from this consultant position when I get back," Tony muttered to himself as he followed Sean. "Hi there," Sean greeted a shy young girl standing by the court, her wide eyes filled with admiration. Hello, sir," she stammered, clearly an introverted soul, especially under Sean's captivating presence. Sean Hunter. "Why aren't you playing basketball with the others?" he asked, observing the teenagers competing for the ball, nostalgia washing over him as he recalled his own youth. "I'm Katie," she replied, not elaborating on her reluctance to join the game, likely due to her naturally timid nature. "Hello, little lady. I suppose I need no introduction," Tony chimed in, flashing his trademark smile. However, Katie instinctively edged closer to Sean, as if seeking refuge. "What does that retreat signify, young lady?" Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. "I know you. Tony Stark." "Ms. Aurora said we should keep our distance from you," Katie stated earnestly. It appeared that Tony's reputation indeed preceded him. Sean struggled to suppress a grin at Tony's increasingly dark expression. A reputation has its advantages and disadvantages. Besides, that was all in the past. "I'm a reformed man now, you know." Tony rolled his eyes at Sean, who had a knack for flirtation. As night descended, Tony's custom suit arrived at the estate. He went to retrieve it while Sean and the others remained underground, finalizing their preparations. "Are you serious?" Logan raised an eyebrow at the black, form-fitting leather suit Scott handed him, emblazoned with the iconic circle and insignia. "Should I get you a yellow spandex suit instead?" Scott quipped, tossing the outfit aside. "This is our meticulously crafted uniform. Are we ready?" Tony entered clad in his new armor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Logan, halfway dressed in his uniform, felt suddenly embarrassed by his attire upon seeing Tony's advanced suit. Sean also scrutinized Tony's new ensemble, immediately recognizing its superior material compared to previous versions. "Are you preparing for gala?" Tony remarked, noting that Sean was still in his suit. "Didn't you ask me to cheer you on?" Sean replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Do you want me to fetch you a uniform?" Jean offered, pointing toward the wardrobe, assuming Sean had forgotten his Shadow Knight attire. "No need," Sean said, raising his hands. In an instant, his perfectly tailored suit transformed into the Shadow Knight armor, the dark cape cascading down his back. "You're the Shadow Knight from online?" Aurora realized, recognizing Sean's new look. Logan shivered. Since awakening his mutant abilities, he had never felt such an acute sense of danger. He glanced at Sean's attire and then down at the uniform Scott had given him, tugging at his collar uncomfortably while casting a sideways glance at the silent Scott. Watching Sean steal his thunder, Tony mentally chastised himself for his earlier arrogance. "All right, let us move out," Sean declared, raising his hand as a fiery, circular portal materialized before them. Stepping through the portal, they arrived at Liberty Island, home to the iconic Statue of Liberty. Due to the attendance of world leaders, security at Ellis Island was stringent, leaving Magneto with no opportunity for infiltration. Fortunately, the influence of his machine was dictated by the magnitude of the mutant abilities inputted, making Liberty Island a prime location for his plans. Jean and Aurora gazed curiously at the familiar scenery of Liberty Island, grateful for Sean's useful powers that saved them considerable effort. Meanwhile, Scott wore a disgruntled expression, convinced that even without Sean's abilities, they could have arrived via jet. "Sir, scans indicate a peculiar new device beneath the torch of the Statue of Liberty," Jarvis informed Tony, prompting everyone to look skyward. "I'll go confront him first. You all take your time," Tony declared before ascending into the air. "Hey, wait. We still." Scott's protest was cut short as Tony soared upward. "Who the hell is the actual leader here?" Scott fumed, noticing that the others had also vanished. "Come on, Scott," Aurora called, waving from the front. Chapter 86. A grand scene as Sean and his companions journeyed onward. Not a single shadow graced their path, suggesting that Magneto had efficiently dealt with the guards in the vicinity. Upon entering the museum beneath the statue, they had scarcely taken a few steps when an alarm blared through the air. Beep, beep, beep. Turning to discern the source of the cacophony, they discovered that Logan's metallic skeleton had triggered the alarm while passing through the metal detector. "What is up, brother?" Scott gazed at Logan with an expression of exasperation. With a flick of his claws, Logan caused sparks to fly from the metal detector, silencing the irritating alarm, and cheekily raised a metallic middle finger at Scott. "There's no one here. Why adhere to the rules? We could simply walk around it," Logan grumbled, perhaps unaware that among this group, his combat experience was the most extensive. Yet he was the first to land in trouble. Sean lifted his gaze to the life-sized replica of the Statue of Liberty before him, recalling a popular saying from the internet. Having mystique is akin to possessing all the women in the world. Have you never seen a statue? Or perhaps you've never laid eyes on the Statue of Liberty. Scott seized the opportunity to mock Sean. However, Sean paid him no mind and reached out to grasp the statue's neck firmly. To the astonishment of those around him, the originally grayish-white skin of the statue began to shimmer with blue undulating waves. As Sean exerted more strength, the statue immediately revealed its true form. "Mystique!" Aurora exclaimed, eyeing the blue creature in Sean's grip. Scott felt the remnants of his face painfully contort. Struggling against Sean's hold, Mystique attempted to kick him. But under the immense force of Sean, her blue-skinned leg barely lifted halfway before it spasmed from asphyxiation. Her hands clutched desperately at Sean's arm, striving to escape his grasp. Had she been in her human form, Sean might have found her intriguing, yet Mystique's current state left much to be desired. "Wait, ask her where Marie is," Logan urged. Noticing that Mystique was on the verge of being choked, Sean relented slightly, allowing Mystique to breathe, her body dangling limply in mid-air as she gasped for air. Just as Logan prepared to interrogate her, a dark green shadow swiftly lunged toward them. Scott was the first to be kicked away, followed by the stunned Jean and Aurora. This highlighted their lack of combat experience, but fortunately, Logan, the seasoned soldier, was present. However, Logan's approach was rather reckless, relying on his immortality. He charged directly at the assailant, and the two tumbled away together. Regaining her composure, Mystique seized the moment to attack Sean once more, using the leverage of Sean's arm to twist and deliver a kick aimed at his head. Grabbing her ankle, Sean grimaced and squeezed with disdain. A piercing scream echoed throughout the museum as Mystique felt the bones in her ankle shatter. With a flick of his wrist, Sean sent her hurtling into the wall, eliciting another cry of agony. Prostrate on the ground, Mystique sensed her organs suffering severe damage, blood trickling from her mouth. Struggling to rise, she glanced at her distorted ankle. Her eyes filled with terror. Meanwhile, the Toad, witnessing Mystique's misfortune, extended his tongue to grasp a beam above, evading Logan's sharp claws before swinging toward Sean. In midair, Toad retracted his tongue, launching himself at Sean once more. Disgusted by the grotesque creature, Sean summoned a double-edged dagger. As Tony urged Jarvis to scan the situation at the torch, he soared toward it with haste. "Some people never learn," Magneto mused derisively as he observed Iron Man approaching. "If you surrender now, I promise not to hit your face," Tony quipped, his tone playful. "Young man, I am quite curious to know who has bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me thus," Magneto retorted dismissively, with negotiations evidently failing. Though Tony had not anticipated success, he charged toward Magneto, intent on making him experience the sensation of falling from a great height. Magneto, unfazed, reached out his hand, preparing to let Tony plummet into oblivion. However, to his astonishment, instead of being immobilized, Tony accelerated toward him with greater speed. Roaring, just before Tony could seize Magneto, Sabretooth abruptly shoved him aside, resulting in Tony clinging to the suddenly emerging creature as they ascended into the sky. To counter Magneto's magnetic manipulation, Tony had altered his suit's material, which unfortunately resulted in a slight decline in its defensive capabilities. Consequently, Sabretooth's sharp claws had left several gashes on his suit, causing Tony considerable trouble. Noticing this, Tony immediately commanded Jarvis to activate the chest cannon, sending Sabretooth flying into the frigid, silent night, crashing into the waters surrounding Liberty Island. Truly a mad dog. Tony scoffed at the report from Jarvis regarding the damage to his suit. Turning his attention back to the torch, he noted that Magneto awaited him. The seasoned mutant quickly discerned that Tony's change in suit material rendered him no longer susceptible to his powers. As Tony approached, Magneto remained unperturbed, commanding the nearby metallic objects to launch themselves at Tony like an army bowing to their leader. The sight of a multitude of metal projectiles hurtling toward him caused Tony's heart to race. He had hoped that resolving his suit's issues would allow him to confront Magneto head-on, but the old foe effortlessly orchestrated such a grand display, plunging Tony into a fierce struggle. Below, in the museum, Sean's gaze pierced through the obstacles as he observed Tony darting left and right in the sky. At his feet lay Toad, rolling on the ground with his mouth covered, while Mystique leaned against the wall, her ankle shattered and bloodied. Moments ago, Sean had summoned his dagger, severing Toad's tongue. The flames engulfing it had incinerated the wretched appendage, leaving Toad's mouth scorched and empty, filling the air with a charred aroma. Aurora could scarcely believe that their collective combat prowess was so lacking, nor could she fathom how effortlessly Sean had dispatched their foes. Logan, too, fixated on Sean's long blade, felt an instinctive apprehension, sensing that even his indomitable claws could not withstand a single strike from that weapon. Jean, observing Sean, standing still, gazing upward, inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Tony is currently engaged in a game of dodgeball with Magneto. Come, let us cheer him on," Sean replied, lowering his head to smile at Jean. Chapter 87. Sleep at once. Tony, drenched in sweat, was dodging in midair, realizing that without Jarvis's assistance, he might have already been skewered like a candied hawthorn. In stark contrast, Magneto, Eric, appeared utterly composed. It dawned on Tony that he had underestimated Magneto. Although his suit had undergone enhancements to mitigate Magneto's magnetic control, the latter's offensive methods left him overwhelmed. As the two engaged in battle, Sean and his companions ascended to the top floor. "Magneto!" Logan cried, rushing towards him without a second thought, oblivious to the fact that he was at a disadvantage. Mid-leap, he found himself suspended in mid-air, as if time had frozen. Logan, Aurora, Jean, and Scott, witnessing Logan's predicament, prepared to intervene, only to be thwarted by the seasoned Magneto, who adeptly restrained them with metal rods. Magneto had detected their presence well before Sean's team arrived, for with Logan, a living conduit of metal, they were akin to having a tracking device. Though Jean and Aurora possessed mutant abilities, their physical strength was on par with ordinary humans, rendering them powerless against the iron bars. Jean's telepathic prowess was insufficient to bend the rods, and with the statue's lightning protection in place, Aurora's electric attacks were rendered ineffective. Scott, eyes tightly shut, found his laser visor confiscated by Magneto. Should he dare to open his eyes, Jean would be in immediate peril from his laser beam. Sean, bound by the iron rods, thought to himself, "What did I do to deserve this?" As he surveyed his teammates swiftly defeated, Tony felt an urge to voice his frustration. "Is this it? Where does your audacity to challenge Magneto stem from? Can you not lose any faster? You youngsters, with your fervent zeal, believe you can change the world. It's as naive as Charles himself. No wonder you are his students," Magneto scoffed. Had his old friend Charles been present, he might have harbored some concern. But these individuals lacked even the qualification to be regarded. "I am not that man's student," Tony retorted while evading Magneto's attacks. Magneto smirked. Tony's change of suit material had taken him by surprise initially, but with years of experience, he found it more than manageable to deal with Tony. "I have met Senator Kelly." Jean attempted to divert Magneto's attention with words. "Oh, is that so? That fellow is quite fortunate. It implies his mutant ability is formidable." Magneto expressed mild surprise. "He is dead. Those below will meet the same fate." Aurora chimed in, having witnessed Senator Kelly's demise. Unfortunately, their verbal tactics bore little fruit against Magneto's steadfast convictions. He would not abandon his intentions due to mere words. "Why can't you grasp my purpose? Those people below hold dominion over our fates and every mutant's destiny. Soon, Our fate will mirror theirs, Magneto declared, exuding a sense of divine righteousness, as if he were embarking on a monumental quest deemed sinful in the present, yet beneficial for posterity. Actually, I do like to assert that my fate is mine to govern. By the way, aren't you going to make a move? Tony finally could not contain himself. Magneto, puzzled, turned to Tony and surveyed the surroundings. Who are you addressing? Attempting to distract me. Are you? I advise against wasting your effort. Suddenly, with a crack, Magneto felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Before he could turn to identify his assailant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Indeed, that speech was quite inspiring. He has the makings of a cult leader, Sean remarked, observing Magneto's unconscious form. Elderly people do tend to lack sleep. They just drop off. As Magneto fell into unconsciousness, the metallic objects he controlled began to plummet, including Logan, who landed with a thud. Tony flew over. Could you not have acted sooner? At this rate, my suit would have been stripped bare. His words held weight, for his armor was riddled with gashes from Magneto's metal manipulation, and sparks were still flying from certain areas. Weren't you the one who told me to cheer you on? I'm merely providing our dear Tony a chance to shine. Sean chuckled at Tony's battle-worn suit. What happened? Scott, still with his eyes closed, was clueless about the situation. All is well. It has been resolved, Jean explained to him. Logan approached, unbinding each of them, then scanned the area. Where's Marie? Where is she? Above at the top of the torch. I shall retrieve her. Sean's cloak billowed as he ascended towards the torch's apex. In the center of the torch lay a small room where the mischievous Marie was confined, alongside the machinery Magneto intended to use for the transformation of world leaders. As the door swung open unexpectedly, Marie trembled, fearing the arrival of Magneto's cohort. But upon seeing a man in a black mask, her expression shifted from frown to surprise. You are Shadow Knight. It is I, Jean Aurora, and Logan are below. I have come to take you down, Sean declared, grasping the iron ring binding Marie's hands and effortlessly snapping it in two, leaving her astonished. She had watched videos of Shadow Knight online, yet the feats depicted seemed exaggerated. Let's depart. Sean extended his hand to guide her down, but Marie hesitated. Her mutant ability allowed her to absorb the powers or life force of others through skin contact, leading her to once believe herself a monster. Upon arriving at Charles's Mutant Academy, she realized her ability was merely one of many among the children with unique powers. Seeing Marie's reluctance, Sean reached out and took her hand, leading her outside. You. What is it? Sean turned to her, having sensed a peculiar force pulling from Marie's body through their joined hands. Yet, for Sean, there were countless ways to counteract this force. Even if he did not intervene, it posed little threat to him. If this power were to siphon away the eternal flame within him, he suspected it would incinerate Marie entirely. Nonetheless, this unusual mutant ability reminded Sean of a martial arts technique he had encountered in a novel long ago. Chapter 88, Punishment, True Punishment. Little troublemaker, Mary gazed in astonishment at Sean, who was holding her hand. Ever since she awakened her mutant abilities, every individual she encountered met an unfortunate fate, except for Logan, who withstood her powers due to his formidable healing abilities. The others either perished or were rendered incapacitated. This was the first time she had physical contact with someone who remained unscathed, and even more peculiarly, she felt none of the energy or life force absorption that usually accompanied her touch, as if she had not yet awakened at all. Mary cherished the sensation of human contact, and could not help but caress Sean's large hand. Though it feels quite pleasant, perhaps we should descend. Logan is practically jumping out of his skin down below, Sean remarked, somewhat helplessly. It was indeed his first experience of being taken advantage of by a little girl. How should he describe this feeling? Refreshing. Oh, I'm sorry Upon hearing Sean's words, Mary realized what she had just done, and a pair of crimson clouds appeared on her chubby, fair cheeks as she bashfully buried her head into her burgeoning bosom. Sean gently levitated, and under the influence of the biofield, Mary floated slowly along with him. With wide eyes and an open mouth, Mary was once again taken aback. She could not believe she was flying. Despite being high up in what should have been a frigid altitude, she felt no chill from the cold air. The wondrous experience filled her with joy and excitement as she looked at Sean with delight. Regrettably, this enchanting journey did not last long. When they landed at the base of the torch, Mary suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy. "Mary, are you all right?" Logan was the first to rush over with concern. They had met in Canada, and due to Magneto's pursuit of the little troublemaker, they were rescued by Aurora and brought to Charles School for Gifted Youngsters. Logan encouraged Mary to stay, as he was a lone wolf. However, after some instigation by Mystique's transformed students, Mary eventually left, leading to the subsequent confrontation at the station. "I'm fine, Logan," Mary replied, feeling a familial bond with him, as he was the first mutant she encountered after running away from home upon awakening her powers. The others, however, were more focused on the fact that Mary and Sean were still holding hands. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Brother, you're really in trouble." Sean rolled his eyes. "Get lost. Can't you see she's the one holding on to me?" Jean observed Sean with a peculiar expression. Scott's face was obscured by his visor, making it impossible to gauge his expression. Aurora, however, was quite blunt, directly pointing at their intertwined hands. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Aurora's question and following her finger's direction, Logan also looked at Sean and Mary in astonishment. What could possibly be wrong? Sean replied nonchalantly. Tony, clearly out of the loop, wore a puzzled expression, not understanding why Aurora asked such a question. Anyone who has direct physical contact with Mary will have their energy or life force siphoned away by her mutant ability. If the contact persists for too long, the other party could potentially die, Aurora explained while her gaze remained fixed on their still clasped hands. "How long do you two plan to hold hands?" "I find it quite strange, too. I don't feel any energy absorption from him," Mary said, placing her other hand atop Sean's, both small hands now enveloping his larger one. "All right, Mary, we all understand now. Let go," Logan insisted, feeling an inexplicable paternal instinct rising within him. Reluctantly, Mary released Sean's hand, her longing evident as her eyes lingered on him. "Truly a predicament, brother. Teach me your ways later," Tony chimed in. Sean replied with a wry smile. "What now?" "Him, and that machine above?" He gestured towards Magneto, who was deep in slumber on the ground. "There will be others to handle the aftermath. You need not worry," Sean stated, promptly opening a portal to the mansion behind them. Shortly after their departure, a group of men in black arrived with armed soldiers, discovering the guards attacked at the museum. They transported them to an ambulance, one of whom sustained severe internal injuries, including a fractured and deformed ankle. Phil Coulson emerged from the crowd, observing Magneto, who was being held at gunpoint by several weapons loaded with tranquilizers. "Is he dead?" "No, sir, just unconscious." "Unconscious for this long?" "Yes, sir. He may have been tired." Coulson cast a skeptical glance at the agent who had replied earnestly, then waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away. Separate him from that long-haired creature in the water and the one without a tongue. His abilities are quite peculiar." "Yes, sir." At Charles' mansion, Sean and Tony were sipping coffee. Charles, now awake, maneuvered his wheelchair into the room, followed by Jean, and a small head peered curiously down the hallway. Upon spotting Sean, the child's eyes lit up. "Oh dear, the child has passed, and you have come to nurse him back to health," Sean remarked, somewhat disgruntled, feeling that it was their mutant issues that had caused the trouble. Yet this individual had been inactive for so long, only waking after the situation was resolved. Unfazed by Sean's sarcasm, Charles maintained his calm and benevolent demeanor. "We truly must thank you for this incident. Now, let us discuss the reason for your invitation." "By the way, this coffee is rather subpar," Tony remarked, smacking his lips as he placed his cup down on the table, then turned to Sean, gesturing grandly. "Come now. Brother, show them what true coffee is." "Do you think I'm a vending machine?" Sean shot a fierce glare at the absurd individual. "Actually," Charles smiled as he observed the two bickering, then revealed the initial purpose of inviting them. After noticing the Shadow Knight videos circulating online, they suspected Sean might be a mutant. Although Sean had surpassed the age of typical students at the Mutant Academy, Charles still wished to recruit him. Beyond Sean's displayed formidable power, both he and Tony held significant social standing and identity. "Do you believe I am a mutant?" Sean inquired, looking at Charles. "Is it not quite possible? We could conduct a genetic test for you," Charles suggested, eager to confirm Sean's mutant identity, as it would greatly assist in his recruitment efforts. After all, they were of the same kind. then I can only say you are overthinking it. I am not a mutant, and my abilities have no relation to mutants. Sean shook his head. Even if you are not, you possess powers that are not typical of ordinary individuals. I have devoted myself to fostering a harmonious coexistence between humans and mutants in this world. Is that not also a beneficial endeavor for you? Charles spoke gently. Sean furrowed his brow, sensing that Charles was attempting to morally bind him. Chapter 89. The disappearance of the twin tails. Upon exiting the room, Tony casually cast a glance at Sean, who stood a short distance away. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What's the matter, buddy? Surely you don't actually believe what that guy said?" Once a renowned weapons manufacturer, Tony possessed an intimate understanding of the so-called leaders of the world, keeping a mental ledger of their virtues and vices. Of course not. Had I truly believed him, I would have readily acquiesced just now, Sean replied, as he began to walk away without looking back. Ideals are indeed beautiful, but reality often proves to be merciless. I genuinely admire individuals like Charles Xavier, yet I cannot emulate such actions. Tony observed Sean's retreating figure, sensing an unusual solitude emanating from him, starkly contrasting with the confident and flamboyant persona he was accustomed to. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, "For someone so young, he speaks like an old man." However, before he could finish, he suddenly raised his voice, calling out, "Hey, scrawny old man, wait for me. Let's walk together." With that, Tony hurried after him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Charles sat quietly in a chair, pondering thoughtfully. "Gene, what are your thoughts on Sean?" he inquired, having evidently overheard the conversation between Sean and Tony outside. "Huh?" Jean was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if she had been caught daydreaming in class. Just moments ago, she had been using her telepathic abilities to observe Sean's actions after he left. Upon witnessing him engage in lively conversation with two female students from their academy, she had felt the urge to interject and inquire about their discussion. Regaining her composure, Jean hesitated before articulating, "I find his power to be incredibly formidable, a depth of strength that seems unfathomable. He even appears to surpass Magneto, and I suspect you, Professor, would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, strangely, despite his immense strength, he exudes an aura of remarkable ordinariness. Perhaps it is due to his overwhelming power that he regards everything around him with such indifference, akin to how an elephant perceives an ant as inconsequential." Charles nodded slightly, acknowledging her assessment, and replied earnestly, "Indeed, you are quite right, my dear. However, do not forget that if an elephant were to truly set its mind on a task, a mere shift of its foot could effortlessly obliterate an entire ant colony." Upon hearing Charles's profound words, Jean's complexion paled, and she gazed in astonishment towards the door, her lips parted as if to voice her thoughts but unable to articulate them. Clearly shaken by Charles's warning, her voice trembled as she asked, "Professor, are you suggesting that he—" Facing Jean's concerned gaze, Charles gently shook his head, offering comfort as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "At least for now, this elephant does not appear to harbor such terrifying intentions." As he spoke, Charles cast a quick, subtle glance at Jean, for beside him lay another slumbering giant, possessing an equally staggering power. In the bustling, vibrant Queens of New York, sunlight streamed through the gaps between towering buildings, casting a warm glow upon the streets. "Oh, someone actually remembers to return." Natasha's teasing voice floated in, as if she had anticipated Sean's arrival at this moment. She stood gracefully at the hallway's entrance, her figure reminiscent of a blooming rose. Sean approached with a relaxed smile and a light-hearted gait, his gaze drawn irresistibly to Natasha, particularly captivated by her freshly trimmed hairstyle. He chuckled softly, "Why the sudden haircut? You're missing out on so much fun." His words carried a hint of playful regret. At his comment, Natasha recalled the moment when Sean insisted on her sporting twin tails, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as she pouted, "That's your fun, not mine." With that, she crossed her arms and rolled her eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, Sean unabashedly admired the beauty before him, Natasha's arms crossed, causing her form to resemble a captivating, deep canyon. Just as he became entranced, Natasha sensed his lingering gaze, and a subtle smile began to grace her previously serene expression. "Is May home?" Sean, noticing the shift in atmosphere, quickly redirected the conversation, averting his gaze from Natasha. Natasha could not help but retort, "Am I your housekeeper? Can't you see with those two eyes of yours? Aren't you supposed to have X-ray vision?" With that, she huffed and turned away, ignoring Sean. Fortunately, Sean knew how to placate this feisty little leopard. He charged directly at her, as Natasha playfully retaliated with gentle punches to his chest. Their banter soon transformed into a warm embrace. Suddenly, a series of rapid, loud knocks jolted Natasha from her slumber. Reflexively, she reached for her handgun, which she always kept close at hand. However, upon grasping the object, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Her heart raced as she focused her gaze, only to realize she had mistakenly grabbed the wrong item. With a start, Natasha let go of the object, casting a disdainful glare at Sean, who sat at the bedside, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why didn't you get up to answer the door?" Natasha questioned, shooting him a sharp look. Calmly, Sean glanced down and replied, "I'm not dressed." He then puffed out his chest, as if to flaunt his bare physique to Natasha. This infuriated Natasha, who shot back, and "I'm not dressed either." Despite her protest, she quickly climbed out of bed, hastily throwing on a loose robe and slipping into her slippers as she made her way to the door. Just as she reached for the handle, she paused, her hand hovering above it. Chapter 90. Why are you not playing by the rules? Through the peephole, Natasha glimpsed May standing outside the door. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself before slowly opening the door. As soon as the door swung open, before Natasha could utter a word, May eagerly inquired, "Natasha, I heard Sean is back, right? I just knocked on his door, but there was no response. Is he here with you?" Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Natasha's slightly flushed face, still bearing the remnants of a blush. "Yes, he is inside." "Oh, wait." A sudden image of the chaotic state of the room flashed in Natasha's mind, prompting her to swiftly extend her hand to firmly hold the door. "What's wrong?" May looked at Natasha with a puzzled expression. I'll have him come find you later." Natasha offered an embarrassed smile. May immediately understood the implications of her grin. Although both had tacitly acknowledged the situation, being caught in such a predicament was still a test of their composure. "Then, have him come over for dinner." May tossed this remark over her shoulder as she hurried away. Was that May? Why did she leave so quickly? As Natasha closed the door, Sean's voice questioned from behind her. She refrained from answering, casting a glance at the disarray caused by their earlier activities. That's not my fault. Someone mentioned yesterday that they weren't having any fun," Sean teased, a grin spreading across his face. "Shut up. Hurry and get dressed and leave." Natasha, feeling exposed, snapped as she forcibly pushed the still disheveled Sean out the door. Thus, half-naked Sean found himself in the corridor, locking eyes with May, who had been discreetly observing from the other end. "Hi, May." Sean greeted nonchalantly. May stared at Sean's sculpted physique, her mind flooded with various images, before she turned and retreated into her own room, leaving the door ajar. Observing this subtle invitation, Sean swaggered in, holding his clothes. Unaware of the underlying tension between the two women, Sean noted their unspoken understanding, despite their apparent rivalry. To him, this was a delightful twist, though he lamented their reluctance to share the same frame. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his days studying the Analects in Europe. Thankfully, he had his portal. Sean silently expressed gratitude to Ancient One for teaching him magic, curious about how she would react if she ever found out. The tranquil and blissful days passed swiftly. One day, while Sean languidly watched a dull television drama at home, he received a phone call. Before answering, he cast a curious glance at Natasha, who was nestled beside him, and then activated the speakerphone. "Is Natasha beside you?" The voice of Nick Fury crackled through the phone as soon as it connected. "Yes, sir," Natasha replied, adhering to her usual formalities despite her curiosity. "A serious incident has just occurred." Nick paused momentarily before continuing. "The president has been the target of an assassination attempt." Instantly, Natasha's brow furrowed. She knew that if it were a typical assassination, Nick Fury would not have contacted her. "Is the situation dire?" Natasha inquired. "The president is unharmed, merely shaken." Then, Natasha glanced at Sean, noticing his apparent disinterest in the conversation. "It was carried out by a mutant," Nick Fury elaborated, detailing the assassination attempt. The assailant was a blue-skinned mutant with teleportation abilities who infiltrated the White House. Evading all defenses, just as he managed to seize the president, he was shot by the president's guard, only to vanish, leaving behind a knife tied with a cloth bearing the words, "Mutants want freedom." Listening to the ominous declaration, Natasha surmised why Nick Fury had reached out to Sean. After the previous incident involving mutants targeting world leaders, Sean had reported it to Nick, who implemented countermeasures. Even if Magneto had not been captured that day, Nick had a backup plan. Following the incident, Nick likely believed that Sean had some connections with the mutants, thus informing him of the assassination attempt in hopes of involving him. Yet, Nick Fury was met with an unexpected silence for Sean. "Sean, what is going on? Do you know something?" Nick pressed. "What do I possibly know? I'm not a mutant," Sean retorted. "What is your take on this assassination attempt?" Nick persisted. "I see it with my own eyes. Don't you realize the gravity of this matter? If mishandled, it could spark a war between mutants and humans." Nick Fury attempted to persuade him from a different angle. "Then you handle it. Isn't that your job?" Sean replied dismissively. "Well, you make a valid point," Nick Fury conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. "If you refuse to assist, I'll send Agent Romanoff." Nick's tone grew stern. "Can I interpret that as a threat?" Sean's voice shifted, causing Natasha to shiver beside him. "This isn't a threat. Just tell me if Natasha is my agent and if this is an emergency. If so, I'll dispatch her. Correct?" Nick maintained his firm stance, though his voice grew softer, diminishing his persuasiveness. "Well, you have a point. Then send her." "What the heck? Why are you not following the script?" Nick Fury was taken aback, as Sean's response deviated from expectations. Wasn't he supposed to be concerned for Natasha and volunteer for the mission? The previous individuals Nick had coerced had all followed this pattern. Natasha's eyes widened, fully aware of Nick Fury's tactics. "But you're impervious to pressure, aren't you? Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. The drama's about to get romantic, and I need to take notes," Sean declared, cutting off Nick before he could respond. Listening to the dial tone, Nick Fury felt his eye almost pop out from disbelief. Damn it." After a brief pause, Nick Fury forcefully slammed the phone to the ground. As Nick Fury reverted to his damn it persona, Natasha looked at Sean with concern. "Are you really not going to intervene? The assassination of the president isn't the endgame. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used a knife. Though mutants possess various abilities, firearms are generally more effective tools." "You mean the perpetrators hope to gain something through this assassination?" Natasha followed Sean's line of reasoning. "Consider the individuals who surfaced after the assassination attempt." "Hey, what are you, all right?" Sean gently pulled Natasha back into his embrace, intending to test a new move he had observed in the drama. Chapter 91. The current offender, as Sean had mentioned. Following the assassination attempt on the president, he summoned two individuals to his office in the heavily fortified White House. One was Colonel William Stryker of the military. The other was Congressman Kelly, who should have perished beneath Magneto's transformation machine, or more accurately, Mystique masquerading as Congressman Kelly. The assassination incident prompted the president to recognize the menace posed by mutants, leading to a shift in his perspective regarding them. It was during this time that someone brought up the name William Stryker. William Stryker had long been engaged with mutants, his son Jason being one of them. Most ordinary parents perceive their child's mutation as an affliction, and William Stryker was no exception. He had once approached Charles, hoping he could cure Jason. Unfortunately, Charles did not believe the mutant gene was a disease. Rather, he aspired to guide mutants in harnessing their abilities safely and productively to integrate them into society. Subsequently, Jason, unable to control his powers, inundated his parents' minds with terrifying illusions, culminating in his mother drilling into her own skull in a desperate attempt to silence the phantoms. The death of his wife and the mutation of his son instilled in William Stryker a profound hatred for the mutant community. In the ensuing years, he devoted himself to researching mutant abilities, even creating Wolverine's adamantium claws through his experiments. Eventually, Stryker discovered a definitive method to eliminate all mutants, the cerebral amplifier designed by Professor X. This device could amplify Charles' telepathic abilities, establishing a connection with every individual in the world. However, should this connection exceed a certain energy threshold, it could be lethal. Enhanced by the amplifier, Charles's telepathy could pinpoint every mutant and establish a mental link, allowing him to annihilate them once the energy output reached a critical level. The assassination was orchestrated in secret by William Stryker, who sought authorization from the president to lead the military in an assault on Charles's estate to seize what he desired. After receiving the president's approval in the White House office, Stryker departed with a sense of triumph, hastening to prepare for the raid on Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Meanwhile, Charles remained oblivious to the impending peril facing his beloved young mutants. In Queens, New York, Natasha hung up the phone and entered her home. Since receiving the call, her brow had been furrowed in concern. Distracted, she curled up on the couch, lost in thought about Sean's previous remarks and the alarming news from the White House. Colonel William Stryker was evidently the mastermind behind the assassination. What, then, was Stryker's true objective? With this realization, Natasha leapt from the couch and dashed to Sean's door. Upon hearing the knock, Sean opened it to find Natasha rushing in, quickly shutting the door behind her. He initially thought she had come to a conclusion. However, before he could react, Natasha blurted out, the assassination attempt on the president was orchestrated by a colonel named William Stryker, who has spent years conducting experiments on mutants. Just now, the White House authorized Stryker to initiate a series of arrests and interrogations against mutants. If anyone stands to gain from this assassination, it is certainly him. But is that all Stryker seeks? Even without the president's overt support, he has been operating in the shadows for years. Natasha expressed her deductions in one breath, gazing at Sean with curiosity. Understanding her intent, Sean, albeit slightly disappointed, poured her a glass of water and sat down, saying, William Stryker is likely after the cerebral amplifier housed within Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. During his last meeting with Jean and the others, he recalled her mentioning the device. Realizing he had overlooked its significance, it was indeed a formidable weapon. He then considered that only someone as powerful as Charles could fully utilize the amplifier. And since he could withstand Charles's telepathy, he had not given it much thought. However, in light of the assassination attempt and Stryker's involvement, it was clear that his aim was the amplifier. The cerebral amplifier? What is that? Natasha inquired. Sean explained its function, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Why didn't you mention such a powerful weapon earlier? I only realized its significance later. Besides, it has such high usage requirements that probably only Charles can operate it. I didn't think it was particularly remarkable, Sean replied dismissively, were it not for the fact that she was unable to best him in physical confrontations. Natasha would have made a point to demonstrate her superiority. I understand you're formidable, but not everyone can match your abilities. She retorted, kicking at him playfully, only to have him catch her foot. I need to report this situation to the director. With that, Natasha retrieved her phone and dialed Nick Fury. Director, I have something critical to discuss. Agent Romanoff, what's the urgent news? Nick Fury responded, somewhat puzzled by her abrupt pause. The situation is as follows. Natasha managed to contain her anxiety as she relayed her suspicions regarding the assassination and the cerebral amplifier. Nick Fury remained stoic during her initial report, but upon hearing the details about the amplifier, his fists clenched in surprise. He had not anticipated such a weapon existing among mutants, especially one that could also target humans. He unconsciously disregarded the amplifier's stringent operational requirements. In the eyes of this elite agent, the mere existence of the device was a threat, regardless of who could wield it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nick Fury made a decision. Natasha? Natasha? Yes, Director, I'm listening. You're listening? I haven't even said anything yet. Are we not supposed to keep this discreet anymore? Am I just a pawn in your game? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Nick Fury recalled previous instances where he had overheard conversations that left him feeling embarrassed. Growing increasingly frustrated, he was simultaneously aware that he needed something from her. Natasha. Put it on speaker. Chapter 92. Who among us smokes cigars through their lungs? After severing the call with Natasha and Sean, Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened further. He cast a glance downward, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, and slumped into his chair. He had just brokered a deal with Sean, who would assist in dismantling the cerebral enhancement device at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Additionally, they planned to warn the mutants to prevent any resurgence of such devices, while Nick Fury himself would take on the task of gathering, securing, and destroying the existing documentation. Reflecting on the events he had just endured, Nick Fury felt a weary resignation wash over him, an inclination to simply let it all be obliterated. Meanwhile, Natasha glared at the smirking Sean beside her face flushed with anger as she delivered a sharp slap to his shoulder. "Look at the mess you've created," she seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and hide away. In stark contrast to Natasha's fury, Sean displayed a carefree demeanor, grinning widely as if her seemingly fierce slap was merely a gentle caress filled with affection. "Of course it's you," he quipped. "Huh? What?" Natasha was momentarily taken aback by Sean's words, only to shoot him an indignant look once she regained her composure. As the storm of emotions passed, Natasha found herself drawing circles on Sean's chest. "How do you plan to deal with that cerebral enhancement device? Do you have a concrete action plan?" she inquired. Sean, however, appeared unfazed, responding casually. "Do we even need a plan for this? We can just blow it up," he added, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Natasha struggled to lift her head, glaring at Sean, mentally cursing him. Fine, you're impressive, right? And what about the mutants? How can we ensure they won't attempt to rebuild a cerebral enhancement device?" Sean gently stroked Natasha's smooth skin as he replied, "That's simple. Only two individuals understand how it works. Charles, or Professor X, and Eric, known as Magneto. As for Charles, we just need to be upfront with him. He'll know what to choose. As for Magneto, if he refuses to listen, we'll just have to make him." Sean spoke with a lightheartedness that belied the gravity of the situation, as if discussing how to discipline two mischievous children next door. Natasha listened quietly, a wave of nostalgia washing over her as she reminisced about her days as a spy, where her adversaries were merely ordinary humans. Ever since meeting Sean, her life had taken a turn for the bizarre, and the thought ignited a flicker of anger within her. She reached out and gave him a firm pinch. Sean, caught off guard, stared in shock at Natasha. "Huh, you've recovered quickly today." Upon sensing Sean's gaze, Natasha's heart raced. "Damn it, run." Without a moment to spare to put on her clothes, she bolted from Sean's embrace. But alas, no matter how swiftly she moved, she could not escape her predicament. Gazing at the ivy-clad walls and the imposing gates of Xavier's school, Sean was surprised to find himself back so soon. "Is that really you? What brings you here?" Jean rushed towards him, astonishment etched on her face. Having just seen Sean's image on the Gate-S surveillance system, she thought she was hallucinating. Welcomed by her beauty, Sean's spirits lifted considerably, and he decided to engage in pleasant conversation. "I came to see you." Of course, Jean was no Na'vi girl. She understood Sean was truly there just for her. Yet his words stirred something within her. "The professor isn't here right now. You should come in," Jean said, brushing her hair back. Sean had already noticed Jean's new hairstyle and nodded, complimenting her as they walked down the stone path towards the manor, sharing light-hearted banter. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a voice pierced through the air. "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing the accusatory tone, Sean glanced at Scott, contemplating a direct confrontation. "Scott," Jean admonished, prompting Scott to turn away, his expression darkening. Scott has been troubled lately due to the assassination of mutants. Jean explained to Sean before inviting him inside once more. "No rush, there's someone else," Sean said, turning his gaze towards the entrance. Soon, the figure of a lone wolf, riding a motorcycle and puffing on a cheap cigar, came into view. After parking his bike, Logan approached the two, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Jean. "Are you two welcoming me?" Logan flashed a confident smile, clutching his cigar, inhaling deeply before exhaling the smoke. Sean couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, thinking, who in their right mind smokes cigars like that? Logan, with his healing ability, seemed to take reckless liberties, and while Sean possessed similar capabilities, he felt that even without them, Logan would engage in such behaviors. "I came to pick up Sean. He told me you were back." Jean's words instantly dampened Logan's good mood. "Let's head inside. We need to discuss a few matters." Sean led the way, assuming the role of host. The trio's presence in the corridor attracted attention, particularly from young Marie and Kitty, who were surprised to see Logan and then elated to see Sean. In Charles's office, Sean sensed the two girls peeking from the hallway and chuckled. As Aurora closed the office door and approached the desk, she remarked, Jean said you have something to discuss with us? Noticing Aurora's fitted white attire, Sean felt a spark of admiration. She looked striking. You're already aware of the mutant assassination situation, so I won't dwell on that. I'm here for one thing, Sean stated, getting straight to the point. What is it? Aurora and Jean exchanged glances. The cerebral enhancement device, Sean uttered. What do you need it for? Are you looking for someone? No one else can use it besides the professor, and he isn't at the academy right now, Jean asked, puzzled, thinking Sean intended to use the device for locating someone. Sean calmly shook his head and delivered a shocking declaration. I intend to destroy it. Chapter 93, Impossible. Why? Aorolo's eyes widened, her face a canvas of bewilderment and disbelief. Her delicate features were slightly contorted in astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Sean, as if searching for a hint of jest on his face. Is this a joke? Beside her, Jean also exhibited shock. Her tone tinged with trepidation as she bit her lip and unconsciously clenched the hem of her attire. However, Sean met the gaze of the two ladies with an impassive expression, his eyes resolute and unwavering. I'm not jesting. Sean's voice was deep and powerful, resonating like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of both women. Aorolo and Jean exchanged glances, shock and confusion reflected in their eyes. Yet, confronted with Sean's unwavering conviction, they were compelled to believe that he was indeed intent on destroying the brainwave enhancer. Impossible. I will not allow you to do this. Aorolo suddenly straightened, her posture reminiscent of an enraged white lion. Seeing this, Jean quickly moved to stand beside Aorolo, though her mind was filled with questions. She chose to support Aorolo's decision for the moment. Still, she could not fathom why Sean was so adamantly determined to destroy the brainwave enhancer. Why must you destroy it? Jean could not help but ask again, her voice tinged with urgency. Sean pulled a chair towards him and sat down, acutely aware that the current atmosphere would hardly allow for leisurely invitations to join him. Do you truly understand all the capabilities of the brainwave enhancer? Sean leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over Jean, Aorolo, and Logan, who stood nearby, bewildered, with a cigar in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Jean and Aorolo exchanged glances. They knew that the brainwave enhancer was a tool specifically devised by Charles to locate mutants. It was evident that Sean's question left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Naturally, Sean observed everything with keen awareness. He understood that these two women were utterly oblivious to the other potential uses of the brainwave enhancer. Calmly, Sean extended his hand to adjust his sleeve before speaking slowly. In truth, the brainwave enhancer was originally developed by Eric, better known as the infamous Magneto, alongside your beloved Professor Charles. At that time, Charles envisioned utilizing this instrument to enhance his psychic abilities, thereby establishing a mental link with every individual in the world. Jean and Aorolo nodded, acknowledging this as common knowledge. However, once Charles amplified the energy output of the mental link towards a specific individual or group, such potent psychic power could directly annihilate his target. As Sean's words reached the ears of the three present, their expressions shifted dramatically. First was Jean. After hearing Sean's revelations, she stood there in a daze, her eyes slightly vacant. As someone who also possessed psychic abilities, she was intimately familiar with this force, contemplating the extent of the possibility Sean had mentioned. Soon, she realized that the brainwave enhancer indeed had a significant potential to achieve what Sean described. Moreover, if not for the stringent limitations imposed on her own use of the brainwave enhancer, she might have even been capable of wielding it to take another's life. Aorolo, on the other hand, was engulfed in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she stared at Sean, repeatedly murmuring, "Impossible. This cannot be." For Aorolo, the professor had always been that kind and wise leader, imbued with a sense of justice. She could not fathom that he would commit such a cruel act of murder. Simultaneously, she harbored profound skepticism regarding the brainwave enhancer being such a formidable weapon. Lastly, Logan furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. However, after a brief moment of reflection on Charles's character and noble integrity, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He believed that even if Charles possessed such capability, he would never engage in such a heinous act. What evidence do you have? How can you assert this? Rollo retorted, her hands on her hips, to her. It seemed that Sean might have gleaned some information about the brainwave enhancer, but what he claimed next was beyond the knowledge of even a seasoned teacher like herself. As for whether the brainwave enhancer possesses such capabilities, you might consult your dear friend, the telepath Sheen. As for Charles, I too believe he would not commit such an act, but do you think others would share that belief? You cannot keep this secret, can you? Logan interjected on Sheen's behalf, having noticed the expression on her face confirmed Sean's claims. You should be more concerned about the implications than about me. Sean noted they had yet to grasp where the real problem lay. Before Sean could finish his thought, Sheen interjected, Are you suggesting Magneto? He. Surely wouldn't he divulge this secret, would he? Rollo's words lacked conviction, knowing Magneto was not aligned with their cause, even if he remained silent. Do you really think others wouldn't coerce him into speaking? Sean shrugged. Indeed, Magneto is currently imprisoned. If someone were to torture him, Sheen grasped the gravity of the situation, immediately pulling out her phone to contact Scott. He had left earlier to find the professor, and they were en route to visit Magneto in captivity. What did he say? Rollo asked anxiously, watching Sheen after her conversation with Scott. He said he would speak with the professor. Sheen furtively glanced at Sean, sensing that Scott might not believe Sean's assertions. In truth, Sheen's intuition was correct. Upon learning that the source of this information was Sean, Scott dismissed it entirely. In his mind, as the leader of the X-Men and Charles' most trusted student, he believed the professor would never conceal such matters from them, thus viewing Sean's claims as mere nonsense. So what do we do now? Rollo whispered to Sheen, gripping her arm, fearful that Sean might act impulsively. Given Sean's previously displayed prowess, it seemed that even their combined efforts would scarcely suffice to challenge him, especially within the confines of the academy, amidst numerous students and children. Sheen managed to remain somewhat composed. If Sean intended to strike directly, he would have done so upon arrival. Since they were still in the office, the situation was not as dire as it could be. Sean. Sheen gently patted Rollo's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and turned to Sean. Where did you learn this information? Sean rose from his chair, and, at the sight of his movement, Rollo nearly succumbed to panic, her instincts urging her to unleash her powers. I know you won't find it easy to believe, but soon you will have your answers. Chapter 94. I really want to see your thought process before arriving at Xavier's Academy for gifted youngsters. Sean had already learned from Natasha that William Stryker had visited the imprisoned Magneto, Eric. Although the surveillance equipment failed to capture the specifics of their exchange, it was evident that Magneto was left in a rather disheveled state after Stryker's departure, indicating that Stryker had not treated him with kindness. It was likely that Stryker had successfully extracted the information he sought from Magneto. Naturally, his next objective was Xavier's Academy, or rather, the brainwave enhancer located beneath it. As expected, not long after, some unusual occurrences began to surface. According to the schedule, Scott and Charles were supposed to return to the academy before dusk. However, as time ticked away, their absence became increasingly conspicuous, and not a single message had been received from them. Anxiously, Jean attempted to call Scott, only to be met with the cold, unyielding tone of a powered-off phone. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She knew the gravity of the situation, and that time was of the essence. Without hesitation, she made the decision to find Sean, who was leisurely chatting with Marie and Katie. Once Aurora successfully diverted the two reluctant youngsters with a couple of excuses, Jean could no longer contain her anxiety and approached Sean directly, locking eyes with him as she urgently spoke. Scott and the professor have lost contact. At this, Sean closed his eyes to listen for a moment. However, before he could detect Scott and Charles's voices, he first heard some unusual activity outside the manor. I think your concern should not be with them right now. Sean opened his eyes and looked down at Jean, saying, There are armed helicopters approaching your academy, filled with trained soldiers. Upon hearing this, Jean's pupils dilated, just as Aurora returned from her previous errand. Jean immediately informed her of the approaching group of trained soldiers. Having witnessed Sean's abilities during the Ellis Island incident, Aurora did not doubt his words. What do they intend to do? I'm going to find Logan, Aurora declared angrily, her tone laced with lethal intent. seemingly prepared for a direct confrontation. "Wait, Aurora," Jean called out, halting her in her tracks. "Right now, the children are our top priority." At the mention of children, Aurora's fiery rage was doused like cold water. "Are we just going to let them in?" she protested, still inclined towards the use of force. "Sean, can you help us?" Jean turned to Sean, her expression pleading. "Of course," Sean replied, causing both Jean and Aurora to beam with delight, only for Sean to add, "provided that I first destroy the brainwave enhancer." This left Aurora in a quandary. She desired Sean's assistance, but was unwilling to see him dismantle the professor's brainwave enhancer. In contrast, Jean grasped the situation clearly. She understood that given Sean's strength, he could easily destroy the enhancer without their consent. His current request was merely a courtesy. Moreover, once those trained soldiers breached the manor, even if they managed to relocate all the children with Logan's help, she could not guarantee their safety, and Sean would remain unstoppable within the manor. After weighing the pros and cons, Jean swiftly made her decision. "I agree." Aurora looked at Jean in surprise. She had been ready to fight alongside Logan. "There's no need, Aurora. The outcome would be the same, and this is ultimately in our best interest. It's possible that the disappearance of the professor and Scott is related to the approaching group." With Jean mentioning the professor and Scott, Aurora finally calmed down, and, after a brief hesitation, she acquiesced. The two women led Sean down to the basement of the manor, traversing the brightly lit corridor until they reached the location of the brainwave enhancer. Sean observed the large X symbol on the door and the high-tech iris fingerprint lock at its center. With a resounding clang, a tri-skilled dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. Plunging into the door, Sean waved his arm, drawing a circle on the door's surface. After retracting the dagger, he lightly tapped the now inactive security system, causing the door to collapse inward along the circle he had inscribed. Displaying no interest in the facilities within, Sean ignited the golden-red eternal flame, incinerating everything, including the door. In an instant, Jean and Aurora stood behind him, astonished and regretful as they watched Sean's actions and the vast, charred void left in the wake of the flames. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. After dismantling the brainwave enhancer, the trio awaited the arrival of the trained soldiers until deep into the night. Aurora began to harbor doubts until she finally noticed the soldiers, equipped with night vision goggles and tranquilizer guns, stealthily making their way into the manor. Logan and Aurora had concealed themselves in a room along the corridor, still intent on taking matters into their own hands, while Jean and Sean awaited in Charles's office. After effortlessly dispatching two intruders who had leaped through the window, Sean continued to converse with the worried Jean. "Rest assured, with their skills, even if they cannot defeat them, they can retreat here." As he spoke, he toyed with one of Charles's spare wheelchairs. Charles typically manipulated his wheelchair using his telepathy, although it was also equipped with a mechanical joystick. Outside in the corridor, Logan's roar echoed, though it was evidently one of satisfaction. Sean, seated in the wheelchair, began to circle around Jean. "Doesn't this resemble how Charles teaches his classes?" Sean asked with a smile. Jean glanced at him, slightly dizzy from his antics. He appeared utterly unfazed by the situation. Yet, thanks to Sean's antics, her anxiety dissipated somewhat. "If you shaved your head and aged a bit, you might look somewhat like him," Jean retorted with a smirk. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'I grew stronger and balder'?" Sean paused, turning the wheelchair to face Jean, his back to the door. "Huh, do you think I need to go bald just because I'm strong? Besides, even in his youth, Charles could barely compete with me. I will undoubtedly be more handsome than him when I age." "Jean, sometimes I genuinely wish I could use my telepathy to see how your mind works and what you're truly thinking." Jean sighed, having never encountered someone whose thoughts were so inscrutable. When you begin to feel curious about a man, you may very well fall in love with him. "Are you certain you wish to know what I am thinking?" Sean tilted his head. Jean's face flushed momentarily before she shot him a playful glare and returned her attention to the chaos outside the door. Bang! Chapter 95. Have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? As the two individuals engaged in pleasant conversation, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the office door, which was forcefully breached by a group of well-trained soldiers moving in perfect unison. However, before these intruders could even pull their triggers, they were met with a fatal assault. With a glint of cold steel, Logan's lethal claws struck with blinding speed, piercing and raking, instantly extinguishing their lives. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the wooden door and surrounding walls, painting a ghastly tableau. Having just completed the slaughter, Logan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, resembling a feral beast that had just emerged from a fierce battle. Crimson droplets dripped from his still unsheathed claws, pooling into a crimson puddle on the floor. The room was suffused with a pungent metallic scent, inducing a wave of nausea. At this moment, Sean, who had been seated in a wheelchair, rested his chin on his hands, keenly observing the wild and powerful lone wolf before him with great interest. With a smirk, he quipped, "I must say, you do look quite dashing in your current state, but surely there's no need to pose for so long." Upon hearing this, Logan irritably flicked his wrist, causing more blood to splatter about like blooming red plums. Beside him, Chin, instead of being angered by the blood-stained carpet, chuckled maliciously when the professor returns. He'll certainly turn you into a mere 6-year-old little girl. At this remark, Logan initially raised his chin in disdain, but then, as if recalling a terrifying thought, he shuddered abruptly. He sniffed uncertainly and asked, "He really can do that?" After all, he still harbored trepidation regarding Charles's formidable and unfathomable telepathic abilities. Of course, Chin teased. Before Logan could respond, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, and soon, the slender and agile figure of Aurora appeared at the other end of the corridor, starkly contrasting with the bloodied and disheveled Logan. Aurora was immaculate, exuding an aura of freshness and clarity. Urgently, Aurora rushed to the group, exclaiming, "Their numbers are increasing." Though her expression was fraught with urgency, a keen observer would catch a flicker of barely concealed excitement in her beautiful eyes, suggesting she had enjoyed the recent skirmish. Upon hearing Aurora's words, Logan swiftly turned his gaze toward Sean. During the previous conflict, Logan had been struck by several tranquilizer darts. Were it not for his extraordinary healing factor, he would have already succumbed. However, as the enemy's numbers continued to swell, the situation began to turn unfavorable. Despite his brash nature, Logan was not foolish. Simultaneously, both Chin and Aurora directed their gazes toward Sean, as if silently urging him to take action. Did he intend to shirk his responsibilities? Yet, Sean appeared oblivious to their stares, maintaining his serene gaze towards the door. Following Sean's line of sight, they beheld a portly old man, his prominent belly resembling that of a general, being closely guarded by a battalion of armed soldiers as he ambled toward the office. The old man's thick glasses perched upon his nose, and the eagle-like eyes behind the lenses greedily fixated on Logan, his face betraying a complex expression, part surprise, part smugness. "Wolverine, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. It has been years, yet you remain just as vibrant and untamed as ever." William Stryker approached, his tone reminiscent of a long-lost friend reuniting, juxtaposed against the gruesome scene of corpses and flowing blood, rendering the atmosphere eerily surreal. "Who are you?" Logan demanded, recognizing the name called from the dog tags around his neck. The old man struck a chord of familiarity, yet Logan could not piece together the connection, despite the nagging sensation of recognition. Though he had lost many memories, an inexplicable disdain for William Stryker brewed within him, especially upon seeing that lecherous grin, leading him to fantasize about driving his claws through Stryker's jowls straight into his skull. "Have you forgotten due to the passage of time? Or is it that I have aged while you remain youthful?" Stryker grinned, his large mouth stretching as his facial fat coalesced in a rather disturbing manner. "Who are you?" Logan growled, his muscles taut, prepared to act if Stryker's response failed to satisfy him. The tension escalated with a series of gunshots as Stryker's soldiers, sensing Logan's threat, aimed their weapons at him. Now, don't get agitated. The current situation is not under your control," Stryker boasted, gesturing towards his armed men. After a brief moment of anger, Logan suddenly relaxed, taking a deep breath, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Stryker, sensing something amiss, questioned whether this was still the Wolverine he remembered or if he had mistakenly encountered another. Regardless, Stryker decided to apprehend Logan first. waving his hand to signal his subordinates before confidently turning to pursue his true objective at Xavier's academy. "Where are you going?" Logan's voice called out, interrupting Stryker's departure. Stryker's expression brightened with amusement. "You're merely a bonus. I'm off to claim my reward." "Don't leave." Logan's voice echoed again, eliciting Stryker's irritation. What was the matter with these people? Their movements were sluggish. He would have to discipline them upon returning. "Hey, have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair?" Stryker's patience waned, and as he turned to retort, he was met with a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. One by one, his men lay sprawled on the ground, while the occupants of the office watched him with mocking expressions. Stryker's complexion darkened as he processed the sudden reversal of fortune. Just moments ago, he had been discussing the situation with Logan, and now he was faced with chaos. His mind raced, searching for answers. What had transpired? Who had intervened? Before arriving, Stryker had meticulously studied the individuals at Xavier's academy. Aside from Charles, whom he had already captured, there should have been no other mutant capable of such a feat. Scanning the room, he scrutinized Sheen, Ororo, and Logan before fixing his gaze on Sean, the unfamiliar figure in the wheelchair. Could it be him? Chapter 96, Lake Akali Logan. Bring that fellow over here so that Jean can examine the rubbish cluttering his pig-esque brain, Sean stated with an expressionless demeanor, as if the unfolding events held no significance for him. Upon hearing Sean's words, Logan's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, and he advanced toward William Stryker with deliberate steps, the mockery in his smile intensifying with each stride. William Stryker gazed at Logan, who was closing in on him with a grin that bespoke menace, and without his subordinates to shield him, he felt like an old man half buried in the earth. You, William Stryker stammered, attempting to retreat while his hands frantically searched for a weapon, yet he realized he bore none. Even if he had a weapon, how could he possibly contend with Logan, the super soldier he had endowed with nearly indestructible adamantium skeletal enhancements? As Logan drew nearer, panic enveloped William Stryker. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively raised his hands to halt Logan's advance, but as soon as his hands brushed against Logan's body, Logan seized his wrist. "Ah!" The shrill scream echoed as William Stryker, in agony, raised his right hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his greasy face. Logan had brutally snapped William Stryker's bones. The cries of pain reverberated as William Stryker collapsed to the ground, his sparse white hair drenched in sweat. Logan clutched his wrist and dragged William Stryker's corpulent form before Jean, forcefully tossing him at her feet. Jean hesitated, glancing at the battered William Stryker, who lay groaning. "What's the matter?" Sean inquired, observing the red-haired beauty's reluctance to act. "My psychic abilities have been quite unstable as of late. If it doesn't cooperate, it could lead to," Jean replied nervously. Before she could finish, Ororo interjected, "It's fine, there are plenty more on the ground. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll just choose another." She gestured toward the fallen soldiers around them. Logan casually remarked, "Don't feel pressured. If things go awry, just attribute it to me." He raised his hand, revealing his adamantium claws. "It wouldn't be that severe. He might just end up a fool," Jean explained earnestly. With a scoff, Logan retracted his claws. "That would be a mercy." Sean stood, patting Jean's shoulder. "Consider it a scientific experiment. Let us witness your prowess, Professor Gray." Jean shot him an exasperated glare. William Stryker, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat and cradling his wrist, was struck by the exchange, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Isn't anyone concerned about my opinion?" Logan hoisted William Stryker as if he were a plump chicken, facilitating Jean's task. Jean closed her eyes, concentrating, and began to channel her psychic energy. To her surprise, William Stryker's mind was virtually unguarded. A torrent of images flashed through her mind, overwhelming her with information and causing her head to throb painfully. Noticing her distress, Sean placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and a warm energy enveloped her, easing her tension and restoring her composure. "I have discovered the professor's whereabouts," Jean declared confidently, meeting the gazes of her companions. The assassination plot against the president was orchestrated by his right hand, aiming to secure authorization for an operation that would allow him to invade our academy and seize the brainwave amplifiers. Her eyes burned with indignation as she regarded William Stryker, who she had seen in her visions conducting inhumane experiments on mutants, including Logan, a veritable butcher. After a brief discussion, they resolved to proceed to Lake Akali, where the professor was imprisoned, alongside many fellow mutants. With the precise location in hand, Sean opened a portal, leaving William Stryker, now under Logan-esque control, astonished. In truth, William Stryker's compliance stemmed from his desire to return to Lake Akali, his stronghold, where he possessed secret weapons, a chance for redemption. With Jean guiding them and Sean's portal facilitating their passage, they encountered little resistance entering the military base beneath Lake Akali. However, once inside, the pervasive surveillance posed significant challenges. After dispatching several waves of attackers, William Stryker realized that relying on these ordinary soldiers against Sean and his companions was futile. He bellowed for his men to cease their assault and lead him directly to Professor X's cell. As the prison doors swung open, William Stryker shouted, "Eureka!" A swift, gray figure darted forth, lunging at Logan, while Stryker's men drew their weapons, aiming at Sean, Jean, and Aurora. Yet before they could fire, flames of gold and crimson erupted around them, incinerating them in an instant, as if they had never existed. Freed from control, William Stryker's face paled in terror. He had encountered countless mutants, but had never witnessed such abilities. Nevertheless, he quickly shouted towards Charles's cell, "Jason, subdue them." As Jean and Aurora prepared to confront William Stryker, they froze in place, as did Logan, who was engaged with Eureka. "Enough, Eureka!" William gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his wrist while commanding Eureka, clad in a sharp gray suit, to stand still like a robot. Seeing he had regained control of the situation, William Stryker could not suppress a villainous chuckle. He cast a glance at the immobilized Logan before turning to Sean, Wolverine, and this newly emerged mutant. "What was that gold and crimson flame?" "What you witnessed was the eternal flame," a voice interjected, causing William Stryker to halt mid-sentence, confusion washing over him. Who was responding to me? Observing William Stryker's bewilderment, Sean waved his hand. "What are you looking for?" "I'm right here." How could you? Chapter 97. Decapitation, once more what? Am I not immersed in an illusion? A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of Sean's lips. Without offering an explanation, he swung open the heavy black iron door of the prison cell. The door creaked with a jarring metallic sound as it gradually revealed the damp chamber within. Stepping inside, Sean was met with the sight of gray, mottled walls illuminated by two flickering lights. The concrete floor was marred with dark stains, emitting a nauseating odor. To the right, a dilapidated surgical chair stood, stained with dark red blood and black smudges, clearly not intended for healing, but rather for inflicting pain. Various instruments of torture hung ominously in the air. On the left side of the room, Charles sat silently in his wheelchair, his head bowed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. His hands were securely bound to the armrests with wide, specialized leather straps, rendering him utterly immobile. On his head rested a peculiar device emitting a faint blue glow, its purpose a mystery. Opposite Charles sat another man slumped in a wheelchair, clad in a white hospital gown. His head bore patches of shaved hair, revealing grotesque, centipede-like surgical scars twisting across his bare scalp. Since Sean's entrance, the sickly man's gaze remained fixated on him, unwavering. "Do not bother trying. You cannot control me," Sean remarked, his eyes locking onto Jason's heterochromatic irises, feeling a persistent psychic force assaulting his mind. "You are truly heartless, even towards your own flesh and blood," Sean scoffed, directed at William Stryker, who had followed closely behind him into the room. In response to Sean's disdain, William merely smirked coldly, his gaze not flickering towards Jason, as if the man before him were a mere stranger, devoid of familial ties. "Ah, my son has long since departed this world," he uttered with indifference. "From the moment his mother died, he too perished in my heart. What remains here is merely Subject 143, a tool for my use." At William's words, Sean turned his attention back to Jason, who continued to assault his mind. Years of brutal experimentation at the hands of William Stryker had stripped Jason of the faculties and consciousness of a normal human being. Now, he clung to life solely through the machine, sustaining him from behind. Then allow me to assist you, Sean declared, leaving ambiguous whether his words were meant for William or Jason. Summoning a three-pronged dagger, he struck with precision, severing Jason's head cleanly from his body. William, taken aback by Sean's sudden display of power, could only stare in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his next move. As Jason's head fell with a dull thud to the cold ground, the commotion stirred the others outside the prison. Upon realizing the disturbance within, Jean and Aurora rushed in, quickly assessing the scene. Spotting Jason's severed head and the blade in Sean's hand, they grasped the gravity of the situation. Professor, Jean and Aurora flanked Charles, examining his condition, while Logan, consumed by rage, directed his fury towards William Stryker. "What have you done to the professor?" Logan demanded, seizing William's collar and forcefully pinning him against the wall. As Logan's strength lifted William from the ground, the latter struggled, casting desperate glances towards the iron door, where stood a bewildered gray figure, Lilith, who had just been engaged in combat with Logan using adamantium. Her expression, devoid of robotic detachment, reflected confusion and helplessness as she observed the chaos within the cell, her hands still stained with blood. Logan, noticing William's gaze, turned his attention warily towards Lilith, apprehensive of her potential to intervene on William's behalf. Just as Logan prepared to finish off William, Charles finally regained consciousness. "Are you all right, Professor?" The three inquired, concern etched across their faces. Once Aurora removed the bizarre headpiece from Charles, he felt his psychic abilities restored, instantly grasping the unfolding events. Sighing at the sight of Jason's head, he remarked, "He was indeed a pitiable soul." Turning to Sean, he acknowledged, "I chose to set him free. Would you have preferred he lived out his days as a soulless wretch?" Sean's demeanor reflected a hint of disdain. "William, that was your own son. How could you?" Charles shifted his focus. William merely laughed coldly, remaining silent, fully aware that Charles, devoid of the device's constraints, could easily penetrate his thoughts. Sighing at Charles's display of compassion, William felt a sense of disdain, convinced of Charles's hypocrisy. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of security. Charles's presence dissuaded any immediate threat from the others. However, he had overlooked one individual. With a swift motion, the three-pronged dagger gracefully glided across William's fat neck, his head tumbling to the ground in disbelief, producing a dull thud. William, to his last breath, could not comprehend why those who followed Charles would turn against him. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, neither Jean nor Aurora exhibited any discomfort. In particular, Jean's eyes shimmered with an unusual excitement, a fleeting glimmer of something awakening within her. Chapter 98. Wanda and Pietro among those present. Only Sean perceptibly detected the fleeting, ephemeral wave of mysterious energy, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. He abruptly turned to look at Jean, yet her expression remained serene, showing no signs of disturbance. Meanwhile, Charles observed Sean's violent actions with a growing impulse to intervene. However, recalling that Sean was neither his student nor his follower, and that he had no real control over him, Charles swallowed his impending words, which turned into a resigned sigh. Soon after, with the combined efforts of Logan, Jean, and Aurora, the mutants who had been imprisoned within the base for an extended period managed to break free from their cages and bask in the light of freedom once more. Most of these mutants had been ruthlessly captured by the merciless William Stryker, enduring prolonged suffering in a pit of lost liberty and dignity, occasionally subjected to Stryker's inhumane human experiments. Now liberated, they soared into freedom like birds released from a cage, unwilling to tolerate any further constraints. Consequently, the majority of the mutants chose to turn their backs and leave without a glance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a scenario, even the usually kind-hearted Charles found himself powerless to compel them. After all, everyone has the right to determine their own path in life. Even he, who possessed the ability to control others' minds, did not wish to impose his will on them. However, just as the crowd dispersed like a receding tide, Sean unexpectedly took notice of two distinct figures. In stark contrast to the other adult mutants hastily fleeing, these two young ones stood bewildered, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, as if they were lost in this unfamiliar world completely unaware of which direction to take. Charles clearly recognized their bewilderment, and to his astonishment, he found that his telepathic abilities could not penetrate the mind of one of the children. "Why are you not leaving?" Charles inquired as he maneuvered his wheelchair closer to the two youngsters. Though he projected an aura of kindness and warmth, the shorter child instinctively stepped forward to protect the taller one. Noticing their silence, Charles displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he exhibited great patience, understanding that these children had endured too much deception and humiliation, having been brought to this place by someone as cruel as William Stryker. "I will not harm you. If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know." Charles continued to convey his goodwill. "If you have nowhere to go, my school for mutants is indeed a commendable option. Though this man may be somewhat verbose, he is fundamentally a good person." Sean stepped forward to address the two youngsters, also extending a good person card to Charles. The shorter one appeared somewhat swayed, while the taller one continued to scrutinize Sean intently. "I want to know who you are." The shorter one finally spoke, directing his gaze toward Charles. "I am Charles Xavier, like you, a mutant. I run a school dedicated to sheltering those mutant children who have nowhere else to turn, teaching them to harness their abilities responsibly. Jean and Aurora, who rescued you, were once my students, and they have chosen to remain at the academy as teachers." As Charles spoke of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, he felt a swell of pride, believing it to be one of his finest achievements. Jean and Aurora approached to introduce themselves, clearly aware of the utility of feminine warmth in such moments. "I am Pietro, and this is my sister, Wanda." Under the gentle persuasion of Jean and Aurora, Pietro appeared to soften. "I am the older sister. You're the younger brother," Wanda retorted, casting a furtive glance at Sean. Noticing Wanda's gaze, Jean felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, pondering why these children seemed so intrigued by Sean. "This is Logan, a mutant like us, though he is not currently affiliated with the Academy. And this is Sean. He is not a mutant, but he is a good person with formidable strength. If it weren't for him, our mission to rescue you would not have been so successful," Jean introduced, handing Sean another good person card. Sean, perplexed, thought to himself, "I never claimed to be a good person." Upon learning that Sean was not a mutant, Pietro exhibited a hint of wariness, suggesting that their previous experiences had not been favorable. He seemed to prefer the cool demeanor of Logan over Sean. Wanda, too, felt a surge of emotions, but this quickly faded upon realizing that Sean was indeed the primary reason for their liberation. "Is he a teacher at your academy?" Wanda inquired, hesitating to point at Sean, then retracting her finger. Jean smiled and shook her head. "Have you made your decision?" Charles asked, sensing that their conversation had reached a critical juncture. Perhaps feeling the urgency, he swiftly suggested, "If you feel unable to decide just yet, you are welcome to stay at the academy for a while. When you are ready to make a choice, even if you opt to leave, we will not hinder you." Pietro looked at Wanda, seeking her opinion. It was evident that the two were inseparable. Even if one was eager to go, the other's dissent would ensure they left together. Wanda noticed Pietro's interest and, truthfully, felt a twinge of curiosity herself. The individuals before them had gone to great lengths to free them. If they harbored any malicious intent, they would not have gone through such trouble. Moreover, they had witnessed the others who had been imprisoned choosing to leave without obstruction. After a brief discussion, the two youngsters decided to visit Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. At that moment, Natasha arrived with a group at Alkali Lake. Logan eyed the sudden appearance of the black-clad individuals warily, unsure of their allegiance. Jean and Aurora were equally vigilant, aware that they were in Stryker's lair. "Is everything resolved?" Natasha inquired, clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit. "Well, it seems so, though we are still awaiting Magneto, who remains in prison," Sean replied. Upon hearing Sean's voice, the others turned to him in surprise, not anticipating that Natasha was acquainted with him. "I have come to bring you and your team some news," Natasha said, addressing Charles and the others. "Not long ago, Magneto escaped from prison." Chapter 99. Is something missing? Upon hearing the news of Magneto's escape, neither Sean nor Charles felt surprised. Old Man was a man of the scene. A mere prison could not confine him. They decided to wait for their next encounter to address the matter. Sean waved his hand dismissively and turned to Charles, saying, I believe you are already aware of William Stryker's intentions, as well as my actions within your academy. Charles nodded in acknowledgement of Sean's words. Since that device is destroyed, there is no need for reconstruction, Sean continued. However, Charles believed that as long as the brainwave amplifier was protected, it would be fine, especially since only he could operate it. Charles had great confidence in himself, as he never intended to use the brainwave amplifier to harm anyone, be they human or mutant. He viewed the device merely as a means to find his kind, thus believing it was safe in his hands. Did Charles not understand the adage that possessing a treasure can lead to peril? No, he understood well, yet he still wished to reconstruct the brainwave amplifier. Upon witnessing Charles's inclination to argue, Sean furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing like two cold beams of light directed at him. In that moment, an invisible pressure emanated from Sean, sweeping outward like a turbulent wave. Everyone present felt a sudden jolt, as if a giant hand had seized their throats, rendering their breaths short. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting shock and fear, clearly unprepared for Sean's sudden display of such overwhelming presence. Jean, too, wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend Sean's abrupt change in demeanor, which had transformed the previously amiable atmosphere into one of icy tension. She couldn't help but murmur internally, could we not have a calm and pleasant discussion? Must it come to this? Very well, I shall acquiesce to you. Sensing the immense pressure in Sean's gaze, Charles realized that if he did not comply, Sean might respond with the same ruthlessness he had shown towards Jason and William Stryker. Observing Charles's concession, Sean nodded, and the tension in the room eased. Natasha approached Sean, her eyes inquiring. Sean shook his head and remained silent, thinking that the old man was rather ungrateful. This sudden turn of events, however, led Pietro to develop a newfound admiration for Sean. How impressive! One person could subdue them all. The teenage boy, brimming with youthful fervor, gazed at Sean with stars in his eyes, perhaps sensing the awkwardness in the air. Logan spoke up, don't you feel like something is missing? At his words, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Logan, feeling exasperated, continued, has anyone found Scott's whereabouts? Oh my goodness. After Logan's reminder, Jean and Aurora suddenly recalled their dear companion. Jean was flabbergasted, having completely forgotten about him, and wondered how Scott would feel if he knew he held such little significance in his girlfriend's mind. With Charles's telepathic assistance, they eventually located the imprisoned Scott. Professor, are you all right? Was the first question Scott asked upon his rescue, concerned for Charles's safety, as he felt responsible for this predicament. I am fine, Scott, Charles replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, though concealed in unspoken strain. Once he had held Scott in high regard, believing the young man possessed remarkable talent and potential. However, following this incident, everything had changed. Charles realized that this crisis had been entirely avoidable. It was Scott's jealousy and arrogance that had led to their current predicament. Scott's blind mistrust of the crucial information Sean had provided had ultimately ensnared them both, nearly plunging the entire academy and the mutant community into irreparable chaos. The thought of what might have transpired had Sean not intervened was chilling. William Stryker would have undoubtedly achieved his goal of acquiring the brainwave amplifier. If that had come to pass, Charles Xavier would have been condemned as a historical villain within the mutant community. With this realization, a wave of profound regret and self-reproach washed over Charles. As his thoughts flowed, he gradually came to terms with Sean's earlier opposition to the reconstruction of the brainwave amplifier. Moreover, when he glanced at Sean now, he found himself increasingly at ease with the man. Alas, how unfortunate it was that if only Sean were also a mutant and could lead them forward, many unnecessary conflicts and dangers could have been averted. I believe we must communicate with the president's office, Charles said, momentarily lost in thought as he gathered his composure. There's no need for that. We will take responsibility for reporting the incident to the president, Natasha replied. From Natasha's demeanor and the presence of her suited companions, Charles discerned that she had official backing. Yet a flicker of concern lingered. Do not worry. The authorities will not target you, as long as you mutants refrain from causing trouble, Natasha assured him, sensing his apprehension. But what about Eric? Charles attempted to voice his concern. That is not something you need to worry about. Natasha's tone became somewhat curt. revealing her annoyance at the old man's persistence. Sighing, Charles felt a twinge of frustration at Natasha's attitude, observing his most admired professor being rebuffed. Scott felt a pang of discontent, yet he was not naive. He recognized Natasha's official status, and thus could only say to Charles, "Perhaps we should return to the academy." "Professor." "Indeed." Charles glanced at Scott, then turned to Wanda and Pietro with a smile. "Shall we proceed?" Pietro had been curious about the so-called Xavier School for gifted youngsters since their earlier conversation, and now they were finally set to explore it firsthand. However, Wanda appeared somewhat dazed, standing still as she stared at Sean, unresponsive even to Charles's inquiries. Charles assumed Wanda was startled by Sean's sudden change. "There is no need to dwell on what just transpired. We merely had a difference of opinion on a matter." Charles attempted to comfort Wanda. Wanda's lips quivered, as though she wished to voice something. Sean noticed the little one's unusual demeanor, observing her frail form, her soiled clothing, and the disheveled hair that bore no resemblance to the Scarlet, which she would one day become. "Is there something you wish to say?" Chapter 100. Am I that kind of person? Wanda summoned all her courage, yet her voice remained feeble. "Can we follow you, sir?" Sean turned his head in surprise at Wanda's words. What a perceptive little girl. Pietro exhibited no dissent regarding Wanda's request, for Sean's earlier display of skill had already captivated the young boy. Charles, unable to decipher Wanda's intentions, was caught off guard by her unexpected question and glanced toward Sean. Sean pondered for a moment, tilting his head. Having a little witch in their midst might not be such a bad idea. It could work. Before Sean could finish, Natasha narrowed her striking eyes at him. "What now? Are we not even sparing the little ones?" Sensing Natasha's unusual gaze, Sean shot her an exasperated look. "Am I that kind of person?" Natasha retorted, "Remove the that. How about this, Sean? If both parties are agreeable, you could adopt these two little ones, and they could still attend Xavier's academy. What do you think?" Charles proposed. He felt disheartened after finally acquiring two students. It seemed as though the opportunity was slipping away. Upon hearing the word adopt, Natasha nodded. "I think that's a good idea." She genuinely felt sympathy for the two children. "Good idea? I'm not that much older than them. How could I adopt them?" Sean was reluctant to take on the role of a father without reason. "Expand your perspective. They could be like younger siblings." Hearing Natasha's suggestion, Sean turned to Wanda and Pietro, intending to gauge their opinions. When Pietro first heard the term adopt, he felt a pang of discomfort, although they were orphans. They once had parents. However, after the beautiful sister referred to them as brother and sister, his apprehensions dissipated. Wanda, with her somewhat grimy little face, showed no discernible expression, yet her large eyes radiated an unmistakable sense of anticipation. "So is that settled?" Sean inquired of Wanda and Pietro. Wanda nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. "Then you will handle the paperwork," Sean instructed Natasha, earning a playful roll of her eyes in return. "Is it my responsibility?" Once their plan was established, Sean opened a portal in front of everyone, astonishing Wanda and Pietro once more. He had arranged with Charles to escort Wanda and Pietro home. After bidding farewell, he cast a discreet glance at Jean, who was also watching him, before leading the two children through the portal that led directly to his home. Upon crossing the magical threshold, Pietro curiously surveyed Sean's abode. The minimalist decor was evident even in the night, where a faint hint of sunlight's warmth lingered. Observing the tidy furnishings, Wanda glanced down at her and Pietro's soiled clothing and shoes, worried that Sean might be displeased. "The bathroom is over there. Pietro, you should wash up first while I find you some clothes. As for you, Wanda," although Natasha and May occasionally visited, Sean had no girls' clothing available. "I can manage," Wanda quickly replied, her tone eager yet subdued. Had Natasha been present, she could have taken Wanda directly. Sean glanced at the door. It was late at night, and May was likely asleep. "You can use the bathroom in my room. I'll find you some clothes, and when Natasha returns, she could take you both shopping." Pietro obediently went to bathe while Wanda followed Sean into his room. Sean rummaged through his closet, retrieving two sets of sportswear to hand to Wanda before stepping outside to close the door. After arranging for the two little ones, Sean settled onto the couch, pouring himself a drink while reflecting on the fleeting energy he had sensed from Jean earlier that day. It was certainly no illusion. Had the Phoenix Force awakened? But why did it only manifest for a brief moment? What could have triggered this awakening? Was it influenced by Jason's illusions? Sean pondered the implications for Jean, shaking his head as he took a sip from his glass. "Sir," a soft voice from behind broke his reverie, and Sean turned to see Wanda. "What's the matter? You finished that quickly?" Pietro is still in the bathroom. Noticing Wanda's damp hair, Sean remarked, "Perhaps refrain from calling me that. It sounds peculiar. You can simply use my name." Wanda felt that directly addressing Sean by his name lacked respect, due to the limited number of rooms. Sean had placed Wanda in his room and assigned Pietro to the guest room, opting to sleep on the couch himself since it mattered little to him. However, Wanda insisted on sleeping on the couch. Sean gently ushered her into his room and reminded her to dry her hair before sleeping. Wanda stood at the doorway, slightly dazed, taking in Sean's simple yet warm bedroom, which radiated a comfort akin to sunlight. The following morning, May emerged, shocked to see two unfamiliar faces in Sean's home. Just as she was about to inquire, Sean stepped out behind them. "Good morning, May." "Good morning, Sean." "Who are they?" May asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Sean replied, holding a little head in each hand, "These are my younger siblings, Pietro and Wanda." Wanda's previously grimy face now bore a faint blush, while Pietro appeared somewhat shy. Sean then introduced Pietro and Wanda to May, though he noticed their unease. May asked, "When did you get siblings?" "I wasn't aware. I'll explain later. For now, I'm taking them shopping," Sean responded, leading the three out of the apartment while May looked on in bewilderment. Initially, Sean had intended to leave this task to Natasha, but she had mentioned being busy with S.H.L. matters, leaving Sean to handle it himself. After a brief outing, Sean felt more exhausted than he had ever been in his life. It seemed that even with superhuman abilities, he still detested shopping. Fortunately, Wanda was quite sensible. Although Pietro seemed reluctant to leave, he obeyed Wanda's persuasive gaze, and they purchased only essential items and clothing. Subsequently, Sean drove them towards Xavier's academy.